Chapter 1. The Three Lives Coffin? Am I the Tao companion of the junior disciple? In the Nine Yang sect, at this moment, within a secluded cave, a tall and handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. Have I transcended? Zhou Xian opened his eyes, unable to believe that he had actually traversed into another realm. Moreover, he had found himself within the pages of a novel entitled Treading the Void. In the narrative, the Nine Yang sect stood as a prominent holy land within the Bitter Xian domain, boasting a multitude of disciples. The sect was further divided into several branches based on specific lineages: the Gu Feng, Hong Yi Feng, Du Hua Feng, and Qing Xian Feng. Undoubtedly, Qing Xian Feng ranked at the bottom year after year, unable to compare with the other three flourishing peaks. This was hardly surprising, as Qing Xian Feng was an anomaly within the Nine Yang sect, possessing a mere handful of disciples, with only 8 masters to guide them. Among the disciples, Zhou Xian was the only male. Qing Xian Feng was a clear embodiment of the feminine principle overshadowing the masculine. Should his master unexpectedly pass away, he would be left as the sole remaining seedling. Fortunately, despite the small number of disciples, his fellow brothers and sisters still managed to hold their own. The eldest sister, Du Lingfei, and the second sister, Lu Piaoxue, understood the weight of their master's responsibilities and had ventured down the mountain for travels a decade ago, their whereabouts now unknown. Yet their life tokens remained, and whenever Zhou Xian inquired about them, his master, Tian Dashuan, would simply say that as long as they were not dead, it was sufficient. The third sister, Jiang Yuan, had been taken back by her family 8 years prior for reasons unknown, but at least she was alive. The fourth sister, Lu Qing'er, had left 6 years ago with a willow branch in hand, claiming to explore the way of heaven, and she too had not perished. The fifth sister, Lu Yiru, had departed 5 years ago to establish her own sect, intending to later bring their master along for a peaceful retirement. However, their master often sighed, acknowledging that given her temperament, merely surviving would be a blessing. The sixth sister, Chu Yao, as Zhou Xian understood, was deeply entrenched in romance despite being in a fantastical world. The other sisters had either sought entrepreneurial ventures or returned home to inherit their family's legacy, while she yearned to find a partner to marry. Their master had warned her of her solitary fate, suggesting she was destined to remain an old maid. On several occasions, their master had mentioned that if the sixth sister ever returned, he would let Zhou Xian take her as his disciple. Upon realizing his identity, Zhou Xian's mind was bombarded with revelations. Although he was merely a secondary character in the early stages of the narrative, he understood that this identity was worth more than trading it for 10 main characters. As a transmigrator, Zhou Xian was acutely aware of the forthcoming plot developments. His 6 elder sisters were exceedingly fond of him, and he had followed closely behind them since childhood. Their future accomplishments were nothing short of terrifying. If it weren't for the foolish author who had inexplicably eliminated him, in a normal progression, when the original protagonist gazed into the void, that void would merely be a reflection of himself. Now that he had traversed into this story, Zhou Xian was determined to alter everything. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the diary system. As long as the host writes in the diary and earns the trust of others, he may receive abundant rewards. Diary holders: Ancient Clan Jiang Yun, the sole daughter of the Azure Emperor, Qing Ningyao. After perusing the system's introduction, Zhou Xian grasped the gist. By composing a diary and convincing its holders of his sincerity, he could attain rewards. The trust level ranged from 1 to 10 stars, with 1 star requiring 10 points, and subsequent levels multiplying by 10 in a cumulative manner. It was quite simple. 1 star necessitated 10 points, while 2 stars required 100, 3 stars 1,000, and so forth. The higher the trust level, the more substantial the rewards. Moreover, with the increase in levels, Zhou Xian could also add others to the list. Casting a glance at the diary holders, Zhou Xian felt an overwhelming familiarity. Ancient Clan Jiang Yun, his third sister, held an extraordinary status. Although the Jiang clan appeared to be a minor family, 3 venerables resided within their forbidden grounds, holding an exalted position. Jiang Yun herself was the clan's holy maiden. The future inheritor of the family legacy. Her identity and status would be unparalleled in the future. As for Qing Ningyao, Her background was equally remarkable. The sole daughter of the Azure Emperor of the Qing Lan dynasty, she had grown up in the depths of the palace, her demeanor as cold as I see an unparalleled talent in cultivation that had emerged in a century. Of course, that was a matter for the future, for at present, Qing Ning Yao was hindered from cultivation due to the innate cold poison within her, leaving her unable to practice at the age of 18. However, in the unfolding of events to come, her formidable rise would astonish many ancient emperors. Now that Zhou Xian was aware of the diary holders, he wasted no time. Silently chanting, a golden light flashed, revealing a golden scroll visible only to him. As it was a diary, how he wished to write it was entirely within Zhou Xian's control. Little did he expect that his reincarnation would lead him back to familiar grounds. With a few strokes, golden light shimmered before dimming. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang clan, amidst swirling celestial energy, a stunning woman dressed in purple sat in meditation. The woman, who had been engrossed in her secluded cultivation, was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of golden light, disrupting her thoughts. Reborn? Gazing at the lines of small characters on the golden scroll, Jiang Yun furrowed her brow. Suddenly, feeling an ominous presence, she summoned her immense spiritual power, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Yet, the area remained eerily still, devoid of any detectable aura. Calming herself, her gaze returned to the scroll. Initially filled with confusion, a faint smile soon graced her delicate features as she recognized the bold characters inscribed on the scroll. Zhou Xian of Qing Xian Peak. That name was all too familiar to her. This is the junior disciple's diary? Jiang Yun stepped forward, curiosity etched across her face. But before she could ponder further, the golden scroll underwent another transformation. Lying within the Three Lives coffin, darkness surrounded me, a relentless void that enveloped my being. Even as a former celestial king, I felt an indescribable sense of solitude. Drifting across the boundary sea, countless epochs had passed, and I never imagined I would return to the Nine Yang sect. Perhaps this is the cycle of fate. Reflecting on my discussions with the goddess Lu and my collaboration with the wild emperor to traverse the boundary sea, I recalled the exhilarating days of my past. Yet now, having returned to the Nine Yang sect, seeing my master and all that was familiar, the significance of my former life seemed to diminish. As golden words appeared before me, Jiang Yun looked on in astonishment. This was the junior disciple's diary. Although she did not understand why it had manifested before her, having read only a few lines, she felt her mind spinning. The junior disciple, the little one who had often trailed behind her and the others during childhood, was a reincarnator. Moreover, he had once been a celestial king. As she absorbed this information, Jiang Yun was left dumbfounded. However, before she could dwell on it further, more lines appeared on the golden scroll. Upon reading the subsequent entries, Jiang Yun stood frozen in place. How could this be? How could I possibly be the junior disciple's first Tao companion? Chapter 2. Zhou Xian. How could he possibly know me? I thought I had transcended the river of time, yet here I was back in the Nine Yang sect. The master remained unchanged, indulging in wine and napping. Everything felt so familiar. It was merely regrettable not to see my elder sisters immediately. Countless millennia had passed. I wondered how the third sister was faring now. It seemed the third sister was still destined to be my first Tao companion. Upon reaching this thought, Jiang Yun suddenly lost her composure. How could I possibly be the junior disciple's Tao companion? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Meanwhile, within the cave of Qing Xian Peak, Zhou Xian could perceive the trust level of his elder sister. Seeing that Jiang Yun's trust level remained at 0, Zhou Xian was unperturbed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though all of this was within his expectations. In his previous life as an avid reader, he was all too familiar with the tropes employed by those hack authors. They would first introduce a fantastical element to provoke readers' thoughts, then find a way to weave it back into the narrative. Creating a sense of shock would inadvertently enhance the reader's trust levels. Now, Zhou Xian claimed to be writing a diary, but in reality, he was crafting a story for his elder sister. The methods he employed were precisely those of the web authors. Moreover, he could seamlessly tie these fabrications together. For Zhou Xian was fully aware of the events that would unfold in this world. The bond he shared with his elder sister was something even he had not anticipated. When his master had instructed him to descend the mountain for training, he had taken the opportunity to visit the third sister. Little did he know he would encounter the family pressuring her into an arranged marriage. Having grown up alongside his elder sisters, how could he bear to see the third sister wed to someone she did not love? As he contemplated this, Jiang Yun felt a tempest of emotions rising within her. Though she had cultivated in the Nine Yang sect since childhood, her family had kept her identity shrouded in secrecy. Even their master was unaware. Yet the junior disciple knew she was the holy maiden of the Jiang clan. Furthermore, he was aware that she would be forced into a marriage by her family. Separated from the Nine Yang sect by countless miles, and with no news reaching her for years, how could the junior disciple know such matters? Could it be true that the junior disciple had indeed been reborn as a true immortal? Contemplating this ultimate realm, which existed only in legends, Jiang Yun felt a chill envelop her. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. There is no wall that does not allow wind to pass. Perhaps my background has long been known to our master. Given the nature of our master, it's possible he has shared this with the junior disciple. Jiang Yun, being exceptionally astute, immediately pondered the crux of the issue. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but clench her silver teeth and scold in a delicate yet indignant tone. Well, you little junior brother, how could you repay my kindness in the past like this? I never imagined you would treat your senior sister in such a manner. Within the cave dwelling of Qing Xian Peak, observing the unchanging trust points, Zhou Xian remained utterly unfazed. The subsequent revelations were so incredulous that it was difficult for the third senior sister to dismiss them. Afterwards, I led the third senior sister to escape from the Jiang family. Naturally, with the three ancient supreme beings of the Jiang family presiding, it was beyond my capability to resist thus. I was left with no choice but to flee into the vast mountains with my sister. By a twist of fate, I came to learn that the reason for the arranged marriage was due to the ancient Lu family's method of resolving the difficulties posed by my sister's Xianyi body. It seems this was the heartfelt, yet helpless intention of the older generation. Had I known then that it was the Xianyi body, there would have been no need to send my sister into a marriage alliance. Within the ancestral hall of the Jiang family lies a divine crystal, originally intended for my sister's breakthrough to supremacy, yet unbeknownst to me, it was actually the sole spiritual treasure capable of dispelling the Xianyi body. It was only through the guidance of a senior that I came to understand this matter. At that time, filled with youthful vigor, I returned to the Jiang family with my sister, overcoming countless obstacles to obtain that divine crystal. Following that, my sister refined the divine crystal, and through fortuitous circumstances, her Xianyi body transformed into the Xianling divine body, one of the 10 greatest divine bodies in this realm. The elder patriarchs of the Jiang family, recognizing my extraordinary nature, intentionally suppressed me, aiming for my sister to protect me. Ultimately, under the orchestrations of several elder patriarchs, my sister and I became partners in the Tao. At that time, it was indeed a rare and beautiful tale. Now, after countless millennia revisiting these grounds, I am filled with nostalgia for the past. Within the ancestral land of the Jiang family, gazing at the flickering small characters before her, Jiang Yun was rendered speechless in astonishment. If the details of her arranged marriage had somehow leaked, the existence of the Xianyi body could not possibly have been divulged. Aside from the current family head of the Jiang family and the 3 ancient ancestors who had sat in silence for countless years, no one else could possibly be aware of this matter. Yet now, her little junior brother had clearly inscribed it above. As for the divine crystal, had her junior brother not written it down, he might have remained oblivious to the existence of such a celestial treasure within the Jiang family until his dying breath. With her gaze lowered, Jiang Yun pondered thoughtfully. If, she mused, if what her junior brother said was indeed true, then this divine crystal would serve as the best evidence. At this thought, her delicate face involuntarily flushed. But how could I possibly be the Tao partner of my little junior brother? Meanwhile, in the Qing dynasty, within a lavish palace, a woman as cold as ice gazed at the golden scroll before her, her brows knitting in contemplation. I never imagined that the holy maiden of the Jiang family would be a Xianyi body. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind the appearance of this diary in her possession, upon reading its astonishing contents, Qing Ning Yao was left utterly astounded. Zhou Xian of the Jiuyang sect was, in fact, a true immortal reborn. He lay adrift in the Three Lives coffin, traversing the boundary. See, what exactly was this Three Lives coffin? And the boundary sea? What was it truly? It seemed that Zhou Xian resided in a world distinct from theirs, a realm that appeared ethereal and boundless. Then, as Qing Ning Yao wished to continue reading, suddenly, her eyes narrowed in disbelief at the small characters above. Additionally, it had been quite some time since she had seen the daughter of the Qing Emperor, that young lady Ning Yao. Upon seeing the subsequent small characters, Qing Ning Yao was momentarily taken aback, thinking she must have misread. Zhou Xian, how could he possibly know me?
Chapter 3. How can one not proclaim that all women in this world are your companions on the path? My acquaintance with Qing Ningyao is indeed hard to believe. The bond one share with her is quite unexpected. Fate? How could I possibly know her? Within the palace, Qing Ningyao's expression is as cold as ice, her heart filled with disbelief. She has spent her entire life within these imperial walls, never once stepping beyond them. Naturally, she yearns to explore the world outside, yet her father, the emperor, forbids her. She has inquired about the reason on numerous occasions, but her father has always remained silent. Gradually, she ceased her questioning and became accustomed to this life. Thus, in her eyes, there could be no intersection between her and Zhou Xian. Yet now, her name has unexpectedly surfaced. During my travels, I found myself inadvertently caught in a chase by enemies and stumbled into the Qinglan dynasty. At that time, I was in dire need of rare spiritual herbs to concoct elixirs, ultimately offering a piece of precious bone for auction. However, the auction house, seeing my inexperience, attempted to abscond with the precious bone. Despite my injuries, I managed to overturn the auction house using my various hidden cards. This incident reached the ears of the Qing Emperor, who later invited me to the palace. Upon our first meeting, we felt an instant camaraderie, becoming fast friends across the ages. During this time, the Qing Emperor took good care of me, and it was here that I met Ning Yao. Upon seeing her for the first time, she appeared as frigid as ice, making it difficult for anyone to approach her. Yet, I discerned that she was unlike anyone else. This difference was not merely in her beauty. Through my soul perception, I sensed a terrifying force sealed within her. I soon discovered that the palace itself was a grand formation meant to suppress this force within Ning Yao. Coincidentally, the great calamity within her erupted. And to my astonishment, it was the true spirit of a divine phoenix. Witnessing the full force of the calamity, I finally understood why the Qing Emperor never allowed Ning Yao to leave the palace. The energy of the divine phoenix was far too immense. Without the palace's grand formation, Ning Yao would surely be unable to contain it, leading to her demise. When the calamity erupted, even the Qing Emperor was left powerless despite his best efforts. At that moment, I happened to acquire a drop of divine phoenix blood at the auction. Seeing how the Qing Emperor had been so kind to me, I ventured into the inferno with the divine phoenix blood in hand. Fortunately, Ning Yao, with her extraordinary talent, successfully refined the drop of divine phoenix blood, truly taming the great calamity. However, the path of cultivation has always been fraught with uncertainties. Although Ning Yao had refined the divine phoenix blood, she still struggled to control the surge of power entering her body. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, upon noticing another woman appear in the writings of my junior apprentice, Jiang Yun could not help but feel intrigued. At that moment, a figure clad in green suddenly intruded into the ancestral grounds. Yuner. The visitor was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, exuding an irresistible authority. "Father," Jiang Yun greeted him with a slight bow. This man was the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Shun. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Jiang Shun's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness and affection, for he was to marry off his precious daughter to someone she did not love. All to ensure her safety. The Xianyi difficult body ensures that no one lives past 30. Yuner. Regarding the Lu family matter, "Father, is there a divine crystal within the ancestral hall?" Jiang Shun had only begun to speak when Jiang Yun interrupted him. Hearing the mention of the divine crystal, Jiang Shun's eyes sharpened with curiosity. "Yuner, how do you know about the divine crystal?" Seeing the certainty in her father's gaze, Jiang Yun's heart trembled. My junior apprentice was indeed telling the truth. The Jiang family's ancestral hall truly held a divine crystal. This meant that my junior apprentice had truly been reborn, and I, too, was his companion on the path. Yuner, why is your face so red? Noticing Jiang Yun's sudden blush, Jiang Shun inquired. And no. Jiang Yun, her heart racing, hurriedly shook her head and changed the subject. Father, I wish to obtain that divine crystal. It can help me overcome the Xianyi difficult body. At her words, Jiang Shun was taken aback. The divine crystal was immensely precious, a resource the Jiang family had spent years cultivating for the next supreme being. The family had paid an immeasurable price to acquire it. Subsequently, the divine crystal was kept under strict protection. Aside from the three supreme ancestors and himself, no one was qualified to see it. Yet, Jiang Yun had not only anticipated his previous inquiry but boldly demanded it. Father, trust me, as the holy maiden of the Jiang family, my every action must be for the family's sake. Seeing his daughter's resolute expression and without overthinking, Jiang Shun nodded. Very well, the divine crystal was originally prepared for you. Whatever you choose to do with it, if anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. With that, Jiang Shen turned and swiftly departed. If the divine crystal truly could dispel the Xianyi difficult body, he would not hesitate to pay tenfold the price. After all, he did not wish to marry his daughter to that foolish scion of the Liu family. Such a union would be a disgrace to the Jiang family, a source of lifelong regret and sorrow for a father. Once her father had left, Jiang Yun's gaze eagerly returned to the golden scroll. She wished to see what further developments lay ahead between herself and her junior apprentice. However, upon seeing another woman's name appear, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. The Qinglan dynasty. Her junior apprentice knew the daughter of the Qing emperor. As she continued reading, Jiang Yun's expression gradually soured, an imperceptible hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Qinglan dynasty, as she absorbed the unfolding content, Qing Ningyao's chest heaved with rising agitation. Lecher, I shall kill you. How can you claim that all women in this world are your companions on the path? Chapter 4. The arrival of the Grandmaster of all laws. Though Ningyao had refined the divine phoenix blood, this substance, originating from an ancient beast, remained difficult for her to control. The divine phoenix, with flames capable of incinerating all in existence, poses the gravest threat to human cultivators through its divine fire. Indeed, as Ningyao struggled to contain the power of the divine phoenix, we both found ourselves ensnared by its divine flames. What transpired thereafter was evident from the golden text above. Qing Ningyao was engulfed in an unusual fury. The subsequent events were predictable. The divine flames did not merely attack but also disturb the mind. Within the inferno, the ensuing happenings were nothing less than a union of desires. This also explained why Zhou Xian would assert that he was his companion on the path. Although it was merely a diary and I had never met this person, who was I? The daughter of the Qing emperor. In the future, the vast Qinglan dynasty would surely be entrusted to my hands, and I, Qing Ningyao, would ascend as the first female emperor of the Qinglan dynasty. Yet now, I found myself subject to the frivolity of one named Zhou Xian. An unfamiliar wrath surged within me. Zhou Xian, you are courting death. My fists clenched tighter. Though the Zhuyang sect is a major super sect, I cannot tolerate such utter disrespect. This is an affront to the Qinglan royal family. Despite my seething anger, Qing Ningyao was not one to be easily swayed by emotion. Reflecting on the contents of Zhou Xian's diary, I discerned certain clues. Indeed, from childhood, my father had never allowed me to step outside the palace walls. It was well known that my father dotes on me. Whatever I desired, even if it was absent, he would spare no effort to procure it. Yet, time and again, when I expressed my wish to venture beyond the palace for adventure, my father would resolutely refuse, even when I acted out in frustration. This seemed to be his unwavering boundary, and no matter how much I pleaded, he would not allow it. Not even a step beyond the city walls, as for the reason, my father had never shared it with me. Contemplating this, Qing Ningyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she rose to her feet and made her way to the Qing emperor's palace. If I could confront my father directly, I would uncover whether Zhou Xian had spoken any falsehoods. Is this the divine crystal? Within the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, Jiang Yun observed her father, Jiang Duanshan, employing various mystical arts to safeguard a crystal no larger than a thumb. The crystal emanated a radiant celestial glow, captivating in its brilliance, within which one could faintly discern celestial beings in motion. Upon truly beholding the divine crystal, Jiang Yun's mind momentarily blanked, only to be engulfed in a profound astonishment. The Jiang family indeed possessed the divine crystal. Everything matched precisely with what was inscribed in my junior apprentice's diary. This meant that my junior apprentice had indeed been reborn. Reborn into existence, the Sea of Realms, the Three Lives Coffin, the Wastes, and the Fearsome Emperor. These names mentioned by my junior martial brother, though unheard of by Jiang Yun, evoke an instinctive sense of untouchable dread deep within her. It feels as if an indelible fear lingers in her very bones. Remarkably, before his rebirth, her junior martial brother stood shoulder to shoulder with such formidable beings. Despite the years that have passed since she last beheld him, memories of Zhou Xian's visage now appear shrouded in a veil she can never penetrate. What trials had her junior martial brother endured? What kind of terror could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon him, leading to his rebirth within the Three Lives Coffin? Furthermore, as she is now his Dao partner, what experiences await them in the future? Contemplating these matters, particularly the latter, causes Jiang Yun's heart to race uncontrollably. Yet, she swiftly dismisses these thoughts. Will she, in her future self, truly be worthy of her junior martial brother? Yuner, what troubles you? Jiang Duanshan inquired, standing beside Jiang Yun, keenly sensing her disarray. Nothing, she replied hastily, shaking her head, her thoughts interrupted by her father. This is the divine spirit crystal, Yuner. How confident are you in its efficacy? The divine spirit crystal, a celestial treasure of immeasurable value, was acquired by the Jiang family through immense sacrifice in years past. Jiang Duanshan, both a father and the head of the clan, understood the rarity of this treasure, and thus felt the weight of responsibility for his family's future. Previously, as the saintess of the Jiang lineage, Jiang Yun lacked the conviction to make bold assertions despite her innate advantages in cultivation. However, this time was different. She had gleaned insights from Zhou Xian's journal. 10 out of 10. Jiang Yun affirmed, her eyes radiating unwavering confidence. The Xianyan body, once devoid of hope, now seemed to promise success. And Jiang Yun was resolute in her belief that her junior martial brother was correct. Very well, I shall protect you, Jiang Duanshan declared, though the source of Jiang Yun's newfound courage eluded him. As a father, he knew he must place his trust in her. He entrusted the divine spirit crystal to Jiang Yun, stepping back several paces to form a protective barrier with his palms raised. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun seated herself cross-legged and directed a thread of her consciousness into the divine spirit crystal. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the crystal, cascading over her like a waterfall of ethereal light. Time flowed slowly, and after an indeterminate duration, the celestial radiance began to wane, revealing Jiang Yun once more to Jiang Duanshan's gaze. Upon seeing her again, he felt as though he were witnessing a vision from another era. Jiang Yun now emanated an enigmatic aura, one that even he, having entered the golden body realm, struggled to comprehend. Suddenly, ripples of energy radiated from Jiang Yun, and sensing her ascending aura, tears welled in Jiang Duanshan's eyes. The Xianyan body had been shattered, but Jiang Yun's transformation was far from over. As her aura surged, ethereal specters began to dance around her. At that moment, 3 overwhelming presences appeared within the ancestral grounds, powerful enough to compel even Jiang Duanshan to bow his head. Who dares to intrude upon the Jiang family's ancestral ground? Hearing the thunderous voice akin to the roar of the heavens, Jiang Duanshan was taken aback. Jiang Yun's breakthrough had attracted the arrival of 3 venerable ancestors of the myriad laws. Chapter 5. The Xin Spirit Divine Body achieved, 5th rank Everlasting Realm. The sound of the great Tao resonated abruptly, akin to thunderclaps reverberating overhead. Jiang Duanshan was alarmed. Should the 3 ancestors interrupt Jiang Yun at this critical juncture, all would be in vain. He quickly turned his gaze to Jiang Yun, relieved to find her aura steadily ascending. Duanshan pays his respects to the ancestors. 3 frail figures materialized before him, and Jiang Duanshan, not daring to be slack, promptly bowed in reverence. Yet, upon their arrival, the 3 ancestors paid no mind to him. Their entire focus transfixed upon Jiang Yun, as they sensed the extraordinary fluctuations of her aura. A glimmer of uncontainable anticipation emerged in their eyes, which had seen little change for an entire century. Above the ancestral grounds, dark clouds gathered ominously. The breakthrough Jiang Yun achieved had summoned forth a cosmic phenomenon. In a way, it cannot be. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, the 3 ancestors appeared as if they had witnessed a great horror. Their faces alight with unrestrained excitement. Once Jiang Yun's aura stabilized, they vanished without warning, only to reappear beside her. 5th rank Everlasting Realm. Yuner, could it be the Xin Spirit Divine Body? Had it not been for their status, the diminutive elder would have undoubtedly seized Jiang Yun's hand, overwhelmed with joy. The 3 venerable ancestors, known for their might, regarded Jiang Yun as if they had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded slightly, her countenance reflecting her own elation. In the realm of cultivation, one must first ascend through the ranks, then harmonize with the heavens. The stages include the 1st rank Body Refining Realm, 2nd rank Strength Training Realm, 3rd rank Internal Fortification Realm, 4th rank Dual Cultivation Realm, 5th rank Everlasting Realm, 6th rank Qi Transformation Realm, followed by the Golden Body Realm, Qi Control Realm, Skyward Realm, Ethereal Realm, Divine Union Realm, and the Myriad Laws Realm, which is further divided into Pseudo-Myriad Laws Realm and True Myriad Laws Realm. Before refining the Divine Spirit Crystal, Jiang Yun had only reached the 2nd rank Strength Training Realm, yet now she had surged through 3 major realms, directly ascending to the 5th rank Everlasting Realm. This remarkable achievement stemmed first from the pure energy of the Divine Spirit Crystal, and secondly from the qualitative transformation of Jiang Yun's body. To put it plainly, Jiang Yun had shattered the Xinyan body. The Jiang family had long recognized her exceptional talent, or else the 3 ancestors would have declared her the family saintess at the tender age of 3. However, the constraints of the Xinyan body had kept Jiang Yun stagnated at the 2nd rank Strength Training Realm. Thus, to break through, she had to overcome this predicament. Now, not only had Jiang Yun accomplished that, but she had also manifested the Xin Spirit Divine Body, one of the 10 ancient divine bodies, where every breath and exhalation is an act of cultivation. It was precisely due to her attainment of the Xin Spirit Divine Body that Jiang Yun was able to achieve successive breakthroughs, leaping through 3 major realms. Upon receiving Jiang Yun's affirmative response, the 3 ancestors suddenly turned their fierce gazes upon Jiang Duanshan. Duanshan, knowing the Divine Spirit Crystal possesses such wondrous effects, why did you not present it to Yuner sooner? Do you realize how many critical matters you have delayed? The ancestors spoke with grave severity, yet Jiang Duanshan wore an expression of innocence. Had I known the Divine Spirit Crystal could dispel the Xinyan body, even if the family lacked one, I would have unhesitatingly sacrificed my life to procure one for Jiang Yun. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Jiang Yun swiftly stepped in to clarify, ancestors, my father was unaware of the crystal's capabilities. It was I who requested him to give it to me. Her words, the 3 ancestors exchanged bewildered glances. They were about to inquire further, but from Jiang Yun's resolute gaze, they discerned her reluctance to divulge her secrets. The 3 venerable ancestors understood. In the realm of the Great Tao, everyone harbors certain secrets and methods they cannot disclose. Moreover, now that Jiang Yun had manifested the Xin Spirit Divine Body, her future achievements would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the world. Thus, after instructing Jiang Yun, the 3 ancestors returned to their meditative state, fully reassured that the Jiang family would be safeguarded by her presence. Jiang Duanshan also departed swiftly, for he had more pressing matters to address, namely, the annulment of the engagement with the Liu family. The Liu family had long wielded Jiang Yun's Xinyan body as leverage against the Jiang family, and as fellow ancient lineages, marrying their saintess into the Liu family would be a profound humiliation. The subsequent conditions put forth by the Liu family only compounded the Jiang family's sense of indignity. Hence, Jiang Duanshan was determined to deliver a resounding rebuke to the Liu family. Once everyone had departed, only Jiang Yun remained within the ancestral grounds. The exhilaration of her breakthrough and the emergence of the Xin Spirit Divine Body left her unable to contain her excitement. Yet, more than anything, she was eager to delve into her junior martial brother's journal. Indeed, as the Phoenix goddess struggled to contain her divine power, both she and Jiang Yun found themselves simultaneously besieged by the flames of divine retribution. The events that followed, as she continued to peruse the journal, the joy in Jiang Yun's heart was supplanted by a complex array of emotions. The princess of the Qingyu dynasty was, astonishingly, also her junior martial brother's Tao partner. Upon perusing the subsequent entries of the diary, Jiang Yun gradually came to recognize the extraordinary nature of her junior apprentice. However, upon noticing the presence of other companions around him, a pang of discomfort pierced her heart. Yet, she soon found solace in the realization that it was only natural for someone as remarkable as her junior, who traversed the abyss of realms alongside the likes of Huang and the fearsome emperor, to have more than one woman by his side. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun could not help but ponder whether she truly possessed the qualifications to stand as his partner. Contemplating these thoughts, she took a deep breath, her gaze transforming into one of resolute determination. She resolved to cultivate her abilities, to become dazzling enough to earn her place beside her junior, regardless of the number of breathtaking women that may surround him in the future. His gaze would always seek her out. Within the confines of Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian stretched after setting down his pen. He had nearly finished writing, with only the responses from Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao remaining to await. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained trust points. The trust level of diary holder Jiang Yun has increased, reaching 1 star, 10 points. The trust level of diary holder Qing Ningyao has risen, gaining 2 points. Before long, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Zhou Xian felt that this outcome was quite natural. Given his understanding of the original text, he and Jiang Yun were members of the same sect, allowing for a much greater familiarity and significantly less wariness. In straightforward terms, Jiang Yun exhibited a stronger sense of immersion in the diary's content. In contrast, Qing Ningyao, as the daughter of the Qing Emperor, held a status and position that were not inferior to Jiang Yun's. Although she had been confined within the Qingyu Imperial Palace, her extraordinary talent for cultivation was unparalleled, naturally leading to a lofty sense of pride. Convincing Qing Ningyao of the diary's contents would not be an easy feat. It seemed he would need to provide her with some compelling revelations. Zhou Xian licked his lips and picked up his pen once more. The Qingyu Imperial Palace held an abundance of material to write about, and even a single detail could potentially shake the entirety of the Qingyu Empire. Chapter 6. Who told you about these matters? Within the Imperial Palace of the Qingyu Empire, Qing Ningyao repeatedly scrutinized the small characters inscribed on the golden scroll, her eyes glimmering with indignation. Here she was, peacefully residing within the confines of the Qingyu Imperial Palace, never having stepped foot outside. To her astonishment, a scoundrel from the distant Zhuyang sect claimed to be her partner. Although he had divulged a shocking secret that would be explosive for anyone, Qing Ningyao still regarded it as mere gossip akin to that of an old eunuch's discussions. While it was true that she had been placed under house arrest by her father, it was hardly a scandalous secret. The Zhuyang sect, as a super sect, was undoubtedly well informed. Thus the knowledge of her confinement was of little consequence. Since her confinement was not a matter of great significance, the assertion of being his partner warranted a thorough examination. To claim she was his partner, especially having engaged in an intimate union amidst the divine phoenix's flames, was simply unfathomable. Just as Qing Ningyao rose to seek clarification from the Qing Emperor's palace, new small characters appeared on the golden scroll. The events that transpired between Yao and me amidst the divine phoenix flames still leave me incredulous even now. Yet, even more astonishing events lie ahead. In the past, for Yao, the Qing Emperor had tirelessly utilized his powers to maintain the far-reaching formation. Though the Qing Emperor possessed extraordinary might, sustaining this grand formation required the burning of his essence. Over the years, he had depleted his essence, making it difficult for him to advance in cultivation. Upon witnessing Ningyao successfully refine and control the formidable divine phoenix, the Qing Emperor finally released the last vestige of his strength and collapsed on the ground. The fall of the once mighty Qing Emperor undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the Qingyu Empire. Under heaven, there is no wall that does not let the wind pass through. News of the Qing Emperor's fall reached the ears of the Hunyuan Lord. This Hunyuan was a formidable figure who had long operated in the shadows, seeking to usurp the Qing Emperor's position. However, out of fear of the Qing Emperor's overwhelming authority, he had refrained from taking action all these years. Upon hearing the news of the Qing Emperor's demise, Hunyuan Lord marched into the Qingyu imperial capital, unstoppable and unopposed. The very heavens of the Qingyu Empire nearly flipped in his hands, leaving even the Qing Emperor, whose essence was nearly drained, powerless to resist. I initially had no intention of involving myself in these matters. Yet after such an incident with Ningyao, I could not bear to witness her fall into ruin. Nor could I allow myself, as her father, to perish amidst the chaos of the world. Having previously aided Ningyao in suppressing and refining the divine phoenix, I was grievously injured, with no other choice. I fought desperately, revealing all my hidden cards, yet it still fell short. I believed I would meet my end in this world, but unexpectedly, at that moment, Ningyao forcibly stripped away a fragment of the divine phoenix's essence for me. With this coveted essence, sought by countless cultivators, I vanquished the Hunyuan Lord and obtained a vial of true dragon essence from him. Nurtured by this true dragon heart source, the Qing Emperor not only restored his former self, but also broke through to the myriad laws realm. Commanding the laws of heaven and earth with authority, it was because of this battle that Ning Yao, who had previously maintained her distance, drew much closer to me during the period of my injury and unconsciousness. She remained steadfastly by my side, never leaving, even tending to my needs with utmost care. Reflecting on those times brings an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. I wonder how that girl Ning Yao is faring now. However, knowing her tenacious nature, she is likely engrossed in her training. Though I have been reborn, the events of the past may not unfold anew. In this lifetime, Ning Yao and I may remain strangers. The end of this world remains shrouded in boundless darkness, with the corpse immortal emperor and the forces of darkness being overwhelmingly powerful, beyond my capacity to contend with. Although I forcibly transcended the rivers of time and space to arrive here, I understand that what is destined to happen will inevitably occur. Some events are simply inescapable. In this lifetime, I shall reside peacefully within the Zhuyang sect, for this is where my dream began and will ultimately become the resting place of that dream. Zhou Xian wrote slowly, acknowledging that the diary's contents could only be half-truths. Otherwise, it would not be a fabricated diary. However, the rebellion instigated by the Hunyuan Lord during the Qing Emperor's moment of vulnerability was indeed factual. In the original text, the Hunyuan Lord had plotted for decades with the aim of seizing the throne. As for the claims regarding Qing Ningyao caring for him, that was sheer fabrication. Of course, Zhou Xian did not wish for it to be so, but he couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. As a devoted reader of invincible thrillers, he had often found himself cursing while reading this particular book, as the author seemed to revel in nonsensical plots and absurdities, forcefully shoving them down the reader's throats. Take his own identity, for instance. He was a once-in-an-era genius of the Zhuyang sect, having ascended to the 6th tier of Qi transformation before even reaching 20 years of age. Regardless of how extraordinary others may be, they could only kneel in worship upon encountering him. Although Qingxian Peak had few disciples, its settings were anything but simple. His master, Wu Ding, appeared to be a lazy man but was, in fact, a formidable being at the source realm. The disheveled old man of the Zhuyang sect was merely one of Wu Ding's incarnations. Furthermore, his 6 senior sisters were all captivating beauties, their appearances and talents ranking among the finest not just in the Bitter Xian domain but across the entire continent. Each bore the potential to become either a powerful empress or a top-tier expert capable of effortlessly eliminating formidable foes. Yet, in the end, all his senior sisters fell for the male protagonist of the novel. And he himself was even more unfortunate. To highlight the protagonist's prowess, he, the future Jiang Saint's son, was effectively used as a stepping stone. It is worth noting that the male protagonist's growth relied on the old man within the ring. While Zhou Xian had a slight advantage due to resource allocation, it was through his own hard work that he achieved the 6th tier at such a young age. Yet, in the end, due to his senior sisters glancing at the male protagonist a few too many times, he found himself foolishly antagonizing him, only to be ruthlessly subdued in return. Was this premise even reasonable? To be robbed of his glory and love, his life overshadowed by that scoundrel was beyond lamentable. However, things had changed. Zhou Xian had traversed into this world, and with the pen still in his possession, he could write as he pleased. At the very least, he would first capture the female lead and deal with the male lead. Then, he would lie back and enjoy the good life. Although he need not think with his lower mind. His 6 senior sisters and Qing Ning Yao were undeniably alluring. To be frank, any normal man would inevitably find himself contemplating such matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man radiating authority wore a look of terror. After a long pause, he stammered, "Yao Yao, who exactly told you about these matters?" Chapter 7. The Great Daoan Conflict, the strong survive while the weak perish, within the Qingyu dynasty. Upon perusing the subsequent entries in the diary, Qing Ningyao's eyes were filled with an unprecedented astonishment. Over the years, her father, the emperor, had actually been consuming his own essence to sustain the operation of the Grand Array within the imperial palace. It is well understood that one's essence is the lifeblood of a cultivator. Without it, one cannot advance in cultivation, especially after surpassing the 6th rank of the Eternal Realm. Whether in the Golden Body Realm or the Qi Manipulation Realm, the support of one's essence is indispensable. The realms include Golden Body Realm, Qi Manipulation Realm, Void Ascension Realm, Ethereal Realm, Divine Union Realm, Myriad Laws Realm, Pseudo-Myriad Laws Realm, True Myriad Laws Realm, Law Manipulation Realm, Law Manipulation Realm, True Law Manipulation Realm, Void Breaking Realm, and Essence Realm. As of now, the Qing Emperor had already attained the status of a Divine Union expert, a sovereign unparalleled throughout the ages, commanding a domain of heaven and earth. Apart from the ancestral treasures and artifacts, his innate talent had no equal in the Qingyu dynasty. The Qing Emperor had long since stepped into the Divine Union realm, making him the most likely candidate among the dynasty's emperors to reach the Myriad Laws realm. Yet, until this moment, there had been no sign of progress in his realm. Across the dynasty, had it not been for the awe of the emperor's might, it is likely that many would have harbored treasonous intentions by now. Although Zhou Xian's assertions remained unverified, Qing Ningyao could not help but gasp in disbelief. Setting aside other matters, the fact that the emperor was incessantly burning his essence to maintain the operation of the Grand Array was, in her view, utterly unwarranted. Who was her father? The sovereign of a nation. If he were to falter, the Qingyu dynasty would surely crumble. Furthermore, Qing Ningyao had noted another alarming detail: the scheming of Huntu Tianhou to rebel. Huntu Tianhou had once been a paragon within the Qingyu dynasty, a figure so illustrious that only the Qing emperor could overshadow him. During the previous emperor's abdication, Huntu Tianhou had voluntarily gone to the borders to carve out his fief, never once expressing any desire for the throne, nor showing even the slightest inclination towards it. Qing Ningyao, with her astute and discerning mind, understood that the previous emperor was not a fool. Moreover, within the court, the emperor had far more supporters. Additionally, the Qing emperor's innate gifts far surpassed those of Huntu Tianhou. Huntu Tianhou was not dim-witted. Recognizing that his advantages lay elsewhere, he would not be foolish enough to confront the Qing emperor head-on. Instead, he would exhibit a facade of compliance, venture forth to establish his fief, and secretly develop his power, biding his time. The descriptions in Zhou Xian's notes indeed resonated with Huntu Tianhou's character. Contemplating this, Qing Ningyao's expression turned frosty, her eyes revealing a profound killing intent. As long as she was present, no one could threaten her father's position. Yet, the most pressing matter was to verify the contents of Zhou Xian's diary concerning the ominous entity within her. The Grand Array in the palace, and her father's consumption of essence. Without delay, Qing Ningyao rose and made her way to the Qing Emperor's palace. Before long, a towering figure came into her view. Upon seeing the Qing Emperor diligently attending to state affairs, with strands of white hair at his temples, Qing Ningyao's heart ached. For her sake, and for the sake of this ancient empire that had endured for millennia. The Qing Emperor had sacrificed so much. Yaoer, what brings you here? Upon noticing Qing Ningyao, the Qing Emperor immediately set aside his work, and a hint of fatigue was replaced by a gentle smile. Despite being an emperor, he had known only one woman throughout his life. His beloved wife had passed away, leaving him with only Qing Ningyao. Naturally, the Qing Emperor held her in deep affection. Observing the Qing Emperor before her, devoid of any pretense, revealing the pure aspect of a father, Qing Ningyao hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Father, how long do you intend to keep this from me? Upon hearing this, the Qing Emperor affectionately replied, Silly girl, what could your father possibly hide from you? Qing Ningyao fixed her gaze, unflinchingly stating, Father, can you truly keep the matter of the ominous divine phoenix within me hidden from me? Upon hearing the mention of the ominous divine phoenix, the Qing Emperor's expression visibly faltered, replaced by a flicker of shock. This subtle change did not escape Qing Ningyao's keen observation. Noting her father's shift in demeanor, she realized that the claims made by that individual were likely true. The Qing Emperor let out a soft sigh, then spoke with a hint of resignation, Yaoer, I did not expect you to perceive it. He continued, The reason I have kept you within the palace all these years is due to my concern that this ominous threat might suddenly erupt, leaving me unable to protect you." After saying this, the Qing emperor feigned a light-hearted tone, jesting, "You are simply too clever. There has been little that I could hide from you since you were young. The ominous entity within you is of innate origin. While I cannot eradicate it yet, there are ways to manage it. Over the years, I have devised some methods, and I believe it will not be long before we can suppress that ominous force completely. Once that is accomplished, you will be free to roam the world as you please." The Qing emperor's eyes sparkled with warmth, embodying a father's love. However, the more she witnessed this, the heavier Qing Ningyao's heart felt. She was now nearly certain that the contents of Zhou Xian's diary were indeed true. The existence of the ominous entity within her was something she herself had not known, yet Zhou Xian had described it with such clarity. "Father, could it be that the burning of your essence to maintain the operation of this grand array within the palace is also a method? Is it truly worth exchanging your life for your daughter's?" As she spoke these words, tears glistened in her eyes. Even the normally icy Qing Ningyao found it difficult to contain her emotions at this moment. The Qing emperor had truly sacrificed so much for her. In the grand scheme of the Tao, the strong survive while the weak perish. For a chance at fortune, some would betray their masters, while others would turn against their kin, all in the pursuit of standing atop the pinnacle of the Tao. Yet, the Qing emperor was willing to burn his essence, all to carve out a sliver of hope for her. Upon hearing Qing Ningyao's words, the Qing emperor's face was etched with astonishment. Qing Ningyao knew that her father had anticipated the existence of the ominous entity, as that beast would inevitably erupt. However, how could she have known about the grand array within the palace? Especially regarding her father's consumption of essence. These matters were known to no one else aside from the covert guardian she had raised. Realizing this, a glimmer of killing intent surfaced in the Qing emperor's eyes. The guardian was someone the Qing emperor had trained for Qing Ningyao, intending for him to risk his life for her when the ominous force erupted. The task of this guardian was to protect Qing Ningyao. Yet, before he had handed the guardian directly over to her, the guardian's actions now seemed to the Qing emperor nothing less than betrayal. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Finally, the Qing emperor's expression turned serious as he asked, "Yaoer, who informed you of these matters?" Beside him, Qing Ningyao's expression hardened with determination, evidently suppressing her shock. "Zhou Xian of the Jiuyang sect," she replied. Upon hearing this name, the Qing emperor's gaze sharpened. The Jiuyang sect was a prominent sacred place within the Kushuan domain, home to countless powerful individuals. Among them was Wu Ding, the master of the Qing Xian Peak, who was even more renowned than the sect leader himself. The level of his cultivation remained a mystery to this date. It was known that a century ago, when a major sacred place invaded the Jiuyang sect's gates, Wu Ding had single-handedly slain 3 experts of the ethereal realm and an elder of the divine union realm with a mere gesture. From that battle onward, Wu Ding's name became synonymous with invincibility in the Kushuan domain. It was said that he accepted disciples not based on their innate talents, but rather on his personal preference. Yet, to date, he had only taken in 7 disciples, among whom was the lone male disciple. Zhou Xian. Noticing the contemplative expression on the Qing emperor's face, Qing Ningyao could not help but inquire, "Father, do you know that fellow?" Qing Ningyao was filled with curiosity about Zhou Xian, who had been reborn from the 3 lives coffin. In a world filled with countless unbelievable phenomena, even she found it hard to accept the notion of rebirth. Such a feat would require defiance against the very currents of time, and Qing Ningyao was uncertain what level of power one would need to achieve such a monumental act. Furthermore, this person claimed to be her Tao companion. How could she possibly be his Tao companion without having met him? While she outwardly denied it, in her heart, Qing Ningyao had already accepted this notion with a high degree of belief. As evidenced by the faint blush that had crept across her cheeks, the Qing emperor, discerning his daughter's unusual demeanor, chuckled. "I can only say that I know him halfway." Upon hearing this, Qing Ningyao furrowed her brows in confusion. Evidently struggling to grasp the meaning behind her father's words, sensing her bewilderment, the Qing emperor continued, "I know him, but whether he knows me is another matter entirely." This seemingly simple statement stirred considerable turmoil within Qing Ningyao's heart. Her father knew him, yet he did not know her father. It was well known that the Qing emperor, as a divine union expert, had already established a formidable reputation across the continent. Yet, to hear that the individual from the Jiuyang sect did not recognize her father? In other words, Zhou Xian's reputation far surpasses that of the emperor father. After a moment of contemplation, The Azure Emperor continued, Zhou Xian hails from the Zhuyang sect, and Wu Ding of the Zhuyang sect is likely known to Yao Yao as well. Zhou Xian's renown, however, is not significantly inferior to that of Wu Ding. In fact, within a decade, Zhou Xian's fame may well eclipse that of Wu Ding. Listening intently, Qing Ningyao's curiosity about Zhou Xian deepened. What manner of person could elicit such high praise from the Emperor Father? It is known that the Azure Emperor possesses an eye for talent that is exceedingly discerning. For anyone to be mentioned in his esteemed presence is a testament to their extraordinary capabilities. It was evident that this was the first time Qing Ningyao had heard the Azure Emperor speak of someone in such a manner. The realm of Kuan Xian is filled with innumerable prodigies, the likes of which are seldom seen throughout the ages. Yet, these so-called geniuses pale in comparison to Zhou Xian. Mid-sentence, the Azure Emperor's gaze shifted abruptly to Qing Ningyao, and he remarked, at merely 20 years of age, he has already entered the 6th rank of the Eternal Realm. My dear Yao, what do you think of such a person? Upon hearing the mention of the 6th rank of the Eternal Realm, Qing Ningyao's mind momentarily went blank. Notably, this achievement was reached before the age of 20. Although she herself bore the burdens of great misfortune, she had, to some extent, been able to draw upon a trace of the divine phoenix's essence for her cultivation. Within the Qingyu dynasty, she was renowned among the younger generation, her talents being formidable in comparison to the current Azure Emperor. Yet, she had only just attained the 4th rank of the Internal Strength Realm at her own tender age of 20. In contrast, Zhou Xian had already reached the 6th rank of the Eternal Realm at the same age. As a fellow cultivator, Qing Ningyao understood all too well the immense sacrifices required to ascend through each realm. She could scarcely fathom how Zhou Xian achieved such an extraordinary feat. Who exactly was Zhou Xian? Was he human or some otherworldly being? Naturally, Qing Ningyao held no doubts regarding the Azure Emperor's words. There was no reason for him to deceive her over such matters. Thus, she was genuinely astonished. She was well aware of the adage that there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Yet she had never anticipated that such extraordinary individuals could exist to this degree. The thought that she might be destined to be his companion sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Initially, she had thought him to be exaggerating, but it turned out that he had spoken the truth. Subsequently, Qing Ningyao recounted the contents of Zhou Xian's journal, albeit without revealing the existence of the journal itself. She shared only the methods for alleviating the great misfortune plaguing her body with the Azure Emperor. Upon learning that there was something capable of resolving the issues posed by the Divine Phoenix, the Azure Emperor became immensely excited, grasping Qing Ningyao's small hand and unwilling to let go. For Qing Ningyao to divulge such secrets indicated that the matter concerning the Divine Phoenix's essence was undoubtedly credible. The Azure Emperor promptly issued orders to retrieve the Divine Phoenix's essence from the auction house at any cost. Even after giving his commands, he still felt uneasy and contemplated going in person, only to be halted by Qing Ningyao, who proceeded to inform him about the situation regarding Hun Tianho. I have indeed been aware of Hun Tianho's circumstances. However, due to our shared origin and the absence of any signs of betrayal over the years, I have allowed him to remain. Given his intentions, I shall not let him off lightly. The Azure Emperor's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting dramatically to reveal the true majesty of an emperor. Realizing that her father had taken notice of Hun Tianho's affairs eased Qing Ningyao's concerns significantly. According to the Azure Emperor's nature, he would either choose not to pursue the matter or, should he decide to act, it would result in imperial wrath, spilling blood across the land. Upon returning from the Azure Emperor's palace, Qing Ningyao eagerly opened the journal to discover what would transpire next. Given Zhou Xian's exceptional nature, would she still be by his side as he journeyed ahead? Yet, as she unfurled the golden scroll, she found no further words flowing across its surface. This sight stirred an unusual sense of urgency within the typically composed Qing Ningyao. What has happened? Why has he ceased writing? Was he not reborn from the 3 lives coffin? What transpired after his rebirth? What occurred after he left the Qingyu dynasty? Clutching the golden scroll, her mind was flooded with countless unanswered questions. In the past, she would have been diligently cultivating at this hour. But now she found herself distracted. Meanwhile, within the Zhuyang sect, Zhou Xian's breath quickened upon witnessing the system's rewards. This is absurd. It's merely a journal. The rewards shouldn't be so lavish. Chapter 9. The Innate Chaos Dao Embryo. The 10,000 Zhang Golden Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining trust points. The trust level of the journal holder, Qing Ningyao, has increased, accumulating 10 points, reaching 1 star. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 1-star trust level with 2 journal holders. The host may claim rewards. Would you like to accept? Within Qingxian Peak, the system's voice echoed repeatedly. Upon hearing it, Zhou Xian licked his lips, having written for so long. The rewards had finally arrived. He focused his thoughts and silently declared, "Claim the rewards, ding, claim successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 body-shaping pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Emperor's secret technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate Chaos Dao embryo, can be evolved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grass Character Sword technique, can be evolved. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new function, investment return. The host can receive a 10,000-fold return on investments made." The system's voice continued to resonate in Zhou Xian's mind. Though mechanical, to him, these words were delightful to hear. The rewards he had received this time were beyond mere delight. They were positively life-altering. Zhou Xian forcefully suppressed the excitement within him, quickly organizing his newfound treasures. First was the body-shaping pill, and not just 1, but 3. The body-shaping pill was a sacred pill. Even a single one could allow a cultivator of the Eternal Realm to unconditionally step into the Golden Body Realm and achieve the Golden Body Fruit position. Zhou Xian understood that reaching the 6th rank of the Eternal Realm was sufficient to stand out among peers, yet on the vast continent, it merely marked the beginning of martial arts. Only by transcending the 6th rank and entering the Golden Body Realm could one be considered to have truly entered the fold of the Grand Path. Yet how many individuals, throughout their lives, could only remain stagnant at the 6th rank? Now, with the body-shaping pill in his possession, Zhou Xian found the prospect of advancing to the Golden Body Realm exceedingly attainable. The next reward, the Thunder Emperor's secret technique, was the complete inheritance of one of the 10 fiends. The Thunder Emperor.it represented the supreme essence of thunder. Moreover, it was a complete transmission of the secret technique, encompassing numerous formidable techniques such as the 9 Heavens Cataclysm, Thunder Punishment, Thunderstorm Transcendence, and Thunder Emperor's Finger. Each one, if revealed, would be enough to drive people to madness, and now, he could possess it in its entirety. As for the innate Chaos Dao embryo, it could evolve into the innate Chaos Dao embryo divine body. This divine body was the foremost among the 10 ancient divine bodies, surpassing even Zhang Yun's mystic spirit divine body. It could be said that the innate Chaos Dao embryo was one of Zhou Xian's greatest gains at present. With a single thought, the innate Chaos Dao embryo began to merge slowly into his body. Feeling the tumultuous energy surging within him, Zhou Xian's breath quickened. What a delight! Approximately 3 hours later, Zhou Xian could not help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed, the joy of having a fortuitous encounter was beyond imagination. From now on, as long as he lay back and penned in his journal, fabricating tales, he could ascend effortlessly without the need for arduous cultivation. After all, the mere presence of the innate Chaos Dao embryo had fundamentally transformed his constitution. In that fleeting moment of integration, his bones shimmered with a hue, while a layer of black impurities appeared on his skin's surface. Zhou Xian understood that these were the remnants of impurities being forcefully extracted from his body by the Dao embryo. Now, his corporeal form was entirely in a state of purity, a pristine body, a rarity in this world. This pristine body was also referred to as the minor divine body. The reason was simple. A pristine body offered remarkable efficacy in cultivation, yielding results with half the effort. Reflecting on these accomplishments, Zhou Xian's throat grew dry. The achievements he had garnered in just a short span would likely remain unattainable for many throughout their lives. Furthermore, the Grass Character Sword technique, when compared to the Thunder Emperor's secret technique, far surpassed it. This was due to the fact that the Grass Character Sword technique had an additional evolutionary aspect encapsulated in 3 concise characters. These 3 characters, seemingly inconsequential, distanced the Grass Character Sword technique from the Thunder Emperor's secret technique by a significant margin. The Grass Character Sword technique was the complete inheritance of the 9-leaf sword grass, one of the 10 fiends and ranked among the 3 great sword techniques of antiquity. Its formidable might could sever the fabric of time and space, cleaving through the cosmos. Moreover, the Grass Character Sword technique could evolve into the Grass Annihilation Sword technique, whose power was assuredly greater than that of the Grass Character Sword technique. The final enhancement is the investment return feature introduced by the system. To put it plainly, Zhou Xian can initiate investments with others, and regardless of the success of these investments, he will receive returns multiple times over. Naturally, the multiplier for the returns is determined by the foundational qualities of the invested party. However, if utilized adeptly, Zhou Xian could achieve an infinite influx of resources, with each return far exceeding the initial investments made. The gains from this venture have far surpassed Zhou Xian's expectations, leaving him momentarily dazed. Without hesitation, he consumed another body refinement pill. As the pill was swallowed, it transformed into a gentle energy that coursed through his limbs and bones, while Zhou Xian himself was enveloped in glimmers of golden light. Ultimately, these golden rays converged into a stream of gold that flowed into his body. Meanwhile, beneath a towering tree on Qingxian Peak, a middle-aged man with a shiny face and a plump figure rested his head on a wine gourd. Suddenly, the previously languid man sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards a secret cave within the peak. Above this cave, dark thunderclouds gathered ominously, and with a deafening boom, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a mountain descended from the heavens, immediately cleaving a significant portion of the peak away. Following the purple lightning, a torrential cascade of golden light, akin to a rushing waterfall, poured directly into the mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, the middle-aged man wore an expression of shock. As if he had encountered an unimaginable terror, with a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, exuding a powerful aura that pressed outward in all directions. At that moment, the leaders of Zhuyang's sect, including the Grand Elder, emerged from their meditative retreats. All eyes turned towards the towering brilliance that hung in the sky, and gasps of astonishment filled the air, particularly among the secluded elders, whose eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Having lived for centuries, they had never witnessed such a celestial phenomenon. The masters of Dagufeng, Hongya Peak, and Duhua Peak observed this scene with a mixture of shock, envy, and profound helplessness. Had it not been for their esteemed positions, they might have already erupted in curses, lamenting the emergence of yet another unparalleled genius from Qingxian Peak. Reflecting on their own 3,000 disciples, they recognized the flourishing lineage they represented. Yet even with such a vast number of students, they fell short compared to Zhou Xian's mere 7. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. But this was only the beginning. The subsequent revelations astonished the assembled dignitaries even further. Even the most laid-back and carefree Wu Ding felt parched and restless at this moment. A golden body of 10,000 zhong. What on earth has this youth accomplished? Chapter 10. When you gaze upon the celestial path, I am the one looking down upon you. The languid figure was none other than Wu Ding, the master of Qingxian Peak. Within Zhuyang's sect, Wu Ding occupies a uniquely special position. He never recruits disciples broadly, nor does he concern himself with sect affairs. His days are spent indulging in food and drink, reveling in leisure. Yet, even the sect leader Longyang Daoist cannot impose constraints upon him, nor does he possess the authority to do so. Typically, each peak's master is subject to specific management and evaluation protocols, such as the annual recruitment of disciples and the nurturing of talents capable of shouldering the sect's responsibilities. Masters are also required to participate in regular sect meetings. However, these regulations hold no significance for Wu Ding. For his disciples are all prodigious talents. Du Lingfei and Lu Piaoxue were the first two disciples Wu Ding took under his wing, and by the time they descended the mountain, both had already reached the 5th tier of the unceasing realm. Lu Qing'er and Lu Yuru, one wielding a willow branch and the other aspiring to establish her own faction, also descended the mountain at the same 5th tier level. As for Chu Yao, she devoted little effort to her cultivation, often preoccupied with thoughts of charming handsome men. Yet, her innate talent for cultivation surpassed that of her peers. She had climbed to the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm by the age of 25. Regarding Zhang Yun, although her progress lagged among the group, it is essential to note that she hails from the ancient and prestigious Zhang family. Being recognized as a saintess in a lineage renowned for its talented individuals signifies her future achievements will be extraordinary. In total, 7 disciples stand before Wu Ding, with the first 6 being exceptional talents, true paragons of the Kushuan domain. The last one, however, is a prodigy among prodigies, having reached the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20, an accomplishment achieved just last year. Yet, in less than a year, he is on the verge of another breakthrough. The transition from Qi transformation realm to golden body realm typically elicits celestial phenomena in those of exceptional talent, albeit such phenomena are usually minor and fleeting. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the masses, they still hold a degree of sanctity. In the fierce competition of the great Tao, few can stir the cosmic currents with their mortal forms. Thus, these celestial phenomena are regarded with great reverence. However, upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon triggered by Zhou Xian, all present fell into a profound silence. Compared to the spectacle Zhou Xian had conjured, others' phenomena seemed trivial, akin to mere localized rain showers. A golden body of 10,000 zhong, entwined in purple lightning, hung inverted in the sky. Within 100 zhong radius of the golden body, everything was enveloped in a sacred golden light. All beings beneath this luminescence appeared to receive a form of enlightenment, gaining unparalleled opportunities. In the wake of this extraordinarily bizarre celestial phenomenon, every observer stood rooted in astonishment. All held their breath, eager to witness how far this originator of the celestial phenomenon would ascend. At that moment, within the cave, now partially cleaved by the purple lightning, a slender young figure rose, accompanied by the golden light. As the young figure soared into the air, he seemed to grasp an unparalleled opportunity in the river of time. Meanwhile, in the Donghuang domain, within a towering pavilion suffused with imperial energy, a young man clad in azure garments wore a grave expression as he gazed at the golden light faintly emanating from the east. The azure-clad youth could not help but let out a long sigh. That moment, a graceful figure appeared beside him. Upon noticing her presence, the azure-clad youth remarked, "Palace Master, Zhiyang's sect has unveiled yet another remarkable individual. I wonder which peak's disciple has stirred this phenomenon." His deep, abyss-like black eyes seemed capable of penetrating through time, unveiling all the world's mysteries, revealing the formidable nature of the azure-clad youth. Yet, even so, upon the woman's arrival, he instinctively took half a step back, clearly aware that her standing far surpassed that of this unfathomably powerful man. This retreat was a silent gesture of respect from a subordinate to a superior. The enchanting woman's gaze remained tranquil, and after a protracted silence, she softly spoke, "It is my junior brother who has ascended." The woman was none other than Lu Yuru, Zhou Xian's fourth senior sister. At this moment, Lu Yuru's demeanor was calm, almost eerily so, and though she could not see the current state of Zhiyang's sect, her tone conveyed unwavering certainty that this celestial phenomenon emanated solely from Zhou Xian. No one else could have summoned such a spectacle. Elsewhere in the Kushuan domain, a young man abruptly halted his steps, gazing at the specks of golden light in the sky with a grave expression. Truly worthy of being a sacred ground for cultivation, Zhiyang's sect has birthed yet another extraordinary figure. The young man's eyes brimmed with yearning, a desire to trample all geniuses beneath his feet. At that moment, the spatial ring on his hand flickered slightly, and an aged figure materialized before him. Observing the rare golden light, the elder could not help but sigh. A golden body of 10,000 zhong. Such a celestial phenomenon is indeed unprecedented in a millennium. Master, I wish to join Zhiyang's sect. I intend to use this individual as a stepping stone on my path to greatness. One day, I will stand atop this continent. With that, the young man slowly withdrew his gaze. His cultivation talent was on par with anyone else's. From a small town to this point, he had not hesitated to eliminate countless so-called geniuses. Yet, upon hearing the young man's words, the elder discreetly sighed. The path of the great Tao may lead to the slaying of the proof of the Tao, but ultimately, it is merely the lowest path. Zhiyang's sect's approach of embodying the Tao and transforming into the Tao represents the superior path among the 5 great Taos. While you seek the path, I am the path. When you gaze upon the celestial path, little do you realize, I am the one looking down upon you. Finally, the elder vanished, resigned to his fate. Had it not been for his soul nearing its final depletion, he would never have chosen this young man as his successor. Above Zhiyang's sect, the golden light gradually dissipated, transforming into a golden river that surged into Zhou Xian's body. Once all the golden light had vanished, Zhou Xian's aura surged upward, soaring into the heavens. The third tier of the golden body realm. At last, Zhou Xian exhaled a breath of relief. A single body refinement pill had propelled him into the golden body realm. Goodness, this lad has directly ascended to the golden body realm. How astonishing! He advanced to the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm just last year, and in the short span of a year, he has broken through 10 minor realms. What manner of being is this individual? Feeling the steady, mountain-like aura emanating from Zhou Xian, One cannot help but notice that not only his peers but even some elders are left feeling utterly embarrassed. In the past, during teachings, they boasted of their own prowess. But now, in comparison to this young man, the disparity is astronomical. One is soaring in the heavens while the other is buried beneath the earth. His strength is simply overwhelming. At that moment, the esteemed leader of the Jiuyang sect, Master Long Yang, ascended with a commanding presence, and with a swift motion of his hand, a mysterious golden token materialized above the heads of the onlookers. Upon beholding this token, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The master was about to confer the position of Holy Son. Chapter 11. What are you dawdling about for? Are you yearning for your senior sister? The emergence of that golden token brought forth a shock that rivaled the celestial phenomena caused by Zhou Xian. For it was the Holy Son's decree. Moreover, it was the decree of the Jiuyang sect, a prestigious holy land within the Kuxian domain, renowned across the continent. Few forces can stand shoulder to shoulder with it, and Master Long Yang is a true powerhouse of the myriad laws. The Jiuyang sect is notoriously stringent in its disciple selection. Thus, those fortunate enough to train within its confines are indeed remarkable talents. Consequently, vying for the title of Holy Son upon entering the sect is a daunting challenge. Yet, here was Master Long Yang, publicly presenting the Holy Son's decree. It is worth noting that the Jiuyang sect, with its extensive history spanning thousands of years, has a deeply entrenched foundation, and this decree had remained unclaimed for nearly 200 years. This does not imply a lack of extraordinary talents during that time. Rather, none had met the qualifications to ascend to the status of Holy Son. Master Long Yang's intention was unmistakable. By producing the Holy Son's decree at this juncture, he aimed to formally establish Zhou Xian as the Holy Son of the Jiuyang sect. At under 20 years of age and possessing the Golden Body Realm, Zhou Xian undoubtedly deserved such an honor. There was not a single dissenting voice among those present regarding Master Long Yang's decision. It is worth noting that throughout the Jiuyang sect's history, only 3 Holy Sons have emerged, each with a traceable lineage, the youngest of whom was over 30 years of age. Now, Zhou Xian stands poised to become the youngest Holy Son in the sect's history. On another peak of Qingxian, Master Wu Ding of Qingxian Peak, upon witnessing the Holy Son's decree, chuckled as he uncorked a gourd at his waist and took a hearty swig. Should Zhou Xian accept the Holy Son's decree, he could easily charm him into exchanging it for wine money, likely securing a year's worth of indulgence. However, upon seeing the Holy Son's decree, Zhou Xian's expression grew complex. It seemed he was somewhat reluctant to accept this prestigious title. After all, simply penning a diary could yield substantial rewards. Just the initial reward alone would suffice to sustain a lifetime of effort. In the future, if he could simply relax and jot down his thoughts to reap rewards, would he not effortlessly ascend the path to greatness? Indeed, the Jiuyang sect is admirable. The status of Holy Son may appear glamorous. Yet it carries with it immense responsibilities and trials. It is no small matter, as the ancient ancestors of other holy lands, who have lain in wait for many years, would undoubtedly not stand idly by while a potential threat to their foundations rises. If unable to confront him individually, they would surely conspire to overwhelm him collectively. Zhou Xian is acutely aware of this reality. As a messenger, he is well versed in the existence of formidable beings across various sections. The Jiuyang sect may be a grand holy land, but beyond it lies an unknown terror. Zhou Xian, heed my command, Master Long Yang declared, gesturing grandly as the Holy Son's decree hovered above Zhou Xian's head. Yet, Zhou Xian remained still, lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? Are you pining for your senior sister? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xian. The Holy Son's decree could only be grasped with the sect's approval. And Master Long Yang, being the previous Holy Son and now the sect's leader, held considerable authority. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Ding grasped the decree with ease, as if it posed no challenge at all. Witnessing this scene, the leaders of several other peaks could not help but be taken aback. The disciples of Qingxian Peak are all prodigies, and Wu Ding, in particular, is a true marvel. The Holy Son's decree is inscribed with temporal and spatial arrays. Yet before him, it seemed to hold no significance. In a word, it is truly terrifying. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Zhou Xian to our esteemed master. Wu Ding remarked, my disciple is naturally somewhat slow-witted. Having spent his days nestled in Qingxian Peak without encountering much of the world, he must be overwhelmed with excitement. After seizing the Holy Sun's decree, Wu Ding stuffed it into Zhou Xian's pocket, then turned to Master Long Yang with a genial smile. Upon hearing Wu Ding's words, Master Long Yang could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Wu Ding, after all, was his junior brother. The position of Holy Sun was originally meant for him, yet he had fled the mountain in a frenzy when the time came to accept it, adamantly refusing to comply in the end. Master Long Yang had been fortunate to inherit the title, becoming the third Holy Sun since the sect's founding. Now, as the fourth Holy Sun was about to emerge, Zhou Xian displayed a reluctance reminiscent of Wu Ding's own initial hesitation. Master Long Yang, however, was indifferent to such matters. The Jiuyang sect is fortunate to possess such a promising talent. If not Zhou Xian, then who? In his youth, he had been easily deceived by Wu Ding. Ultimately accepting the responsibilities of the Holy Son, it must be said, the initial prestige of being a Holy Sun was indeed impressive, but over time it became a burden. While other leaders indulged in revelry, he was toiling away. When others explored the mountains and waters, he remained tied to his duties. In truth, he had little desire to continue in this role, with a worthy successor emerging, particularly one of exceptional caliber. Master Long Yang was eager to relinquish his position. Whoever wishes to shoulder the responsibilities can do so. He was ready to be free of it. Thus, despite Wu Ding's actions being somewhat unorthodox, Master Long Yang chose not to intervene. Ultimately, the Holy Sun's decree would rest with Zhou Xian. Meanwhile, the other leaders, upon hearing Wu Ding's remarks about his disciple, felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. At merely 20 years old, possessing the golden body realm, and you dare to call this child slow-witted? Truly, it is a case of the drought-stricken while the flood victims suffer. If only we could have such a disciple. Even if he were to slap me, I would still commend his strength. Come on, you should hasten to express your gratitude to the master. Wu Ding nudged Zhou Xian with his elbow, urging him to respond. He then leaned closer and whispered, "Do you know why your master is called Master Long Yang? He possesses the favor of the Dragon's Son. If you delay any further, be wary of him taking you to the secluded grove at the back of the mountain for remedial lessons. Do not say I did not warn you. By then, when your senior sisters return to see me, you may find your chances have vanished." With that, Wu Ding discreetly stepped aside to observe the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Wu Ding's words, Master Long Yang's expression darkened. Zhou Xian cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. "I express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Master," he finally managed to say. With that, a resounding cheer echoed throughout the Jiuyang sect. Heralding the birth of the fourth Holy Son, at that moment, Zhou Xian unexpectedly turned towards Hongyi Peak. There, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in red gazed at him with curiosity. Zhou Xian could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Master Song would possess such remarkable abilities. Chapter 12. The First Investment, a Hundredfold Return. With his cultivation elevated, Zhou Xian seamlessly accepted the Holy Sun's decree. There were no formalities, yet the awe it inspired among the crowd would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Xian's gaze shifted towards Hongyi Peak, where a red-clad beauty stood quietly. This person was none other than Master Song Xiangjuan of Hongyi Peak. At that moment, Song Xiangjuan's gaze met his, and after a fleeting moment of connection, Zhou Xian chose not to linger on her any longer. Within his mind, all pertinent information about Song Xiangjuan had crystallized. Name: Song Xiangjuan. Identity: Master of Hongyi Peak. Realm: Ling Kong Realm. Opportunities or turning points: Healing. Recently, her cultivation has faced obstacles, and she urgently requires a transformation pill. She had suffered severe injuries while searching for rare treasures in the Baiduan mountain range, leaving her with lingering wounds that only a cleansing bone pill could remedy. Corruption. Due to the residual injuries and the departure of her beloved years ago, she has been left to raise her daughter, Jane Huanya, alone, leading to inner demons that have plunged her into darkness. Investment level: Level 3. Upon glimpsing Song Xiangjuan's information panel, Zhou Xian could not help but exclaim how remarkable this new system feature was. The investment function, determined by the investment level of the investee, allowed one to receive corresponding rewards. This was categorized into 10 levels, with higher levels yielding superior investment results. Song Xiangjuan, being only at level 3, clearly did not possess a sufficiently high investment rank. Yet, within this context, a shocking revelation emerged. The dazzling talent of Hongya Peak, Jin Xuanya, who ranked high in beauty within the Jiuyang sect, was, in fact, Song Xiangjuan's illegitimate daughter. Were it not for the existence of the system, Zhou Xian would scarcely have dared to imagine such a scenario. After all, in the original narrative, Song Xiangjuan was merely a minor character in the early stages, with little prominence. Naturally, Zhou Xian was oblivious to such matters. Upon examining the levels, he discerned that there was little investment value here. Song Xiangjuan held a respectable position within the Zhuyang sect, being the master of a peak. Trivial favors would not suffice for a woman of her stature. Subsequently, Zhou Xian's gaze shifted to the side of Song Xiangjuan, where Jin Xuanya stood. Jin Xuanya was the only closed-door disciple taken in by Song Xiangjuan, and it could be said that this arrangement was a means for Song Xiangjuan to protect her. This was rather straightforward. Securing Jin Xuanya would be akin to having leverage over Song Xiangjuan. This divorced woman, outwardly proud, harbored a tender heart. Name: Jin Xuanya. Identity: chief disciple of Hongye Peak, illegitimate daughter of Master Song Xiangjuan. Realm: 4th grade harmonization realm. Opportunities or fortunes: advancement. Stalled at 4th grade harmonization realm for too long. A rare breakthrough requires a Qianling herb as a catalyst. Total destruction. Upon reaching the 5th grade eternal realm, originally a prodigy, she was stunned by the host's towering golden form during a daylight observation, leading to distraction during cultivation, consumed by thoughts of how to attain the golden body, ultimately succumbing to inner demons, resulting in the complete ruin of her cultivation. Investment level: Level 7. Upon viewing Jin Xuanya's information panel, Zhou Xian immediately devised a strategy. Overall, he grasped the gist of the situation. Bluntly put, his exceptional prowess had rendered Jin Xuanya, already possessing notable cultivation talent, envious, leading her to obsess over breaking through to the golden body realm. Consequently, she fell into a state of demonic distraction, resulting in the total degradation of her skills. Given this predicament, a solution presented itself. He possessed 3 body refining pills, having used one, leaving him with 2. He could readily offer one to Jin Xuanya. With her solid foundation and comprehension, coupled with the unreserved guidance from Song Xiangjuan, investing at level 7 was a surefire success. Once everyone had departed, Jin Xuanya remained lost in thought. As the system indicated, this incident had significantly impacted her. Senior sister, Zhou Xian lightly propelled himself into the air, landing beside Jin Xuanya. Her startled expression betrayed her surprise at his unexpected arrival. She hesitated before stammering, "Greetings, senior brother." Although Zhou Xian had entered later than Jin Xuanya, thus placing her above him in seniority, she was compelled to respectfully address him as senior brother due to her cultivation level. Zhou Xian's willingness to lower himself to refer to her as senior sister was indeed a rare gesture. "Senior sister, this is a body-refining pill I fortuitously obtained during my past ventures, and I wish to present it to you." As he spoke, Zhou Xian produced a beautifully crafted porcelain vial. Upon receiving the vial and inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from within, Jin Xuanya was engulfed in profound astonishment. Being the chief disciple of Hongye Peak, her discernment was naturally extraordinary. Recognizing the faint golden glow of the pill, she understood it to be the coveted body-refining pill, which could allow someone at the 6th grade realm to unconditionally step into the golden body realm. Such a pill, renowned for its extraordinary efficacy, was notoriously difficult to procure. Even within the Zhuyang sect, it was scarce. The formula for the body-refining pill had been lost for many years, and although there had been alchemical masters attempting to recreate it, they ultimately failed. Even Jin Xuanya had only seen it referenced in ancient texts. Now, Zhou Xian was presenting her with a body-refining pill, a fact that left her utterly astounded. "Does senior brother truly intend to gift this pill to me?" she inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Zhou Xian nodded affirmatively, confirming her suspicions. Upon receiving confirmation that he indeed wished to bestow the pill upon her, Jin Xuanya could scarcely contain her excitement. With the body-refining pill, she could seamlessly transition into the golden core realm in the future. Furthermore, given her cultivation talent, it was merely a matter of time before she reached the 6th grade Qi transformation realm. In essence, Zhou Xian was offering her a ticket straight to the golden body realm. "Xuanya is most grateful to senior brother Zhou. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to lend my aid." Faced with the allure of the golden body realm, it would be disingenuous to claim she was unaffected. Indeed, no one could resist such temptation, including Jin Xuanya herself. Thus, she did not feign reluctance and accepted the body-refining pill without reservation. She considered it simple. She owed Zhou Xian a significant favor, and should she prove enticing enough, she would surely repay this debt in kind. Desiring to converse further with Zhou Xian, she was taken aback when he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Jin Xuanya's heart was a tumult of emotions. Previously, she had believed herself to be the most outstanding talent within the Jiang sect. Yet Zhou Xian's emergence had revealed the vast chasm between them. However, how could someone as exceptional as Zhou Xian possibly gift her such a precious item? In that moment, Jin Xuanya shook her head, dismissing her speculative thoughts. How could someone as remarkable as Zhou Xian ever take an interest in her? Upon returning to Qingxian Peak, the system's voice chimed in just in time. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, receiving a 100-fold return in Dragon Power Pills. Upon receiving the reward, Zhou Xian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed he needed to intensify his efforts in continuing his diary entries. With rewards flowing in one after another, it was difficult not to be tempted. Chapter 13. Little Junior Brother, he bears too much. The Dragon Power Pill could elevate one's realm by 1 or even more levels in a short span, devoid of any side effects, making its value far surpass that of the body refining pill. Naturally, this was particularly relevant for stronger cultivators. In duels among top-tier experts, every move could determine victory or defeat. In combat, even the slightest misstep could lead to one's untimely demise. Should the balance be disrupted among powerful beings, it would inevitably result in one side's downfall. Thus, the Dragon Power Pill would become the crucial element to restore equilibrium. The mere fact that it bore no side effects rendered it far superior to many other pills. This pill could serve as a formidable trump card. After organizing his thoughts, Zhou Xian carefully stored the Dragon Power Pill away. This newly introduced system feature not only facilitated the cultivation of personal relationships and the manipulation of hearts, but also provided resources that were utterly tantalizing. Upon returning to Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian resumed his penmanship, preparing to fabricate diary entries. Currently, the diary copies only featured Jiang Yun and Qing Ningya, but the higher the trust level, the more substantial the rewards Zhou Xian would receive. Having broken through to the Golden Body Realm, it appeared that significant progress had been made. Achieving the Golden Body Realm at merely 15 years of age was unexpected, considering this breakthrough came a full 5 years earlier than anticipated. To think it would take until 20 to reach the Golden Body Realm was rather embarrassing. Perhaps it was due to my exhaustion that I found myself unfit for cultivation. In the battle of the Great Tao, I may find it increasingly difficult to reach the end of the darkness. Sigh. It's no surprise. Before time immemorial, my dear friends had fallen one after another. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun's aura had undergone a striking transformation, her stunning visage devoid of any trace of illness. Conversely, a hint of the coldness of a formidable warrior graced her delicate features. Just a few days ago, she had only recently broken through to the 5th grade Eternal Realm, yet now, she was on the cusp of the 6th grade Qi Transformation Realm. This was precisely the terrifying advantage brought forth by the Xinling Divine Body. Had she not glimpsed Zhou Xian's diary, Jiang Yun would have been oblivious to her current state. Upon noticing the new lines of text on the golden scroll, her anticipation grew as she eagerly continued to read. What? Little Junior Brother has actually broken through to the Golden Body Realm. Upon reading the first line, Jiang Yun's expression froze, disbelief washing over her. But soon, she found solace in the realization. With her junior brother's extraordinary talent, it was entirely reasonable for him to achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Body Realm at this age. However, as she continued to read, her heart sank. The initial thrill of discovering the diary's contents was swiftly overshadowed by its revelations. Perhaps I am simply too exhausted and unfit for cultivation. In the struggle for supremacy of the Great Tao, I may find it increasingly difficult to touch the edge of darkness. Gazing at the row of golden characters, Jiang Yun found her heart inexplicably sinking to the depths of despair. In her recollection, Zhou Xian had always been exceptionally gifted, a youth brimming with charisma, perfectly suited to his vibrant spirit. Yet, between the lines, Jiang Yun discerned a hint of despondency in her junior brother. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally exhaled softly, a breath of clear air escaping her lips. Within her lively eyes, there lingered an indescribable sorrow. Perhaps the junior brother, whom she had not seen for many years, was now so affected by each word that it could sway his very emotions. Engaging in discourse with the goddess Lu, traversing the seas of realms with Huang and battling fiercely against the ruthless great emperor. She pondered how her junior brother once stood invincible before the world. However, on his path to invincibility, he bore an overwhelming burden. The mere thought of this caused an inexplicable ache in Jiang Yun's heart. Her junior brother carried so much weight, yet as his companion on this journey, she could offer no relief whatsoever. What transpired next? As she continued to read, the diary abruptly ceased upon revealing her name. Jiang Yun's curiosity deepened. What had happened before the ancient times as friends and loved ones fell one by one? What about me? What had occurred? Would I still be by my junior brother's side? Why did the narrative cease so suddenly? Upon seeing her name, the text fell silent, leaving Jiang Yun's heart racing like ants on a hot pan. She yearned to uncover what came next, yet repeated readings failed to unveil further details. Moreover, she observed with keen attention that in the diary, Zhou Xian often referred to her as Shiji, senior sister, but here, he addressed her as Yuner. Yuner! Jiang Yun envisioned Zhou Xian slowly recalling memories. With each recollection, it was as though the passage of time carved deep scars upon his heart. This pain was not of the flesh but rather a haunting reminder of time's passage. The ache of solitude when one turns back to find no one by their side. As she gazed at the abruptly halted diary, Jiang Yun gradually relinquished her urgency. Silently, she remained beside the golden scroll, as if wishing to accompany Zhou Xian in this manner. Her junior brother must be in great pain now. After a brief interval, the golden scroll finally shimmered with light once more. Hastily, Jiang Yun looked on, and her wish was fulfilled as she beheld the continuation of the narrative. That was the moment I least wished to recall. The arrival of the supreme life, sweeping across the heavens, in that unparalleled turmoil. My dear friends fell one after another. Yuner, my senior sister and beloved, from our humble Zhuyang sect, we ventured through the realms hand in hand, encountering countless perils along the way, yet we persevered together. But amidst that chaos, even I could hardly withstand the supreme life in the end. For my sake, Yuner fused herself into fragments of time, forcefully completing my temporal laws, enabling me to successfully halt the supreme upheaval. That battle raged for 100 years, and when I looked back after a century, I found only emptiness behind me. Before me lay a shroud of darkness. As Yuner departed, she told me that as long as I reached out to grasp time, she would be able to visit me within its flow. Yet, despite my mastery over the passage of time, every attempt left me gasping for breath amid the murky art. Yuner, she deceived me for the first time. Why would she not come to see me, even for a moment? I wielded control over time, but could not hold onto Yuner. You have completely departed, leaving behind only the desolate air. Chapter 14. My little cotton-padded jacket has a heartthrob. As Jiang Yun read the diary's content, her eyes blurred with tears. Each small character seemed to intensify her junior brother's pain. It was difficult for her to fathom the sensation of watching loved ones depart one by one. Perhaps she would never truly understand this anguish. Upon reaching the final line, a single crystalline tear fell onto her delicate hand. You have completely departed, leaving behind only the desolate air. Upon reading this line, Jiang Yun could no longer suppress her emotions. A tear slipped down, and she attempted to divert her gaze. Yet the diary seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing her eyes back relentlessly. If only she could rush to her junior brother's side right now, to be with him. Though in every aspect she felt inadequate compared to him, silently standing by his side might alleviate some of his suffering. She truly longed to return and see what her junior brother was like now. Perhaps the weariness on his face was a mark that time could not erase. Speaking of which, since her family had brought her back, it had been many years since she last visited Zhuyang sect. She had nearly forgotten the visage of her junior brother. Within the Qingyu dynasty, Qing Ningyao perused the diary's contents, falling into deep contemplation. Her feelings at this moment were perhaps not much better than Jiang Yun's. Moreover, after previous discussions, she believed Zhou Xian's diary was not mere fabrication. She was indeed his companion. Had this been before, Qing Ningyao might have dismissed it, but now, she felt an irresistible urge to offer Zhou Xian something, even if it were merely a word of comfort. She, as his partner, had always been by his side. Yet now she was far away in the depths of the palace, silently observing Zhou Xian's helplessness and despondency. This fellow must be putting on a brave front. Qing Ningyao sighed softly, a hint of reproach flickering across her delicate face. She knew Zhou Xian was a peerless genius, a rarity among millions. Her own status was extraordinary, destined to become the first empress of the Qingyu dynasty, and naturally, she was someone with lofty aspirations. Zhou Xian, without a doubt, was her ideal partner. Coincidentally, in the previous life, she was his companion. This invisible emotional bond made Qing Ningyao care for Zhou Xian far more than she had anticipated. Upon reading the lines of text, Qing Ningyao felt both heartache and anger. She did not want that fellow to be so burdened. It was his fate. He could have slipped into the river of time, ignoring these matters, yet he chose otherwise. Qing Ningyao muttered to herself, reproaching him while continuing to read on. However, upon finishing, she noticed something amiss. Why were there only accounts of him and Jiang Yun? What of me? Am I not your partner? Where have I gone? You fool. Why are you so engrossed in reminiscing about that woman? Am I not here? What became of us after? When you battled the supreme life, was I not by your side? I could never abandon you. Having read through, yet finding no mention of herself, Qing Ningyao sighed deeply, pouting her lips. An unspoken jealousy began to brew within her heart. She could see the entirety of the diary's content, and thus knew that Zhou Xian had more than one partner. According to Zhou Xian, he had entered the Golden Body realm at merely 15 in his previous life, 5 years earlier than in this life. Such an astonishing individual would undoubtedly attract many women, yet Qing Ningyao was indifferent to this. His excellence was enough for her. Being by his side was sufficient. But why, until now, did he continue to speak of his affairs with Jiang Yun? Did he love Jiang Yun more than he ever loved me? The thought only fueled Qing Ningyao's discontent. She was also quite remarkable, after all. She could not possibly be inferior to Jiang Yun. The diary's content fell into a temporary pause, and Qing Ningyao patiently awaited the next installment. She believed that Zhou Xian would surely remember her. Not long after, the diary's content changed once more. As she resumed reading, Qing Ningyao lay on her bed, engrossed in the pages. That moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a beautiful palace maid stood at the threshold, respectfully announcing, "Princess, His Majesty requests your presence for dinner." Thanks to Qing Ningyao, or rather Zhou Xian, the crisis within the Qingyu dynasty had quietly dissipated. More importantly, following Zhou Xian's prescribed methods, coupled with the Qing Emperor's protective presence, Qing Ningyao had successfully suppressed the great calamity within her. With the great calamity no longer a concern, the Qing Emperor no longer needed to laboriously maintain the palace's grand formation. On the contrary, she had turned misfortune into fortune, obtaining the mysterious celestial phenomenon and gaining a source of replenishment. She believed it would not be long before she could step into the realm of myriad laws. In these days, the Qing Emperor was in high spirits, hosting banquets for his trusted ministers, of course, not forgetting his treasured daughter. Thus, he specially arranged a feast to enjoy a meal with his beloved daughter. "I won't eat." Then, lying on the bed, Qing Ningyao, without a moment's hesitation, promptly rejected the idea of having a meal, exclaiming that it was far more crucial to peruse her husband's diary instead. Surely, he must have remembered her this time, and they would undoubtedly share a deep affection in the future. However, the contents of the diary were only visible to its owner, the maid at the door. Noticing Qing Ningyao gazing dreamily at the pillow, was momentarily perplexed by the situation. Serving under the emperor, she had indeed heard whispers of recent events in the Qingyu dynasty. Could it be that the princess was overwhelmed with excitement over these happenings, leading to her current state of foolishness? With this thought, the maid dared not delay and felt compelled to report to the Qing emperor swiftly. If anything were to happen to the princess, they would all become her funeral accompaniments. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the Qing emperor was instantly engulfed in panic. After enduring countless hardships to arrive at this moment, he could not allow anything to befall his beloved daughter. Without regard for the noble officials present, he hastily summoned the imperial physician and made his way to Qing Ningyao's residence in a frantic rush. Along the way, all notions of regal composure vanished from his mind. His thoughts were solely consumed by Qing Ningyao. Before long, the Qing emperor arrived at his daughter's door. Rather than barging in, he pressed his ear against the entrance to listen for any sounds within. The moment he did, he was nearly struck dead by the revelation. "My little cotton-padded jacket, she has a crush." Chapter 15. "Are you going to find your little lover? Stinky Zhou Xian, why haven't you remembered me yet? Can you even recall my existence?" Inside the room, Qing Ningyao could only vent her frustrations by striking the pillow. After eagerly awaiting an update in the diary, she found no mention of herself, but rather an incessant repetition of Yuner, which was exceedingly intimate. If previously Qing Ningyao was merely simmering in jealousy, now the jealousy had spilled over completely. With every utterance of stinky Zhou Xian, she struggled to contain herself, resolutely telling herself not to look, knowing that the wretched man would not remember her at all. Yet, the more she tried to suppress her curiosity, the more irresistible it became. Ultimately, she could only scold him as she read on. If Zhou Xian were to witness Qing Ningyao's reaction, he would surely be both amused and bewildered. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a reader chastising an author, alternating between reading and reprimanding, only to continue reading once more. At the door, the Qing emperor, eavesdropping on the commotion within, deduced the reason behind Qing Ningyao's earlier foolish smile without needing to enter. Just days prior, she had inquired about Zhou Xian, and now, with her incessant calling of his name, the outcome was unmistakable. His daughter's heart had undoubtedly been captured by that young man. However, the Qing emperor was curious. His daughter had never left the palace, and the holy land of Zhuyang sect was leagues away. How could they possibly know each other? Why would she be so infatuated with him? Did Zhou Xian somehow reside within the palace? The thought sent a shiver down the Qing emperor's spine, for if he were indeed in the palace, where else could he stay but in his daughter's quarters? Such contemplations were too chilling to dwell upon, as some matters simply did not bear scrutiny. How could Qing Ningyao possess such knowledge, and ultimately, she had divulged that all of it came from Zhou Xian. With this in mind, the Qing emperor felt justified in harboring suspicions. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly bursting into her room, respecting her privacy. He gently knocked on the door, and a somewhat impatient voice responded from within. I already said, I'm not going. Feeling somewhat awkward, the Qing emperor rubbed his nose and softly replied, Yaoer, it is I. Father Emperor. Upon hearing her father's voice, Qing Ningyao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly opened the door. As soon as the Qing emperor entered, he expanded his consciousness to sweep the room. But aside from Qing Ningyao, there was no one else present. He was confident that no matter how extraordinary Zhou Xian might be, he could not evade the perception of his consciousness. Although he found no one, the displeased expression on Qing Ningyao's face suggested that she had recently experienced some unpleasantness. After surveying the surroundings, the Qing emperor slowly inquired, Yaoer, what troubles you? In response, Qing Ningyao shook her head, saying, I have no appetite. I shall not dine. Upon hearing this, the Qing emperor waved his hand, dismissing the attendants. Once they were alone, he gently spoke, Yaoer, tell your father the truth. Zhou Xian. Is he here? Although he did not grasp the entire situation, the Qing emperor felt compelled to ask. It was entirely normal for a young girl to have a crush, and if Qing Ningyao liked Zhou Xian, that too was perfectly reasonable. In fact, the Qing emperor would welcome such a union, for both Zhou Xian's identity and strength were commendable. The Qingyu dynasty had endured for millennia, its heritage rivaling that of the holy land of Zhuyang sect. A match between the two families would indeed be fitting. Moreover, if his daughter could truly be with Zhou Xian, it would undoubtedly mean securing a fine son-in-law. With such accomplishments at a young age, Zhou Xian's future was bound to exceed even his own. Thus, entrusting his daughter to him would instill great confidence in the Qing emperor. However, he felt it necessary to take care in matters of marriage, especially since Qing Ningyao's mother had passed away early and he had raised her alone. He must ensure her well-being. Upon hearing her father's words, Qing Ningyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly feigned anger, saying, Father Emperor, what are you saying? How could I possibly bring a grown man into my room? If you think too much, I shall become angry. She shook her head vigorously, vehemently denying the suggestion, though her words claimed otherwise. In her heart, she longed to invite that man into her room, where she could firmly grasp his ear and demand to know why he was perpetually preoccupied with his senior sister. Always thinking of Yuner, yet neglecting his Yaoer. If his answer displeased her in the slightest, she would bite his arm. After all, she could not allow him to have it too easy, lest her earlier anger be in vain. Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, Qing Ningyao kept them to herself. What young girl does not harbor a crush? Yet, to vocalize such feelings would be somewhat shameful. Observing Qing Ningyao's demeanor, the Qing emperor noted that when he had questioned her earlier, She had not outright denied Zhou Xian's presence. She simply had not admitted to bringing him in. It dawned on him that his daughter's heart was secretly inclined towards that young man from Zhuyang sect. The thought sent the Qing emperor into a slight reverie. If his daughter were to marry and move to the distant Zhuyang sect, what would he do? He originally intended to learn more about Zhou Xian, eager to discover how the two had come to know one another. Yet, the Qing emperor hesitated, ultimately deciding against it, primarily because Qing Ningyao had not permitted him to inquire further. Father Emperor, I wish to go out for a stroll. After chatting casually for a while, when the Qing emperor prepared to take his leave, Qing Ningyao finally found the courage to voice her desire. To this, the Qing emperor was not surprised. Having grown up in the palace without ever stepping outside, it was only natural for her to wish to explore now that all matters had been resolved. Go ahead. I shall send someone to ensure your safety. You have endured much these years. The Qing emperor's expression softened with affection. He had always granted Qing Ningyao's requests without hesitation. However, what Qing Ningyao said next nearly caused the Qing emperor to choke in disbelief. What do you mean, going out to play? You are going to find your little lover, aren't you? Chapter 16. Isn't it your senior sister who is returning to help you loosen your skin? Upon hearing that Qing Ningyao wished to take a stroll, the Qing emperor felt a surge of joy, even beginning to plan her itinerary in his mind. However, her subsequent words plunged the old father's heart into despair. Father Emperor, I want to visit Zhuyang's sect. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Ningyao finally articulated her thoughts. Once a skeptic of Zhou Xian, she had ultimately become his most ardent believer. Her demeanor was a paradox. Cold and distant to strangers, yet warm and lively around those familiar to her, embodying the essence of youthfulness that captivated all. Yet when the Qing emperor heard where she wished to go, he questioned if he had misheard. Zhuyang sect? A staggering distance of 100,000 miles. Even the fastest spirit vessel would require half a month to traverse such a distance. Are you certain you merely wish to go for a stroll? This seems rather far, however. Qing Ningyao's gaze was resolute, showing no signs of jest. Indeed, she longed to step beyond the confines of her diary and seek out the one she had never met, nor even heard of until now. She was determined to find him. Before her, she intended to take a good look at what kind of person that fellow truly was. After all, the one named Zhou Xian would be the companion with whom she would traverse the path ahead. Yaoer, you have just subdued and refined that formidable beast, yet you have not fully absorbed that overwhelming energy. Should we perhaps wait a while longer before proceeding? The Azure Emperor smiled faintly, the mighty sovereign whose imperial aura none dared to provoke. Now speaking in a tone of negotiation, however, Qing Ningyao shook her head and replied, Father, I have completely mastered the energy of the great beast. There is no issue, I merely wish to go out for a stroll and see the world. She immediately grasped the Azure Emperor's hand, playfully pouting. This display was enough to melt the Emperor's heart on the spot, yet the thought that his precious daughter was going to meet an online acquaintance caused him a pang of concern. It was a pain that felt almost unbearable. In the end, the Azure Emperor could not resist Qing Ningyao's pleas and reluctantly acquiesced, but not without establishing 3 rules. The first was that once outside, she must not run amok and must heed the words of the accompanying elder. The second stipulated that her excursion could last no longer than a month, and she must return promptly when the time was up. If his foolish daughter decided to settle down there, it would be a great misfortune for him. The third point, which the emperor expressed somewhat delicately, was to ensure that Qing Ningyao took care of herself, particularly her safety as a young woman. Zhou Xian was indeed remarkable, with a future that held boundless potential, but she was his only precious daughter. They could be together later, but first, he wished to meet the family. After laying down these stipulations, the Azure Emperor left, albeit with an uneasy heart, fearing that Qing Ningyao's outing might lead to unforeseen troubles. Nothing life-threatening, but still concerning. Once the Azure Emperor had departed, the clouds of gloom that had shadowed Qing Ningyao dissipated, for she was now free to venture out. For the first time stepping beyond the palace walls, her foremost desire was to meet that fellow. She suppressed her bubbling excitement, pondering what might transpire upon their encounter. Would he recognize her? Would he be delighted to see her? Yet, she quickly shook her head, resolute. No, she could go see him, but it must be when he takes the initiative to seek her out. It would not do for her to travel thousands of miles to the Zhuyang sect only for him not to come looking for her. Furthermore, she must not allow herself to be easily swayed by him. After all the time spent perusing his diary, he had never mentioned her as a form of punishment. She would make him come to her doorstep to sincerely apologize. She could not be too forward. He was exceptional, but she was also a princess of the Qingyu dynasty and must maintain a modicum of decorum. Once she felt a sense of joy, she might allow a gentle touch of hands. But a kiss on the hand would suffice. She could not let him take advantage of her so easily. With these thoughts, Qing Ningyao found herself grinning foolishly. She then reclined back onto the fragrant couch, continuing to peruse the remaining entries of the diary. Perhaps she was still too fatigued, as she could not articulate what she wished to write. Her actions seemed so unplanned, so unlike her usual self. Oh well, it was fine to follow her whims. It felt quite liberating. After all, life ultimately leads to darkness. Whatever came to mind, she would write, and that was sufficient. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered for not having seen Yuner and Xiao Yao. That little girl, when they first met, had ignored her, but after that incident, she had become her little shadow, always wanting to be close. Thinking back, it was rather endearing. After all, that girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Had it not been for their previous interactions, she would never have known this side of her. Before long, the diary revealed her name, and a sweet smile blossomed on Qing Ningyao's face. Women are often attentive. Previously, she had felt a twinge of jealousy over Jiang Yun's change in how she addressed Zhou Xian. This time, however, his manner of addressing her had also shifted. He not only called her Xiao Yao but also referred to her as the little girl. Ah, I am his little girl. Qing Ningyao's heart fluttered, filled with both joy and nervousness, for this was the first time someone had called her that. Although Zhou Xian's words were merely written down, they filled her with delight. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, Qing Ningyao's expression turned slightly sour. Humph, how could I possibly ask that fellow for a kiss? He must be fabricating stories. The way she pouted made it seem as if Zhou Xian were right beside her, coaxing her, leading to playful banter typical of young lovers. Xiao Yao, you never seem to grow up. While she craves my protection, I know that only in front of me does she reveal this side. While before others, she is the formidable empress with unparalleled authority. Zhou Xian wrote leisurely, as the two young women read on slowly. In the ancestral land of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun had long forgotten her cultivation. Now, she had transformed into Zhou Xian's devoted reader. However, as she continued reading, Jiang Yun's mood soured. How could she have poured so much affection into him, only for him to write so little about their relationship? Now, he seemed preoccupied with Qing Ningyao. Humph, little junior brother, perhaps it's time for your senior sister to come back and give you a reality check. Chapter 17. No, don't leave me hanging here. In a diary where three individuals shared thoughts, the writer seemed unperturbed, but the readers appeared to have their own agendas. Point one was the sacred maiden of the Jiang family, and the other, a future empress. Both seemingly engaged in an unspoken rivalry. Point one had already decided to meet offline, while the other was deliberating whether or not to join. If only they had mobile phones, they would likely argue incessantly throughout the day. Yet, without such devices, they could still engage in a sort of remote dialogue, albeit at a significant cost, and neither Qing Ningyao nor Jiang Yun possessed that capability just yet. The first time I witnessed Xiao Yao displaying her imperial might was indeed due to a man. Speaking of which, that fellow remained vivid in my memory. The diary's content shifted once more, and both young women's eyes fell upon the new entries. Upon reading the latest lines, their emotions diverged sharply. Qing Ningyao's expression darkened instantly upon reading the phrase, because of a man. Could it be that she would do something to betray Zhou Xian in the future? Yet, upon introspection, she knew she was not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun felt a surge of delight at the mention of a man, thinking, now this is getting interesting. For the time being, it mattered not what transpired between Zhou Xian and Qing Ningyao. The mere thought of this unfolding drama was enough for her to savor. The man in question, named Xiao Quan, was an individual with astonishing potential and cultivation. As fate would have it, he would eventually join the Jiang sect. Xiao Quan was, in fact, the male protagonist of this narrative. Previously, a careless author had diminished Xiao Quan's intelligence to elevate his own status, thereby transforming me into a mere stepping stone for him. Reflecting on it now, Zhou Xian felt a simmering frustration. You can enjoy your success, but you cannot diminish my intelligence in the process. As the saint son of the Jiang sect, I had everything at my disposal, with no shortage of talented individuals vying for my attention. Moreover, My master was a top-tier figure, a towering presence that provided immense support. The original author, in his folly, had written my demise, with all my senior sisters falling under Xiao Quan's sway. To add insult to injury, my master Wu Ding had taken a liking to Xiao Quan's talents, adopting him as his disciple after my untimely end. Xiao Quan faced numerous dangers, all of which my master smoothed over. And witnessing that was immensely satisfying. This did not even account for the intricate web of relationships involved. Among my 6 senior sisters, 3 possessed formidable backgrounds. Just securing Zhang Yun would equate to gaining a powerful ally in the form of her father. A formidable figure in the realm. Such a prospect was unfathomable, yet all had been arranged for Xiao Quan by the author. Having transmigrated into this narrative, I was bound to relive the events that had transpired in the original story. Thus, Xiao Quan would join the Zhuyang sect and ultimately usurp my position. There was no way I would allow such a fate to befall me. After all, the pen was in my hand. And I would write the story as I saw fit, in the struggle for supremacy. If you do not treat others as stepping stones, others will eventually treat you as one. Therefore, before Xiao Quan could fully mature, I must eradicate him. If I am to be a villain, I shall embrace the role of a villain wholeheartedly. Xiao Quan, with his remarkable talents, upon joining the sect, shattered several records within its ranks. Undeniably a prodigy in cultivation, and I, envisioning the sect gaining such a genius, could foresee the Zhuyang sect balancing the forces of the continent and achieving a millennium of glory at the same time. As the saint son of the sect, both the sect leader and my master had urged me to mentor Xiao Quan. Unfortunately, Xiao Quan's pride, coupled with his humble beginnings, had led him to view slaying as the only path to validation. My admonitions fell on deaf ears, as he was consumed by thoughts of murder, deeming me unworthy of the position of the holy son of the Zhuyang sect. Before Zhou Xian could continue his writing, Qing Ningyao slammed her palm down upon the bedding, exuding an aura of chilling menace. If Zhou Xian is unworthy of the holy son's title, then what makes you think you deserve it? Qing Ningyao uttered coldly, as though the character Xiao Quan, depicted by Zhou Xian, stood before her, challenging me. I had not anticipated such audacity. In truth, I relished the prospect of such encounters in my previous life. After reaching the Golden Body Realm at the age of 15, all so-called prodigies shunned me. Daunted by my presence, I found greater appreciation for individuals like him, as it afforded me the opportunity to demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between us. Alas, even if he refrained from provoking me, upon reaching my level, I would relinquish the Holy Son title to him, for my desire was merely to spend time with the clingy little girl. Xiao that time, Xiao Quan and I established a 3-year pact, under which he would inevitably find himself beneath my feet, for the holy son of the Zhuyang sect was always intended for him. He, Xiao Quan, was the born holy son. I, too, acquiesced to his request. Subsequently, this affair rapidly spread throughout the Zhuyang sect, even catching the attention of prodigies from other sacred lands. During this period, I had often directed sect resources toward him. If he could not even reach the Golden Body Realm within 3 years, what could he possibly use to challenge me? I understood that he sought to validate his path through violence. Yet I merely wished to convey to him that the one standing at the pinnacle of his journey was none other than myself. I aimed to defeat him, to temper his character, so that he might one day shoulder greater responsibilities. Regrettably, he was far too arrogant. He was welcome to challenge me. I would even have the sect endorse such an endeavor. However, within less than a year of training, he audaciously ascended to the Little Spirit Peak, intent on a life-or-death duel with me. Amidst a throng of spectators, in the end, he could barely withstand a mere fraction of my strength. The disappointment was palpable, for his progress in a year was utterly insufficient. Such a so-called genius, in my eyes, amounted to nothing more than mediocrity. After that battle, barely clinging to life, he continued to hurl threats my way, vowing not only to kill me but also to ensure that those beside me would follow in his wake. Besides Xiao Yao and Yun Er, who else could possibly be by my side? I could overlook your ignorance, but your incompetence is unforgivable. Moreover, Xiao Quan was both ignorant and inept. Just as I was about to raise my hand to obliterate him, Xiao Yao appeared at that moment. The diary abruptly ceased at this juncture. The 2 women, engrossed in the narrative, suddenly grew anxious. No, you cannot leave it here after writing so much. Chapter 18 Himph. to seize the position of Holy Son. Do you think you have what it takes? The two women, initially wrapped in attention, became frantic upon the sudden halt of the diary's content, especially Qing Ning Yao. What happened after I appeared? What transpired once I made my entrance? Was it not said that I displayed imperial might? Yet how did I showcase such power? There was still no account of this, and Zhou Xian abruptly ceased his writing. The suspense was maddening. Even Jiang Yun shared in this sentiment. What happened after Qing Ning Yao's arrival? What became of that arrogant fellow in the end? The anticipation of seeing yet being unable to witness the events was truly excruciating. Humph! This fellow is utterly indifferent to the fates of others. In an instant, the two women, separated by vast distances, became utterly distracted. All thoughts of comprehending their cultivation were cast aside. Their foremost concern was uncovering what transpired next. The two remained glued to the golden scroll, unwilling to budge an inch. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, they would likely assume that the golden scroll concealed some extraordinary divine power. Meanwhile, at Qing Xian Peak, Zhou Xian stretched, setting aside his pen. Calculating the time, he surmised that Xiao Quan would soon seek to join the Zhiyang sect. After a brief respite, Zhou Xian resumed writing slowly upon the golden scroll. Xiao Quan's arrogance blinded him. I had initially regarded him favorably, yet he remained oblivious to the truth that even a dragon's reverse scale, when touched, invites death. That mere fraction of my strength left him grievously wounded. After he insulted my beloved, I entertained thoughts of ending his life. However, I was taken aback when Xiao Yao chose to intervene. I still vividly recall the uproar that ensued upon Xiao Yao's arrival. The so-called descent of the Nine Heavens fairy was but a trifle in comparison. Yet Xiao Yao did not exploit the moment. She bravely presented the healing elixir, the continuation of the dragon pill, for Xiao Quan to consume. This pill was immensely precious, capable of restoring one to full health in an instant. Had I not been there to exert my influence, I fear that some nefarious individuals would have attempted to seize it. Xiao Yao's intention was clear: to restore Xiao Quan to his peak condition, only so that she might personally cast him down from the pedestal he had never truly attained. Xiao Yao wished for all to recognize that Xiao Quan's ability to challenge me was a gift from me. Without it, he would not even merit a glance in my direction. Indeed, Xiao Quan could not even compare to a single woman in my company, let alone hope to challenge me. Tio considered that a woman could possess such resolve is rare. Even among men, few could rival her. Following his recovery to peak strength, it was unfortunate that he ultimately perished at Xiao Yao's hands. In that confrontation, Xiao Yao exhibited her imperial might, leaving all in attendance astounded. Sigh, the events of that time have faded into obscurity. Xiao Quan will likely soon seek to join the Zhiyang sect. With Xiao Yao absent and Yun Er away, I wonder if Xiao Quan will still dare to challenge me. Alas, it matters little. To validate one's path through violence is merely one approach. If he desires the title of Holy Son, let him have it. After all, it is but an empty title, one I no longer care for. In this new life, the struggles for supremacy over the great Tao hold no significance for me. What matters most is to savor the present moment. After all, this world is destined to collapse, and I remain powerless to alter that fate. Humph, Xiao Quan, an intriguing character. Within the Qingyu dynasty, Qing Ning Yao scoffed, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Had she been unaware of these matters, the individual named Xiao Quan would simply be a trifling jester, unworthy of her attention. Yet now, having learned of these events from Zhou Xian, Qing Ning Yao would never permit that man to thrive. According to Zhou Xian, Xiao Quan was to join the Zhiyang sect soon, and coincidentally, she was also en route to the Zhiyang sect. Perhaps she might just cross paths with him. Suddenly, Qing Ning Yao's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea, as if she had conceived a far more delightful plan. In my previous life, I had assisted Zhou Xian in thwarting that rogue Xiao Quan. It was evident from Zhou Xian's tone that he was profoundly grateful for my intervention. If I were T after giving her orders, Jiang Yun's gaze slowly retreated. In this lifetime, she vowed to be the first to slay Xiao Quan for her junior apprentice brother. Chapter 19. Qingdi old man, you are ultimately too lenient. Once all the orders were fulfilled, Jiang Yun finally felt a slight sense of relief. Having just dispatched the Xianyi Nanti, she needed to immerse herself in focused cultivation within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family for a time. Allowing her to better adapt to the Xianling divine body, Jiang Yun understood that even with her Xianling divine body, she remained worlds apart from her junior apprentice brother. the Xianling divine body simply could not bridge the gap between herself and her junior brother. From the contents of the diary, Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the burdens her junior brother would have to bear in the future. Thus, she knew she could not yet join him. She had to become even more exceptional before she could stand alongside someone so remarkable, of course, even if she could not be by her junior brother's side for the time being. It did not mean there were things she could not do. For instance, the one who sought to prove his path through killing Xiao Quan would ultimately meet his end at her hands. To kill before the Nine Yang sect seemed impossible to others. Yet for Jiang Yun, everything was within the realm of possibility. Her ancestor had a close connection with that sect, and furthermore, she had her master, Wu Ding. Wu Ding was notorious for being fiercely protective of his disciples. Regardless of right or wrong, as long as one was his student, he would shield them. Such was his straightforward and unrefined nature. With just a word from Wu Ding, even the most complicated matters could be simplified. Once arrangements were made, Jiang Yun's attention returned to the diary. Meanwhile, within the Qingyu Imperial Palace, Qing Ningyao was equally clever, matching Jiang Yun's intellect. Whatever Jiang Yun could conceive, Qing Ningyao could naturally fathom as well. Moreover, Qing Ningyao had a clear understanding of her own position. She was merely acquainted with Zhou Xian by chance, and in terms of emotional foundation or other aspects, she could not compare to her older sister Jiang Yun, who had grown up alongside him. Thus, she knew she must seize this rare opportunity. Similarly, after summoning a personal assassin, she instructed him to proceed to the Nine Yang sect and eliminate Xiao Quan before he could formally join. Afterward, he was to return with proof of the deed. The reason both women sought Xiao Quan's token was simple. Without it, how could they prove that Xiao Quan was killed by her order? Hence, that token was of utmost importance. Not long thereafter, beneath the Nine Yang sect, a weary young man found himself bewildered. He had come to seek apprenticeship, acknowledging his previous arrogance in his words before ascending the mountain. Yet, he felt it unnecessary for several experts of the Tongyu realm to come after him. On Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian stretched lazily, observing the steadily rising trust value with satisfaction on his face. The rewards from his first task were exceedingly generous, leaving him somewhat reluctant to depart from the experience. Watching the trust value climb, he anticipated that it would not be long before he could claim his reward. Reflecting on his initial experience, Zhou Xian found it a blend of reality and illusion, intricately intertwined. First suppressing, then elevating, he laid a solid foundation before directly introducing a plot from the original narrative. It would be difficult for the trust value not to rise. However, he no longer needed to adhere to such a method. Having established a foundation of trust, he could manipulate matters further. The previous writings were merely trifles. Xiao Quan was a matter that needed resolution, for he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. It was necessary to document it in the diary, if only to ease his spirit. Next, Zhou Xian would unveil something truly authentic and effective. Hun Tianhou, this individual harbored treasonous intentions, something I had not anticipated. After the battle in the Qingyu Imperial Palace, I specifically visited Hun Tianhou's residence, knowing that he had quietly amassed a wealth of resources over the years. That battle had compelled me to reveal all my hidden cards. Without them, I felt a profound lack. Accompanied by Xiao Yao, I visited Hun Tianhou's domain, and as expected, he had gathered many rare items. However, for me, these items no longer held significant value. Just when I thought I would return empty-handed, I unexpectedly acquired something utterly unforeseen within Hun Tianhou's martial pavilion, the heart of the Emperor fruit. Born with the heavens, it is said that acquiring this fruit allows even an ordinary person to cultivate Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi, mind you, even the Qing Emperor, despite his long reign and the faith of the Qingyu subjects, could only manage to cultivate a wisp of thin Emperor Qi throughout his life. Possessing Emperor Qi not only enables one to dominate a top-tier dynasty, but also allows for the infusion of heavenly will, making it a formidable asset. At the time, I could hardly believe it. Had Hun Tianhou consumed and refined the pure energy of this fruit beforehand, it would have been near impossible for Xiao Yao, even with her full might, to contend against him. Hun Tianhou was overly confident, believing he could effortlessly seize the throne, should he attain the throne and then consume the heart of the Emperor fruit. Its effects would multiply tenfold. Although the heart of the Emperor fruit is rare, perhaps even unique throughout the continent, I knew it would prove far more beneficial for Xiao Yao. After all, she would eventually lead the Qingyu dynasty to the pinnacle of ancient dynasties, compelling even the most ancient of empires to bow in submission wherever the Qingyu name was known. Indeed, in the end, I bestowed the heart of the emperor fruit upon Xiao Yao, and her future achievements would, as I anticipated, herald the emergence of a formidable empress that would shake the heavens. Time has ultimately passed too long. I wonder how that heart of the emperor fruit fares now. After reading Zhou Xian's latest diary entry, Qing Ningyao's breath quickened. The heart of the emperor fruit. She knew well what it entailed without needing much introduction. Consuming this fruit allows one to cultivate the emperor's heart and generate emperor qi. Qing Ningyao recognized that even more ancient dynasties loomed over the Qingyu dynasty. Ultimately, the seemingly dominant Qingyu dynasty was but a vassal to those ancient empires. Qing Ningyao was certain that even the slightest leak of news regarding the heart of the emperor fruit would transform the Qingyu dynasty into a battlefield for the ancient dynasties. Even the emperors of those ancient factions would likely join the fray. Emperor Qi concerns national fortune. Who would not desire to see their dynasty ascend to immortality? Thus, upon encountering this information, Qing Ningyao's mind fell into a blank state. She hurriedly tucked away the golden scroll, fearing that some formidable being might employ their powers to pry into its contents. Meanwhile, within Hun Tianho's residence, he let out a near-manic laugh. Heh, Qing Emperor. You are ultimately too lenient. Did you think that by stripping me of my cultivation, I would be at ease? Wrong. With the heart of the emperor fruit in my possession, I can reclaim everything I've lost in an instant. Chapter 20. I do wish to meet that fellow soon. Inside Hun Tianho's domain, he erupted into a fit of almost deranged laughter. Although the Qing emperor had learned of his ambitions to claim the throne, he had spared Hun Tianho's life, opting instead to strip him of his powers, rendering him a mere waste of a prince. Such actions, in Hun Tianho's view, were exceedingly naive. The Qing emperor was forever unworthy of leading the Qingyu dynasty to greater heights. The true emperor of the Qingyu dynasty should be none other than Hun Tianho himself. Fortunately, he had retained a contingency plan. With the consumption of the heart of the emperor fruit, Hun Tianho would experience a rebirth, even advancing further in power, utterly overwhelming the Qing emperor. However, just as Hun Tianho prepared to consume the heart of the emperor fruit, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above his residence. Following this, a graceful figure, accompanied by 3 haggard-looking elders, stepped forth from the rift. Judging by the elders' appearances, it was evident that the means employed to rend the space had exacted a considerable toll. The visitor was none other than Qing Ningyao, who had just gleaned the news of the heart of the emperor fruit from Zhou Xian's diary. Qing Ningyao understood precisely what the heart of the emperor fruit signified. Should Hun Tianho consume it, the consequences would be dire. Naturally, she was equally determined to obtain the heart of the emperor fruit for herself. Though she was a woman, her ambitions extended far beyond remaining a sheltered princess within the Qingyu dynasty. Upon stepping through the spatial rift, Qing Ningyao, flanked by the 3 elder figures, descended into Hun Tianho's residence. Upon seeing her, Hun Tianho's heart sank. He had an unsettling premonition that unfortunate events were on the horizon. In the past, he would have scoffed at this niece of his, dismissing her entirely. However, the situation had changed. He had already been stripped of his cultivation by the Qing emperor, and Qing Ningyao could easily eliminate him with a mere gesture. Moreover, she was accompanied by 3 formidable elders. So it is my niece Ningyao. Has my royal brother sent you? Hun Tianho cautiously concealed the heart of the emperor fruit, stepping out of his chamber to greet her. From Hun Tianho's choice of address, Qing Ningyao detected a subtle shift. Previously, Hun Tianho had only referred to the Qing emperor by title, never addressing him in such a manner. The only reason for this shift lay in Hun Tianho's desire to obscure his intentions and draw closer to her. Hoping to distract her from his ulterior motives, hand over the item. My father did not kill you out of respect for our shared bloodline, especially since you are of the same mother. Yet you must understand that I am not my father. Should I take your life, my father would not hold me accountable in the slightest. Qing Ningyao spoke without any preamble, her sole aim being the Empyrean heart fruit and the swift demise of Hun Yunho. She harbored no intention of nurturing a tiger to harm. It was only a matter of time before she seized control of Qingyu. Even without any cultivation, such a person posed a threat. Upon hearing Qing Ningyao's words, Hun Yunho stood frozen, his expression deteriorating rapidly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he did not even bother to wipe them away. Both were astute individuals, and there was no need for obfuscation. He comprehended precisely what Qing Ningyao demanded of him. Consequently, Hun Yunho found himself ensnared in an unfathomable terror, despite his years of scheming in the borderlands. He had never leaked a whisper of his intentions, and those he employed were all cultivated by his own hand, utterly loyal. Yet, the Qing emperor arrived with an army, articulating every detail of his plans with alarming precision, even uncovering evidence on the spot. Hun Yunho could not fathom how the Qing emperor had acquired such knowledge. In a world where no secrets remain hidden, he assumed someone had betrayed him. However, the Empyrean heart fruit had always been a secret known only to him. He had never uttered a word, not even to his closest confidant. Having reached this point, how could Qing Ningyao possibly be aware? Moreover, her timing was too coincidental, arriving just as he intended to consume the fruit. Hun Yunho felt as though an unseen pair of eyes in the heavens were relentlessly fixated upon him, scrutinizing his every move. Even the tiniest of thoughts as these realizations dawned upon him. Hun Yunho felt as though he were facing some unimaginable horror, staring blankly at the sky, enveloped in a profound silence. This time, he had truly lost all chance of turning the tide. Before Hun Yunho could utter a word, a hand sliced through his heart with lethal precision. The strike emerged from his back, blood cascading from his hand, still steaming. The scene unfolded so abruptly that even Hun Yunho could not believe the decisiveness with which Qing Ningyao acted, affording him no time to react. "You are even more ruthless than your father." Hun Yunho's voice faltered, and after leaving that single remark, he succumbed to lifelessness. The elders searched Hun Yunho's body and handed over the "As long as I am present, there will undoubtedly be a woman by your side who will warm and care for you." Although these are merely diary entries, upon reading these seemingly boundless and energizing words, Jiang Yun found her spirits inexplicably lifted. Yet, almost immediately, the sweet smile on her delicate face was replaced by an expression of resolute determination. "Oh, how foolish of you. You've endured so much hardship in the past. Now, allow me to share the burden with you. Moreover, your Yuner is certainly not lacking in any way," Jiang Yun murmured to herself, her bright eyes sparkling with vitality. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if a fiery sunset had blossomed across her face. "Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. What do you mean by your Yuner? I am your senior sister. Indeed, I am your senior sister. I am certainly not your Yuner, ding dong. The trust value has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward." The system's voice resonated, and finally, the moment for the exhilarating blind box reveal had arrived. However, upon the reward's issuance, Zhou Xian found himself momentarily stunned. "Wait, if the system continues like this, others will think I am cheating." Chapter 22. Hehe, the Zhuyang sect, here I come, ding dong. The trust value has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, claim. Hearing the system's announcement, Zhou Xian did not hesitate and promptly claimed it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Golden Body 8th Realm Enlightenment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Reincarnation Treasure Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Double Pupil Technique. 3 successive system notifications echoed in his mind. Although this batch of rewards was less than the first, the quality had not diminished in the slightest. The Golden Body Enlightenment, 8th level. Previously, Zhou Xian had directly ascended to the Golden Body 3rd realm with his first reward. And now, with an 8th level enlightenment, it meant that Zhou Xian could directly step into the Qi Master Realm, Golden Body Realm, Qi Master Realm, Sky Ascension Realm, Ethereal Passage Realm, Divine Union Realm, 10,000 Laws Realm, Pseudo 10,000 Laws Realm, True 10,000 Laws Realm, Law Master Realm, True Law Mirror, Void Breaking Realm, Source Realm, In Realm, Hidden Realm, Supreme Realm. In just a few days, Zhou Xian had achieved the remarkable feat of advancing directly from the 6th grade Qi Transformation Realm to the Qi Master Realm. This astonishing speed was truly breathtaking. After claiming the reward, an overwhelming surge of energy poured directly from the heavenly gate into his body. This relentless torrent of energy left even Zhou Xian himself in awe. With the Golden Body 3rd realm, coupled with the 8th level enlightenment, it meant that Zhou Xian had, in merely a few days, cultivated his Golden Body realm to its utmost limit. Each realm is divided into 10 levels. And Zhou Xian had actually cultivated to the 11th level. Upon reflection, It was clear that few could achieve such a feat. Of course, one cannot deny that true talent is required to cultivate each realm to perfection. After all, the continent is vast and boundless, and while one may be unaware, it does not mean it does not exist. Yet, even so, to cultivate a realm to its utmost limit requires an unimaginable amount of effort. Furthermore, upon reaching the 10th level, the body will automatically communicate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, necessitating the constant operation of grand techniques to block this sensation. Afterward, attempting to cultivate the 11th level above the 10th would be akin to defying heaven. A slight misstep could result in a backlash from the heavenly path, ultimately leading to failure. However, risk often accompanies reward. Should one successfully cultivate to the 11th realm, being invincible among peers would be merely the beginning. And fighting above one's level would become effortless. This is the terrifying aspect of reaching the ultimate realm. For Zhou Xian, these issues were quite simple. He did not have to painstakingly block this sensation, nor did he have to toil away at his cultivation. A single realm enlightenment directly maximized all attributes. Zhuyang sect, witnessing the sudden emergence of a towering pillar of light from Qingxian Peak. The entire Zhuyang sect was engulfed in unprecedented astonishment. What is that? My goodness, that pillar of light seems to have torn the heavens apart. Could it be that someone from Qingxian Peak is about to break through? At present, apart from Master Wu and the Holy Sun, there was no one else at Qingxian Peak. It can't be. Could the Holy Sun be on the brink of another breakthrough? The anomaly at Qingxian Peak drew the attention of everyone within Zhuyang sect. Initially puzzled, they soon found themselves utterly astonished. How many had wished to join Qingxian Peak but were unable? Now, apart from the Holy Sun Zhou Xian and Wu Ding, there were no others. Wu Ding was naturally excluded. That old fellow was terrifying beyond measure, and it could not possibly be his breakthrough. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The Holy Sun Zhou Xian was about to break through again. This realization. Everyone's minds echoed in unison. How long had it been since Zhou Xian had attracted a heavenly anomaly upon entering the Golden Body realm? And now, this frightening spectacle was sure to stir up another storm. On Hongya Peak, Jin Huanya gazed at the terrifying scene of Qingxian Peak, her face now pale, her eyes, filled with astonishment, struggled to regain their composure. At that moment, the voice of Master Song Xiangjuan resonated in her ears. However, Jin Huanya seemed oblivious, her gaze fixated on the direction of Qingxian Peak. Once Master Song Xiangjuan approached Jin Huanya, she finally noticed her arrival and hurriedly cupped her fists in greeting. Jin Huanya's attention quickly returned to Qingxian Peak. In just a few days, to break through consecutively. What secrets does that Zhou Xian fellow possess? Master, do you think that senior brother Zhou Xian is? Jin Huanya stood in place for a long moment before slowly speaking. However, she trailed off midway, unable to continue. It seemed that Master Song Xiangjuan could see through Jin Huanya's thoughts at a glance. She gently replied, it seems Zhou Xian visited you specifically a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Jin Huanya's previously absent expression suddenly turned crimson. Her small hands fidgeted with her clothing, appearing anxious and flustered. Seeing Jin Huanya's demeanor, Song Xiangjuan smiled softly and gently patted her shoulder, leaving her with a parting remark, if you cannot seize such an outstanding man, others may take him away. Oh dear, master, what are you saying? Jin Huanya's face burned with embarrassment, her charm radiating an undeniable allure. And once Master Song Xiangjuan had departed, an inexplicable glimmer appeared in Jin Huanya's eyes. The Holy Sun is truly terrifying. He is about to break through again. How awe-inspiring. The Holy Sun is indeed formidable. I truly wish to see the Holy Sun once more. The entirety of Zhuyang sect now stood captivated by the anomaly at Qingxian Peak. Some exceptionally beautiful female disciples could not help but clasp their legs together, their eyes glimmering with strange excitement. If they could have even a fleeting encounter with the Holy Sun, their future paths and cultivation would surely be illuminated. As long as they could establish even the slightest connection with the Holy Sun, their families would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Alas, it was regrettable that, not only could they not meet the Holy Sun, but they lacked even the qualifications to step onto Qingxian Peak. Meanwhile, atop Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian successfully achieved enlightenment. Not only had he cultivated the Golden Body realm to its utmost limit, but he had also successfully stepped into the Qi Master realm. Leaving aside other techniques, this harvest was sufficient to satisfy Zhou Xian. As time flowed by, half a month later, Zhuyang sect was more bustling than usual. Today marked the sect's decennial entrance examination, as long as one could gain entry into Zhuyang sect. While they may not shake the world, making strides on the path of the Tao would not be difficult. Naturally, this examination, held once every 10 years, attracted attention from all quarters. Among the crowd, a young figure stood out conspicuously. Within a 10-foot radius of him, no one dared to approach. His aura exuded an undeniable sense of menace. He, Zhuyang sect, here I come. Chapter 23. Future husband, this princess has arrived, at the foot of Zhuyang sect. The crowd surged with excitement. A young man clad in a green robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the surroundings. His face constantly radiated an air of unwavering confidence. Indeed, after years of cultivation, this trivial entrance trial was already a foregone conclusion for him. Zhuyang sect, you have prematurely conferred the title of Holy Son. Xiao Quan snorted coldly, his gaze begrudgingly fixed upon the direction of Qingxian Peak. If he had entered earlier, the title of Holy Son would undoubtedly belong to him, Xiao Quan, rather than some shallow Zhouxian. Be cautious. Zhuyang sect is not like other places. I sense several powerful presences. If you provoke them, even I may not be able to protect you. At that moment, the spatial ring on Xiao Quan's finger flickered, and an ancient voice echoed in his mind. However, after receiving the mysterious elder's warning, Xiao Quan showed no signs of restraint, instead displaying a look of disdain. Master, it seems your thoughts are still too conservative. This is no longer your era. I have walked the path of slaughter from a small town to where I am now. Every so-called genius has perished at my hands. As he reached this point, Xiao Quan deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping the surroundings slowly. Suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the area. Those near Xiao Quan, upon sensing this terrifying presence, stiffened in shock, finding it difficult to even breathe in that fleeting moment. All eyes in the room converged upon Xiao Quan. Once he had garnered the attention of the entire assembly, Xiao Quan coldly chuckled. I perceive that the Holy Son of the Zhuyang sect is merely a figurehead, ultimately nothing more than a mere empty vessel. Once I join the Zhuyang sect, that title of Holy Son shall undoubtedly belong to me. Xiao Quan. Unrestrained, Xiao Quan burst into laughter, yet no one dared to step forward to halt him. Indeed, none possessed the courage to do so, for the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Quan was simply too horrifying. In the background, the mysterious elder could only sigh in resignation, lamenting that he had misjudged this individual. This person, while gifted, possessed a temperament that was exceedingly flawed. Is this indeed Xiao Quan? He mused, I never anticipated he would arrive at the Zhuyang sect. I suspect this fellow will become the top contender among this generation of newcomers. Indeed, Xiao Quan was a formidable figure, having ascended from a humble family, proving his worth through bloodshed, leaving countless talented individuals fallen in his wake. Rumor had it that his character was eccentric and erratic, and upon witnessing him today, one could only conclude that such tales were not unfounded. Yet, to challenge the Holy Son of the Zhuyang sect, one might fear that even if given 10 additional years, he would still lack the qualifications to do so. Humph, your words are rather presumptuous. Though Xiao Quan is but a 5th-tier practitioner, many seasoned 6th-tier warriors have perished at his hands. It is said he has even clashed with those of the Golden Body Realm and managed to retreat unscathed. If given a few more years, even the Holy Son Zhou might find him a formidable opponent. Brother, your perspective is rather limited. While Xiao Quan indeed boasts an impressive record, what you fail to realize is that the Holy Son Zhou recently broke through to the Golden Body Realm, manifesting an unparalleled presence. Just yesterday, he advanced into the Qi manipulation realm. The Holy Son's terrifying strength means that not only will Xiao Quan never match him, but even those from ancient sects cannot compare. Thus, it is safe to say that Xiao Quan is merely a clown in this scenario. Xiao Quan's words immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Some admired his formidable spirit, while others scoffed, viewing him as nothing more than a jester, an ant shaking a tree, utterly deluded. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiao Quan's aura of murderous intent intensified, overwhelming those of lower cultivation to the point that some collapsed to the ground. Unable to bear its weight, humph, in 3 years, I shall surely bring that so-called Holy Son Zhou to his knees, forcing him to remain prostrated before me. Xiao Quan paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. Rather, he reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. He was born to be the protagonist, and wherever he went, all focus would converge upon him. Meanwhile, atop a nearby peak, several high-ranking members of the Joyoung sect observed the unfolding scene. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. It is one thing to compare himself with the Holy Sun. Achieving the same heights as the Holy Sun's esteemed seniors would be an impressive feat. The high-ranking members of the Joyoung sect watched leisurely, unperturbed. Had the Holy Sun Zhou not yet made a name for himself, Xiao Quan might have become a coveted candidate for their attention. Perhaps even taken as a disciple. Alas, the Joyoung sect already had a Holy Sun. Moreover, one thing was certain. The future accomplishments of Holy Sun Zhou would undoubtedly be intimidating. Now, even before entering the sect, Xiao Quan dared to openly challenge Holy Sun Zhou. Should they ever take him under their wing, they would be powerless to change his fate. Currently, even they would show utmost respect when encountering the Holy Sun. Thus, they would refrain from making enemies, allowing any fool who wished to recruit him to do so. They sought no association with Xiao Quan whatsoever. On Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian also rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed intently upon Xiao Quan. This individual, who forged his path through bloodshed, had indeed arrived here, and unsurprisingly, he dared to publicly declare a 3-year agreement with Zhou Xian. However, Zhou Xian had no intention of hastily taking action. At present, Xiao Quan resembled a mere ant. Zhou Xian could effortlessly extinguish him. Instead, he opted to let Xiao Quan bask in the limelight, allowing him to feel comfortable for a while longer. You all should carefully select your favored disciples. The Qingyu dynasty's Emperor Qing has communicated with the sect leader. The Emperor's precious daughter is coming to the Joyoung sect to observe. Do not disgrace yourselves. Though the Qingyu dynasty was quite distant from the Joyoung sect, the influential figures had their own prominent circles. The Emperor Qing not only knew the sect leader, but also had several outstanding disciples from the Joyoung sect serving in his court. Thus, the two factions had always maintained a good relationship. However, they were aware that Princess Ningyao had never stepped foot outside the palace. Her sudden visit to the Joyoung sect was indeed unexpected. Before long, as the attendees gathered, the entrance examination of the Joyoung sect officially commenced. At the same time, a magnificent flying vessel resembling a palace in the sky appeared above the Joyoung sect. Upon the peaks of the Joyoung sect, several beams of purple light descended to welcome the vessel. Humph! This princess has finally arrived. I shall see what manner of extraordinary individual this Holy Sun truly is. A stunningly beautiful woman aboard the vessel sparkled with uncontainable delight. Future husband, this princess has come. Chapter 24. Stunned, the top contender Xiao Quan. No one wishes to take him. The disciple assessment continued, yet the arrival of the flying vessel attracted considerable attention. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure descended from the vessel with poise. The moment the enchanting woman appeared, the disciples still undergoing their assessment became entranced, captivated by her beauty. I can't believe such an exquisite beauty exists in this world. She is breathtaking. At that moment, Xiao Quan also cast a fervent glance, momentarily halting his actions, eager to approach her. Yet, he found himself constrained by the ongoing test. Princess Ningyao of the Qingyu dynasty is here to observe. You may continue with the assessment, declared an elder from Joyoung, accompanying Princess Ningyao towards the prepared observation platform. As they passed, nearly all eyes followed Princess Ningyao, yet throughout the journey, she remained aloof. Her icy demeanor deterring many from daring to gaze upon her a second time. They were acutely aware that the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she could be, especially one like Princess Ningyao. However, Xiao Quan showed no signs of restraint. His fervent admiration remained undiminished by her regal coldness. In fact, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Tio think it is Princess Ningyao of the Qingyu dynasty. This assessment is becoming ever more intriguing. Xiao Quan's eyes radiated desire and fervor. He decided to reveal his true strength without reservation. This time, he aimed not only to become a formal disciple of the Joyoung sect, but also to win the heart of the beautiful princess. Perhaps due to Princess Ningyao's appearance, what was already a tense and competitive entrance examination grew even more intense. Approximately 3 hours later, everything settled. Originally, over 1,000 participants had entered this assessment, but in the end, only a little over 100 were deemed qualified. This clearly illustrated the harshness of the Joyoung sect's evaluation. On the observation platform, although they were there to witness the proceedings, Princess Ningyao appeared distracted, her gaze wandering as if searching for a particular figure. Ultimately, her eyes fell upon Qingxian Peak. At that moment, Zhou Xian, atop Qingxian Peak, felt some surprise, realizing that Princess Ning Yao had indeed come to the Zhuyang sect. Congratulations to all for successfully passing this assessment. Your presence here is proof that you possess the qualifications to join the Zhuyang sect. Next, the elders of each peak will select their disciples. Those whose names are called should step forward, and designated personnel will guide you into the sect. Once the elder concluded his announcement, several robust elders began selecting their preferred disciples. As the elders arrived, anticipation filled the eyes of all participants. Only Xiao Quan remained, exuding an overwhelming confidence, even casually glancing toward the observation platform. How absurd! I am undoubtedly the top contender for this new disciple assessment. A talent like me will certainly be the object of everyone's desire. This is not the elders selecting individuals. It is Xiao Quan selecting the elders. Li Ran, you are accepted into my Dagu Peak. In no time, the first disciple found his place. Upon hearing this name, everyone, including Li Ran, was taken aback. Shouldn't the first pick be the one who ranked first in this assessment? Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan furrowed his brow. Equally surprised that it wasn't him. No matter. If I wasn't first, surely the second will be mine. Yuan Shaolin, you are accepted into my Du Hua Peak. Qi Qing Shi, you are accepted into my Hongyi Peak. After the first name was called, several elders took turns selecting their disciples. At this moment, Xiao Quan found himself utterly disoriented. Observing those around him successfully joining their respective groups, he stood there in a daze. Why? Why was he the top scorer yet his name had not been called? Approximately a stick of incense later, the once spacious arena was left with Xiao Quan as the sole occupant. The disciples who had previously passed the test alongside him had all been claimed by the prominent cultivation peaks, while he remained utterly ignored. In fact, throughout the entire selection process, the elders had never even cast a glance in his direction. Xiao Quan stood awkwardly in place, unable to suppress the nervous gulp in his throat. No need to panic. He reassured himself. After all, he was the first among the new students and had shattered several long-standing records of the Zhuyang sect during the tests. Surely, there must be a reason why the elders had yet to claim him. Perhaps they were simply incapable of nurturing someone of his caliber. It was entirely possible that the one to take him away would be the current leader of the Zhuyang sect. This notion seemed highly plausible. However, reality soon doused Xiao Quan's hopes with a cold splash of water. Esteemed elders, this disciple is the top scorer of this test. Which of you is willing to take him back to the mountain for training? The elder presiding over the ceremony cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. Yet, his words carried an unmistakably indifferent air, as if to suggest, whoever wants him can take him. If no one does, we can simply send him to the labor room. The few elders who had been beaming with joy at having selected satisfactory disciples moments before suddenly had their expressions fall, their heads drooping. Clearly, not one of them wished to take in this audacious youth who had dared to boast. What a joke! Had he lost his mind? To aspire to become the holy son of the Zhuyang sect. To usurp the position of the current holy son, he ought to reflect on his own merits. The current holy son had achieved remarkable accomplishments in just a few short years. Shouldn't he assume that he could do the same simply because the holy son had? At that moment, upon hearing the elder's words and observing the expressions of the others, Xiao Quan finally came to a realization. It wasn't that the leader of the sect was going to personally take him as a disciple. Rather, it was clear that the entirety of the Zhuyang sect had never considered him at all. Indeed, no one within the Zhuyang sect desired him. His performance in the assessment, when viewed against any other sacred ground, would have prompted immediate attention from the leaders of various peaks, yet here, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Quan forcibly suppressed his overwhelming sense of disbelief and anger. He then clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Esteemed elders, I have joined the Zhuyang sect for two reasons. First, to delve deeply into my cultivation, and second, to seize the position of the Holy Son. That position should not belong to someone who has languished on the mountain for a lifetime. I promise that if any elder is willing to take me in 3 years, I shall undoubtedly claim the title of Holy Son. Leading this lineage shall also mean guiding the Zhuyang sect towards unprecedented heights." His words ignited a fresh wave of fervor among the crowd. No one had expected Xiao Quan to audaciously declare such ambitions. Initially, They thought he was merely boasting, but now he stood before so many elders, making his claim. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Qing Ningyao slowly rose to her feet. You are Xiao Quan? Chapter 25. The Might of the Holy Sun. You shall never touch it. Xiao Quan's impassioned speech aimed to assert his worth and his potential to claim the title of Holy Sun. The rewards for nurturing a holy son were beyond imagination. Unfortunately, while Xiao Quan's intentions were noble indeed, they reflected the aspirations of many. This was the Zhuyang sect, where the status of the current Holy Sun was something Xiao Quan could scarcely fathom. After Xiao Quan finished speaking, an uncomfortable silence fell over the crowd, as no one was willing to claim him, just that his talents were exceptional. There existed someone within the Zhuyang sect whose prowess far surpassed his own. Moreover, his arrogance was off-putting. He had audaciously attempted to provoke the current Holy Sun. The crowd fell into a hushed stillness, and it was Qing Ningyao who broke the silence first. You are Xiao Quan? Her voice was as frigid as an avalanche cascading down a mountain. Her words drew the attention of all present. Could it be that Princess Ningyao recognized Xiao Quan earlier during the tests? Xiao Quan had been unable to conceal his gaze upon her, captivated by her exquisite beauty. It was no wonder he had exerted every effort to stand out. He yearned to attract her notice. And now, to his astonishment, Qing Ningyao indeed regarded him with curiosity. This was beyond Xiao Quan's expectations. With her gaze upon him, the shadows of doubt that had clouded his heart dissipated. Even if he could not enter the Zhuyang sect, gaining the favor of such a stunning woman would make his journey worthwhile. On the contrary, the Qingyu dynasty boasted profound heritage as a top-tier imperial family. Becoming a favored son-in-law of the Qingyu dynasty would surely yield benefits far exceeding those of the Zhuyang sect. With renewed determination, Xiao Quan clasped his fists and smiled broadly. Princess, I am indeed Xiao Quan. The crowd erupted in murmurs. In a way, Princess Ningyao actually knows this fellow. What kind of luck has he struck to catch her attention? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you not understand the significance of Princess Ningyao? She is an existence we can scarcely hope to approach in our lifetimes. Xiao Quan was already well known, and it was likely that Princess Ningyao had been aware of him long before. After all, the Qingyu dynasty was so far from the Zhuyang sect, yet she had traveled such a distance to attend. It seemed less a mere observation and more a focused interest in Xiao Quan alone. Although their exchange consisted of only a few simple sentences, the implications stirred the imaginations of those present. Xiao Quan was indeed a prodigious talent. It was only natural that he would attract the attention of someone like Qing Ningyao. In an instant, various speculations began to swirl among the crowd. Undoubtedly, nearly everyone believed that Xiao Quan had struck extraordinary luck. If he were to win the favor of Princess Ningyao, one could hardly imagine the heights he might achieve. Xiao Quan shared similar thoughts. Amidst the throng, it was only Qing Ningyao who spoke to him. Some matters truly defied prediction. With his hands clasped behind his back, he resumed his previously haughty demeanor. Seeing this display, Qing Ningyao felt no inclination to regard him further. I was just looking for you, and here you are, so eager to announce yourself. It seems fate has made it all too easy. Without giving the crowd time to react, Qing Ningyao pressed her wrist down slightly, her voice turning cold. Kill, as her command echoed. A chilling aura of death descended around Xiao Quan. Still caught in his moment of elation, he abruptly felt a cold shiver race down his spine as a long spear materialized behind him, laced with deadly intent. However, having experienced countless life and death situations, Xiao Quan's reflexes were quick. He swiftly retreated, creating distance from the cloaked assailants. Once he had distanced himself, he saw that 5 or 6 figures in black had emerged, their expressions as indifferent as stone. At that moment, everyone was bewildered by the sudden intent to eliminate Xiao Quan. Yet one thing was clear. These black-clad figures were acting on Qing Ningyao's orders, meaning it was indeed she who sought his death. This shocking turn of events left Xiao Quan and the audience utterly stunned. He had done nothing wrong. Why then did Princess Ningyao wish to kill him? Esteemed ones, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Xiao Quan's energy surged as he readied himself for battle. Yet he hesitated to act rashly, aware of the presence of powerful figures among them. There is no misunderstanding. Before you die, relay my princess's words to you. Some individuals are not to be trifled with in this lifetime. With that, the speaker unleashed a powerful punch. Just then, A burst of light from Xiao Quan's storage ring summoned an elderly figure to defend him. The old man managed to block the terrifying blow, but his form flickered, becoming somewhat ethereal in the process. The black-clad assailants showed no intention of halting their assault, launching another ferocious strike. "Kid, today you've brought this upon yourself. Even I cannot protect you." The elder expressed a hint of helplessness as he sensed the renewed ferocity of the attack. However, at that moment, a flash of black energy appeared, intercepting the onslaught from the cloaked figures. An elderly figure approached leisurely, stating, "My lord, my young master's life is specifically requested by my lady. Today, I fear you cannot be allowed to kill him." The aged figure spoke with a serene voice, yet each word resonated like thunder, overwhelming all who heard it. Merely listening to this voice, Zhou Xian felt dizzy and disoriented. What kind of terrifying entity had Xiao Quan provoked to summon such formidable beings? Everyone was left in a state of shock. None could have anticipated this scene. The emergence of two powerful figures from the Tongyu realm was solely to claim Xiao Quan's life. Following this, the words of the ancient figure seemed to illuminate the truth for the crowd. "My saintly maiden has sent me to convey a message. The might of the Holy Sun is something you shall never dare to touch. You may believe that you forge your path through slaughter, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that the very person you provoke is the embodiment of the way." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The implication was unmistakable. The reason these two powerful individuals sought to eliminate Xiao Quan was entirely due to his provocation of the Holy Sun. And who, pray tell, could this Holy Sun be? Aside from Zhou Shengzi, seated atop Qingxian Peak, who else could possess such stature to warrant the intervention of such might? Chapter 26 Impossible. She actually went to find the junior disciple. The elder's words were astonishing. The multitude's desire to eliminate Xiao Quan stemmed from his affront to Zhou Shengzi. Of course, these individuals were not dispatched by Zhou Shengzi himself, but rather, they were his admirers. After all, the previous princess and saintess had made their identities abundantly clear. Go think that Zhou Shengzi's admirers possessed such remarkable backgrounds. The princess was evidently Princess Ning Yao of the Qingyu dynasty. It dawned on the crowd that Ning Yao's presence here was not for Xiao Quan, but for Zhou Shengzi. To kill Xiao Quan was merely a secondary task. With the princess's identity laid bare, curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the saintess. Though they could not fathom it, one thing was certain. The status of the saintess was not in the slightest inferior to that of Princess Ning Yao. Contemplating these revelations, the crowd could not help but catch their breath. Truly, Zhou Shengzi was exceptional. The Nine-Yang sect had admirers scattered across the continent, and his admirers were breathtakingly beautiful women that countless men yearned for. At this moment, Xiao Quan realized he was engulfed in profound despair, with two groups intent on personally executing him. "Kid, I shall assist you one last time. Should you fail to repent thereafter, you shall reap what you sow." At this juncture, the ghostly figure of the elder issued a cold command, causing mysterious energies to ripple around Xiao Quan. Clearly, the elder was employing secret arts to facilitate Xiao Quan's escape. In the next instant, Xiao Quan's aura vanished from the scene. "Humph, think you can flee? You shall not escape." The two groups snorted in unison, their figures also disappearing from sight. Somewhere on the continent, Xiao Quan lay on the brink of death, gazing at his arm, now reduced to mere dust, filled with unwillingness. "Zhou Xian, I will eventually kill you with my own hands." The following day, although a day had passed since the Nine-Yang sect's disciple assessment, the fervor surrounding yesterday's events grew ever more intense. Undoubtedly, all discussions revolved around Xiao Quan's pursuit by formidable forces. From yesterday's incident, it was clear that Zhou Shengzi had become an entity no one dared to provoke. He may not wish to kill you, nor even glance your way, but that does not mean his admirers will spare you. Whether princess or saintess, how many could withstand such power? That wretched Zhou Xian. They have come all this way, and you have yet to seek them out? In a refined chamber, Qing Ning Yao pouted, clutching a pillow, her expression one of displeasure. Having been at the Nine-Yang sect for a day, there had been no response from Qingxian Peak. In his diary, he had repeatedly called out her name. Yet now that she was present, he remained indifferent. Frustrated at her silence, Qing Ning Yao's demeanor starkly contrasted with the ice-like beauty of the previous day. After tossing and turning several times on the bed, she finally made her decision. "Fine, if you won't come to find me, then I shall go to Qingxian Peak to seek you out." Resolute in her intent, she had come to the Nine-Yang sect for Zhou Xian, and it wouldn't do for her to return empty-handed. Upon arriving at the foot of Qing Xian Peak, she hesitated at the thought of stepping forward. Oh dear, why am I hesitating now? What was so special about that guy? Despite being the Holy Son, he was also her future husband. It was entirely reasonable for her to meet her future husband, right? After bolstering her courage with a deep breath and a pat on her flushed cheeks, Qing Ningyao finally took a step forward. That moment, a figure clad in white entered her line of sight. And coincidentally, he also spotted the hesitant Qing Ningyao. I am Zhou Xian. Honored to meet Princess Ningyao. Zhou Xian greeted her with a slight bow, a warm smile gracing his face. Qing Ningyao had not anticipated encountering Zhou Xian at the foot of the mountain. Despite having envisioned this moment countless times in her mind, when faced with him, her heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. Why you know me? After a long pause, she stammered out the question, only to immediately regret it. What was she thinking? He undoubtedly recognized her. After all, she was his destined partner. Had she not peered into his diary, she might not have known him at all, noticing her momentary lapse. Qing Ningyao feigned a cough to alleviate the awkwardness, while Zhou Xian remained unfazed. Of course, I am well aware of the esteemed name of Princess Ningyao. What brings you here, Princess Ningyao? Oh, I am merely wandering about, she replied, her demeanor flustered. Yes, just wandering. Qing Ningyao, feeling somewhat out of place, stole a glance at Zhou Xian before quickly averting her gaze, fearful of being discovered. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks had turned a deep shade of red. Princess Ningyao, there is a waterfall at the back mountain. The scenery is quite splendid. Should you have no particular destination in mind, it would be worthwhile to visit. Upon hearing this, Qing Ningyao nodded obediently like a little bunny. As Zhou Xian began to depart, she mustered her courage and said, Zhou Shengzi, I have just arrived at the Nine-Yang sect and am unfamiliar with many places. Would it be too much trouble for you to show me around? After speaking, Qing Ningyao furtively glanced at Zhou Xian's handsome face, suddenly realizing that she could not get enough of it. It was no wonder she had been drawn to him in her past life. Despite being a holy son with such an exalted status, Zhou Xian carried himself without a hint of arrogance, making their interaction feel comfortable and pleasant. Trouble? Not at all. I often stroll around there myself. Please, follow me. Zhou Xian gestured graciously, leading the way. Qing Ningyao hurriedly matched her pace beside him, walking in silence. Even without conversation, she found great comfort in simply being near him. In the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. What? When you went to kill Xiao Quan, another mysterious force appeared? Indeed, they too sought that fellow. Had they not interfered, Xiao Quan would have been dead by our hands long ago. Very well, you may proceed. After grasping the situation, Zhang Yun's eyes narrowed. She had not expected that Qing Ningyao would also be involved. Before long, as Jiang Yun habitually flipped through her diary for updates, she was struck with disbelief. Not only had that woman intervened, but impossible, she actually went to find the junior disciple. Chapter 27. With the issuance of the Ascension Order, chaos ensued across the heavens, and the very laws of existence began to unravel. Upon receiving the Elder's report, Jiang Yun, who had been composed only moments before, erupted with fury. She had dispatched individuals to seize the initiative, only to find that Qing Ningyao had beaten them to it. That was not all. More troubling was the fact that Qing Ningyao had personally journeyed to the Nine-Yang sect. While Jiang Yun could tolerate sending others to assassinate Xiao Quan, her direct involvement was a different matter entirely. Competing on the same stage, engaging in fair rivalry, was one thing, but to stealthily infiltrate and play the role of seductress was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, Jiang Yun understood well that to become the junior disciple's partner, that woman could not be lacking in merit. Thus, Qing Ningyao's presence instilled in Jiang Yun a profound sense of danger. Her gaze fell upon the golden scroll, and sure enough, its contents were beginning to update. The sect assessment has concluded. The Nine-Yang sect remains as it always has, its reputation as a sacred land attracting various secular dynasties and families eager to join. This time, several promising talents have indeed joined the Nine-Yang sect. However, what surprised me most was that Xiao Yao actually arrived at the Nine-Yang sect and even encountered Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan, that fellow has evidently not changed at all. He has yet to pass the assessment and already boasts of replacing me. Yet this time, it appears his luck has run out. He nearly met his end at Xiao Yao's hands. This time, The sudden emergence of two factions to eliminate Xiao Quan was orchestrated by Xiao Yao, of that I am certain. Although I remain unaware of her motives for wishing to end Xiao Quan's life. The other group of forces likely stems from Yun Er's influence. How I long for the past. Indeed, I yearn for it deeply. Even if eons were to pass, and even if Xiao Yao and Yun Er remain oblivious to what the future holds for me. I am, after all, one who has traversed the river of time. Perhaps in some inexplicable manner, there exists a pull that draws us together, even if they are unaware of what is to come in their hearts. They may instinctively rush to stand by my side. How fortunate I am to have both Yun Er and Xiao Yao. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun beamed with a smile upon reading the latest entry in the diary. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of my little junior brother. Although I have not returned to the Zhuyang sect, it is comforting to know that my junior brother is aware of my covert actions. This knowledge is already a great relief. Meanwhile, in an elegant chamber of the Zhuyang sect, Qing Ningyao, having returned from parting with Zhou Xian, also wore a radiant smile as she read the diary. Today, I encountered Xiao Yao, and we took a stroll to the Ziliu waterfall at the back mountain 9 times past. When Xiao Yao was by my side, we often visited the Ziliu waterfall. Revisiting this place felt as if everything had changed yet remained the same. I recall how, during our previous visits, she would always cling to my arm or bounce playfully in front of me. This time, however, she merely walked alongside me. Our conversation was light and casual. In her eyes, I might simply be Zhou Shengzi of the Zhuyang sect, yet in my heart, she is my one true love. Yet, I never mentioned the past to Xiao Yao. How could she possibly believe me when I speak of it? In this life, even if we cannot walk hand in hand as we once did, being able to silently guard over them is still a blessing. Naturally, I can only protect the passage of time. At the world's end, darkness and collapse await. After parting from Jiang Yun, Zhou Xian continued to pen the final entry of the day's diary, a daily entry completed. In the elegant chamber, as she gazed at the words inscribed, Qing Ningyao felt a surge of mixed emotions. Silly boy, how could I possibly be unaware of the past? Gently caressing the golden scroll, an indescribable tenderness welled up in her expressive eyes. The gentle, unassuming demeanor of the one who seemed devoid of any pretense of superiority concealed a multitude of burdens. Though he had been reborn, Qing Ningyao sensed that he did not bear the weight of his past lightly. On the contrary, he was weary, not of the body, but of the spirit. Knowing too much can sometimes be a curse. Like Zhou Xian, even with the knowledge of countless truths, he witnessed the tragic demise of loved ones before him. Even rebirth could not alter the course of future events. This despair would linger with him eternally. Moreover, Qing Ningyao was curious about the dark collapse. What could it possibly be? It had appeared more than once in the diary. Even Zhou Xian could not withstand it. What terror must lie beyond the heavens? Contemplating these thoughts, Qing Ningyao felt an impulsive urge to visit Qing Xian Peak to see Zhou Xian, even if only to sit in silence beside him. Once this thought took root in her mind, she could no longer suppress it. Thus, as if compelled by fate, Qing Ningyao rose and pushed open the door. However, just as she did, she hesitated at the threshold. As the princess of the Qingyu Empire, venturing unannounced to Qing Xian Peak at such an hour could easily lead to misunderstandings. After a moment of contemplation, she sat at the door, gazing blankly at Qing Xian Peak. At dawn the next day, after rising early, Qing Ningyao and Jiang Yun's first order of business was to check for updates in the diary. Yet, after waiting for an eternity, the scroll remained utterly unresponsive. Both women felt a sense of longing. Their early morning rituals felt incomplete without the diary's revelations. This fellow has become quite lazy lately, he used to update swiftly. Qing Ningyao rested her chin in her hand, her expression one of ennui. Jiang Yun mirrored her sentiment, lacking the motivation to engage in any activity without the daily update. Jiang Yun's fidgeting demeanor suggested she wished she could summon Zhou Xian back to Qing Xian Peak and chide him with a playful whip to hasten his updates. The two women waited until midday, having checked the golden scroll countless times in between. Around the afternoon, at last, the once stagnant golden scroll began to stir. Upon seeing the changes within, their minds were engulfed in a thunderous roar, leaving them momentarily stunned. The Ascension Order is here. Chaos reigns across the realms, and the laws of existence are crumbling. The era of great conflict has commenced. Chapter 28. Shocked, little junior brother, he is actually a taboo. If memory serves, the Ascension Order is about to emerge. The Ascension Order, birthed from the will of heaven and earth, appears only once every millennium. It is imminent that we shall witness its unveiling. Following the Ascension Order lies the ancient divine treasure. Even those hidden ancient sects and long-lost empires are captivated by it. However, to obtain the ancient divine treasure, the first step is to gain the recognition of the Ascension Order. Thus, countless ancient sects and bygone empires have trained their disciples for a millennium in hopes of securing a rank on the Ascension Order. Yet, this is merely the first step. Once one attains a position on the Ascension Order, they must endure countless trials of life and death. Only those who survive until the end may enter the ancient divine treasure. Throughout history, the Ascension Order has surfaced only a handful of times, each time resulting in the fall of innumerable powerful beings, all desiring the elusive path to eternal life that lies beyond the Ascension Order. Thus, even if one manages to escape from the ancient divine treasure, they will be pursued by countless formidable foes. The phrase "a common man bears no guilt, yet possesses treasured knowledge" aptly illustrates this predicament. With the fall of the mighty and the severance of legacies, the once silent continent will plunge into a fragmented dark age. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The Ascension Order, what could it be? Although Jiang Yun was aware that the continent was vast and the Jiang family had yet to reach its pinnacle, the ancient Jiang lineage had preserved records of nearly all monumental events that transpired on the continent. She had spent considerable time poring over the secrets within the family archives, yet she had never encountered any mention of the Ascension Order. Not only had she never seen it, but she had never even heard of it. Was it possible that the Ascension Order was deemed too insignificant to be recorded by the Jiang family? No, that simply could not be true. Theo have made it into her junior brother's diary. The event must either be etched in his memory or have had an impact he could not forget. Clearly, the Ascension Order falls into the latter category. It is worth noting that her junior brother had been reborn. His experiences surpassed even those of the Jiang family's elders. Therefore, the Ascension Order and the ancient divine treasure will undoubtedly be events capable of shaking the entire continent. The fall of the mighty, the severance of legacies. Seeing these words caused Jiang Yun to draw a sharp breath. Not even a transcendent being could achieve such a feat yet. A single Ascension Order could delineate an entire era. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun set these thoughts aside. The image of Zhou Xian surfaced in her mind. What had my junior brother experienced in the past? What terrifying events await us in the future? Such matters were beyond Jiang Yun's imagination. Moreover, without Zhou Xian's diary, she would never have encountered these revelations. On the other hand, Qing Ningyao's expression mirrored that of Jiang Yun. The Ascension Order, the ancient divine treasure, the fall of the mighty, the severance of legacies. Each term loomed like mountains collapsing before her, rendering her speechless. These matters had never before crossed her ears. Even the rebellion of the 7 kings of Qingyu a millennium ago pales in comparison to what Zhou Xian described. The severance of legacies. These seemingly simple 4 words would signify an extraordinary event if realized in reality. What kind of monumental conflict could lead to such a rupture in legacy? It was unimaginable, beyond Qing Ningyao's comprehension. Moreover, this was not merely the demise of a single sect or empire. It signified the collapse of the entire continent's legacy. Consider the implications. If the legacy of the entire continent were to break, where would the path of cultivation lead? Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun hurriedly sought out her father, Jiang Shun. "Father, do you know of the Ascension Order?" Amidst her cultivation in the ancestral land, Jiang Yun encountered Jiang Shun. Initially, she had no intention of investing excessive energy into this matter. For her, the utmost priority was to diligently pursue her training. After all, Zhou Xian had already ascended to that realm, and if she did not exert herself, how could she ever stand beside her junior brother and engage in battle alongside him? Humph! Unlike that woman Qing Ningyao, who perpetually feigned a love-struck demeanor, foolishly running to her junior brother's side without dedicating herself to her training, thereby forfeiting any right to offer him a shoulder rub or a foot massage in the future, of course. This was her train of thought, yet as Jiang Yun continued to read on, her curiosity regarding the Ascension Order intensified. After all, this Ascension Order bore profound significance to her junior brother. Indeed, his very presence had irrevocably altered the dark and chaotic path that could provoke a grand struggle in the world. How could she possibly remain indifferent to anything related to her junior brother? Thus, unable to suppress her curiosity, Jiang Yun hastened to seek out Jiang Shun. Yuner, how do you know about the Ascension Order? Upon hearing those 3 words, Jiang Shun appeared as though struck by lightning, as if confronted by some great terror. Father, please do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me, do you truly know about the Ascension Order? Jiang Yun stated directly, without elaboration. In response, Jiang Shun lowered his gaze before slowly replying, naturally, I am aware. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun could hardly contain her eagerness. Father, what exactly is the Ascension Order? Why is there no record of it in the secret pavilion? Her 2 questions revealed her fervent interest in the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shun chuckled softly, silly girl, the Ascension Order is born of the will of heaven and earth. Wherever it manifests is where the heavenly path resides. Although it may not embody the complete principles of heaven and earth, it is, after all, a principle of the cosmos. Such a magnificent entity cannot be replicated or spoken of lightly. Not only our Jiang family's secret pavilion, even the most prestigious forces on the continent would never dare to document it in any form. Once, an ancient sect attempted to forcibly conceal the secrets of heaven and replicate the divine treasures of yore. Yet the moment the words Ascension Order were inscribed, a punishment of 3,000 thunderbolts descended upon them, and the entire ancient sect vanished into the annals of time. From that moment forth, all knowledge regarding the Ascension Order could only be passed down orally. No written record could exist. The Ascension Order is a taboo. As soon as it is inscribed, it constitutes a challenge to that very taboo. After hearing Jiang Shun's words, Jiang Yun stood frozen, her mind reeling. No replication, no spoken word, no written record. As she recalled the contents of her junior brother's diary, her thoughts became a blank slate. Her junior brother, he was indeed a taboo. Chapter 29. Just the 10th, that fellow truly knows how to conceal his strength. In the wake of her father Jiang Shun's revelations, Jiang Yun was engulfed in unparalleled shock. No written record could exist, yet her junior brother had managed to document everything in its entirety. The Ascension Order appeared only once every 1,000 years, though its manifestation varied in location. The impact it wrought could be significant or minimal, depending on perspective, as ordinary people could hardly ever touch such profound secrets of heaven and earth. Yet, those who truly cared about the Ascension Order were the ancient sects and imperial dynasties lurking in the shadows. The fierce battles among ancient powers triggered a series of chain reactions, plunging the entire boundless continent into a cycle of darkness, where the principles crumbled and legacies fractured. Each time the Ascension Order emerged, it would fly into the hands of those recognized by it. Anyone who obtained the Ascension Order, willingly or not, would be forcibly drawn into the Ascension platform to compete in a deadly struggle. The Ascension platform was a truly terrifying place where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. What astonished Jiang Yun was not merely Zhou Xian's entry into the Ascension platform, but the audacity with which he documented the Ascension Order in its entirety. Moreover, Zhou Xian undoubtedly understood the taboo against the replication of the Ascension Order, yet still dared to do so. This could only mean one thing. Her junior brother Zhou Xian existed above the taboo. The so-called taboo was nothing more than a mere formality to him. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Mysterious, undeniably mysterious. This was Jiang Yun's current assessment of Zhou Xian. Anything that appeared in Zhou Xian's notes shattered her understanding. Jiang Yun could scarcely fathom what her junior brother had experienced in the past. Furthermore, what unfathomable terror must he have encountered at the pinnacle of his previous life? Unconsciously, Jiang Yun felt an urge to seek out Zhou Xian. Previously, she had often been in the company of Zhou Xian, yet due to her focus on cultivation, she had not paid much heed to her junior brother. And now, after such a brief separation, her junior brother had already grown to a point she could scarcely hope to surpass. Half a month later, suddenly, a terrifying abyss, unfathomable and bottomless, appeared in the heavens above the continent, regardless of one's location within the continent. The sight of that abyss, entwined with purple lightning, was unmistakable. The entire continent trembled, and all cultivators were drawn to this terrifying phenomenon. What could that possibly be? Heavens, could it be that some formidable being was engaged in a life-and-death struggle, causing the very heavens to change color? The emergence of such an anomaly instantly captured everyone's attention. As they gazed upon the expanding abyss, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. even at such a distance. They could still distinctly sense the terrifying energy surging from the mouth of the abyss point. One could only imagine that if even a being at the pinnacle of the myriad laws were to come into contact with even a fraction of that energy, they would be reduced to dust in an instant. Within the Qingyu dynasty, Qing Ningyao, who had been compelled to return early, gazed at the celestial anomaly, her brow furrowing slightly as the Ascension Order, which that fellow mentioned, about to arrive. At this moment, Qing Ningyao finally understood why the Qing Emperor had suddenly sent someone to forcibly bring her back from the Nanyang sect. The emergence of the Ascension Order marked the commencement of a grand struggle in the world. Initially, Qing Ningyao had been somewhat indifferent, but feeling the surging, boundless, terrifying energy, she finally comprehended why her father would be so cautious. For even the Qing Emperor held a degree of trepidation toward this formidable energy. As the abyss gradually stabilized, approximately 3 incense sticks later, it ceased to expand. Suddenly, tokens began to fly forth from within the abyss. Seeing the radiant tokens, Qing Ningyao's breath quickened. The Ascension Order, it was indeed the Ascension Order. At that moment, a voice that seemed to transcend the river of time reverberated. The Ascension Order has emerged. The Ascension List is revealed. As soon as this voice resonated, an ancient and simple list, seemingly weathered by the passage of countless epochs, materialized from the abyss. Upon the Ascension List appeared a multitude of small characters. 100 to place. Long Yin Dynasty's 9th Prince, Long Ao Tian, 99th place. Guanhai Pavilion Saintess, Qing Lian, 98th place. Feiyu Sect's Holy Son, Zhang Yu. With the announcement of each name, a token of the Ascension Order would soar through the heavens, racing toward various corners of the continent. Only then did everyone realize that those appearing on the Ascension List were all representatives of ancient sects or imperial dynasties. Princes and saints, figures whom ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetimes, now found themselves at the tail end of the Ascension Order. 20 place. Rogue Cultivator, Xiao Quan. When this name emerged, everyone across the continent who had been paying attention to the Ascension Order was taken aback. It was not that this name shone with brilliance, but rather that the previous names had all belonged to disciples of formidable powers. Yet Xiao Quan, entirely unaffiliated with any force, had somehow secured the 20th position on the Ascension List. Upon hearing this name, both Qing Ningyao and Jiang Yun exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. They had not anticipated that Xiao Quan would also ascend to the ancient Ascension List. No wonder Zhou Xian, upon being reborn, would take such notice of this seemingly inconspicuous individual. It seemed there were reasons to do so. For anyone, making it into the top 100 was already an extraordinary feat. Now, they were eager to discern what kind of monsters occupied the top 10 spots on the Ascension List. 10 took place. Holy Son of the Nanyang sect, Zhou Xian. Zhou Shengzi was actually in 10th place. Heavens, no wonder Zhou Shengzi's name had been elusive. It turned out he was in 10th place. Wait, based on Zhou Shengzi's talent and strength, how could he merely be in 10th place? Zhou Shengzi must surely be concealing his true abilities. The emergence of Xiao Quan's name instantly ignited a frenzy within the Nanyang sect. After waiting for so long, they had finally witnessed their holy son's name. However, following this excitement, the disciples of the Nanyang sect recognized a troubling issue. Given that their holy son had consecutively broken through to significant realms within mere days, his strength must have reached an astonishing level. The fact that Zhou Shengzi ranked only 10th undoubtedly indicated that he was deliberately hiding his true strength, not wishing to reveal his capabilities. Moreover, nearly a month had passed. It was entirely possible that Zhou Shengzi had already ascended to the realm of the Skyward Ascendant. Just 10th place, that fellow truly knows how to conceal his strength. Jiang Yun, upon seeing Zhou Xian's ranking, smiled faintly, not appearing overly astonished in her view. 10th place did not reflect Zhou Xian's true power. She couldn't help but wonder, just what rank did her junior brother's genuine strength hold? Jiang Yun gazed at the Ascension ranking inscribed upon the heavens, her spiritual eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, an update appeared in her diary. Upon reading its contents, Jiang Yun could not help but let out a cold snort. I always suspected that my junior brother was a taboo. Chapter 30. The Importance of Cultivation. So that my husband may live off me. The Ascension Order has finally emerged. Unexpectedly, the rankings remain unchanged, with no alterations whatsoever. Yet, the first 9 names are disappointingly feeble. Reflecting on the past, When these 9 once joined forces against me, they ultimately fell at my hands. After all, this is merely the Ascension Order. Its rules are flawed and cannot truly embody the heavenly Tao. Most are aware that the Ascension Order serves as a brutal battleground, yet few realize that it conceals a far more astonishing mystery. A dark upheaval is destined to arrive, and the beings from above will inevitably descend to seek the ancient divine repository. The Ascension Order is ultimately but a prelude to this dark turmoil. Upon reading the new diary entry, Jiang Yun furrowed her brow. Does the Ascension Order still harbor secrets today? Is it merely a prologue to the impending chaos? What does all of this mean? Glancing casually at the text, her heart raced, feeling that her previous understanding was woefully inadequate, or perhaps her curiosity about the secrets behind the Ascension Order was insatiable. After all, these events are bound to unfold in the future. The unknown is eternally filled with intrigue and dread. Jiang Yun's current state reflects this sentiment. Moreover, what astounded Jiang Yun even more was that in her previous life, the top 9 who entered the Ascension Order had jointly challenged her junior brother, only to be effortlessly defeated by him. Jiang Yun was acutely aware that her junior brother had concealed his true strength, yet this did not imply that the top 9 were mere inept individuals. On the contrary, to ascend the Ascension ranking and achieve such high standings indicates that their prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, they were still vanquished by her junior brother. Just how terrifying had he become? What was his true potential? The Ascension Order is, in essence, a selection process for genuine powerhouses to counter the forthcoming dark turmoil. Those recognized by the Ascension Order have received the favor of the heavens. The purpose of drawing these individuals into the Ascension platform for battle is to consolidate the laws of the heavenly Tao within a single person, thus enabling the capability to resist the dark upheaval in the future. However, the current top 9 are all too weak, especially the top 5, who are merely ostentatious. Their defeat at my hands is hardly surprising, for the strongest 5 have yet to appear. If memory serves, the true 5th place belongs to the great prince of the Daxia dynasty, Xia Zhiyu. Although referred to as a prince, she is actually of female form. With her transcendent tribulation melody, Xia Zhiyu stands invincible in the present era. Not long after the Ascension Order surfaced, she forcefully intruded into the Ascension platform, intending to eradicate the top 10 and single-handedly dictate the laws of the heavenly Tao. However, she encountered me instead, and her true strength earned my utmost respect. Thus, the 5th position in the Ascension ranking rightfully belongs to her. As for the 4th place, it is not the original shallow master of the Taichu sect, Li Gai, but rather Ji Ziyue from the ancient Forbidden Zone's imperial family. Ji Haoyue possesses the Eastern Wilderness divine body and trains in the Void Scripture, inherited from the Void Emperor, an indomitable adversary. The 3rd place is occupied by Rasha from the Starry River, a warrior whose life is characterized by bloodshed, truly embodying the path of murder. The 2nd place belongs to the Divine Maiden of the Phoenix clan, Hong Huang, whose true form is that of an ancient divine phoenix, possessing an incomparably pure bloodline and unfathomable strength. Known for her ruthless heart and venomous intentions, she has repeatedly sought to eliminate me. But I ultimately vanquished her, thereby acquiring countless phoenix techniques and several drops of genuine phoenix blood. This phoenix blood is infinitely purer than the phoenix essence suppressed within Xiao Yao, and after I gifted it to Xiao Yao for refinement, she underwent a true transformation, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine phoenix as a human. From that moment forth, the true empress was born. As for the 1st place, my junior brother is increasingly adept at keeping people in suspense. Jiang Yun's chest heaved with indignation, her eyes fixed upon the extraordinary phenomena above, ignoring the unfolding events. Now, as fate would have it, the narrative had abruptly ceased, with the 2nd to 4th places revealed. Who could the 1st place possibly be? In Jiang Yun's heart, her junior brother is undoubtedly the true 1st. Yet until she witnesses it for herself, she feels as though something is amiss, leaving her with an indescribable discomfort. Humph! You expounded endlessly when writing about that woman's phoenix blood. Yet when it came to her, you abruptly ceased. Junior brother, it appears that your senior sister must return to shower you with affection. Jiang Yun clenched her jade fist, her current state exuding frustration. Immense frustration, it seems that ever since that woman visited the Zhiyang sect to see her junior brother, he has frequently mentioned her in his diary, while she herself has been summarized in but a few lines. Before Qing Ningyao's arrival, her junior brother was not like this. Lost in thought, a perilous notion suddenly emerged in Jiang Yun's mind. Could it be that her junior brother and Qing Ningyao? Upon reaching this point, Jiang Yun hesitated to delve further. If that were the case, she would be utterly defeated before this future rival in love. Within the Qingyu imperial palace, upon reading the diary entries of Zhou Xian, Qing Ningyao's delicate face was adorned with an unceasing sweet smile. Phoenix blood. What a delightful treasure that would be for her in the future. Immersed in this joy, she found it impossible to extricate herself. Yet, shortly after, her expression grew resolute. No. I am the dignified princess of the Qingyu dynasty, the daughter of the Qing emperor, the future empress of Qingyu. How could I live off another? I must diligently cultivate, so that my future husband may rely on me. As long as she exerts sufficient effort, Zhou Xian need not toil in the future. Contemplating this, Qing Ningyao was filled with an unprecedented vigor. Rising to cultivate, she took only a few steps before returning to her seat. Forget it. I should first catch up on today's diary entries and postpone my training. Today was meant to be a joyous day. Qing Ningyao had planned to pursue the entries before resuming her cultivation. However, as she settled down, she nearly sprang up in alarm if she did not cultivate. Not only would she be unable to ensure Zhou Xian could live off her, she might even lose the right to dine altogether. For the diary revealed an explosive revelation. The first place on the ascension ranking was none other than her rival in love. Jiang Yun, Chapter 31. The Jiang family's legacy, the white-clad divine king Jiang Taisu. Upon witnessing the new diary entry, Qing Ningyao's expression instantly shifted. What? The first place on the ascension ranking is not Zhou Xian, nor any other scion from ancient sects or royal dynasties, but that Jiang Yun, who remains in meditation at the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. Initially, Qing Ningyao thought she might have misread, but after perusing the text multiple times, she was certain of her understanding. Furthermore, she did not question this ranking, as the information came from Zhou Xian, who had been reborn and possessed intimate knowledge of future events, leaving no room for error. The fifth place on the ascension ranking is the prince of the Daxia dynasty, Xia Jiyu. The fourth place belongs to Ji Haoyue from the ancient Forbidden Zone's imperial family. The third place is Rasha from the Starry River. The second place is the divine maiden Hong Huang from the Phoenix clan. This is how Qing Ningyao organized the information based on Zhou Xian's diary. Among these four, some were unfamiliar to her, currently beyond her reach. Unsurprisingly, the forces backing these four are unimaginably formidable. Yet, the first place is Jiang Yun from the ancient Jiang family of Long Xiantian. Though the Jiang family is also a great clan descending from antiquity, its influence in Long Xiantian is among the highest. However, based on Qing Ningyao's understanding, this status is merely relative to Long Xiantian, and in terms of actual strength, it is not significantly superior to the Qingyu dynasty. Moreover, the Jiang family has been on a decline, and its future trajectory remains uncertain. Thus, Qing Ningyao could hardly believe that Jiang Yun would claim the title of first on the ascension ranking. The first place is Yun Er. Yes, my wife, Yun Er, at that time. Although these four individuals were formidable, their strength still relied on the immense foundation of their family legacies built over millennia. Just as the imperial family of Ji Haoyue drew upon the legacy of the Void Emperor. Wielding the supreme Void Scripture, Ji Haoyue could easily overwhelm and defeat more than half of the continent's unmatched geniuses. However, when it comes to family legacies, the Jiang family is not inferior to these clans in the slightest. Alas, time waits for no one, and no matter the matter, it cannot withstand the relentless passage of time. The Jiang family's legacy has merely experienced some disruption. The Jiang family's inheritance originates from the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taisu. Jiang Taisu once battled the Dark Knight Monarch, 3 living dead, and 13 peak powerhouses, reigning supreme in an era long past. His legacy is such that even the top sects and ancient dynasties, as well as true contemporary emperors, are deeply intrigued. Presently, the Jiang family of Long Xiantian stands as the direct descendant of the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taisu. However, time has spanned too long, compounded by an unprecedented blow suffered by the Jiang family a millennium ago, which has resulted in the fragmentation of their legacy. Had the Jiang family's legacy remained intact, the unparalleled divine melodies and various divine techniques of Jiang Taisu would have long since illuminated the world. What can be said of the illustrious figures of the Starry River, such as Luo Shi, who possessed the profound legacy of celestial mysteries? They are, after all, merely ordinary. Strangely, Yuner found herself on the ascension platform. Although I was engaged in a fierce battle with several exceptional talents at the time and paid her no heed. Meanwhile, she was observing me as I contended with opponents of extraordinary caliber, truly unparalleled prodigies. In this confrontation, Yuner gained profound insights, and inspired by the spectacle of the Eastern Wilderness divine body, she inscribed the clan's mark and crystallized the genuine ancient bloodline of the Jiang family. Subsequently, her power surged dramatically, and coupled with the unique qualities of the Xinling divine body, she dominated the other prodigies present, ascending to the pinnacle of the prodigy rankings, in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. A blank void enveloped Jiang Yun's mind as her delicate form trembled uncontrollably. The Jiang family, it turned out, was the direct lineage of the white-clad divine monarch, Jiang Tai-Su. Such secrets were unknown even to the three most revered ancestors of the clan. Yet, here she was, fortunate enough to witness this revelation. It must be said, this was the most explosive information Jiang Yun had encountered thus far, as it directly pertained to the fate of the entire family. The impending battle against the Dark Knight Monarch, the three living dead, and the 13 supreme powers. Merely reading these words ignited a fervor within her, yet it was unexpected that the Jiang family was the direct lineage of this formidable being. This thought led Jiang Yun to recall the figure of Zhou Xian. The fact that he could grasp such matters implied that he had frequently interacted with extraordinary individuals of yore. Jiang Yun was deeply curious about the grandeur of her junior disciple's previous life. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed in her mind. She quickly realized something was amiss. The top position on the ascension rankings should rightfully belong to her junior disciple, not herself. Reflecting on it, she recognized that her insights came only after witnessing her junior disciple battle those terrifying prodigies. It was precisely during that time that she inscribed the clan's mark. In other words, her junior disciple's prowess far surpassed her own, and even after her breakthrough, he would still remain superior. The reason she attained the first position must be attributed to her junior disciple's selflessness. How absurd! The top 5 of the ascension rankings were acknowledged, and her junior disciple could effortlessly dismiss them with a simple gesture, while the true 4 prodigies were single-handedly confronted by him. After such a fierce contest, her junior disciple's condition would undoubtedly have declined, at least not remaining at his peak. Thus, it was only natural that she secured the first position. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun's anticipation grew. She longed to reunite with the little junior disciple who once followed her around, bouncing with enthusiasm. However, not long after, she let out a soft huff of annoyance. Humph, you shall not concede this first place to me. What right do I have to take what belongs to you? Conversely, this time, I shall not let you toil so hard. After all, I am your senior sister. With a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with determination. Soon after, the names of the last few individuals on the ascension rankings appeared sequentially. Indeed, among the top 5, there were none of the names Zhou Xian had mentioned. It turned out they had only emerged later. As the complete ascension rankings materialized, the diary's content was updated. This edition of the ascension rankings seemed somewhat peculiar. She could no longer feel the world's principles as before. It appeared that this time, the rules had shifted. Perhaps now, everyone could enter the ancient divine repository. As the diary updated, Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao exchanged astonished glances. Then, once more, the sound of the great Tao resonated through the heavens. Upon hearing this sound, both Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. That fellow truly possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. Chapter 32. Challenge to Zhou Shengzi. Surely, they must be mad. The ascension rankings are revealed, and the ascension order has emerged. Those who hold the ascension order, under the protection of the heavens and the great Tao, can receive the blessings of the heavenly laws. All prodigies under heaven may challenge those bearing the order to seize the heavenly laws and the ancient divine repository. The top 100 may enter. This time, the ascension platform encompasses the entire continent. The profound sound of the great Tao drove everyone into a frenzy. In other words, anyone can contend for the ascension order, which serves as the ticket to the ancient divine repository. Moreover, there will be no dedicated ascension platform. The entire heavenly continent itself is the finest ascension platform. Upon hearing this information, countless powers began to stir restlessly. The opportunities of heaven belong to the capable. Those who had previously fretted over the lack of an ascension order now saw a chance to engage in ruthless deeds. Even if it meant death, the allure of the great Tao and the divine repository beckoned irresistibly. At this moment, Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao held Zhou Xian in the highest regard. Zhou Xian's ability to perceive the changes in the Ascension Order at the first opportunity indicated that his current strength was indeed unfathomable. Meanwhile, Qing Xianfeng looked at the increasing trust values with satisfaction. Indeed, reading novels extensively had its advantages. At the very least, it enabled him to grasp some narrative techniques for his current writing. Now, Zhou Xian capitalized on the information disparity between Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao to earn trust values. The existence of the Ascension platform was undeniable. However, the information he previously disseminated had been integrated into the rules of heaven and earth concerning the Ascension platform. This meant that this opportunity was exclusively available to those who held the Ascension Order. Moreover, Zhou Xian had reinforced this perspective multiple times. With such a fixed mindset, combined with the notion that opportunities could be shared by all but were reserved for the capable, he sent out the message of the Ascension Order to substantiate this viewpoint. Thus, the trust levels of Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao would significantly rise amidst this information disparity. Of course, this does not imply that following a prescribed path would yield no trust values. Trust values are something Zhou Xian would never find excessive. Emerging from the secret realm of the Great Xia dynasty, a strikingly beautiful woman. Her hair dark as night, skin as pale as snow, lips red and teeth white, and eyes like black crystals, slowly opened her eyes. The Ascension Order had finally arrived. Her voice, frosty as ice, resonated even though she was alone, employing secret methods to mask her presence. Dressed in such attire, no one could discern her true identity. Instead, they would perceive her as a stunningly beautiful youth. In the eastern wilderness, the Imperial Clan. A thunderous rumble echoed above the Imperial Clan as the heavens stirred. Dark clouds gathering ominously, a formidable aura, reminiscent of a primeval beast, surged into the sky. It was none other than the Holy Son of the Ji clan. Unexpectedly, the Holy Son had achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Ha ha ha, the Ascension Order shall surely belong to my Ji family this time. The entire Ji family gazed intently at the towering figure in the heavens. That figure merely stood still, and time seemed to freeze around him, all awaiting the commands of that young man. This individual was none other than Ji Haoyue, the Holy Son of the Imperial Clan. At long last, I shall meet with my old friends. Ji Haoyue's right hand clenched slightly, and the surrounding phenomena vanished without a trace. Within the Divine Phoenix Clan, a flamboyant woman, dressed provocatively, licked her red lips, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing with fervor as she scrutinized the Ascension rankings. She could hardly contain her eagerness to refine these bloodlines. As time flowed, after 7 days, the Ascension rankings underwent a transformation. The 5th place was claimed by the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Xia Jiyu. The 4th place went to Ji Haoyue of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The 3rd place was taken by the Starry River's Luo Shi. The 2nd place belonged to the Divine Phoenix Clan's Hong Huang. Indeed, everything unfolded as Zhou Xian had predicted. The 4 individuals he mentioned in his diary had all made their appearances. Furthermore, their achievements were astonishing, having dispatched the original champions in mere 3 moves, truly terrifying prowess. Among them, one individual also captured the attention of Jiang Yun and Qing Ningyao. The rogue Xiao Quan had surprisingly ascended to the 12th position. Mere 2 ranks away from entering the top 10. This information had been closely monitored by both women, especially Jiang Yun, who was determined to confront this prodigy, who had garnered the attention of the entire continent in such a short time. Moreover, numerous ancient sects and dynasties had already extended olive branches to Xiao Quan, hoping to recruit such a talent. Should Xiao Quan join a major sect and gain protection, eliminating him for Zhou Xian would become a formidable challenge. Time swiftly passes, and during this period, countless ancient battles have erupted across the continent. Various factions have been drawn into the fray in pursuit of a coveted ascension token. Even those reluctant to participate find themselves ensnared by the covert machinations of rival powers, ultimately compelled to join this monumental conflict. The ascension rankings are in a constant state of flux, with a single token changing hands multiple times within the span of a single day. Underscoring the ferocity of this struggle, the top 10 positions are also subject to continual alteration, with the original top 5 unable to settle into their seats before being usurped. However, the positions of the current top 5 have nearly solidified. attributable solely to the overwhelming prowess of these individuals, rendering them beyond the reach of ordinary challengers. The top 10 exist as monumental presences akin to Mount Tai. To surpass them is to face insurmountable odds. Meanwhile, outside the Zhuyang sect, a radiant light cleaved through the heavens, heralding the arrival of a figure as imposing as an iron tower. Lian Shan, the holy son of the Tianlong sect, has come to challenge Zhou Shengzi of the Zhuyang sect. The man halted his steps and coldly addressed the direction of Qingxian Peak. Lian Shan's appearance immediately captured the attention of all within the Zhuyang sect. The 11th-ranked Lian Shan had audaciously come to confront Zhou Shengzi. In an instant, disciples from all ranks, both high and low, congregated to witness this spectacle. While they held no sway in the grand contest of the Dao, such an event was too significant to overlook. They all yearned to see just how fearsome Zhou Shengzi truly was. Humph, it seems brother Lian Shan is ill-fated to contend for the 10th position. At that moment, 5 formidable presences converged, and upon their arrival, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. The former top 5 contenders had all come to challenge Zhou Shengzi. Are they out of their minds? Chapter 33. You 5, come at once. Lian Shan's challenge ignited the atmosphere. For the Ascension token had been in circulation for days, with the rankings shifting daily, while Zhou Shengzi's 10th position remained unchanged. The key figures sought to witness Zhou Shengzi's terrifying strength firsthand. Lian Shan's arrival was a perfect opportunity for them to indulge their curiosity. However, they were unprepared for the fact that not only had Lian Shan come, but the formidable figures of the former top 5 had also arrived at the Zhuyang sect. The strength of these 5 was beyond reproach, and their displacement in the rankings merely indicated that those who had surpassed them were even more terrifying. Humph, 6 against 1. What kind of prowess is that? If you possess true skill, then face him one-on-one. Banding together is nothing of consequence. The presence of 6 challengers instantly sent shockwaves through the Zhuyang sect. Although they hailed from various factions, the 10th position belonged to only one individual. When Zhou Shengzi appeared, they would surely pounce upon him like rabid dogs. Regardless of their underlying motives, it was undeniable that they would collectively strike at Zhou Shengzi. With the top 5 plus the steadfast 11th rank, Zhou Shengzi found himself in an extraordinarily perilous predicament. Thus, the appearance of the former top 5 immediately drew the ire of the Zhuyang sect's disciples. One-on-one, they had no cause for concern regarding Zhou Shengzi's safety. However, this was a coordinated 6-person assault. Not even the current first-ranked Hong Huang could afford to underestimate the combined might of these 6. Humph. In the contest of the Dao, the strong thrive while the weak perish. If your holy son lacks the capability, he should promptly relinquish the Ascension token to avoid bodily harm. The originally 4th-ranked young master of the Taichu sect scoffed dismissively, paying no heed to the words of the Zhuyang sect disciples. Instead, a provocative glint sparkled in his eyes. Observing Li Gai's arrogant demeanor, the Zhuyang sect disciples ground their teeth in frustration. If you dare to engage in combat with our Zhou Shengzi, what worth do you possess? If you have the ability, do not rely on the strength of others. The strong thrive while the weak perish. The merchant Shangdan has come to seek counsel from Zhou Shengzi. The originally 2nd-ranked Shangdan issued a challenge, his aura overwhelming and terrifying. Some nearby disciples, unable to withstand the immense pressure, were forced to retreat hastily. 6 against 1. This truly tarnishes the reputation of your sect. Indeed, where is the demeanor of the proud? To me, you are nothing but trivial. Resorting to overwhelming numbers is hardly a display of skill. Truly, in pursuit of the Ascension token, you have sullied your sect's prestige. The disciples of the Zhuyang sect remained undeterred. Attempting to dissuade the 6 through words, however, the 6 paid them no mind, dismissing their words entirely. They did not even bother to glance at the Zhuyang sect disciples, viewing them merely as foolish jesters unworthy of their attention. Is your Zhuyang sect's Zhou Shengzi truly a coward, too afraid to show himself? Damn it, how dare you insult our holy son? If you possess true skill, come down and battle me for 300 rounds. You think you can challenge Zhou Shengzi? You are utterly deluded. The crowd erupted in chaos, yet the 6 remained unmoved, continuing their provocations. At that moment, a figure clad in red soared down from Hongya Peak. Upon seeing her, the crowd erupted in cheers. Sister Jean, show these ignorant fools a lesson. Those seeking to challenge Zhou Shengzi should return home for another decade of nurturing. The newcomer was none other than Jin Xianya. The foremost disciple of Hongye Peak, Jin Xianye's arrival sparked considerable excitement. As the direct disciple of Song Xiangjun, the master of Hongye Peak, she possessed both beauty and exceptional strength. Privately, she garnered numerous admirers. In the hearts of the younger generation of the Zhuyang sect, Jin Xianye held a status second only to Holy Son Zhou Xian. Jin Xianye's presence instantly bolstered the spirits of the crowd. Yet, even with her arrival, none of the 6 challengers deigned to acknowledge Jin Xian to them. She was still far too weak, so feeble that they had no desire to even raise their hands against her. Instead, seizing upon Jin Xianye's entrance, the young master of the Taichu sect, Li Gai, took the opportunity to launch a scathing taunt at Zhou Xian, who remained seated atop Qingxian Peak. I see Zhou Shengzi's 10th position is merely a hollow title. He cowers behind a woman. How enlightening! If you wish to challenge my senior brother, first pass through me. Jin Xianye brandished her spirit treasure, her face aflame with indignation. Zhou Xian held a supreme position in the hearts of the younger generation. How could they allow such insults to go unchallenged? Moreover, Jin Xianye harbored a unique sentiment toward Zhou Xian. She understood that, in Zhou Xian's eyes, these challengers were nothing more than gestures unworthy of his attention. Traditionally, it is the men who act as guardians of flowers. The Zhuyang sect proves to be quite amusing. The men shrink away like turtles, leaving a woman to defend their honor. The 11th-ranked Lian Shan licked his lips, his fists swirling with an immense, terrifying energy. Yet, Jin Xianye did not retreat an inch. Even knowing she could not match Lian Shan, she remained resolute in her intention to shield Zhou Xian from this trouble. Little girl, fists and feet speak louder than words. You must be cautious. Lian Shan stepped forward, as if carrying the weight of countless mountains upon his back. The sheer intensity of his presence caused Jin Xianye's expression to shift dramatically. Without a shred of regard for her, Lian, although he ranks merely 11th, many believe that Lian Shan has long since earned the right to be among the top 10. This individual, seemingly robust and coarse, possesses a remarkably delicate mind. The reason he has not yet challenged the top 10 is simply that he has been biding his time, observing. Should he choose a target, there is an overwhelming likelihood that it would meet its demise at his hands. However, this 11th-ranked contender could not withstand even a single strike from Zhou Shengzi, thus meeting his downfall. Could it be that this is truly the 11th rank? How could one of such low standing possess so little power? In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence as the disciples of Zhu Yangzong gazed upon the woefully lifeless Lian Shan, experiencing an unsettling illusion that they too could achieve such feats. Yet, they were not Lian Shan. Nor were they Zhou Shengzi. The true extent of the power behind Zhou Shengzi's strike was beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, the top 5 were rendered as if struck by a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. Subsequently, Zhou Shengzi's words sent chills down their spines. All 5 of them would need to summon their full strength for a single assault. Such a proclamation would likely have made even the current top 5 hesitate to act so boldly. Yet, within Zhu Yangzong, they heard it all too clearly. What a farce! A glance exchanged among the 5 revealed their understanding. They were no mere fools. Having reached the ascending immortal ranking, they recognized that if they continued to scheme for the 10th position, their fate would be no different from that of Lian Shan. Thus, in unison, the 5 harnessed their vast spiritual power and launched a fierce attack towards Qingxian Peak. However, in the next moment, a thunderous eruption arose from the peak. A colossal lightning dragon devoured their assault entirely, leaving no trace behind. Before the 5 could react, a thunderous tempest erupted above them, an overwhelming force that seemed capable of distorting the very fabric of time. In the blink of an eye, one among them was utterly consumed. The Thunder Emperor's divine technique? Unmatched might. As the lightning dissipated, the 4 who had attempted to retreat glanced back at the spot where their companion once stood, only to behold a mere skeleton. One strike had annihilated the 5th-ranked contender. At this moment, the remaining 4 felt parched and chilled to the bone, finally realizing that this 10th-ranked Zhou Shengzi was not an opponent they could triflingly provoke. Even the pressure from the current top 5 paled in comparison to that exerted by Zhou Shengzi. In that instant, they no longer harbored any desire to fight. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: escape. Flee without looking back. They faced not a mere man, but rather a terrifying beast awakened from an ancient slumber. The 4 scattered in desperation, each fleeing in a different direction. The allure of the ascending immortal order was enticing. But one must possess their life to enjoy such rewards. In an instant, the once arrogant four dispersed, yet the figure atop Qingxian Peak showed no intention of allowing their escape. Wanting to leave? It was too late, with that declaration, for tender blades of grass shot forth in 4 different directions. Observers could discern that these were nothing more than the most ordinary weeds. Yet, in the hands of Zhou Shengzi, they transformed into supreme treasures. Where they passed, the very space roared as if it could not withstand the terrifying energy, threatening to collapse at any moment. Moreover, the lethal sword and tint emanating from each blade of grass was unlike anything they had ever encountered. This was but one of Zhou Xian's formidable techniques, the grass sword technique, the complete legacy of the 9-leaf swordgrass, one of the ancient 3 great sword techniques, renowned for its ability to sever time and space, cleaving through the cosmos. Furthermore, the grass sword technique could evolve into the grass annihilation sword technique, whose future power would undoubtedly be immeasurable. The 4 blades of grass surged through the air with unparalleled speed, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible in the moment prior. As the 4 fled for their lives, the onlookers beheld a single blade of grass piercing through their chests, and in the next heartbeat, all 4 plummeted to the ground. Devoid of any life, silence ensued, a silence that felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Shengzi has triumphed, after an indeterminate span. A quavering voice broke the stillness among the crowd. This voice rippled through the throng like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of excitement. The Zhuyangzong erupted into uncontainable fervor. From the highest echelons, typically elusive, to the most ordinary disciples, all rejoiced with exuberant cheers. Within mere breaths, Zhou Shengzi had single-handedly overwhelmed 6 opponents, dispatching them with an invincible grace. Such terrifying prowess was unprecedented. Not even the elders had ever witnessed such a display. Had it not been for the protective spells of the sect's leaders, that last strike might have wiped out several disciples in one fell swoop. The saint's son is magnificent, someone in the crowd cried out, and soon the chant grew louder, a crescendo of voices echoing through the air. Everyone, with fervent eyes, chanted this phrase. Meanwhile, the elders atop the various peaks stared blankly towards Qingxian Peak. Clearly stunned by the overwhelming might displayed in the recent battle point, one individual had subdued 6 of the ascending immortal ranking. This person was truly terrifying. The intensity of their strength was beyond what many elders could rival. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Had that last strike landed upon them, their fates would surely mirror those lying lifeless on the ground. The sheer force of the overwhelming might left the onlookers parched and dizzy. Though they were unaware of the true horror of the current top 5, they believed without a doubt that Zhou Shengzi was undoubtedly worthy of the top position. Word of Zhou Shengzi's victory spread like wildfire across the land, igniting excitement among many. "I hope you come swiftly to challenge me." Hong Huang wiped the blood from her lips and kicked the corpse before her aside, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. The name Zhou Shengzi had firmly rooted itself in the hearts of many. Chapter 35. Stone? No, you should be called the Emperor of Chaos. With a single battle, Zhou Xian's name resonated throughout the continent. As he, with a gesture, crushed 6 of the most talented individuals on the ascending immortal ranking. Such a remarkable feat was something even the current top 5 could scarcely hope to achieve. Yet, this slaughter had not concluded with Zhou Xian's victory. Instead, his fearsome accomplishment inadvertently incited many, becoming the catalyst for further conflict. Everyone understood that the competition would only intensify. It would be wise to seize the opportunity while some prodigies had yet to truly rise, snatching the ascending immortal order before retreating to safety. They could wait until the ancient divine treasure appeared to seize unparalleled opportunities. This battle had indeed come to an end, as I anticipated. They remained woefully weak, so weak that I lacked even the desire to engage. Yet, they continued to provoke me, compelling my hand to strike. Solitude reigns. Reborn as I am, no one has yet ignited within me the true desire to unleash my power. The struggle of the strong against the weak is an eternal truth. While this is a relentless battle, where some fall, others will inevitably rise. Yet, witnessing so many talented individuals perish within a matter of days, an inexplicable sense of melancholy envelopes me. In truth, the pinnacle of cultivation lies not in external enhancements, but in refining oneself. Suddenly, I recalled an old friend who once possessed numerous, unparalleled opportunities, in the end. He imparted words that have lingered in my mind ever since, and no matter how splendid the opportunities or how potent the treasures, they cannot surpass the importance of self-cultivation, as long as one is strong enough. Those external factors are merely that, external, stone. No, you ought to be called the Emperor of Chaos. It has been far too long since I last saw you, and even longer since we sparred. We were both engulfed in darkness. I reborn from the three-world coffin, yet I wonder how you fare now. Observing these so-called prodigies engage in their relentless struggles for supremacy, I cannot help but reminisce about the times we battled against others. Against heaven and against ourselves. Sigh, let the past remain in the past. Let all that once was drift away with the vast eastern winds. Indeed, those challengers are far too simplistic for my junior brother. They truly overestimate their capabilities, imagining they could challenge him. In the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun's small face radiated pride. Zhou Xian's achievements had spread to every corner of the continent, and Jiang Yun had certainly heard of them. Now, upon reading the account, her pride was impossible to contain. Why, man, my junior brother, how could he be someone you can challenge at will? It seems it is time for me to hasten my own progress. If I do not grow strong enough, how can I stand beside my junior brother in the future? Within the Qingyu Imperial Palace, Qing Ningyao paused, immediately flipping open the diary's contents. Truly worthy of you. The previous top 5 on the ascending immortal ranking were still not enough to ignite your desire to fight. Indeed, a man comparable to the divine is truly an enigma. Gazing upon the contents of the diary, Qing Ningyao could not help but release a long sigh. In this era of great contention, although Zhou Xian is formidable, she harbors some concern for that fellow. After all, the current top 5 possess equally remarkable records. While they may not astonish like Zhou Xian, the adversaries faced by the top 5 are undoubtedly supreme beings in their own right. Zhou Xian, despite his vast knowledge, is still a reincarnated being. Qing Ningyao distinctly recalls that Zhou Xian had mentioned in his diary that in his previous life, he had stepped into the golden body realm at the tender age of 15. While in this life, he has been delayed for many years. Thus, the present Zhou Xian, in comparison to his former self, still lags behind somewhat. This leads Qing Ningyao to worry about Zhou Xian. Should he encounter the current top 5? Does he still possess an assurance of victory? After all, this is a matter of life and death. A single misstep could lead to his demise. However, after perusing the diary's contents, Qing Ningyao felt a sense of relief. The former top 5 had been effortlessly subdued by Zhou Xian, suggesting that the current top 5 would hardly warrant his serious attention. Yet, from the diary entries, she could sense a tinge of loneliness emanating from Zhou Xian, a loneliness that belongs to those at the pinnacle of strength. Presently, there are no so-called prodigies worthy of his engagement. Conversely, the mention of the Emperor of the Wasteland in Zhou Xian's diary piqued Qing Ningyao's curiosity. This figure has appeared in Zhou Xian's writings more than once. She is intrigued by the nature of this Emperor of the Wasteland, who could inspire such repeated references from Zhou Xian. Moreover, from Zhou Xian's accounts, it is evident that this emperor is an unparalleled being from times long past. This individual, so evidently solitary, had feigned nonchalance during her last visit. It is truly perplexing. Though he is burdened with profound weariness, he remains unwilling to share his thoughts with her. Qing Ningyao pouted, her small face displaying a hint of indignation, which was soon replaced by a sense of heartache. Were it not for the edict of the Qing emperor confining her, she would have yearned to return to Zhou Xian's side. Although their last interaction was brief, simply being able to behold him brought her immense joy. Indeed, the mere act of observing him from a distance sufficed to fulfill Qing Ningyao's heart. The current prodigies may not present substantial changes. Yet Qing Ningyao's prior appearance had undeniably disrupted certain matters. Xiao Quan has not fallen at the Nine Suns sect. I have deduced that he will likely break into the top 10 this time. Perhaps he could even ascend to the pinnacle position. Xiao Quan, a man who certifies his path through slaughter, has truly advanced to this stage. I cannot help but wish to facilitate his journey. He too harbors uncertainties, in my recollection, in his previous life. Although Xiao Quan was slain by Xiao Yao, he was secretly sheltered by an ancient powerful figure. Ultimately, he revived through a fragment of divine soul. And thereafter, Xiao Quan nearly brought ruin to the entire continent. This time, not only has he survived, but by virtue of the heavenly Tao's rules concerning the ascending immortal order, his strength has surged dramatically. It is likely that the turmoil he incites will be even more terrifying. At that point, I may lack the confidence to quell such chaos. Xiao Quan, should I allow you to vanish into the river of time? Will your tale truly come to an end in my hands? Chapter 36. Xiao Quan, you have discovered the path to your own demise. Initially intending to close the diary, it updated once more. And upon seeing Xiao Quan's name resurface on the page, the two women, who had previously sought to cultivate, were instantly invigorated. Xiao Quan, that fellow again. Last time, he narrowly escaped the Nine Suns sect. I never anticipated that in such a short span he would grow to this extent. Now he appears again in Zhou Xian's diary. The two women understood that, by any means necessary, he must perish, for they sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from Zhou Xian's writings. Should they facilitate his demise? This facilitation held profound implications for the two women. After all, Xiao Quan has always walked the path of slaughter. This facilitation mentioned by Zhou Xian could mean sacrificing his own life to fulfill Xiao Quan's murderous path. Or perhaps Zhou Xian would halt the cycle of killing through killing. Regardless, the two women dared not gamble. They could not risk Zhou Xian's life on a wager. From Zhou Xian, they constantly perceived a sense of loneliness typical of the powerful. Such loneliness often manifests in inscrutable actions, such as sacrificing one's own life to achieve the aspirations of a favored junior. Currently, in Zhou Xian's eyes, Xiao Quan is merely a newcomer, which inevitably leads to a wavering of conviction within Zhou Xian's heart. Thus, the optimal solution would be for them to eliminate Xiao Quan before Zhou Xian could act. Yet, the two women were equally curious about Xiao Quan's potential to incite continental chaos. What kind of turmoil could it entail? For the first time, they witnessed uncertainty in Zhou Xian. After all, he had previously subdued the former top 5 with ease. Such confidence was unparalleled. Yet, this time, Zhou Xian admitted to lacking the assurance to end the chaos instigated by Xiao Quan. At that moment, both women lost the desire to continue their cultivation. They remained vigilant beside the diary, eager to witness the latest updates. Finally, after a brief interval, the diary's contents shifted. Indeed, Xiao Quan is a genius. After reviving through a fragment of divine soul, he successfully entered the ascending immortal ranking, albeit previously at a low position. However, the current circumstances are peculiar. Through his path of slaughter, he has astonishingly ranked 20th on his first attempt. This is a dangerous signal. In his previous life, he had forcibly pushed his way into the top 20 through his path of slaughter. Thereafter, he comprehended the path of the Azura through the ascending immortal order gained from his killings, which ultimately led him astray. Previously, his path of slaughter was directed solely against the prodigies of heaven, targeting those stronger than himself. However, after grasping the Azura path, his killings became indiscriminate. Every living being would become a victim of his hand. I recall he once single-handedly slaughtered 2 mortal empires. Mortal empires, though lowly in status, are still vibrant lives. Yet, in a single night, he extinguished billions of lives within those empires. Even after I transcended the continent to traverse the heavens, the overwhelming death aura rendered those 2 empires incapable of birthing any life. That massacre bestowed upon Xiao Quan unparalleled blood energy, propelling his strength to new heights. Initially, he covertly slaughtered mortals, but as his power grew, the vitality of the mortal empires no longer sufficed. His gaze turned toward the great holy lands and sections. Subsequently, Xiao Quan's cultivation methods garnered widespread admiration, leading the continent to descend into chaos. Even a wild rabbit by the roadside could become a source of blood essence. The continent was engulfed in slaughter. Even among mentors and disciples, brothers would not hesitate to kill one another for power. It can be said that Xiao Quan, through his own efforts, plunged the entire continent into utter ruin. In the struggle for supremacy, indeed, the strong thrive while the weak perish. However, in the realm of cultivation, one ought to strive for the betterment of the world and the lives of its people, lest one fall into such a dire state. This is no longer cultivation. This is not a path for longevity. This matter has now become the most significant concern for Jiang Yun. As long as Xiao Quan remains alive, her heart remains uneasy. Undoubtedly, the greatest source of her anxiety stems from her inability to grasp the true intentions of her junior brother. If he truly supports Xiao Quan, one can only speculate how the world will transform. However, she would completely lose Xiao Quan. Therefore, for the sake of Xiao Quan, Zhang Yun believes that any means employed against him would be justified. Meanwhile, on Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian is also contemplating how to deal with Xiao Quan. After all, Xiao Quan is the true child of destiny within this world, and eliminating him is no simple task. As a villain, it is inevitable that he will eventually confront Xiao Quan. Zhou Xian possesses complete confidence in facing Xiao Quan, yet he is currently troubled by the fact that he has no idea where Xiao Quan is located. Moreover, he understands the principle that delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Having traversed into this narrative, he cannot rule out the possibility of unexpected developments concerning Xiao Quan if, as in the original text, he ultimately becomes nothing more than a stepping stone for Xiao Quan, then all the entries in his diary over the past few days would have been in vain. At this moment, a phantom of a true dragon suddenly appeared above the Nine Yang sect, followed by a decree descending from the heavens. The decree of ascendancy invites the Nine Yang sect to convene. Chapter 37. The Four Great Powers Hunt, the Energy of Saint Sun Zhou. The Decree of Ascendancy is an event co-hosted by several ancient sects and primordial dynasties after the emergence of the Ascendancy Order. Their intent is to recruit outstanding talents who wish to switch allegiances. After all, as long as sufficient benefits are offered, anyone can be tempted. Those who remain indifferent simply have not been offered enough. Zhou Xian recalls this plot point in the original text quite vividly. According to the storyline, he was thoroughly humiliated by the male lead at the Ascendancy Conference. It was at that event that his resolve was shattered, paving the way for Xiao Quan to seize the opportunity and take his place. This time, however, he has the chance to truly experience the Ascendancy Conference, in the original narrative. Upon attending the conference, he would immediately start recruiting followers and henchmen, yet they were ultimately mere extras, serving only to attract animosity towards him without any real utility. Now that he possesses the system's investment function, he can focus on investing in newcomers. After all, the protagonist group will certainly make an appearance at the Ascendancy Conference. However, this time, the protagonist is no longer Zhou Xian. Simultaneously, the talented individuals scattered across the continent have begun to receive invitations to this Ascendancy Conference. At this moment, in a certain part of the southern wilderness, upon receiving the invitation, Xiao Quan's eyes gleamed with an indescribable fervor. The Ascendancy Conference is a collaboration of countless grand sects and dynasties. I firmly believe that this time, I will surely enter that legendary ancient sect. At that time, a mere Nine Yang sect will probably not even have the privilege to serve me tea and water. Zhou Xian, your reputation has certainly grown quite large these days. I sincerely hope you will also attend the Ascendancy Conference. With your head in my hands, I will undoubtedly gain entry into that legendary sect. Xiao Quan licked his lips, his gaze growing increasingly frenzied. Meanwhile, within his storage ring, sounds of sighs could occasionally be heard. He truly cannot support Xiao Quan any longer. From the moment he was in the Nine Yang sect, it was evident that Zhou Xian's connections were far more formidable than just a single sect. Behind him stood even more terrifying forces. Yet, Xiao Quan remains blissfully unaware of this. The path of proving one's worth through killing is not misguided. Indeed, it is a viable path if he remains patient and develops steadily. Coupled with the guidance of the Elder in the Ring, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. Yet, Xiao Quan obstinately refuses to heed advice. Half a month later, after recuperating in the southern wilderness, Xiao Quan finally emerged. The Ascendancy Conference awaits, and this time he is determined to showcase his brilliance. However, just as he stepped out of the southern wilderness, he was immediately taken aback. After a brief period of seclusion, the world outside had already changed. He suddenly felt as though this world was conspiring against him from all sides. The Empress of the Blissful Palace issued a decree. Anyone who slays the Ascendancy ranking genius Xiao Quan shall be rewarded with a piece of the Ascendancy Order. The Blissful Palace is one of the most mysterious forces on the continent, with no one knowing its true location. Yet throughout history, the Empresses of the Blissful Palace have been formidable figures. Their power unfathomable, and that is not all. The ancient dynasty of Crossing Worlds has issued a bounty for Xiao Quan's assassination. The one who slays Xiao Quan shall receive a favor from the Empress of Crossing Worlds. The dynasty of Crossing Worlds holds a status that is at least equal to, if not superior to, those primordial dynasties. It is rumored that a few years ago, the throne was passed to a young woman who became the first female emperor in the history of the dynasty. Such top-tier powers have countless individuals vying to join them, not to mention the allure of a favor from the Empress. In just half a month, bounties for Xiao Quan's head have appeared across the continent. Unsurprisingly, all those issuing these bounties are among the most elite powers of the current era. In an instant, questions spread across the continent. Whom did Xiao Quan offend to warrant the issuance of bounties by so many top forces? Furthermore, each elite power has set the bounty to the highest possible reward. It is known that numerous ancient sects have extended olive branches to Xiao Quan, yet amid all this, someone has placed a sky-high bounty on his head. Moreover, these top-tier powers, previously uncooperative, have surprisingly reached an agreement. Anyone who brings Xiao Quan's head to any of these powers will have their conditions met without question. The terms offered by the four great powers are undeniably tempting. And this has subtly altered the dynamics of this hunt. Countless individuals are eager to join the ranks of those hunting Xiao Quan. A vast and formidable hunting party has already begun to take shape. It is only after Xiao Quan steps out of the southern wilderness that he learns of this news. Initially, he remained unconcerned, but as wave after wave of formidable opponents appeared, even if Xiao Quan were not killed, he would be worn down to nothing by these rabid hounds. Originally intending to attend the Ascendancy Conference, Xiao Quan ultimately had to retreat in disarray back to the southern wilderness. He is left wondering who it could be, who has managed to unite so many forces to hunt him down. This has not only piqued Xiao Quan's curiosity, but has also left many others intrigued. Xiao Quan has had no grievances or past conflicts with these individuals. Even in the Ascendancy ranking, he has never harmed any disciples from these powers. Yet, these forces seem to have conspired, issuing bounty after bounty for Xiao Quan. The outcome is evident. Someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. To mobilize four top-tier powers simultaneously is an unimaginable feat, and the individual pulling the strings must be extraordinarily formidable. Many have begun to tirelessly investigate the underlying motives behind this matter. They have scrutinized every enemy Xiao Quan has made since gaining fame on the continent. Ultimately, all eyes turn to Zhou Xian, the holy son of the Nine-Yang sect. Not long ago, Xiao Quan had interactions with the Nine-Yang sect, and it was due to Zhou Xian that these events transpired. At that time, two groups of powerful individuals had already pursued Xiao Quan. This is one hypothesis. Another speculation is that anyone with a grudge against Xiao Quan has now become a ghostly servant under his command. Only Zhou Xian remains untouched. Thus, the most likely instigator is indeed the holy son Zhou. Just imagine, a single person managing to mobilize the energies of four top-tier powers. This holy son, capable of suppressing 6 geniuses with a mere gesture, is truly terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, in Zhongzhou, the venue for the Ascendancy Conference, long ago, this place had already gathered individuals from all corners of the continent, and of course, many come here in hopes of fortune, yearning for the chance to be noticed by a grand sect and attain a meteoric rise in life. Additionally, some have gathered here solely to catch a glimpse of the holy son Zhou. They wish to see with their own eyes this figure who has single-handedly shifted the balance of power among the four great forces. Who exactly is this remarkable individual? Chapter 38. This is truly extraordinary strength. In Zhongzhou, a crowd gathers. Suddenly, the sky reverberates with booming sounds, and a young man gracefully descends from a spiritual vessel. Upon seeing him, a wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd. Zhou Xian of the Nine-Yang sect. Greetings to all esteemed predecessors. Zhou Xian steps down from the vessel, slightly cupping his hands in salute towards the high platform. Is this truly the holy son of the Nine-Yang sect? No wonder he possesses such overwhelming might, akin to a mountain, that it leaves one breathless. It is no surprise he can effortlessly suppress 6 ranked geniuses. Such terrifying strength could easily breach the top 5. Upon proclaiming his name, Zhou Xian instantly ignited a fervor throughout the venue. Truly, Zhou Shengzi is deserving of his title. His mere presence rendered many prodigies pale in comparison. This overwhelming aura even instilled a sense of trepidation in the elders of ancient clans. After exchanging polite greetings with several esteemed figures on the high platform, Zhou Xian took his seat at the position designated for the Zhuyang sect. Shortly after he settled, a piercing gaze imbued with spiritual energy was cast upon him from across the way, evoking an immediate awareness of its ill intent. Upon sitting, Zhou Xian directed his attention towards the source of the gaze. In an instant, the once unyielding stare faltered and, upon locking eyes with Zhou Xian, it hurriedly averted itself, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze. Though both were renowned prodigies, the other lacked the courage to maintain eye contact with Zhou Xian. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the crowd, eliciting collective astonishment. The individual who had dared to meet Zhou Xian's gaze was none other than the 8th-ranked figure on the Ascending Immortals list. It was remarkable that such an exalted character could not even endure a mere glance from Zhou Xian. It became evident why Zhou Shengzi was capable of subduing 6 prodigies with a mere gesture. His prowess far surpassed that of ordinary talents. A considerable stir arose from Zhou Xian's vicinity, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Not far from him, a similarly fierce gaze was fixed upon Zhou Xian, Ji Haoyue of the Ji family from the Eastern Desolation Imperial clan. At this moment, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation, and unlike before, this time neither party flinched. Ji Haoyue's eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in a sense of inscrutable mystery. Zhou Xian understood that Ji Haoyue's commanding presence stemmed entirely from his cultivation of the Void Scripture. Although they had not yet engaged in combat, Zhou Xian could discern a terrifying undertone within Ji Haoyue's gaze. Similarly, Ji Haoyue harbored a profound wariness towards Zhou Xian. Tales of his accomplishments had reached his ears, leading Ji Haoyue to conclude that Zhou Xian would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Before long, the various prodigies began to arrive in succession, marking the commencement of the competition. This Ascending Immortals Conference had transformed into a battleground for the selection of disciples by various ancient sections. The top 10 on the Ascending Immortals list showed no intent to engage in combat. Firstly, they had already established their paths and could not shift allegiances. Secondly, as the top 10, their opponents would only arise from within this elite circle. The skirmishes taking place among the lesser participants hardly piqued their interest. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian was unconcerned with these trivial matters. His primary objective for attending was to seek investment opportunities. After all, the continent's elite talents had converged here, promising significantly higher returns on any investments made in this arena. Amidst the fervent matches taking place on the stage, a striking figure clad in red caught Zhou Xian's eye, drawing the attention of many others as well. What? The Hong Huang of the Shenhuang clan is approaching Zhou Shengzi. Could it be that the first-ranked Hong Huang intends to challenge the 10th-ranked Zhou Shengzi? If so, this would be an intriguing turn of events, as it is typically the lower-ranked who challenge the higher. Indeed, Zhou Shengzi possesses the merit that warrants such a high-ranking individual to initiate a challenge. The actions of the top 10 on the Ascending Immortals list invariably attract scrutiny. Observing the red-clad figure approach Zhou Xian, murmurs of awe filled the air, with several spectators even whistling in anticipation. Witnessing a confrontation between these two prodigies at the Ascending Immortals Conference would undoubtedly render the event worthwhile. Although overseen by the authorities of ancient sects, the rules primarily pertain to the weaker participants. Individuals like Hong Huang are not bound by such constraints. Even should she suddenly decide to strike Zhou Xian, none present would dare to intervene. The Shenhuang clan, a lineage of ancient ferocity, stands at the pinnacle of power. Who could possibly impose any restrictions upon such a force? Yet, in the face of Hong Huang's leisurely approach, Zhou Xian remained unfazed. Esteemed Hong Huang, I am honored to meet you. Zhou Shengzi of the Zhuyang sect. The enchanting figure before him radiated allure, leaving many in the crowd spellbound. Zhou Xian merely nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle gesture of reciprocity, while others may be oblivious. Zhou Xian was acutely aware of her true nature. Possessing a pure bloodline of the Shenhuang, she had honed her prowess through the Shenhuang Sutra, continually evolving her lineage through the consumption of others' essence. Should he allow himself to be swayed by her captivating charm, he might swiftly find himself in dire straits. Furthermore, Hong Huang had mastered a form of ultimate secret technique, enabling her to sense the relative potency of others' bloodlines. Allowing her to execute precise strikes, it was evident that Hong Huang had detected the innate chaos within him. Among countless divine bodies, the Chaos Divine Body ranks supreme. This woman's initiative to converse with him was undoubtedly due to her interest in the purity of his bloodline. Having long been familiar with Zhou Shengzi's illustrious reputation, she suggested, why not take advantage of the break between competitions to engage in a discussion? With eyes like silk and breath like orchids, any man who encountered her would find it nearly impossible to suppress his inner turmoil. Yet, Zhou Xian maintained an air of indifference throughout. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Succumbing to temptation could easily entrap him in her schemes. Discussing matters seated is far less engaging than in the privacy of a chamber, I have recently been practicing a certain technique that could facilitate a most enlightening exchange with you. Zhou Shengzi, as she leaned slightly closer, her hands nearly resting on his shoulders. The provocative nature of her attire and figure left many male cultivators in tears of despair. Should that fellow refuse? You are welcome to seek me out. I am quite amenable. Zhou Xian's gaze lowered slightly. In that moment, he perceived both what was fitting and what was inappropriate. It was no wonder so many men had fallen victim to Hong Huang's beguiling charm. Her prowess was indeed formidable. Chapter 39. Prince Xia, could it be that you are a stunning beauty? Hong Huang continued her advances, leaving onlookers parched with anticipation. Yet Zhou Xian remained unmoved. Though she belonged to the Shenhuang clan, her seductive techniques were perfected to an artful degree, and she harbored a peculiar penchant. She would never resort to violence against those who could perish by her allure. Naturally, should she choose to engage in combat, her offensive techniques would be equally daunting. Dear Hong Huang, if you truly wish to engage in discourse, there is no need for such elaborate theatrics. Should you possess the requisite strength, I shall grant you whatever you desire. However, if your capabilities fall short, even your own involvement would be rendered futile. Zhou Xian smiled subtly, unwilling to squander time with this captivating woman. Indeed. You are an intriguing character. I must ensure I keep your fresh bloodline for myself. Hong Huang extended her delicate hand, lightly tracing the collar of Zhou Xian's attire before turning with a graceful sway. However, after her departure, Zhou Xian anticipated that matters would soon settle, as his purpose for attending was not to engage in conflict, but rather to seek investors. Unexpectedly, Summer Jiuyo from the Daxia dynasty began to rise, her direction unmistakably towards Zhou Xian. Heavens! The fourth-ranked figure on the ascending immortals list, Summer Jiuyo, is also approaching Zhou Shengzi. As she advanced, she captured the gaze of the entire assembly. Yet, no one seemed to notice that this strikingly beautiful figure was, in fact, a woman. Zhou Shengzi, I have long held you in admiration. Upon reaching Zhou Xian, Summer Jiuyo did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Hong Huang. Her tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Prince Jiuyo, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. Zhou Xian smiled subtly, realizing that tranquility would elude him this day. He had intended to quietly seek out investment opportunities and find a few capable allies. But the unexpected arrival of these individuals had disrupted his plans. Since we have both long admired each other, why not take the stage for a friendly contest? With raven black hair, skin as pale as snow, and lips red as cherries, Summer Jiuyo's beauty was nearly ethereal in the blink of an eye. Before Zhou Xian could respond, her eyes gleamed with divine light. The Eye of the Divine. This was an unparalleled technique inherited from the legendary Gai Jiuyo. In an instant, Zhou Xian felt a resonating thrum within his mind. Yet this was not the end. With another heartbeat, enchanting celestial melodies echoed in his consciousness. These melodies seemed to be played by the celestial maidens of the 9 heavens. And as the notes shifted, Zhou Xian was enveloped by an overwhelming sensation akin to plummeting into the depths of the underworld. A foreboding aura of death enveloped him entirely. Zhou Xian quickly sensed the peril. This Summer Jiuyo was launching a formidable assault right from the outset. The divine light flickering in her eyes was captivating, ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze upon it into an abyss of darkness. However, at this moment, a mysterious energy surged within Zhou Xian's own eyes, ancient and profound, as if traversing the very fabric of time itself. And thus unfolded the confrontation between the Eye of the Divine and Zhou Xian's unparalleled technique. The reversal eye technique? In an instant, the small space occupied by the two individuals fell into a deafening silence, and the next moment, the gathered crowd heard a sharp crack, reminiscent of something shattering upon hitting the ground. When the onlookers regained their senses, they were astonished to find a gaping rift in the fabric of space emerging between the entwined gazes of the two. Subsequently, an eerie fluctuation emanated from Zhou Xian once more. At that moment, the crowd felt as though time had come to a standstill, and the very laws of reality began to unravel. Or perhaps, the originally ordered continuum of time and space had been thrown into chaos the instant this strange aura manifested. The cycle treasure technique, the double pupil technique clashing with the Eye of the Divine. The cycle treasure technique facing the 9 nether celestial melody. This confrontation, which had not stirred the heavens or the earth, was unexpectedly a pinnacle clash of the 4 ultimate techniques. After approximately half a breath's time, this delicate equilibrium was abruptly shattered. Zhou Xian had somehow positioned himself behind Xia Juyu, who at that moment appeared pale and stricken. No one could fathom what she had just endured, but from the hollowness in her gaze, it was evident that she had seemingly traversed countless epochs in the blink of an eye. After racing through the river of time, she had returned to her original place. Your Highness Xia, I concede. As the words left his lips, Aki, however, those ancient sects and primordial dynasties that sought to extend an olive branch now regarded Xiao Quan's disheveled appearance with diminishing hopes. Indeed, Xiao Quan possessed remarkable qualities, yet before considering his acceptance, they had to weigh whether they could shield him from the four paramount forces. Furthermore, even if the four major powers were to overlook these concerns, they had no intention of recruiting Xiao Quan. The primary reason being that he had offended far too many, and to recruit him would imply courting disaster. Additionally, his current demeanor was simply unbearable to behold. At this moment, Zhou Xian rested one hand gently on his chin, a serene smile gracing his lips as he observed the unkempt Xiao Quan with the calm demeanor of one in a position of power. This scene was all too familiar to him, albeit in reverse. Previously, it had been Xiao Quan seated in authority while he appeared as a mere jester, shouting in disarray. The narrative had taken a twist, and everything seemed to be shifting. Zhou Xian, perish. Suddenly, the once exhausted Xiao Quan was engulfed by a surge of blood energy, and in the next instant, a blood-red spear materialized behind him. It emerged like a dragon, accompanied by a series of crisp dragon roars, yet upon closer inspection, those roars seemed intermingled with a chillingly tragic sound, as though the spear had been forged from countless vengeful souls. In a wonder Xiao Quan had been able to carve his way through adversaries. This terrifying killing intent surpassed even that of seasoned veterans. If Xiao Quan were to continue his training for a while longer, he indeed possessed the potential to breach the top 10 ranks. This blood spear represented Xiao Quan's most formidable strike, leaving everyone to ponder how Zhou Shengzi would respond. Xiao Quan seemed to have invoked some secret technique, as the blood spear appeared to be devouring life itself. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The terrifying display of power from Xiao Quan drew gasps from the onlookers, as they felt an overwhelming energy surge that rendered their bodies seemingly immobilized. Their movements slowed considerably. Die! Finally, with a bite of his tongue, he unleashed a drop of vital blood upon the spear, causing its crimson glow to intensify. The malevolent aura emanating from the spear sent chills down the spines of those who beheld it. With a sudden flourish, he hurled the spear, causing the very space around it to tremble uncontrollably. The distance between Xiao Quan and Zhou Xian was merely a breath apart when the blood spear hurtled towards Zhou Xian's throat. Was Zhou Shengzi truly foolish enough to remain utterly still? What was happening? Was he truly about to be slain by Xiao Quan? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was struck with astonishment. This blood spear was Xiao Quan's full-force attack, and even Hong Huang would not dare to be reckless in the face of it. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Xian exhibited no sign of movement. Just as the crowd anticipated the spear would pierce through Zhou Xian's throat, an astonishing event unfolded. The once surging blood spear abruptly halted at Zhou Xian's throat, its radiant glow extinguishing entirely. What had once been a deadly weapon transformed into a mere piece of useless scrap metal. The spectators were left in awe. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhou Xian had made not a single move. How had he accomplished this? At that moment, outside the Immortal Ascension Conference, a graceful figure clad in white approached. The woman walked barefoot, leaving no trace of dirt upon her fair, jade-like feet. As she advanced, those who sought to obstruct her found themselves inexplicably frozen in place, unable to budge an inch. All eyes were drawn to the tall, regal woman striding forward, momentarily forgetting the battle at hand. Her beauty was simply extraordinary. Simultaneously, her aura exuded an overwhelming presence. In their lifetimes, they had never encountered a woman of such unparalleled beauty. The luxurious white robe she wore accentuated her commanding demeanor while also highlighting her ethereal grace. Reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, as she passed Xiao Quan, his gaze was entirely captivated by the woman in white, as if she possessed some enchanting power that rendered him unable to look away. Is this goddess truly approaching Zhou Shengzi? The crowd pondered in astonishment, recognizing that the once distant Nine Nether Princess had now been followed by another celestial figure of equal stature. Zhou Shengzi was indeed fortunate in his encounters. As they beheld the woman drawing ever closer to Zhou Xian, The astonishment on the faces of all present was palpable. Zhou Xian himself was taken aback, having previously dismissed descriptions of this woman in the original text. He now found himself genuinely astonished by her breathtaking beauty. Indeed, the newcomer was Zhou Xian's senior sister, Du Lingfei. Alternatively, she could be referred to as the Empress of Ultimate Joy. The moment she appeared, her aura instantly overshadowed everyone present. After a moment of dazed astonishment, a warm smile broke upon Zhou Xian's face. Just as he was about to rise and pay his respects, Du Lingfei's subsequent actions left the onlookers utterly speechless. Without turning to face Xiao Quan, she seemed to sense his lecherous gaze fixated upon her. With a cold snort, she caused Xiao Quan, who had been standing, to kneel instantly. This overwhelming presence left the crowd in silent awe. A mere glance from her had reduced Xiao Quan to a kneeling state. What followed was even more astonishing. Just as Zhou Xian attempted to stand, Du Lingfei, before the eyes of all, delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Xian's face. What on earth was happening? Chapter 42. The Diary Holder, Empress of Ultimate Joy, Du Lingfei. A slap, witnessed by all, from the high and haughty woman, echoed throughout the surroundings. The sound reverberated as the crowd gasped in shock. What was happening? Was this woman an enemy of Zhou Shengzi? If so, Zhou Shengzi's situation was perilous. The aura emanating from this woman far surpassed that of Hong Huang and Luo Shi. No matter how strong Zhou Shengzi might be, he could never surpass her. Meanwhile, Xiao Quan, kneeling on the ground, was left in a state of bewilderment. From behind, he sensed that this woman was indeed very angry, extremely so. Hope ignited within him. If he could leverage this woman to eliminate Xiao Quan and alleviate his own grievances, he would not hesitate to kneel before her. However, before Xiao Quan could voice his thoughts, the woman spoke first. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Quan was left in shock. Damn it, Zhou Xian. This guy has connections? As Du Lingfei struck Zhou Xian, he not only refrained from anger but instead wore a smiled, "It last." The Empress of Ultimate Joy pointed at the blood spear still hovering at Zhou Xian's throat and admonished. What is this? Unable to dodge. Is it quite handsome? Is it? You don't value your life, do you? The moment she spoke, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Her tone was cold and indifferent, yet they could distinctly sense the underlying reprimand and concern within her words. A buzz of curiosity spread among the crowd regarding the identity of this frigid beauty. Someone murmured. It seems to be the Empress of Ultimate Joy. The crowd became frenzied with excitement. The Empress of Ultimate Joy was a figure of legend, and she had recognized Zhou Shengzi. No, it should be said that Zhou Shengzi was acquainted with the Empress of Ultimate Joy. This was the Empress of Ultimate Joy? Ruler of the Ultimate Joy Palace, the most preeminent force in the realm, not to be trifled with even by ancient sects and primordial empires. The revelation that Zhou Shengzi had such a connection sent shivers down the spines of all present, their breaths quickening in astonishment. Speculation ran rampant. Why had the Empress of Ultimate Joy come to the Immortal Ascension Conference? And why had she suddenly slapped Zhou Shengzi? As they pondered this, their thoughts swirled with implications. Could it be that the Empress of Ultimate Joy had come here specifically for Zhou Shengzi? The realization sent a wave of exhilaration through the crowd. This news was even more explosive than the Immortal Ascension Order. Hearing the Empress's reproach, Zhou Xian scratched his head and chuckled. I was just thinking about how my senior sister would come. With her here, everything is manageable. This declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Empress of Ultimate Joy was indeed Zhou Shengzi's senior sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Quan, who had attempted to rise, sank back to the ground, utterly dejected. What the hell? How could they possibly be siblings? Is there truly any reason left to continue living? To speak candidly, ever since Xiao Quan embarked on the path of cultivation, he has felt an inexplicable favor from the heavenly Tao. Yet, after attempting to join the Zhuyang sect and making a commotion at their gates, Xiao Quan sensed that his fortunes had vanished in an instant, or rather, since the matter of the Zhuyang sect's assessment arose, he has felt as if every endeavor was met with misfortune. Burning incense and praying has proven utterly futile. Now, he is more convinced than ever of this foreboding sensation. He had initially believed that the Empress of Extreme Bliss would shine as a beacon of hope. Yet, unexpectedly, she has become the embodiment of his ultimate despair. Humph, I shall speak to you upon my return. The Empress of Extreme Bliss snorted coldly, radiating an aura of dominance. Gradually, she turned to face Xiao Quan. Her icy gaze fixed upon him. You, of all people, have compelled my extreme bliss palace to issue a bounty on you. Indeed, you are a rarity. As her words resonated, every individual present held their breath, too fearful to utter a sound. They could sense that the Empress of Extreme Bliss had resolved to take lethal action. This formidable figure, unmatched in her authority, would likely annihilate anyone who provoked her displeasure. Empress, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. At this moment, Xiao Quan's voice trembled with fear. Truth be told, he wished to live, for there remained countless unfulfilled aspirations. Yet, before the Empress of Extreme Bliss, he found himself devoid of any hope of escape. The suffocating dread rendered him incapable of even gathering the courage to channel his spiritual energy. The Empress of Extreme Bliss, without even resorting to her full powers, exuded a dominance capable of crushing all misunderstanding. There has never been any misunderstanding between us. You have simply provoked someone you ought not to have, she declared, each word dripping with authority, instilling a pressure that left all present unable to lift their heads. What was once a splendid Ascension conference was abruptly interrupted by her presence. Yet, the few elders seated in the lofty pavilion dared not voice a single complaint. What folly it would be to intervene, only to fall victim to the ire of the Empress. It is worth noting that the bounty on Xiao Quan's head extends far beyond the Extreme Bliss Palace. The remaining 3 factions are also forces to be reckoned with. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, the leaders of those 3 top factions are all women. All right, I shall remember. Thank you, Empress. Xiao Quan nodded fervently, willing to acquiesce to anything if it meant preserving his life. One last thing. It is not that I cannot kill you. Rather, I find you unworthy of my attention. With that, before Xiao Quan could respond, a beam of pure white light pierced through his brow, leading to his immediate demise. Witnessing the Empress of Extreme Bliss's swift and decisive actions, Zhou Xian could not help but exclaim in admiration, Sister, you truly have not changed at all. Just as Zhou Xian was about to express his gratitude, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for unlocking a new diary holder. The Empress of Extreme Bliss, Du Lingfei. Chapter 43. To Zhou Xian's astonishment, the 3rd diary holder turned out to be his own master sister, Du Lingfei. This development posed quite a challenge. Master Sister Du Lingfei was known for her frosty demeanor and formidable presence, an undeniable woman of power. Convincing such a person of the fabricated diary contents would be no small feat. However, it was not insurmountable. As the saying goes, one must tailor their approach to the ailment, and Zhou Xian felt confident in his ability to do so. After adding a new diary holder, Zhou Xian did not rush to pin his thoughts. He understood that only once the holder's name appeared in the diary could they access its contents. With Du Lingfei currently by his side, a woman of immense strength, should she discover the truth, she would undoubtedly confront him on the spot. Hence, he decided to defer such discussions. Sister, what brings you here? With Xiao Quan's demise and the Empress's intervention, the Ascension Conference had come to an abrupt end. Upon leaving the venue, the two found a tavern to recount their experiences. As they walked, the striking couple attracted countless admiring gazes, yet neither paid them any mind, accustomed as they were to such attention during their time at the Zhuyang sect. Could I possibly refrain from coming? Jiang Yun has been urging me to help find someone named Xiao Quan. She later mentioned that you were attending the Ascension Conference and expressed concern that 6 prodigies had descended upon the Zhuyang sect seeking you, fearing you might face the same fate as before. Zhou Xian explained, and Du Lingfei's eyes suddenly gleamed with curiosity as she regarded him intently. Tell me, is there something between you and your 3rd master sister? That girl had never shown any interest during her time at the sect. You used to frequently seek her out, yet she often ignored you, her head buried in her training. What has prompted her sudden concern? With Du Lingfei's inquiry, Zhou Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What could there possibly be? Merely the nonsensical tales he had concocted. His master sisters were all stunning beauties, rare gems in their own right. Yet, in the original narrative, they eventually fell for the male protagonist, while he became nothing more than a stepping stone for his own story. When reading the novel, Zhou Xian found such a plotline absurd. Thus, when fabricating the diary, he had reversed the narrative, not anticipating that his 3rd master sister, Jiang Yun, and that girl from the Qingyu dynasty would believe it wholeheartedly. However, Zhou Xian had no intention of sharing this with Du Lingfei. For reasons beyond mere discretion, it would not be long before his master-sister became the next diary holder. Their relationship would be revealed in due time. Instead, Zhou Xin planned to leverage this time gap to gather information, allowing Du Lingfei to draw her own conclusions later. Surely, it must be because my third sister is concerned about me, Zhou Xin replied with a nonchalant smirk, brushing it off casually. Du Lingfei cast him a cold glance, then retorted with a hint of annoyance, "You remain as glib as ever. No wonder your fourth master-sister finds you so bothersome." The fourth master-sister, Lu Qing'er, had descended from the mountain with a willow branch. Yet no news of her had surfaced since. Much like Du Lingfei, she too possessed a cold demeanor. Perhaps due to their similar personalities, the two women had never seen eye to eye. However, their rivalry was contained within their group. No one dared speak ill of their fellow disciples in public, for Du Lingfei would be the first to defend them in their time at the Zhiyang sect. Qingxian Peak had the fewest disciples, which often made them targets for bullying from the other peaks. Zhou Xin, despite his innate talent, was still young and playful. While his master-sisters focused on their cultivation, he would often sneak down the mountain to play, frequently falling victim to the older disciples from other peaks. Yet, in the end, he always had his 6 master-sisters standing behind him. As time passed, the talents of the few disciples gradually emerged, and their cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Qingxian Peak, once the smallest, became a place of aspiration for disciples from the other peaks. I wonder how my fourth master-sister is faring now. Although Zhou Xin was well aware of the unfolding narrative, he initiated a conversation to engage with his master-sister. Noticing Zhou Xian's demeanor, Du Lingfei replied coldly, "It's about the same. I've heard she has lost her mind, spending all her time meditating beneath a willow tree." Zhou Xian nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. His 6 master-sisters would one day become forces capable of suppressing the heavens, and the greatest opportunity for his 4th master-sister lay with that willow tree. However, according to the plot, Lu Qing'er would likely spend a century pondering before realizing her potential. As for the other master-sisters, given the timeline, the one who had achieved the most thus far was undoubtedly Du Lingfei. As the Empress of Extreme Bliss, her reputation commanded the reverence of thousands. Of course, the 3 leaders of the current world also held significant achievements, yet they paled in comparison to Du Lingfei. "Your 4th master-sister might yet save your life in the future," Zhou Xin remarked with a smile, as if sharing a light-hearted joke. In truth, he was subtly hinting at future events, implanting this idea in Du Lingfei's mind. He would make things far easier when the time came. Yet, upon hearing his words, Du Lingfei merely scoffed, dismissing the notion entirely. After taking a sip of tea, she rose gracefully. "Be sure to protect yourself out there. Don't act like a child and become a source of worry." With that, she turned and left. "Farewell, Empress of Extreme Bliss." Zhou Xin rose slightly, cupping his fists with a radiant smile. Subsequently, his gaze drifted towards the distant sky. "I shall return to pen a diary. It seems that the divine treasure is on the verge of awakening. 3 days later, within the imperial chamber of the Empress of Bliss, the previously meditative Empress suddenly appeared astonished. Gazing at the shimmering golden light before her, she struck out with a palm, intending to obliterate it. However, the golden scroll remained utterly unaffected. After a moment, the Empress approached cautiously, only to be rooted to the spot upon reading the small characters inscribed on the golden scroll. "What? My junior disciple is actually entangled with the third one." Chapter 44. Starry Skies and the Way of the Celestial Master. The emergence of the golden scroll instantly aroused the Empress's vigilance. After a cautious examination revealed no immediate danger, she finally relaxed. Yet upon seeing the small characters inscribed upon it, she was once again struck with disbelief. The 3-world coffin, traversing the ocean of realms, reborn anew, engaging in discourse with the goddess of Willow, braving the ocean of realms alongside the wild emperor, battling fiercely against the ruthless emperor of great power. How exhilarating those days were, upon encountering the content of the first diary entry. Du Lingfei was rendered speechless. Her pupils constricted, and her breath quickened. "What is all this? My junior disciple's diary. How could it possibly be in my possession? What on earth is happening?" In a state of shock, Du Lingfei found herself unable to regain her composure. After perusing the first entry, her worldview seemed to collapse instantaneously. "What is this? My junior disciple is a reincarnator. What transpired in the future? The phrases "seven kings descend to the mortal realm" and "chaos in the darkness" sent her heart racing, and her hands trembled slightly. After meticulously reviewing the text multiple times, she became somewhat certain that this was indeed the diary of her junior disciple. However, she remained oblivious to how it had ended up in her own room. Then, with a slow breath, Du Lingfei turned to the second page. Upon reading its contents, her thoughts became sluggish. "My third senior sister, Jiang Yun, is my first Dao companion. The princess of the Qingyu dynasty, Qing Ningyao, is my second Dao companion." The revelation struck Du Lingfei like a bolt from the blue. In her mind, such things were utterly impossible, yet she found all of it documented in her junior disciple's diary. "My junior disciple is a reincarnator, and the third one is his Dao companion." At this moment, memories of the letter she had written to herself flooded back. She finally understood why the distant Qingyu dynasty had issued a warrant for Shao Quan's capture. After reading her junior disciple's diary, everything fell into place. Why junior disciple is a reincarnator. He is fully aware of what is to come. Du Lingfei's chest heaved with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. As she continued to read, the contents within left her in utter disbelief. Yet, based on her understanding of Jiang Yun and her family, it seemed her junior disciple's records were accurate. As she neared the end of the diary, Du Lingfei was astonished to find her own name mentioned. "Could it be that I have a story with my junior disciple?" she questioned in disbelief. Determinedly, she continued to read. "A few days ago, I encountered my senior sister. Indeed, she remains unchanged, her fierce and domineering nature seemingly etched into her very being. When she slapped my face, it felt surreal. I could hardly believe I was seeing her again. In my previous life, I longed for the chance to meet her once more, traversing the river of time for 5,000 years, searching every corner of the temporal stream. Ultimately, I found only a drop of her blood. After the seven kings descended, I barely emerged victorious, but that battle left me gravely weakened. I believed peace had finally arrived in the realms. Yet, to my dismay, celestial beings descended upon us in that battle. I expended all my strength, nearly reaching the point of exhaustion. In the end, I had no choice but to force a breakthrough. Only then could I gain the power necessary to resist them. My senior sister stood steadfastly by my side throughout, shielding me from countless lethal strikes. In the end, she transformed into countless drops of blood, her very essence obliterated by the celestial beings. My senior sister, who had protected me since my entrance into the sect, perished before my eyes. In her final moments, she forcibly imparted the legacy of the Empress of Bliss upon me, signifying that I would no longer have her by my side. As Du Lingfei processed this information, her mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend the implications of the Seven Kings' descent and the celestial beings. What on earth is happening? Her heart raced. Why had she not encountered such revelations during the Immortal Ascension Conference? If she had, she could have sought clarity from her junior disciple, in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. Jiang Yun gazed at the new content with a melancholic expression. In the future, my senior sister will indeed accompany my junior disciple in battles across the heavens. How unexpected that in the Qingyu dynasty. Qing Ningyao was equally astonished to learn of the connection between the Empress of Bliss and that individual. Meanwhile, within the Palace of Bliss, Du Lingfei remained in a state of disbelief. How could such things happen to me? Yet the subsequent entries left her even more astounded. I cannot believe my senior sister is now the head of the Palace of Bliss. Yet this modest palace cannot contain her. Why can it not contain me? Du Lingfei furrowed her brow, perplexed. My senior sister is not of this realm. She hails from the upper reaches of the starry skies. From Tongtian Island, the domain ruled by the Celestial Master. Upon reaching this point, Du Lingfei gasped sharply, feeling as if she had plunged into a millennium-old ice cavern. If anyone were to witness her current state, they would be utterly astonished. This was no longer the formidable Empress of Bliss. She appeared as a frightened little girl confronted with something terrifying. Tongtian Island, the Celestial Master. As she contemplated these words, Du Lingfei trembled, her previously cold and indifferent gaze now filled with an unprecedented terror. How does my junior disciple know of these things? Du Lingfei was utterly astounded. Just as Zhou Xian had said, she was not of this realm. She originated from the upper reaches of the starry skies. Yet she was certain that no one knew these secrets, not even her master, Wu Ding, who could not fathom her origins. Yet now, her junior disciple could recite them verbatim. as if he had once visited Tongtian Island and met the celestial master himself. This could only imply one possibility. Her junior disciple truly was a reincarnator. Fully aware of the events yet to unfold, the celestial master, just the thought of him made her shudder. Even if I had to confront him again, I would ensure he is reduced to ashes. As the diary continued to update, Du Lingfei fell into a deep contemplation. Father, Chapter 45. How could I possibly be the wife of my junior disciple? The celestial master was a complete madman, willing to do anything for power. Her senior sister had vanished without a trace after leaving the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When she learned that her sister had gone to the upper reaches of the starry skies, she sought him out. By a twist of fate, she encountered the celestial master. I must admit, he is a genius in cultivation, but he walks a misguided path. In his quest to break through his limitations, he coveted my physical form, intending to refine it into a pill to aid his ascension. Even more crazily, he sought to refine both my sister and me. When I first saw my sister, I was elated. After a century-long search, I had finally reunited with her. However, this could very well be our last meeting. It was only after meeting my sister that I discovered the celestial master was her father, a being of unmatched strength, comparable to a quasi-true god. After a fierce battle, I managed to rescue her from the clutches of the celestial master. After our escape, I learned from her that she had long sought to flee the upper reaches of the starry skies, to escape Tongtian Island, because she had suffered torment at the hands of the celestial master since her birth. From the moment she entered this world, she was destined to be unloved, treated as a mere subject of experimentation. As he sought to uncover a new method of cultivation through her, in the end, she escaped that place, drifting into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Senior sister, my wife, to this day, I still harbor resentment. I lament not having met you sooner, not having helped you escape from his grasp. I despise my inability to protect you, resulting in your disappearance from my life and my previous life. I owe you far too much. After you fell in battle against the celestial beings, I went mad with grief, searching endlessly for you. But the only remnant you left behind was but a drop of your blood in the palace of supreme bliss. Du Lingfei found herself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground as her gaze remained transfixed on the minuscule script upon the golden scroll. Memories of her days on Tongtian Island flooded back. A sudden pang pierced her heart. She hailed from the celestial realms, her father being the illustrious Tongtian Taoist, yet that place was one she wished never to recall in her lifetime. Upon perusing her diary, the echoes of bygone days resurfaced, and the once mighty empress's eyes glistened with unshed tears. For the first time, sorrow marred her countenance, rendering the empress of supreme bliss seemingly helpless. Yet, suddenly, a flicker of recollection ignited within her. As she revisited the diary, a particular phrase plunged her into a state of profound shock. Wife. Her junior disciple had referred to her as his wife. Du Lingfei struggled to believe it. Yet the accounts penned by her junior disciple compelled her to concede. After all, she had experienced these events firsthand. Am I truly the wife of my junior disciple? A conflict brewed within her gaze, as disbelief mingled with a reluctant acceptance. Within the Qingyu Imperial Palace, Qing Ningyao's eyes widened in astonishment. The elder sister of that fellow was indeed his wife. Humph. As expected, he was not limited to just 2 partners. A cold huff escaped her lips, her expression tinged with displeasure. However, not long after, her irritation was overtaken by a wave of sorrow. Observing the past tribulations of the Empress of Supreme Bliss, an inexplicable sadness welled up within Qing Ningyao. Though she had never endured such trials herself, having grown under her father's protection in a carefree existence, she couldn't help but feel a deep empathy for the once untroubled Empress. That age, which should have been free from worries, should not have been marred by such experiences. In the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuan felt crystalline tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Senior sister, she whispered to herself, unable to fathom that the formidable figure who had once shielded them from storms was now the Empress of Supreme Bliss, with a past so tragic. Yet, a slight comfort emerged in her heart, the realization that the senior sister was indeed the wife of her junior disciple. Although Jiang Yuan felt a pang of reluctance regarding this, as any woman would desire her husband's exclusive affection, She found solace in the presence of her junior disciple, believing he could mend the wounds of his senior sister's past. My wife, you are also my senior sister. I have followed you since childhood. Your nurturing care remains etched in my memory. Naturally, I cannot forget the past, every detail of it. Du Lingfei stared blankly at the contents of the diary. Lost in thought at that moment, she was uncertain whether to trust what she had read. However, abruptly, her previously despondent expression sharpened. How can this be possible? This is absolutely inconceivable. No, how could I possibly be the wife of my junior disciple? The third one is his wife, and I am also his wife. Why not claim that all of us sisters are his wives? Du Lingfei shook her head vigorously, striving to erase the images that had just surfaced in her mind. Yet, some impressions, once formed, are indelible. A month later, the fierce competition for the Ascension Order had reached a temporary conclusion. In just a few months, countless prodigies had perished, yet simultaneously, new talents began to emerge. On this day, Zhou Xian donned a fresh azure robe, gazing at the gathering storm clouds above, contemplating the unfolding of the divine repository. Although Zhou Xian possessed the system, there was something within the repository that he desperately needed, prompting him to embark on this journey himself. With a swift motion, he vanished into a streak of light. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun finally emerged from the ancestral grounds of her family, feeling the uncontainable surge of energy coursing through her. A smile of uncontainable joy graced her face. Junior disciple, it has been far too long since I last saw you. On the other side, within the Daxia dynasty, a stunningly beautiful woman with skin as fair as snow lowered her enchanting gaze. Humph, this time, I shall surely kill you. Sworn vengeance for the slap she endured at the Ascension Conference, Xia Juyu vowed to claim the life of that insufferable man. Chapter 46. The Divine Repository Opens. Xia Juyu's concern. Beneath the darkening storm clouds, a throng of people had assembled beneath the gathering tempest. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Xian navigated effortlessly. Ding name, Wang Tang, identity, young master of the Bazong realm, golden body, third layer, opportunity or turning point, thunder law. Acquiring the thunder law within the divine repository grants a meteoric rise in strength, boundless opportunities, hidden injury, sustained injuries during the struggle for the Ascension Order. Unable to heal, contemplating entering the repository for opportunities, desperately in need of recovery pills, investment level, 5 name, Gue Yuan, identity, holy son of the ghostly sect, realm, golden body, 6th layer, opportunity or turning point, ghost emperor, acquiring the ghost emperor's inheritance within the divine repository, gaining the bloodline of the ghost emperor, propelling into the Qi mastery realm weapon, sustained damage to his innate spiritual treasure during previous battles, in need of repair using celestial iron, investment level, 7. As Zhou Xian strolled through the crowd, he was met with warm greetings at every turn. After all, the Empress of Supreme Bliss had personally come to his aid, and such a figure's value was incomparable, even surpassing the still prestigious Hong Huang. Cultivating relationships with such individuals was undeniably beneficial to in that moment. Zhou Xian harnessed the system to assess the talents present. With the system's assistance, he activated precise investments, identifying these prodigies whose potential was unmistakable. Every investment he made promised returns of 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, rendering the experience exceedingly gratifying. As the divine repository loomed, it was clear that those who had engaged in fierce battles would have suffered some degree of loss in strength. Even a slight enhancement would prove immensely advantageous. Thus, Zhou Xian offered timely assistance, precisely and generously, as if delivering coal in the midst of a snowstorm. In an instant, a throng of people had gathered around Zhou Xian, as if he were a life-saving beacon. Within half an hour, he had made precise investments in more than a dozen individuals. Just then, a formidable presence swept through the skies, casting a powerful aura. A figure appeared, and beneath the bright daylight, a radiant moon ascended, bathing the scene in its celestial glow. The third ranked on the ascension list, Ji Haoyue of the ancient Forbidden Zone, graced the crowd with her presence, instantly capturing everyone's attention with her grand entrance. Shortly after Ji Haoyue's arrival, a starry river unfurled from the distance, and upon it walked a man whose aura was as imposing as a mountain. The second ranked on the ascension list, Shinkong Halua Shi. Following this, a divine phoenix fire descended from the heavens, contrasting sharply with the storm clouds. exuding an air of untouchable sanctity, as the divine flames dissipated after a brief moment. A stunningly alluring woman emerged from within, embodying an extreme sensuality. The first ranked on the ascension list, the Phoenix Clan's Hong Huang. In that instant, 3 of the top 5 talents had appeared, leaving the crowd utterly astounded. Then, as if a drum were beating in the skies, a white-clad woman approached with measured steps. Her entrance, in comparison to the previous 3, seemed rather unremarkable. Yet, her presence commanded the attention of all with every step she took. An imperial might radiated from her, echoing through the air. The 4th ranked on the ascension list, Xia Juyu of the Daxia dynasty. The appearance of Xia Juyu instantly drew the attention of the entire venue. Although she did not hold the first rank, the level of attention she garnered far surpassed that of the top-ranked Hong Huang. The reason for such heightened interest was undoubtedly linked to the recent dreamlike interaction with Zhou Shengzi of the Zhuoyang sect. During the Ascension Conference, Zhou Shengzi had playfully slapped the rear of this princess disguised as a man, a scene that remained vividly etched in everyone's memory. Now, with Xia Jiuyu's arrival, it was only natural that she commanded the most significant focus. Upon her emergence, Xia Jiuyu's icy gaze began to search through the crowd. Upon spotting Zhou Xian in his green robe, the murderous intent emanating from her eyes was unmistakable. Her prior sudden action at the Ascension Conference had not been intended to incite a life-and-death struggle. Rather, she merely wished to gauge Zhou Xian's strength. Should his capabilities prove sufficient, she intended to draw him into her faction for their venture into the Divine Repository, for there lay an object she desperately sought. However, with her current prowess, acquiring that object appeared to be a formidable challenge. Thus, her initial aim had been a simple test of Zhou Xian's abilities, hoping for a potential collaboration. Little did she anticipate that this scoundrel would engage in such antics before a multitude of witnesses, tarnishing her previously unblemished reputation. Under Xia Jiuyu's intense scrutiny, Zhou Xian could only muster a smile, berating himself for becoming too engrossed in novels. The slap had been an impulsive act, one he had not foreseen would expose Xia Jiuyu's true gender. Yet, in truth, this revelation was not without its merits. The restored feminine form of Xia Jiuyu was undeniably stunning, her figure both graceful and aesthetically pleasing. According to the original storyline, the items Zhou Xian sought coincidentally aligned with those desired by Xia Jiuyu. Zhou Xian had reviewed the events that transpired there countless times, eyeing a corner of the crowd. A pair of doe-like eyes, glistening with moisture, along with a face adorned with a delicate blush reminiscent of a lotus blossom. Quietly observed Zhou Xian. The young woman donned a light pink embroidered dress, her slender shoulders and waist accentuating her alluring silhouette. However, it seemed no one else noticed her presence, nor did she wish to attract undue attention amidst the throng. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Xian, unwilling to waver. "Little junior brother, you've grown so much." The woman was none other than Jiang Yun. Stealthily watching Zhou Xian, she had no intention of stepping forward to greet him. Perhaps the rosy hue of her cheek spoke volumes about her reluctance, for Jiang Yun found herself at a loss on how to confront her younger disciple. More precisely, she was uncertain about how to face her future husband. Of course, Zhou Xian had long been aware of Jiang Yun's presence, yet he feigned ignorance. This was not an act of deliberate coyness. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the Divine Repository held unique opportunities destined solely for Jiang Yun, and he was not meant to interfere. Conversely, Xia Jiuyu was poised to witness a grand spectacle. A mere slap to her rear was trivial. The real excitement would unfold when she sought his assistance later on. As various prodigies converged, the formidable ancestors and masters from diverse factions also arrived to oversee the proceedings. Although they could not enter the Divine Repository, they were determined to safeguard the unparalleled opportunities within once their disciples emerged. Notably, the representative from the Zhuoyang sect was none other than Wu Ding, the master of Qingxian Peak. "Brat, take care once you're inside. Don't stir up any trouble. And be sure to look after your senior sister." "Understood." Wu Ding approached Zhou Xian, who had always been disinclined to manage affairs, and issued his instructions. "Master, I am well aware," Zhou Xian replied, harboring great respect for Wu Ding. He was not merely a teacher. He was a powerhouse capable of crushing all opposition. In the original tale, Wu Ding was but a mere projection, while his true form resided in the timeless river of space and time. "Knowing is not enough. You must act swiftly," Wu Ding chided, lightly tapping Zhou Xian on the head, displaying a hint of exasperation. He then gestured towards Xia Juyu, stating, "You need to seize this opportunity. She possesses something valuable." Intrigued, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What valuable thing?" Wu Ding shot Zhou Xian a glare, retorting, "What worth is it if I tell you? Keep your eyes peeled." With that, he turned to leave. Watching Wu Ding's retreating figure, Zhou Xian felt a mix of despair and amusement. His master truly played the game of life with finesse. As the divine repository opened, the clash of destinies commenced. Where the strong would rise and the weak would perish, at that moment, the heavens resonated with the sound of a profound truth, and a bronze ancient gate slowly descended from the firmament. Its thunderous arrival akin to the roar of celestial thunder, as the two bronze doors swung open, an aura of antiquity wafted forth, and the prodigies holding the Ascension Order surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhou Xian followed suit, stepping into the realm of the divine repository. Inside, the desolation was palpable, each corner exuding an air of antiquity. At the entrance, Zhou Xian spotted two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. A grim testament to the brutality that lay within. Without delay, he relied on his memories to navigate through the desolate expanse. For many, this world of the divine repository represented an abyss of ignorance. Yet for Zhou Xian, every blade of grass and every tree was familiar territory. Naturally, he held little interest in the mundane opportunities that others might covet, deeming them unworthy of his pursuit. As he ventured deeper into the divine repository, his thoughts wandered to Yun'er. Heading eastward for 30,000 miles, he sought the Donghuang Divine Mountain, home to the Donghuang legacy. However, the legacy itself was not the primary focus. Beneath the coffin of the Donghuang Emperor lay the cultivation methods of the Jiang family's ancestral patterns. As Zhou Xian soared through the air, he meticulously documented his journey in a diary, sketching a rough map from memory. Most importantly, it served as a guide for Jiang Yun's arrival. He felt assured of her safety. For in the original narrative, although Jiang Yun had encountered peril, she ultimately secured the ancestral techniques. Despite his presence altering the timeline, he believed the overall trajectory remained largely unaffected. Moreover, he had delineated a route for Jiang Yun, enabling her to reach their destination ahead of him. While Zhou Xian greatly wished to accompany his stunning senior sister, the urgency of his own quest necessitated that he forge ahead without delay. His flight continued uninterrupted, and astonishingly, he spent an entire day traversing the terrain. After a day had passed, Zhou Xian finally came to a halt before a mountain formed entirely from flowing water. Indeed, it was a mountain of water. Here, everything appeared to be inverted. Water had become the mountain, and earth transformed into rivers, imparting an eerie quality to the landscape. This was the Mirror Mountain. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Xian acknowledged his arrival. Now, the most crucial task was to await the arrival of Fate's Chosen. After resting for half a day on Mirror Mountain, at last, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Xian smiled faintly. The familiar narrative was about to unfold. The enchanting woman who had pierced through the air suddenly halted, her gaze locking onto Zhou Xian. Surprised, she had not expected anyone to arrive before her. "Jiuyu, Princess of the Nine Abysses, I trust you are well," Zhou Xian greeted with a slight bow. Xia Jiuyu, upon spotting Zhou Xian, appeared taken aback. With a cold huff, she retorted, "You've chosen a rather perilous spot for your arrival." As her words fell, Xia Jiuyu raised her hand and unleashed a powerful strike. The Nine Abyss Palm, a formidable technique from the Nine Abyss celestial melody, packed tremendous might and should not be underestimated. However, this palm technique bore a significant flaw: its limited range. The Nine Abyss Palm could unleash ferocious energy without the need for accumulation. However, once the distance exceeded a certain threshold, its potency would wane. In the present moment, Xia Jiuyu's palm was intended as a feint. Should Zhou Xian attempt to evade, she could swiftly employ the Nine Abyss steps to launch a fatal counterattack from behind. Narrowing his eyes and assessing the distance, Zhou Xian remained motionless. This distance was insufficient to reach him. Yet, with her battle experience, Xia Jiuyu, the moment her palm was thrust forward, swiftly maneuvered to launch her assault. At that instant, Zhou Xian took a slight step forward, effortlessly dodging Xia Jiuyu's fierce onslaught. Their forms brushed past one another, and Zhou Xian even turned back to offer her a smile. These two signature moves, which had always succeeded for Xia Jiuyu, were now effortlessly seen through by Zhou Xian. That fleeting smile nearly shattered her composure. It was a heart-wrenching blow. A sudden surge of fiery indignation welled up within Xia Juyu. And Zhou Xian's words were akin to pouring oil on the flames. "Princess, your heart is in disarray." With such a remark, any semblance of strategy dissipated. Upon hearing this, Xia Juyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. You. Her ample bosom heaved in agitation as she repeated "you" twice. Yet she found herself unable to articulate a single coherent thought. "I shall kill you." Ultimately, with a cold huff, Xia Juyu lunged forward to attack. However, the more she fought, the more she sensed something was amiss. Something was profoundly wrong. Why was it that this fellow could predict her every move? In Chapter 48, "Now, Princess, perhaps you can plead with me?" Although they had exchanged fewer than 100 blows, Xia Juyu felt as though each strike landed as feebly as if she were hitting cotton. Frustratingly, every attempt she made to eliminate Zhou Xian was deftly evaded. As though she were merely engaging in playful banter with him. This was not right. Something was terribly amiss. Xia Juyu felt as if they had rehearsed this dance beforehand, her ferocity met with his effortless grace. Humph! What is this cowardice? With 100 unsuccessful strikes, Xia Juyu grew increasingly agitated. If she could not hit him, then let him strike her. After all, only one of them would survive this encounter. Yet Zhou Xian simply smiled faintly and remarked, "Princess, you cannot even touch me. How do you expect to retaliate?" "You." Xia Juyu was so incensed that words eluded her. Gazing at Zhou Xian's smug expression, she felt her temper flare anew. She had intended to unleash her most formidable attack, but his words restored her composure in an instant. "If you continue to dally with me, the thing you desire will slip away." At his words, Xia Juyu's spirit was momentarily lifted, and the terrifying energy she had summoned dissipated quietly. She then looked at Zhou Xian with uncertainty and asked, "You know what I seek?" Zhou Xian shrugged casually, responding with a smile. "What else could possibly merit your journey to this Mirror Mountain, aside from that particular item?" Upon finishing, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mischief dancing within them. "I distinctly recall my slap did not land upon the princess's head. What, is your little mind not functioning? How could you even pose such a question?" Glaring at Zhou Xian, who regarded her with a patronizing gaze, Xia Juyu seethed with resentment. This man had a knack for stirring up her past grievances, igniting the once doused flames of her ire. Yet, it seemed that Zhou Xian had already discerned her thoughts, as he leisurely stated, "To think you could acquire that item solely by your own strength is rather simplistic." "What do you mean?" Xia Juyu's sharp gaze narrowed. "The meaning is quite straightforward. We collaborate for mutual benefit." "Humph! Do you really think I would ally with you? Your life is momentarily spared. I shall come for it once this is all over." Zhou Xian appeared unfazed by Xia Juyu's cold demeanor. For him, the moment she appeared, they had already entered into an unspoken alliance. "I hope, dear princess, that you do not find yourself begging for my assistance later." With that, Zhou Xian turned and entered the Mirror Mountain. "Beg you?" Xia Juyu scoffed disdainfully, eye in her eyes. Their future was one of life and death, not collaboration. The notion of pleading with him was utterly absurd. Without further delay, she followed him into the mountain. Upon entering the depths of the Mirror Mountain, Xia Juyu felt as if she had stepped into another realm, where all was inverted before her. Zhou Xian strolled confidently, hands clasped behind his back, unperturbed by the prospect of a sneak attack from her. Everything seemed preordained. Observing Zhou Xian's composed demeanor, curiosity piqued within Xia Juyu. What source of confidence did he possess? After roughly 3 incense sticks worth of time, they encountered a fragmented world, described as shattered, for this small space resembled a smooth mirror, albeit one that was cracked. Here, Zhou Xian paused, summoning forth a garment from his spatial ring to don. After adorning himself, he examined his reflection in the smooth surface, assessing the attire's fit. Seeing Zhou Xian's antics, Xia Juyu felt no desire to linger any longer. His mysterious demeanor resembled that of a bride preparing for her wedding. "Princess, would you like me to provide you with a gown? One piece of celestial grade attire will suffice." Zhou Xian's sudden remark caught Xia Juyu off guard, and his nonsensical chatter only served to heighten her irritation. However, in that moment, she recognized she could not eliminate the scoundrel. "Humph! I hope you survive long enough to open a tailor shop to sell garments." With a cold snort, Xia Juyu dismissed him, her urge to kill him intensifying. Zhou Xian, however, took no offense to Xia Jiuyu's indifference. With a self-deprecating smile, he stepped into the crumbling space. Following suit, Xia Jiuyu entered as well, to her astonishment. Zhou Xian did not advance further but instead turned to scrutinize her with narrowed eyes. This peculiar action aroused Xia Jiuyu's suspicion. Surveying her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. Yet, why did his gaze remain fixed upon her? Something felt off, though she could not quite articulate it. When she noticed Zhou Xian swallowing hard, she instinctively followed his gaze. Upon realizing where his eyes had landed, Xia Jiuyu let out a startled scream. "Ah, turn around, do not look!" She frantically attempted to shield her flawless physique with her hands, yet her lithe form proved insufficient for the task. Indeed, she stood completely unclothed, her perfect body laid bare before the air. Exposed to Zhou Xian's gaze. "Close your eyes, close your eyes!" Realizing her futile attempts to conceal her exquisite form, Xia Jiuyu ultimately crouched down, curling herself into a ball. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. In her panic, she sought to retrieve clothing from her spatial ring, but realized Zhou Xian was still watching. Any sudden movement would reveal her entirely to him, even though he had likely seen everything already. The thought made her blood boil with shame. "You still look." Seeing that Zhou Xian's gaze had not faltered, Xia Jiuyu reprimanded him in indignation. "Your demands are rather excessive. I had no intention of looking." Zhou Xian shrugged, feigning innocence. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he added, "Now, princess, perhaps you can plead with me?" Chapter 49. Do I have a fondness for this fellow? Plead with me, and perhaps I shall assist you. Otherwise, no matter how many layers you don, it will yield no effect. Zhou Xian stretched leisurely, turning away. "On what ground should I trust you?" Xia Jiuyu's retort was defiant. Her encounter with Zhou Xian was nothing short of a string of misfortunes. A princess of the Grand Xia dynasty had found herself in such dire straits. Zhou Xian shrugged nonchalantly at her words. "Who else can you trust, if not me?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jiuyu fell into contemplation, while Zhou Xian, merely seeking to provoke her, made no further advances. Observing her indecision, he continued, "This place is known as the inverted mirror. Everything you possess here is the opposite of what exists outside. Thus, if you wear clothing, it means you are unclothed in this realm. Everything is reversed. Naturally, you cannot roam here in your birthday suit. While it may appear you are clothed within, you would emerge without any garments. Then how is it that you are clad?" Xia Jiuyu, huddled on the ground, sounded more vulnerable than ever. Truly, she had never felt so humiliated. In the presence of a single man, she found herself repeatedly bested. And now, she had been fully exposed to him. If word got out, she would be the subject of ridicule across the realms. "Fool, I am a purveyor of garments," Zhou Xian quipped with a smile. His words striking Xia Jiuyu like a needle, for it echoed her own earlier taunt. Now, Zhou Xian's words have been applied to himself without alteration. "I no longer require any celestial techniques from you. After all, your great Xia dynasty is notoriously stingy. If you beg me or utter a few flattering words, I might consider assisting you." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's demand, Xia Jiuyu nearly fainted from anger. Begging him was more unbearable than death. However, one cannot remain here in utter nakedness indefinitely. After some contemplation, whether due to facing a man in such a state or her inherently proud nature, Xia Jiuyu's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. After much hesitation, she finally murmured, "I beg you." The moment the meek words escaped her lips, Xia Jiuyu buried her head, too ashamed to lift it. "What is happening? I am a princess of the great Xia dynasty, a lineage of supreme power, and now I am reduced to pleading with this insufferable wretch." In that instant, a profound sense of shame enveloped Xia Jiuyu's heart. She swore that once she extricated herself from this predicament, she would surely eliminate this fiend. "What did you say?" "I am hard of hearing, as you are well aware." Zhou Xian shrugged, adopting a superior demeanor. "Your voice is so faint, it's quite challenging for me." After another long bout of indecision, Xia Jiuyu steeled herself and exclaimed, "I beg you." "Beg me for what?" At this moment, Xia Jiuyu finally lifted her head and glared fiercely at Zhou Xian, her eyes laced with palpable murderous intent. She yearned to slay this man, yet she could not simply go forth unadorned to do so. Perhaps she would fail to kill him and instead only incite his vile excitement. "Please grant me this." With great reluctance, Xia Juyu uttered the most humiliating words of her life. At that moment, a garment was neatly placed before her. This attire is crafted by my own hands. It can shield you from the inverted rules of this place. Once donned, you shall be safe. As Zhou Xian placed the clothing before Xia Juyu, he intended to turn and leave, but suddenly he reached out and patted her on the head, saying, "Well done." Having completed this, Zhou Xian contentedly turned away. After donning the garment, Xia Juyu found herself repeatedly checking to ensure it provided adequate coverage. In appearance, she bore no difference from Zhou Xian moments ago. Confirming that the clothing bore no hidden malice, Xia Juyu's demeanor shifted abruptly, a surge of murderous intent directed at Zhou Xian. She wished to gouge out his eyes, condemning him to a lifetime of darkness. Sensing her intense hostility, Zhou Xian leisurely halted, stating, "Before you attempt to kill me, you must first ascertain two things. First, you must be certain you can safely exit this realm. Second, you must ensure you will not encounter a similar mirrored world again. This time, only I have seen you. Should you be projected elsewhere next time, it could spell disaster." Zhou Xian's words deflated Xia Juyu instantly. The first point was of no concern to her. She would not mind being trapped here for eternity, provided she could slay this man. However, the second point compelled her to consider the matter carefully. Ultimately, Xia Juyu could only glare at Zhou Xian with a face full of resentment. "If you dare to reveal even a word of today's events, I will surely kill you." After a prolonged silence, Xia Juyu could only begrudgingly utter these words. Truly, she felt as though Zhou Xian was pushing her to the brink of exasperation as soon as the words left her mouth. Xia Juyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body frozen in place. Gai Juyu, her master, was believed by the realms of heaven and earth to have perished long ago. Yet unbeknownst to them, he had survived through a fragment of his spirit. However, this secret was so obscure that even his old friends were unaware. How did this individual know? And furthermore, why was she instructed to inquire about Gai Juyu? Was Zhou Xian truly merely the holy son of the Nine-Yang sect? A myriad of questions swirled in Xia Juyu's mind, yet ultimately, she could not fathom even a fraction of Zhou Xian's depths. Nevertheless, recalling Zhou Xian's previous actions towards her, she could not help but deliberately take a contrary stance. "Humph, why don't you come back home more often? Stop being so enigmatic. Care for a wager?" At that moment, Zhou Xian suddenly expressed interest in Xia Juyu. Not one to back down, retorted, "What kind of wager? Forget it. Betting with someone like you is pointless." This piqued Xia Juyu's interest, but Zhou Xian extinguished it in the next breath, leaving her seething with indignation. However, before she could respond, Zhou Xian turned towards a stone statue before him and declared, "The golden mask you seek is within." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the statue to collapse with a thunderous crash. As the dust settled, a resplendent golden mask hovered where the statue had stood. Upon seeing the golden mask, Xia Juyu's mouth fell agape, her eyes reflecting uncontrollable shock and excitement. "It truly is the golden mask. And it is right here." Zhou Xian then struck again, shattering another statue, revealing a section of an ancient bronze tree suspended in the air. The ancient bronze tree and the golden mask exuded an air of antiquity, as if they contained a river of time within. The sensation of time washing over her left even Zhou Xian feeling a tremor in his heart. Gazing at the bronze tree, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zhou Xian's usually calm eyes. The Void Gate, the largest dug in this world, was now his for the taking. At that moment, Xia Juyu looked at Zhou Xian in disbelief, and after a lengthy pause, she hesitantly asked, "Can you really give me the golden mask?" Beside her, Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "If you truly desire it, I can certainly provide it." Chapter 51. You, Xia Juyu, are destined to be my servant. The golden mask and the bronze tree were indeed Zhou Xian and Xia Juyu's primary objectives for coming here. According to Zhou Xian's knowledge of the original narrative, the bronze tree served as the key to opening the Void Gate. Within that gate lies the method to attain longevity, a true path to eternal life. The golden mask, on the other hand, is the visage of a deity. When worn, it preserves the physical body from decay, granting the wearer a chance to exist through the ages. However, this only ensures the preservation of the physical form and does not guarantee the vitality of one's essence. After all, the end of the path leads to the ultimate of life, and Xia Juyu's desire for this artifact stemmed from her wish to resurrect her master after achieving supreme status. "Do you know what this golden mask truly is?" Zhou Xian lightly waved his hand, and the bronze tree and golden mask fell into his grasp. Xia Juyu observed from the side. Yet she had no intention of seizing them. In her heart, she had come to terms with the fact that she was no match for Zhou Xian. This realization had been evident during the Ascension Conference. But the recent events had solidified her acceptance of this truth. Zhou Xian's terrifying prowess suggested he possessed an intimate knowledge of the divine world. I do not know. Xia Juyu shook her head slightly, relinquishing her stubbornness. She had only heard her master guide Juyu occasionally mention that there seemed to be methods for attaining longevity, which prompted Xia Juyu to recklessly seek out this treasure. Now that she had found the golden mask, she was left feeling quite lost, uncertain if it could indeed save her master. Seeing her expression, Zhou Xian smiled faintly, gently tossing the golden mask to Xia Juyu. He then spoke softly. The true name of this golden mask should be the visage of a deity. Though the name may seem unappealing, its efficacy is boundless. When worn, it prevents the physical body from rotting. Akin to the effects of the herb of immortality, however, you are well aware that the preservation of the physical form and the depletion of one's essence are two entirely different matters. Thus, if you wish to save Guy Juyu, relying solely on this golden mask will be far from sufficient. Zhou Xian's expression turned serious as he spoke those final words, leaving Xia Juyu feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. He knew what I intended to do with this golden mask. In an instant, her mind was ablaze with thoughts, staring at Zhou Xian as if he were a deity. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding him. It was as if he were the sovereign of the realms, possessing an intimate understanding of everything. Coming to the Mirror Mountain, he effortlessly evaded all dangers, and even the existence of the golden mask and bronze tree within the statue was within his grasp. Terrifying, profoundly mysterious. This was Xia Juyu's most direct impression of Zhou Xian. Who exactly are you? How do you know all of this? Ask your master guide Juyu when you return, and you will find out. Why are you asking so many questions, child? Zhou Xian smiled faintly, reaching out to gently pat Xia Juyu's forehead, that sudden gesture. Xia Juyu instinctively felt anger rising, yet at that moment, she also instinctively shrank back, seemingly not entirely rejecting the action. Coming to her senses, she shot Zhou Xian a glare and coldly warned, "You had better keep your hands to yourself in just a few short days." This rascal had taken advantage of her at every turn. First, he had spanked her, then he had seen her body in its entirety, and now he had the audacity to give her a head pat. Xia Juyu felt as though this fellow was intent on devouring her whole. After all, he had nearly done everything he could not know. I've confided so much to you, and you truly intend to treat me this way? Zhou Xian appeared unfazed, crossing his arms as he delivered a cryptic remark to Xia Juyu. Not one to be easily fooled, Xia Juyu immediately discerned the implications behind Zhou Xian's words. Her master guide Juyu was on the verge of passing into eternity, and Zhou Xian possessed a means to save him. State your conditions. Within the realm of my ability, I shall comply. For those beyond my capacity, feel free to propose, and in the future, I will surely accommodate you. Xia Juyu was forthright, not hiding anything from Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could not help but marvel at the ease of conversing with an intelligent person. Conditions are negotiable, and you can fulfill them. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope shone in Xia Juyu's eyes. If she could fulfill his conditions, did that mean she could save her master? Once we leave, you shall return the golden mask to Guy Juyu, and you will serve as my attendant at the Nine Yang sect for 1 month. During this month, you must comply with any request I make without refusal. Zhou Xian smiled slightly, presenting his terms. Xia Juyu instinctively assumed Zhou Xian would demand some treasure or technique, but upon hearing his request, she was left dumbfounded. Serve as his attendant? The very notion of becoming a servant was an understatement. It felt more like being reduced to a maid for this fellow. The princess of the great Xia dynasty serving as a maid to the holy son of the Nine Yang sect. If this were to spread, how could she face the world? Xia Juyu found it hard to believe what she had just heard, glancing at Zhou Xian once more. His expression clearly conveyed that she had not misheard. You, Xia Juyu, the princess of the great Xia dynasty, are to serve as my maid. Zhou Xian's certainty made Xia Juyu hesitate. She would willingly comply with any other condition he proposed. But to serve him as a maid? What if he had peculiar tastes? Xia Juyu dared not continue down that train of thought, her usually aloof demeanor now tinted with a faint blush. First tell me the method, and I will then consider meeting your demand. Otherwise, how can I trust you are not deceiving me? Xia Juyu was inherently cautious, clearly uneasy about Zhou Xian. Deceive you? That is unnecessary. Zhou Xian smiled faintly, showing no inclination to reason with the stunning woman before him. But of course, Zhou Xian had no intention of deceiving Xia Juyu, for in many respects, he was the sovereign of the realms. He knew far too much about everything. The reason he wanted Xia Juyu at the Nine Yang sect was not out of lust. Although, he had to admit he had not had his fill of her beauty. He wanted her there to make a more significant investment in her. As a destined investor, Zhou Xian could not afford to overlook this opportunity. Chapter 52. With a slight effort, I have already discerned your limits. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a successful investment. Since Xia Juyu is the host's destined investor, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold reward. Due to the divine nature of the deity's face, the return reward cannot be claimed by the host for the time being. The system's voice echoed, causing Zhou Xian's heart to leap with joy. To be honest, Zhou Xian had not anticipated that his casual gift of the golden mask to Xia Juyu would be automatically deemed an investment by the system. He promptly opened the panel and beheld the information about Xia Juyu. Name: Xia Juyu. Identity: Princess of the Great Xia Dynasty. Realm: third level of the Sky Ascendance Realm. Opportunity or turning point: Destiny. Xia Juyu is the sovereign of destiny. With boundless opportunities, divine thought. A subtle feeling will soon lead to the comprehension of a supreme skill in divine thought. Heart shaken, mind destroyed. Due to the host's repeated contact with Xia Juyu's body, and having seen her in her entirety, she harbors thoughts of killing the host, yet cannot act on them, causing her Dao heart to waver and giving rise to unusual emotions, thereby hindering the creation of her divine thought. Investment level: Destiny investment. Upon viewing Xia Juyu's information panel, Zhou Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Destiny investment. This directly maxes out the investment level. To think that his first investment would yield the sealed supreme skill, Divine Sai, implies that any future casual investments would also bestow top-tier rewards. Thus, Zhou Xian resolved to send Xia Juyu to the Zhuoyang sect, allowing himself to reap infinite benefits, as for the supreme skill of divine thought that Xia Juyu wished to comprehend. Although he did not possess it, he had perused it in books before. When the time came, offering her guidance would also count as part of his investment. Noticing Zhou Xian's mischievous expression, Xia Juyu felt a tinge of apprehension. Being a maidservant seemed rather arduous, however. Thinking of her master, Xia Juyu ultimately acquiesced, though she swiftly warned, "If you dare deceive me, I shall certainly kill you." In response, Zhou Xian remained unfazed, implying, "So as long as I do not deceive you, you won't kill me?" Previously, when he had playfully smacked Xia Juyu's rear, she had threatened to kill him then as well, and her current words seemed somewhat contradictory. The implication was that his playful antics could be overlooked. After being teased by Zhou Xian, Xia Juyu's chest rose and fell with indignation. "Let us depart. There are no more opportunities here." Having obtained the bronze ancient tree and the golden mask, Zhou Xian had no intention of lingering further. This excursion into the divine abode had yielded him considerable gains. Indeed, he was the greatest victor, for he had acquired numerous valuable items from his previous investments. And now, not only had he secured the bronze ancient tree, but he had also obtained the sealed supreme skill, Divine Sai. Although there were still great opportunities in a few other locations, Zhou Xian had no desire to pursue them all. In truth, the greatest opportunity lay within the divine abode itself. Departing with Xia Juyu, the two made their way in another direction. Throughout their journey, Zhou Xian would occasionally tease Xia Juyu. At first, she resisted, but gradually, she seemed to grow accustomed to it. Luanyun Prefecture, we have arrived. After 10 days, they finally came to a halt before a lofty platform that reached into the clouds. Witnessing the sacred aura emanating from this platform, Xia Juyu's face reflected a mixture of astonishment. The immortal platform truly exists. The immortal platform, rumored to hold methods for ascension to immortality, was said to offer boundless opportunities. However, this was merely a tale passed down by the ancestors of various clans, and no one dared to assert its existence. Upon seeing the two weathered characters engraved beneath the platform, Xia Juyu was further astonished. No wonder this fellow had not stopped during their journey and had refrained from seizing opportunities. It turned out he had been heading straight for the immortal platform all along. Such a realization was deeply unsettling. This fellow truly had an intimate understanding of the divine abode. Xia Juyu couldn't help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Zhou Xian, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. With their energies combined, they ascended toward the pinnacle of the immortal platform. Shortly after their arrival, a dozen figures began to appear one after another. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xia Juyu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, clearly surprised that they too had arrived here. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, remained composed, for he had anticipated this development. In a wonder, he had not seen the figure of Princess Juyu. She had been right by his side all along. Upon spotting Xia Juyu, Hong Huang smiled alluringly. Xia Juyu felt a jolt of surprise. Among the top 10 of the Immortal Ascension rankings, 6 had chosen to stand behind Hong Huang. It was well known that entering the top 10 was reserved for the most exceptional talents, and Xia Juyu's pride was momentarily shaken. She couldn't fathom what methods Hong Huang had employed to garner such loyalty. "Humph, Hong Huang, I have yet to settle the score for your previous slap," Xia Juyu declared. "I never expected you to walk right into my trap this time." Facing the number 1 ranked Hong Huang, Xia Juyu exhibited no fear. They had clashed before she entered the divine abode. After all, the first rank was still the first rank, and Xia Juyu was still a step behind her. Now, sensing the profound aura radiating from Hong Huang, Xia Juyu felt an increased vigilance. It appeared that Hong Huang had obtained considerable fortune within the divine abode. "Humph, you are likely not qualified to contend with me now." Hong Huang scoffed disdainfully, her jade finger lightly gesturing, summoning a curtain of flames before her. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled prodigies gasped in astonishment. Hong Huang has indeed stepped into the Tongyu realm. Heavens, this Hong Huang, deserving of the title of number 1 on the Immortal Ascension rankings, was evidently the first among all prodigies to reach the Tongyu realm. No one knew what level Zhou Shengzi was currently at. Indeed, Zhou Shengzi has only struck once, yet he subdued 6 great prodigies. Even Lash, the second-ranked contender of the Starry River, had bowed to Hong Huang. Clearly, only Zhou Shengzi could stand against her now. Hong Huang's display of power elicited continuous gasps from the crowd, their gazes now fixed upon Zhou Xian. Lash, the second strongest, stood alongside Hong Huang, indicating that the third and fourth-ranked contenders, Ji Haoyue of the Imperial Clan and Xia Juyu of the Great Xia, would not pose a threat to Hong Huang. However, the positioning of Xia Juyu was quite intriguing. The fourth strongest stood behind the 10th-ranked Zhou Shengzi, suggesting that the 10th-ranked Zhou Shengzi was not as simple as he appeared. Once everyone gathered, no one engaged in excessive chatter. They all understood that the ultimate opportunity within the divine abode lay right here. As for who would claim it, that would depend on who could endure to the end. At that moment, Hong Huang waved her hand slightly, and 2 individuals began to approach Zhou Xian. "With a mere flick of my hand, I already know your limits." Zhou Xian refrained from unnecessary words, lifting his right hand slightly as the next instant, the heavens and earth dimmed. Chapter 53. "Want to be the villain? Do you not realize I am the villain?" With a small gesture from Hong Huang, Lash, standing behind her, stepped forward silently. Additionally, behind him were Long Tian, the young lord of Longqing, ranked 7th, and Lu Lin, the holy son of Qingshan, ranked 8th. Among the top 10 of the Immortal Ascension rankings, 3 figures emerged in an instant, leaving all present in silent shock. Xia Juyu, standing beside Zhou Xian, felt anxiety wash over her upon witnessing such a lavish assembly. After spending days with Zhou Xian, she understood that he was not as simple as he appeared. At least in a one-on-one confrontation, she felt she might not last even 100 exchanges against him. Yet, Lash, the second-ranked contender, was no ordinary opponent. The Starry River, with its rich heritage and profound depth, ranked among the most elite forces across the realms. Combined with the formidable Long Tian and Lu Lin, this would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. "Zhou Shengzi, it appears you have gained considerable advantages within the divine abode." Lash's gaze darkened as he coldly addressed Zhou Xian. The 2 individuals beside him were eager to engage. Zhou Xian had subdued 6 great prodigies in one fell swoop, earning him a resounding reputation throughout the realms. If they could slay Zhou Xian now, it would undoubtedly serve as a stepping stone to ascendancy, bringing them countless benefits without any drawbacks. Though they were reluctant to confront Zhou Xian, the allure of fame and the conditions set forth by Hong Huang were simply too compelling to refuse. Opportunities are born from the heavens, and they are meant for the deserving. You 2 possess considerable fortune. Zhou Xian's expression remained calm, never betraying even a hint of turmoil. Seeing Zhou Xian's demeanor, The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The Zhou Shangzi of the Jiuyang sect was terrifyingly composed. This calmness stemmed entirely from his overwhelmingly powerful capabilities. All present began to anticipate how Zhou Shangzi would respond to the three formidable challengers. Humph! The deserving shall claim it, a well-spoken truth. The previous opportunities were bestowed upon you by the heavens, carrying your fortune. Now, be gone. I suspect this final opportunity is beyond the reach of Zhou Shangzi. Lash remarked with a faint smile, though to the onlookers, it appeared as nothing more than blatant disdain towards Zhou Shangzi. Lash, when did you become one to engage in such excessive prattle? Taking others' wealth to act as a shield for yourself. Hasten to rend this mischievous rascal into 8 pieces and return to contemplate the essence of creation. What a delightful prospect! The imposing figure of Long Tian bore an expression brimming with fierce combativeness, seemingly eager to relish the sensation of trampling Zhou Xian beneath his feet. Long Tian was, after all, a peak powerhouse at the 7th level of the Ling Kong realm, were it not for the overwhelming strength of Luosher and Hong Huang. Long Tian would undoubtedly have aspired to seize the title of the foremost among the younger generation. His audacity to speak thus to the son of Zhou suggests he possesses a substantial foundation of confidence. Long Tian's voice ignited a flurry of murmurs, and in the next moment, Zhou Xian's gaze slowly shifted towards Long Tian. What? Does the son of Zhou refuse to accept this? He taunted. A more flattering title would be son of Zhou, but less graciously. Calling you Dog Dung would still be an elevation of your status. Your Jiuyang sect is but a diminutive sect, reduced to the role of merely watching over my Long City. Your presence here is a stroke of incredible luck. If you have any sense, you should vacate the stage early to avoid my wrath. Noticing Zhou Xian's somewhat languid gaze, Long Tian remained unfazed, licking his parched lips, the provocation in his eyes unmistakable. Coupled with his fierce aura, akin to 10,000 mountains pressing down, many present felt a shiver of trepidation. At that moment, Zhou Xian began to speak. I shall spare your life for now. Today, you will kneel and witness just how terrifyingly weak you truly are. As his words fell, a faint tremor emanated from Zhou Xian's form. In the next instant, a divine light suddenly ignited within his eyes. Enveloping Long Tian in but a heartbeat, veins bulged on Long Tian's forehead as he attempted to raise his hand in resistance, only for his eyes to glaze over and his entire body to collapse limply to the ground. As if devoid of support, the entire sequence transpired in a flash, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. As Long Tian knelt before Zhou Xian as he had predicted, the air seemed to thicken in that instant. Lu Lin, nearest to Long Tian, stood frozen like a statue, his blood seemingly halted in its flow, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if facing a great terror. Unbeknownst to him, his back was dampened with cold sweat. What had just transpired? This was Lu Lin's most immediate sensation. Moments ago, he had perceived a flash of brilliance, within which time and space appeared to be restrained, and the world within that divine light was entirely at Zhou Xian's command. This was not even directed at Lu Lin. Merely feeling the residual waves brought forth such a terrifying effect, he could scarcely fathom the horror that Long Tian must have experienced, fully enveloped in that divine radiance. My heavens, how did Long Tian end up on his knees? Lu Lin pondered, still reeling from the shock. What did the son of Zhou do just now? Around him, gasps of astonishment erupted as all present stood aghast. Having yet to witness how Zhou Xian had struck, only to see Long Tian capitulate in defeat. Meanwhile, Luosher stood dazed, struggling to swallow hard. He had managed to discern Zhou Xian's methods, yet the clarity of those techniques rendered him nearly paralyzed with fear. Despite understanding what he had witnessed, he felt utterly devoid of any power to resist. In an instant, the ambition to eliminate Zhou Xian and ascend in rank evaporated completely, though Luosher and Lu Lin. Zhou Xian now appeared as a deity of slaughter. As for Hong Huang, her delicate features bore merely a hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Perhaps she never truly believed that Luosher and the others could thwart Zhou Xian. She merely had not expected them to be defeated so swiftly. You two, come at me together, Zhou Xian declared, having brought Long Tian to his knees with a thunderous display of power, his gaze fixed upon Luosher. A fierce, murderous intent simmering within. You wish to play the villain, but do you not realize that I am the true antagonist? Chapter 54. You, dare to challenge the son of Zhuoyang? In an instant, Luo Shi felt his scalp tingle at Zhou Xian's mere glance. He had sensed Zhou Xian would be a formidable adversary, yet he had never anticipated the extent of his prowess. Just a single look felt as if 10,000 harbingers of death were clawing their way from the depths of the earth. The pressure was unbearable. Yet with no other option, Luo Shi steeled himself, letting out a cold snort as a vast cosmic river erupted beneath him. You think you can kill me? I shall not yield so easily. Despite the surge of energy within him, Luo Shi's countenance quickly paled, indicating that this maneuver had exacted a heavy toll. This fool could not withstand a single blow, yet that did not mean he could claim invincibility. Lu Lin, with a disdainful scoff, soared into the air, reciting an obscure incantation as layers of mysterious energy swirled around him, creating a truly fearsome sight. Where is the son of Zhou? A voice suddenly pierced the crowd, prompting a chorus of astonished exclamations. All eyes darted about, yet Zhou Xian's figure remained elusive. Lu Lin, too, frantically sought Zhou Xian amidst the chaos, bewildered by his sudden disappearance, unable to detect even a trace of his presence. Are you searching for me? A voice, icy and chilling, resonated from behind Lu Lin. Upon hearing it, he instantly regretted his previous bravado, feeling no desire to continue the fight. Turning slowly, he found Zhou Xian had materialized behind him, raising a finger to unleash a beam of light that shot forth with explosive force. With a thunderous crash, the heavens trembled as a decapitated corpse plummeted from the sky, blood rain cascading down. The warmth of fresh blood splattered upon the faces of the onlookers, casting Zhou Xian in the guise of a merciless harbinger of death, coldly pronouncing their fates on a single strike. Zhou Xian had effortlessly dismantled Lu Lin's defenses. Meanwhile, the kneeling Long Tian trembled violently, his hollow gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. Beneath his feet, a steaming puddle had formed. Unbeknownst to him, in that moment, Zhou Xian's singular blow not only compelled Long Tian to kneel, but also caused the young lord of Long City to lose control of his bodily functions, succumbing entirely to despair. Reflecting on the earlier bravado he had displayed towards Zhou Xian, regret surged through him, yet it was far too late to turn back. He was no match for Zhou Xian. Who among them could possibly come to his rescue now? The arrogance he had once exuded had vanished entirely, replaced by a singular desire to survive. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frantically turned towards Hong Huang. Hong Huang, save me, he cried, his legs pinned to the ground, unable to move, his voice hoarse as he pleaded for aid from the seemingly indifferent Hong Huang. Yet, with a disdainful glance, Hong Huang retorted coldly, You are but a waste, unworthy of my intervention. Please, Hong Huang, save me, and you shall be the most esteemed guest of Long City. I shall forfeit all the benefits we previously discussed. Just please, I beg you to save me. In that moment of desperation, Long Tian's primal instinct for survival took precedence over his former dignity, and the title of young lord was forgotten. Oh, you know why I offered such exorbitant conditions? Hong Huang smirked, her slender fingers lifting slightly as a flicker of crimson flame surged toward Long Tian. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, a surge of energy consumed the fire entirely. At that moment, Zhou Xian appeared beside Long Tian, a sprig of grass pinched between his fingers. Zhou Xian, save me, please, I beg of you, Long Tian exclaimed, hope rekindling within him upon seeing Zhou Xian's unexpected intervention. His prior arrogance had evaporated, leaving him in utter disarray, yet Zhou Xian cast not a single glance his way, casually discarding the grass. Instantly, Luo Shi, who had attempted to escape into the cosmic river, collapsed to the ground. With effortless grace, Zhou Xian dispatched the second-ranked Starry River warrior, Luo Shi, demonstrating a level of strength that even the beast-born Hong Huang regarded with newfound seriousness. Do you not know that I take pleasure in slaughter? Zhou Xian mused. This fellow just claimed that my Zhuoyang sect is only fit to guard Long City. How could I allow him to die so easily? Zhou Xian slowly began to speak. Emanating an innate aura of malevolence, he then placed a hand upon Long Tian's shoulder, exerting slight pressure. Instantly, Long Tian's entire arm cracked audibly, the sound of bones and muscles tearing resonating clearly in the ears of all present, causing them to tremble in fear. Unable to withstand the pain, as Long Tian attempted to cry out, Zhou Xian swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, reducing half of it to a grotesque pulp. Witnessing this scene, everyone involuntarily took a step back, clearly reluctant to become embroiled in the escalating chaos. Even Hong Huang regarded Zhou Xian with a peculiar expression, for she had always prided herself on being a ruthless killer. A quintessential villain. Yet, upon encountering Zhou Xian, she felt that he was the very embodiment of villainy, a devil among devils. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Xian gently patted Long Tian's body, imparting a soothing energy that sustained the essence of his life, preventing his imminent demise. Observing this, Hong Huang perceived it as an affront, a challenge from Zhou Xian. She yearned to slay Long Tian, but the enigmatic Zhou Xian would not permit it. No one has ever thwarted my intentions, she exclaimed coldly, stepping forward as a divine phoenix apparition manifested behind her. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the divine figure. It was evident that Hong Huang, the number one on the Ascension rankings, wielded enough power to crush any opponent at the Lingkong realm. "Defy me if you dare," Zhou Xian retorted, beckoning with his right hand as a slender blade of grass appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing it, Hong Huang's eyes narrowed, clearly wary. "Zhou Shengzi, this is where your audacity ends," she declared, advancing boldly. Just as she approached Zhou Xian, a figure draped in white materialized before him, raising a hand to deliver a crushing blow to Hong Huang's face. In that moment, a voice resonated from the Ascension platform, instilling a sense of despair in Hong Huang. "You dare to challenge the Holy Son of Zhuyang?" Chapter 55. Dao Yi, I have ascended. On the Ascension platform, Hong Huang struck without hesitation, fully aware that Zhou Xian could effortlessly slay Luo Shi and the others with a mere flick of his wrist. Any semblance of a preliminary skirmish was utterly unnecessary. Zhou Xian had already reached a level of strength that could rival her own, thus, she unleashed her most lethal attacks. The spectators shuddered under the oppressive weight of her overwhelming power. The aura of a Tongyu realm expert was indeed terrifying. But at that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly entered the fray, raising a hand to force Hong Huang to retreat repeatedly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A single action had compelled the number one ranked Hong Huang to withdraw so swiftly, truly a fearsome display. Who was this newcomer? You dare to challenge the Holy Son of Zhuyang? The woman stood defiantly before Zhou Xian, exuding an aura that was equally formidable as Hong Huang's. Where had this woman come from? So brazenly confronting Hong Huang. Such audacity bordered on recklessness, for Hong Huang was a member of the Divine Phoenix clan. Despite her delicate appearance, her physical prowess rivaled that of a Tongyu realm tenfold expert. To flaunt such bravado now was tantamount to courting death. Humph, foolish ignorance. Have you forgotten the Ascension Conference? Even the Empress of Bliss stood beside Zhou Shengzi. I doubt this woman is merely an ordinary adversary. Did you not hear what she just declared? She seeks to challenge the Holy Son of Zhuyang. I suspect she too harbors affections for him. This unexpected arrival undeniably captivated the audience's attention. Zhou Xian had previously been accompanied by two women. One was the Empress of Bliss, his senior sister, and now there was this newcomer. Curiosity swirled among the crowd. What was the nature of this woman's relationship with Zhou Shengzi? That she would dare confront Hong Huang on his behalf. As Hong Huang stabilized her stance after retreating, she clapped her hands lightly, her eyes glinting with mockery. The woman before Zhou Xian cast a cold glance at Hong Huang before turning to gaze upon Zhou Xian's handsome visage. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet, she quickly composed herself, glaring at Zhou Xian with feigned indignation. What? Have you forgotten to call me senior sister upon seeing me? The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yun, the saintess who had been in quiet meditation at the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, now a disciple of the Qing Xian Peak of Zhuyang sect and Zhou Xian's third senior sister. Zhou Xian had 6 senior sisters in total. Having now encountered 2 of them, he recalled that his eldest senior sister, Du Lingfei, had become the formidable Empress of Bliss, reigning supreme and instilling fear in all. As for the third sister, Jiang Yun, her aura was palpably stronger than before, indicating she had inherited the legacy of the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taisu. The clan's insignia had consolidated, signifying the activation of her inheritance. Third sister, Zhou Xian greeted with a slight bow, a smile gracing his features. Seeing him like this, and recalling his earlier affectionate references to her in his journal, Jiang Yun pouted slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. In those writings, he had always referred to her as Yuner, Yet now, in their reunion, he merely called her senior sister. Was this a sign of distance? Fortunately, Jiang Yun understood the context. Zhou Xian had mentioned that returning to their previous intimacy too quickly might overwhelm them. Thus, addressing her as senior sister was reasonable. After all, in this lifetime, she had no intention of being merely Yuner. She aimed to be a senior sister capable of protecting her junior brother. You have grown significantly. Junior brother? Jiang Yun remarked, her gaze appraising Zhou Xian, unable to quench her admiration. Finally, she had laid eyes on the junior brother she had long cherished. Her current accomplishments were entirely due to his influence. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs at the exchange between the two. Senior sister. Yet another senior sister. How many does Zhou Shengzi truly have? The appearance of the Empress of Bliss had already left them astounded. And now this woman, while perhaps not on the same level as the Empress, radiated an aura that equaled Hong Huang's. Could it be that the true champion of the younger generation was not Hong Huang? But this suddenly appearing woman? The spectators' initial assumptions began to waver. After all, this woman had displayed a remarkable composure, seemingly unfazed by Hong Huang's presence, treating her as inconsequential. On the other hand, Hong Huang felt a surge of annoyance as she observed the two reminiscing. Being the foremost figure of her generation, she had never encountered anyone who dared to act with such impudence before her. In the span of a single day, Zhou Xian had thwarted her murderous intent. And now this woman was relegating her to the sidelines. Such arrogance was intolerable. Hong Huang's aura fluctuated violently, a murderous intent surging forth like a raging torrent. At this moment, Jiang Yun finally deigned to regard Hong Huang with a fleeting glance. You wish to challenge my junior brother? To seize this final opportunity? You are woefully unaware of your own insignificance. Jiang Yun's voice was icy, laced with disdain. This was not her typical demeanor, yet Hong Huang's provocations toward her junior brother compelled her to respond. The phrase my junior brother carried a strong possessive tone. Xia Jiuyu stood nearby, observing the graceful woman beside Zhou Xian, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, one she herself did not fully comprehend. It appeared that the woman in white was even more suited to stand by his side. Humph, do you think this opportunity is yours to claim? Hong Huang retorted, her confidence unwavering. Jiang Yun shook her head slightly, responding coldly, no, I lack the qualifications to pursue this opportunity. However, you are even less worthy. This grand destiny belongs solely to my junior brother. With that proclamation, Jiang Yun ceased her words, stepping forward as her form vanished from sight. Above, a series of imperial seals radiated outward. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, Zhou Xian couldn't help but marvel. Dao Yi, I have truly ascended. Chapter 56. Surely, I cannot offer myself to him. As Jiang Yun stepped forth, the heavens shifted dramatically, and the sky above erupted with imperial seals. With the emergence of each imperial seal, the very fabric of this space quaked, and many felt as though it could scarcely endure the immense pressure. Threatening to collapse entirely in an instant, witnessing this astonishing scene, Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight in his heart. Evidently, his diary had served a significant purpose. The terrifying maneuver exhibited by Jiang Yun was none other than the divine technique known as the God King's Ascendant Step, a gift from the white-clad God King, Jiang Taishu. Zhou Xian had not anticipated that after Jiang Yun condensed the clan's pattern, she would comprehend such an extraordinary skill. It is well known that such divine techniques are not in the least inferior to his own grass character sword technique, wielding a fearsome might that is utterly incomparable to that of the Red Phoenix. All of this transpired due to the diary Zhou Xian had penned, suggesting that despite his arrival from another world, he was gradually swaying the original realm in his favor, courtesy of the diary system. Setting aside other matters, his several senior sisters were indeed formidable heroines, each beginning their journey as empresses of the myriad realms. Presently, the eldest sister had begun to shine, while the third sister, Jiang Yun, was gradually revealing her brilliance. Zhou Xian was confident that with time, Jiang Yun's growth would rival that of the eldest sister, Du Lingfei. Moreover, the ultimate claim to the ascendant platform would belong to the male protagonist, aided by Jiang Yun herself. However, the original script had already been altered. Jiang Yun now stood firmly by his side, and the ascendant platform was destined to be his. Humph, mere bluster. Did she truly believe I could not handle her? At this moment, the Red Phoenix's expression also shifted, a cold snort escaping her lips. Without any pretense, she directly summoned her true divine form. A resounding phoenix cry pierced the heavens as the ascendant platform transformed into a raging sea of flames, while countless fireballs, imbued with terrifying energy, cascaded from the sky, intertwining with the imperial seal and causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous onlookers hastily retreated, fearing that even the slightest misstep would result in their annihilation by the violent energy. Even Xia Jiuyu, her face paling, displayed a grave expression, clearly recognizing that such a clash was beyond her capacity to contend with. Merely observing from the sidelines, she felt a profound sense of unease. The confrontation between these titans was indeed a spectacle rarely seen in a century. As the events unfolded in the heavens, Xia Jiuyu's mouth fell agape, her expression growing increasingly solemn, et present. She harbored but a singular thought. Terrifying. The individual Zhou Xian referred to as his senior sister was exceedingly formidable. Even a single strand of her hair radiated an incomparably violent energy. Meanwhile, Ji Haoyue from the imperial clan felt parched and trembled uncontrollably. He found himself inwardly grateful that the Ji clan's foundation was sufficiently robust. Despite the Red Phoenix offering enticing terms, he had merely been tempted, refraining from acquiescing. Otherwise, even if he were to escape Zhou Xian's clutches, he would surely meet his demise at the hands of this white-clad woman. Alternatively, if he were to entertain a hypothetical scenario, he would prefer to perish at Zhou Xian's hands. Though Zhou Xian was ruthless, at least he targeted those who spoke carelessly. In contrast, Jiang Yun now resembled 10 Zhou Xians, her terrifying prowess sending shivers down one's spine. Behold, in the heavens, Jiang Yun, draped in flowing white, took a single step forward, the imperial seals automatically coalescing around her. As the seals gathered, her aura surged dramatically. With another stride, Jiang Yun vanished from her original position. When she reappeared, she stood before the Red Phoenix. The most astonishing scene unfolded as Jiang Yun slightly turned her wrist, sending the Red Phoenix crashing toward the earth. Yet, that was not the end. Just before the Red Phoenix struck the ground, the white-clad figure had already materialized below her. With a slight lift of her right hand, a beam of divine light pierced through the Red Phoenix's form, abruptly reversing her descent and propelling her back toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the white figure had only moved twice, yet each movement left the Red Phoenix in utter disarray. Devoid of even a modicum of opportunity to resist, it is well known that the Red Phoenix belongs to the Divine Phoenix clan, masters of primal elemental control. However, in terms of physicality and speed, aside from being outmatched by the Xuanwu and Kuanping clans, few Divine Phoenixes could rival her. Yet, this seemingly perfect Divine Phoenix now found herself utterly defenseless against Zhou Xian. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, who would dare believe that the pinnacle powerhouse, the first on the ascendant rankings, was being mercilessly subdued by an unknown white-clad woman? The Red Phoenix, invoking her true divine beast form, exhibited a waning aura. With countless red feathers cascading from the heavens, upon touching the ground, these red feathers transformed into swirling flames. At this moment, Jiang Yun's expression remained inscrutable, her demeanor ever-changing. You, who dare conspire with other so-called prodigies to slay my junior brother? She declared that it is merely because my junior brother does not wish to hold you accountable. Even if granted 100 years of cultivation, would you ever command his regard? Jiang Yun's words resonated throughout the heavens, leaving the audience dizzy and bewildered. What manner of terrifying creature is this? Is Zhou Shengzi truly just the holy son of the Zhuyang sect? Why then do her senior sisters appear increasingly formidable? The prior emergence of the blissful empress had instantly silenced the elders, compelling the major powers to abandon their plans for the Ascendant Conference. Now, this white-clad woman seemed like a divine monarch descended from the heavens, overshadowing all other prodigies present. Moreover, from her tone, it was evident that all her actions were in service of Zhou Shengzi. If Zhou Shengzi deemed it beneath him to intervene, and she took action instead, did that imply that Zhou Shengzi was even more terrifying? Such thoughts were unfathomable and dared not be contemplated further. Merely two individuals, yet they harbored depths of power that might elude comprehension for a lifetime. As Xia Jiuyu beheld the unfolding spectacle, her throat felt parched, her head spun, and her gaze frequently fell upon the expressionless Zhou Xian. She began to wonder if she had previously been overly self-indulgent. Moreover, just how many senior sisters does this fellow possess? He referred to one as the third sister, and she had encountered his eldest sister, the blissful empress. The existence of an eldest sister and a third sister clearly indicated that he had a second sister as well. The two she was aware of were already monstrous in their prowess. What then of the second sister? Did he have a fourth sister, a fifth sister, and so forth? Furthermore, did he have a Dao partner? Alas, what am I even contemplating? Xia Juyu hastily shook her head, feeling her thoughts spiraling into absurdity. How could she entertain such notions? He had treated her with such disdain. Her not killing him was already an act of leniency. Surely, she could not keep offering herself to him. Chapter 57. Are you certain you truly find him disagreeable? Observing the battle before her shattered Xia Juyu's worldview. After witnessing this confrontation, she finally understood what true prodigies were. With her exceptional talent in the Great Xia Empire and the guidance of her master, Gai Juyu, she believed few in the younger generation could earn her respect. Even outside the Great Xia Empire, she felt confident in competing against various prodigies across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Setting aside the Red Phoenix, even if she faced the likes of the Starry River's Rasha, she felt she could hold her own. Yet, Rasha ultimately could not withstand Zhou Xian's might, illustrating the terrifying level of his strength. This battle against his third sister allowed her to witness what true terror, true domination, and true one-sidedness looked like. From start to finish, the Red Phoenix had not even grazed her garments. Zhang Yun's motivation was merely to alleviate her junior brother's troubles. This was not to say Zhou Xian was weak or that he could not contend with the Red Phoenix. On the contrary, it was precisely because Zhou Xian was so powerful that he felt no desire to intervene against the top-ranked contender on the ascendant rankings. Thus, Zhang Yun had the opportunity to step in. The individual who had accompanied her to the Mirror Mountain was even more formidable than his senior sister. Contemplating these matters, Xia Juyu felt a weight settle in her chest, realizing how insignificantly small she was. Please, don't kill me. In the face of her fear of death, the Red Phoenix finally cried out for mercy, or rather, the terror Zhang Yun instilled in her compelled her to surrender. The pressure exerted by this woman was overwhelming, so much so that she had no chance to retaliate whatsoever. Very well, Zhang Yun replied coldly, and then, with an expressionless palm, she descended. With a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted into a spectacular mushroom cloud. Thus, the once great prodigy, the Red Phoenix, was extinguished from existence. After slaying the Crimson Phoenix, a drop of blood imbued with divine phoenix flame continued to burn without end. Upon witnessing that drop of true phoenix essence blood, Zhang Yunya gently gestured, causing the precious blood to fall into the porcelain vial she had meticulously prepared. After applying a sealing spell, Zhang Yun descended from the air, returning to Zhou Xian's side. Upon seeing Zhou Xian, the originally cold and aloof Zhang Yun immediately broke into a radiant smile, her delicate cheeks, as soft as a petal, flushed with a hint of pink.it, seemed that the shared blush between them spoke volumes. Noting the stark contrast in Zhang Yun's demeanor, Xia Juyu, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss. As a woman, she recognized this delicate behavior all too well. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with Du Lingfei, Xia Juyu couldn't help but marvel at the stroke of fortune that had befallen this fellow. Little junior brother, Zhang Yun finally spoke after a moment of daze upon reaching Zhou Xian's side.in that instant. Zhou Xian appeared as her protective elder brother, while Zhang Yun, the third senior sister, resembled a little junior sister, unable to even twist the cap off a bottle. Senior sister, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to remain as formidable as ever. Zhou Xian exclaimed, giving her a thumbs dash up. In all honesty, although he could effortlessly slay Luo Shi and his companions, facing the first-ranked Crimson Phoenix would not be without challenge, requiring considerable effort. Zhang Yun's appearance had alleviated him of such unnecessary troubles. Humph, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare to your prowess? Zhang Yun, having read the contents of the diary, felt somewhat at a loss in how to confront her future husband. However, hearing Zhou Xian address her as he always had in their sect eased her tension significantly. This familiar address rekindled a sense of comfort, freeing her from restraint. After all, for a girl, every matter must unfold gradually. Abruptness may lead to anxiety and uncertainty. Here, take this. At that moment, the Crimson Phoenix flicked her finger, and a porcelain vial landed in Zhou Xian's hand. Inside was the essence blood of the Crimson Phoenix, which he had seen in the diary in his previous life. After defeating the Crimson Phoenix, he had given its essence blood to Qing Ningyao. Despite her being a romantic rival, Jiang Yun had come to terms with her feelings while condensing the clan's markings. Though a rival, she was also the beloved companion who had ventured through the realms alongside little junior brother. If he were to live again and still fail to protect those he cherished, it would surely sadden him. Burdened as he was with too much in his previous life, little junior brother had shouldered countless responsibilities, fighting across the realms for them. This time, it was their turn to protect him, the man who had once faced darkness alone for their sake. "This seems rather precious," Zhou Xian said, awkwardly smiling as he attempted to decline. But Jiang Yun shot him a glare and retorted, "Just take it. Why are you hesitating?" The porcelain vial, which Zhou Xian had initially returned to Jiang Yun, was snatched back as she firmly placed it in his hands. Then, she handed him a fiery red ring adorned with the image of a divine phoenix. "You should keep this too, though the Crimson Phoenix itself may not be remarkable. As a saintess of the Divine Phoenix clan, it surely contains many treasures. You may take what you need." The ring of the Crimson Phoenix was enough to stir envy in the hearts of all. And even Jiang Yun was no exception. After all, the Divine Phoenix clan was renowned, and the ring held countless secret techniques and treasures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Attaining this ring was akin to acquiring a rare trove for cultivation. Throughout, Jiang Yun displayed no reluctance. Instead, her expression conveyed a desire to bestow these treasures upon Zhou Xian. Witnessing this scene, countless male cultivators could hardly contain their admiration. "Could I also have such a senior sister?" they lamented. Even Xiaoju Yu felt an unexpected stir of emotions watching the exchange. After handing everything over to Zhou Xian, Jiang Yun finally turned her gaze towards the still-kneeling Long Tian, who, at this moment, was so terrified he lacked the strength to plead for mercy. Yet, just as Jiang Yun prepared to strike him down, Xia Jiuyu, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly executed a swift strike, ending Long Tian's life on the spot. This turn of events was so abrupt that no one anticipated Xia Jiuyu's sudden intervention. Noticing the curious gazes around her, Xia Jiuyu lifted her chin and feigned nonchalance, saying, "What? I found him displeasing. Is it wrong to kill him?" Her words only intensified the odd looks directed at her. "Are you sure it was merely about finding him displeasing?" Chapter 58. Young Master Zhou. "To be candid, I have a sister." Long Tian, who had once been so arrogant, now found himself in utter disgrace. Initially, he had merely wanted to engage in banter with Zhou Xian to elevate his own presence. Little did he know that once he knelt, he would learn the harsh truth of being the target. While others fought, he began by kneeling. As others fell, he remained on his knees, ultimately dying in that position. After Xia Jiuyu dispatched Long Tian, she remained momentarily stunned until Zhou Xian's life force completely faded. She realized that she had no personal vendetta against him, despite Long City's power. It held no real interest in the Great Xia dynasty. Thus, she had no reason to kill him herself. Moreover, he had not compelled her to act. Yet, why had she not been able to restrain herself and truly slain him? Perhaps it was due to the sight of Jiang Yun mercilessly slaying the Crimson Phoenix that had stirred something within her. Yet, while Jiang Yun acted for Zhou Xian, she pondered, what was her own motivation? As Xia Jiuyu lingered in contemplation, the ascension platform suddenly rumbled, and in the next moment, radiant holy light illuminated the area. Initially, this holy light seemed to be directed toward Jiang Yun, but as she took a step back, stepping off the ascension platform, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Not only had Jiang Yun willingly given Zhou Xian the storage ring of the Crimson Phoenix, but now she was also graciously yielding this opportunity. The eternal truth of the great Tao dictates that the strong survive while the weak perish. Some would go to great lengths, even turning against their own, for the sake of opportunity. Yet, Jiang Yun continued to demonstrate her selflessness. The spectators were baffled by the allure Zhou Xian held over her, which transcended mere camaraderie. It was evident that a deeper bond was at play. Seeing this, Xia Jiuyu quietly withdrew from the ascension platform as well. For her, the primary goal of this journey had been the Golden Mask. Given Zhou Xian's strength and the rules governing this realm, she knew it was impossible for her to claim it. Yet, ultimately, Zhou Xian had bestowed it upon her. Furthermore, he possessed a means to resolve her master, Gai Jiuyu's, plight. Thus, regardless of her own desires, she could not seize this opportunity. Moreover, she lacked the ability to do so. Not to mention how Zhou Xian, with his peculiar nature, might respond, but his senior sister would undoubtedly dismember her without hesitation. No wonder there exist such abundant opportunities within. It turns out that this is the result of the skeletal remains of the great emperor, whose words manifest reality. The name of the Songming Great Emperor. How have I never heard of it before? As the surroundings of Zhou Xian gradually restored, he felt as though he had become one with this divine concealed world. With merely a thought, he could summon the powers of this realm at any moment. Once his mind settled, curiosity took hold of Zhou Xian. In the original text, this concealed world was a manifestation of the cosmos. While the ancient bronze tree served as the key to unlocking the gates of the void, transcending the river of time to ascend to the higher realms. The reason Zhou Xian sought to ascend the immortal platform was to master this concealed world, so that in the face of life and death battles, if he were to be outmatched, he could retreat into this sanctuary for his own preservation. Yet now, the narrative seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. The true essence of this concealed world was a piece of imperial bone, capable of unleashing a strike equivalent to the full might of a great emperor when fully activated. The Great Emperor. Such a terrifying realm transcends even the boundaries of the Yin realm and the supreme domain. It could be said that should Zhou Xian unleash his full power, the very heavens and earth might collapse into dust in an instant. However, at present, Zhou Xian lacked the capacity to harness such formidable energy. According to his estimations, he would likely need to ascend to the source realm before he could even begin to wield its might. Contemplating the various realms, concealing the profound, merging with the divine. Pseudo 10,000 laws, true 10,000 laws, commanding the law, true commanding the law, breaking the void, source realm, Yin realm, hidden realm, and the supreme realm. He realized that he was not far from the source realm. Thus, the concealed world he could now effortlessly summon would undoubtedly become his greatest trump card in the future. Without a doubt, a full-powered strike from a great emperor would have even another great emperor shying away from its brilliance. Yet, Zhou Xian still could not fathom who this Songming Great Emperor truly was, as this figure had never appeared in the original narrative. Suddenly, a faint ringing echoed in Zhou Xian's mind. It seemed that the script of this world was gradually altering because of him. Well, let things unfold step by step. He would surely find answers to his curiosities in the river of time. After all, he himself could not comprehend it at present, upon obtaining the final opportunity. The divine concealed world came to a complete end. Exiting the concealed world, the elders and ancestors of various factions were eagerly searching for their respective progenies. However, out of the 100 who entered, only a meager 20 or so emerged. In just a few days, countless prodigies had fallen. Even more astonishingly, among the top 10, only 3 managed to exit. The imperial clans Ji Haoyue, the great Xia dynasty's Xia Jiuyou, and Zhou Xian of the Jiuyang sect. What transpired within remained a mystery to all. Perhaps the answers would only be revealed upon returning to their own territories. Just as Zhou Xian's party was about to depart, Ji Haoyue hesitantly approached him. Holy son Zhou, to be candid, I have a younger sister. Zhou Xian furrowed his brows at her words. Your sister, the Yuanling body Ji Ziyue? Chapter 59. Ji Ziyue, with elegant brows and eyes brimming with spirit. Throughout, Ji Haoyue had maintained a remarkably low profile. Even in the original text, her presence was almost negligible. Yet, this young lady was indeed quite extraordinary. The Ji family of the Eastern Wilderness was a formidable force in Zhou Xian's eyes. A clan filled with prodigious talents, Ji Haoyue was born of the Eastern Wilderness divine body, destined for cultivation. Furthermore, in Zhou Xian's recollection, Ji Haoyue prided herself on her noble bloodline, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Previously, despite being merely at the 6th grade Qi transformation realm, she had dared to venture alone into the realm of the demon race, embarking on her cultivation journey, and had the audacity to claim herself a great emperor, even when she was not the foremost among the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness. Such hubris was rare indeed, especially among the Ji family. What truly astonished Zhou Xian was Ji Haoyue's evident affection for her younger sister, Ji Ziyue. In the original narrative, Ji Ziyue had been taken by the male protagonist, and at that time, Ji Haoyue, who was in closed-door cultivation, had abruptly exited her state of meditation upon receiving the news through secret means, disregarding the backlash to her cultivation, and had chased after them wielding a massive sword. Yet now, Ji Haoyue was willingly bringing up her dear sister Ji Ziyue as a means to engage with him. This truly caught Zhou Xian off guard. Gazing at the enchanting Ji Haoyue, whose eyes sparkled like stars and whose presence was as tranquil as the moon, he could not help but commend her in his heart. She was truly discerning. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she wished to invest in some original shares. Although Ji Ziyue had not participated in this battle for ascendancy, she had already garnered fame throughout the eastern wilderness, not for her strength, but for her unparalleled beauty. It was said that Ji Ziyue had elegant brows, eyes brimming with spirit, and a pair of large, expressive eyes that shimmered with divine radiance. Her gentle smile revealed charming dimples, making her appear as a clever, ethereal being under the moonlight, full of vivacity and playfulness. She exuded a lively charm, and when angered, she would playfully grind her little tiger teeth, endearing her to all. At merely 17, she had already become a well-known beauty across the eastern wilderness. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Ji Haoyue was a doting brother. Of course, Ji Ziyue's cultivation talent was by no means inferior to Ji Haoyue's. As a Yuanling body, she harmonized with the laws and could wield the essence of heaven and earth, channeling its power to replenish others' spiritual energy. She could also draw upon the might of the cosmos, significantly enhancing her battle prowess, allowing those of lower realms to contend against foes beyond their rank. Additionally, Ji Ziyue had mastered the Great Void Technique and the Void Palm. Having defeated countless formidable adversaries, observing Ji Haoyue's earnest gaze, Zhou Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. He possessed nothing more precious than Ji Ziyue. I have heard of your sister's renown. I have long admired her. Zhou Xian responded with a gentle bow and a smile. Upon witnessing Zhou Xian's amiable demeanor, Ji Haoyue's perception of him elevated significantly. It was worth noting that during their time in the divine concealed world, she had witnessed Zhou Xian's decisiveness and ruthlessness firsthand. Now, his gentle attitude indicated that he was not averse to her presence. Reading Zhou Xian's intentions, Ji Haoyue's spirit soared, for the Holy Sun embodied the qualities of humility she wished to emulate. Without further ado, Ji Haoyue addressed Zhou Xian directly. Holy Sun Zhou, to be candid, my little sister is quite playful and restless. Not just I, but even the elders in my family find it hard to manage her. I believe that with your auspicious presence, Holy Sun, you might guide her to focus on her cultivation. As she spoke, the righteous Ji Haoyue suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. Noticing this, Zhou Xian chuckled, saying, if your sister requires my assistance, please feel free to ask. Ji Haoyue's lengthy discourse was clearly driven by her desire for his aid. Zhou Xian had no intention of beating around the bush. He would soon negotiate terms with Xia Jiuyou. Leaving little time to attend to Ji Ziyue, however, forming a bond with the Ji family could prove beneficial, considering their immense potential in the divine concealed world. I fortuitously discovered a cultivation cave that greatly aids my mastery of the void technique. If Holy Sun is amenable, I hope to bring Ziyue along in the future for further cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian could not help but chuckle, feeling somewhat bemused. He had anticipated a different request, only to learn it was about cultivation. Nonetheless, as their gazes met, both understood the unspoken acknowledgement of Zhou Xian's control over the concealed world. Ji Haoyue's discernment was evident, and within the concealed world, there indeed existed a void barrier, a veritable paradise for cultivating the void technique. However, Zhou Xian had not expected Ji Haoyue to leverage her sister's name to make her request. After consulting with the system, allowing Ji Haoyue to cultivate could be seen as an investment, promising future returns. Realizing this, Zhou Xian readily agreed. Not only could he benefit from Ji Haoyue's endeavors, but perhaps he could also reap rewards from Ji Ziyue's growth. In summary, it appeared to be a win-win situation. Meanwhile, the elders of the Ji family watched with satisfaction as Ji Haoyue took the initiative to converse with Zhou Xian, stroking their beards in approval. Ji Haoyue was the pinnacle of talent in the eastern wilderness, yet her arrogance had previously hindered her path. Now, her willingness to engage with others was a significant step forward. However, they were curious about what exactly Ji Haoyue had discussed with Zhou Xian that brought smiles to both their faces. Subsequently, the elders led their disciples away. Those who emerged alive from the divine concealed world surely encountered tremendous fortuity. Upon returning, they would delve deeply into their cultivation, destined to make a resounding impact in the future. Sister, shall we return together? Zhou Xian greeted Zhang Yun, who was conversing with Wu Ding. Upon noticing Zhou Xian's approach, A faint blush inevitably crept across Jiang Yun's delicate face. Observing Jiang Yun's bashful demeanor, Wu Ding was well aware that his disciple was smitten. Your senior sister can return whenever she wishes. What business is it of yours to meddle? Wu Ding shot Zhou Xian a glare. Speaking with a hint of irritation, Zhou Xian awkwardly nodded, wondering why his master, standing behind his senior sister, was casting furtive glances in his direction. Following Wu Ding's gaze, Zhou Xian caught sight of Xia Jiuyu, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, seemingly waiting for something. Realizing his master's intent, Zhou Xian sighed and approached Xia Jiuyu. A month from now, come find me at the Jiuyang sect. Remember to learn how to serve others during this time. I wouldn't want you to be clumsy later. After saying this, Zhou Xian raised his hand as if to pat her, but Xia Jiuyu instinctively stepped back, as if to protect her pert figure. Humph, how tiresome. With a cold huff, Xia Jiuyu shot Zhou Xian a glare before turning to leave. However, as she turned away, a charming smile graced her lips. Chapter 60. A proposal? The joyful empress getting married. Back at the Jiuyang sect. After my brief excursion, everything seems unchanged. This time, I had the pleasure of seeing Yun in the battle at the Ascension platform. She has made remarkable progress, truly worthy of being the successor of the white-clad Divine King, Jiang Taisu. Although the Divine King has transcended the river of time and escaped the confines of the temporal realm, his legacy remains immensely formidable. After condensing the clan's totem, Yun unexpectedly comprehended the Divine King's celestial steps, her innate talent as remarkable as ever. Witnessing Yun growth fills my heart with genuine joy. I once caught a fleeting glimpse of the white-clad Divine King, Jiang Taisu, during my travels through the river of time. It was a fleeting encounter. Now, with the Divine King's legacy carried on, his divine arts have not been lost. I believe he would be pleased to know this. Moreover, my senior sister has discovered the method to condense the clan's totem. It won't be long before she leads the Jiang family to even greater glory. Since the departure of the Divine Cavern, Zhou Xian returned to the Jiuyang sect, while Jiang Yun, who initially intended to stay for a few days, returned to the Jiang family. Tio Jiang Yun. Consolidating her foundation was of utmost importance, as she also needed to pass down the secret arts to her kin. After all, the three elders of the Jiang family, who had been in a state of meditation for a century, were approaching their final moments. If they did not seek breakthrough soon, it would spell disastrous consequences for the Jiang family. Time waits for no one. Jiang Yun understood that she must return promptly. Upon reading her junior brother's diary, a radiant smile adorned her face, for she knew that everything she possessed now was bestowed upon her by him. Without her junior brother, she would not have even been able to overcome the trials of the Xinyan body. Her junior brother had truly changed so much. In the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun gently caressed the golden scroll, as if she were tenderly stroking the face of the one she cherished. Her junior brother had become more mature and composed, a stark contrast to the carefree boy he once was. Yet the next moment, a flicker of heartache crossed Jiang Yun's lovely face. Junior brother, in the last life, you protected us for so long. In this life, let us guard you. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun's expression hardened with determination. Having acquired the legacy of the white-clad Divine King, Jiang Taisu, her path to growth was now remarkably clear. Although she had returned to the Jiang family for many days, each time she recalled her battle at the Ascension platform, pride swelled within her. It was her first true opportunity to protect her junior brother, as well as the one destined to be her future husband. Jiang Yun resolved to train diligently and to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She would cultivate sufficient strength to clear any obstacles in her junior brother's path. In this life, she would not allow him to suffer. When I met Yun this time, to be honest, I felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether to call her Yun or senior sister. After some contemplation, I deemed it more appropriate to address her as senior sister. Considering my rebirth, I am all too aware of the events that will unfold in the future. Yet she remains blissfully unaware. If I were to call her Yun I could imagine her giving me a good scolding. So be it. This life shall unfold as it will, although I am uncertain of the direction my relationship with Yun will take. As long as I am here, I will silently protect her in my own way, even if, in the end, the one who holds her closely is not me. Zhou Xian meticulously recorded his thoughts. While in the Jiang family ancestral grounds, Jiang Yun remained beside the golden scroll, as if captivated by her greatest passion, never straying from its side. Touching her slightly flushed cheeks, she pouted, "Humph, it's not as if I can't have my Yun heir." How infuriating! Meanwhile, within the Qingyu imperial palace, Qing Ningyao was seething with rage. Today, her jealousy had been utterly unleashed, as if her entire jar of envy had been smashed to the ground. That insufferable Zhou Xian certainly knew how to make a girl happy. Referring to her as senior sister Yun heir was truly infuriating. She should never have listened to her father. If she had gone to the Ascension platform, that woman would have been a non-issue. Puffing out her cheeks in indignation, Qing Ningyao muttered curses at Zhou Xian while eagerly flipping to the next page of the diary. It was captivating, utterly engrossing, and she couldn't put it down. Although the contents were a bit heart-wrenching, such is the nature of desire. That which one cannot have always stirs restlessness. Now, Qing Ningyao found herself in such a state, eagerly awaiting the mention of her name. After all, Zhou Xian had not written about her in his diary for days. The divine cavern was inaccessible, and her father forbade her from leaving the palace, claiming it was too dangerous, urging her to focus on her training. Yet without the diary's contents, her heart was not in in truth. These days had left Qing Ningyao feeling utterly stifled, miserable, and aimless. Now that she had finally awaited an update in the diary, yet found no mention of herself, she felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her. Had he forgotten about her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She thought of him daily, yet he seemed oblivious to her existence. Was she destined to become a mere shadow? In the Bliss Palace, the Bliss Empress gazed intently at the golden scroll floating before her. At the entrance, two formidable guards watched their entranced empress with curiosity. What could have captured her attention for so long? Surely, there was nothing to behold. Ever since her return from the Ascension Conference, their empress had appeared lost in thought, neglecting palace affairs and avoiding visits from the elders of other factions. It seemed as though she had fallen into a trance. Hush, silence. The empress's thoughts were beyond the comprehension of these humble servants. However, they had heard whispers that an elder from Si Wuya wished to propose a union with the empress, promising an eternal bond. The empress was likely preoccupied with such musings. Could it be young Qingfeng? One guard speculated. Though he was an elder, he was still only 70 years old, a mere youth in the grand scheme of the Tao. Compared to those monstrous beings who had cultivated for millennia, he was hardly noteworthy. Yang Qingfeng was extraordinarily gifted, once the sole saint of Si Wuya, and had since ascended to elder status. Rumor had it that he might one day achieve a realm that had not been reached in 30,000 years. I see a perfect match between Yang Qingfeng and the Empress. With the backing of Si Wuya, an unparalleled ancient sect, our Bliss Palace will undoubtedly rise to prominence. As the two guards conversed in hushed tones, their words could not escape the keen ears of the Bliss Empress. She was on the verge of anger when an elder's report interrupted her thoughts. "Your Majesty, someone from Si Wuya requests an audience." Chapter 61. You, a mere mortal, dare to threaten me? The Ascension Order has now concluded. Initially, I anticipated a fierce battle, yet it was Yun heir who resolved the crisis for me. I never expected that the one I once protected would now be my guardian. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to Yun heir. The essence of the Scarlet Phoenix was entrusted to me by her. Were it not for her, I might have unwittingly eradicated the Scarlet Phoenix from existence. Not only the essence, but even the divine soul could have been obliterated. With the essence and the divine arts of the Phoenix clan, Xiaoyao will surely experience a significant transformation. This time, I truly owe Yun heir a debt of gratitude. In the Qingyu Imperial Palace, upon seeing her name finally appear on the golden scroll, Qing Ningyao's face instantly broke into a radiant smile. Previously, she had begrudged Jiang Yun for usurping her position, but upon reading Zhou Xian's explanation, her enchanting eyes narrowed into delightful crescent shapes, utterly adorable. "Jiang Yun, you're really quite wonderful." Qing Ningyao lay upon her bed, unable to resist uttering, "Although the content of today's diary merely mentioned me in passing, it is enough to bring me joy for an entire day. It seems that fellow still remembers me." However, as she continued reading, her expression gradually grew grave. That individual's senior sister, no, rather, their companion on the path, was about to encounter great trouble. Sigh. Now that matters have reached a certain conclusion, Yun heir and Xiaoyao have truly embarked upon the right path of cultivation. If they persist in their earnest training, their future achievements will undoubtedly be astonishing. Yet, my greatest concern remains with the senior sister, or rather, Ling Fei. Considering the passage of time since my return from the Ascension Conference, that incident is soon to unfold. Si Wuya, a venerable ancient power steeped in tradition. As for its true strength, even in my past life, having vanquished numerous ancestors of Si Wuya, I remain ignorant of the depths of that colossal entity. Speaking of which, one of Si Wuya's ancestors, Yang Qingfeng, has long harbored feelings for Ling Fei, but alas, he has been unable to emerge from his secluded meditation, continually postponing his proposal. However, it is likely he has now exited his retreat and dispatched a messenger to propose to her at the Bliss Palace. Yang Qingfeng, merely 70 years of age, has already entered the void-breaking realm. Such a person is indeed a formidable individual. My true bond with Ling Fei was forged in the Blood Wasteland, where we endured many trials together. Perhaps it was then that she began to develop feelings for me. Subsequently, when Si Wuya sent someone to propose, Ling Fei relayed this matter to me through a messenger. In her letter, I discerned that she did not wish to be entangled with Yang Qingfeng. Upon learning of these events, I ventured alone into Si Wuya. During that confrontation, I faced 5 ancestral-level figures single-handedly, ultimately sustaining grievous injuries and remaining trapped in Si Wuya's forbidden grounds for 3 years. During that time, Yang Qingfeng, having fought desperately, also suffered severe injuries and was forced into seclusion to recuperate. Meanwhile, Si Wuya concealed the news of my predicament, leaving the outside world entirely unaware of my whereabouts. Fortunately, during my serendipitous encounter with fortuitous circumstances within Si Wuya, I advanced in cultivation and, upon breaking free from the forbidden grounds, witnessed Ling Fei being coerced into marriage by Yang Qingfeng. In that moment, I unleashed a wave of bloodshed, only to later discover that Ling Fei was worried about me, and Si Wuya's promise to find me had compelled her into an unwanted union. Once we both understood the events of those 3 years, Ling Fei and I finally opened our hearts to one another. And that night, we mutually fulfilled each other. Reflecting upon it now, the distance between Yang Qingfeng and myself remains insurmountable. If Ling Fei, as in our past life, remains unwilling to accept, then I shall risk everything to return to Si Wuya. Yet, the unpredictable nature of fate makes it difficult to foresee what lies ahead. Within the Bliss Palace, the Empress of Bliss remained seemingly indifferent to the envoy from Si Wuya, her thoughts clearly preoccupied with another matter. As she allowed the messenger to speak at length without offering a single response, upon glimpsing the diary entries recorded by Zhou Xian, Du Ling Fei found herself momentarily shaken. Previously, she had harbored doubts regarding the matters mentioned by her junior disciple. After all, in her belief, no one in this world was worthy of being her confidant, not even the extraordinarily gifted Yang Qingfeng. However, after reading Zhou Xian's account of her past, she began to reconsider everything. Whether it was her origins from the starry skies or the current proposal from Si Wuya, all had been kept under wraps, particularly the former, of which she had never uttered a word to anyone. Yet, it seemed that Zhou Xian had experienced it all firsthand, recounting it with uncanny precision. Thus, Du Ling Fei could not help but suspect that Zhou Xian was a reborn soul, and that all of this had been part of his past experiences. In other words, she had truly been the junior disciple's wife in her previous life. But how could that be possible? Such a thing was utterly inconceivable. How could anything have transpired between her and her junior disciple? The Empress? At this moment, the envoy from Si Wuya, who had spoken incessantly, finally interjected. Sensing that the Empress of Bliss had not taken his words to heart, I am weary. Return and inform Yang Qingfeng that I have no interest in him. Furthermore, let this matter cease here. I do not wish to hear any further discussions on it. Du Ling Fei slowly rose and turned to leave. The loquacious elder, now casting a cold glare, lost all semblance of cordiality. Empress of Bliss, you seem to disregard Si Wuya's significance. You must understand, with Si Wuya's backing, no force under the heavens would dare to threaten the Bliss Palace. Why esteemed Si Wuya has extended such earnest intentions? I sincerely hope the Empress of Bliss will give this matter due consideration. After all, Ancestor Qingfeng is not one to take rejection lightly. Should the Empress of Bliss reflect carefully, I shall consider this matter as if it had never occurred. The elder's eyes narrowed. Only Si Wuya, this colossal entity, could dare to speak to the Empress in such a manner. That moment, as Du Ling Fei was about to turn away, she glanced back. In the next instant, the elder fell to his knees. After gazing at him for what felt like an eternity, the Empress of Bliss finally spoke coldly. "Mere mortal, do you dare to threaten me?" Chapter 62. Gazing into the future, a realm of chaos. A mere glance from the Empress of Bliss caused the elder to kneel, silenced by fear. The atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to an icy stillness. However, the Empress of Bliss seemed disinclined to engage further, merely delivering a slight reprimand before turning to depart. Only after she had left did the elder dare to raise his head, exhaling a sigh of relief. Relying on Si Wuya's power, he was accustomed to wielding authority in the outside world, yet he had not anticipated that the Empress would show him no leniency this time. It was precisely this experience that planted the seed of vengeance in his heart. The Empress of Bliss, how arrogant she is. These are trivial matters. Once I report what transpired here to Ancestor Qing Feng, embellishing the tale, I am certain that the Bliss Palace will soon be reduced to ruins, and the Empress of Bliss will become a plaything for Ancestor Qing Feng. The sight of a once mighty empress bowing before him is precisely what the elder longs to witness. Meanwhile, in the great Xia dynasty, within a dimly lit chamber, a slender woman stood at the door, her fair, delicate hand poised to knock, yet, at the last moment, she hesitated. Just as she stood in uncertainty, a frail, aged voice resonated from within. "Jiuyu, come in." Upon hearing this, the woman gently pushed open the stone door. The interior was dimly lit, revealing a withered, white-haired elder seated upon a stone platform. Upon seeing the elder, the woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was evident that she found it painful to witness him in such a state. However, no one could escape the relentless passage of time, not even she, initially harboring a glimmer of hope. She felt her heart plummet when informed by that individual that the golden mask could not save the elder. The man before her was none other than Gai Jiuyu, once a figure of breathtaking brilliance, nearly achieving the status of an emperor, now reduced to such a state, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. "Master." Upon seeing Gai Jiuyu, Xia Jiuyu's spirit faltered. She did not wish for her master to succumb to death, yet she found herself utterly powerless. "Jiuyu, you have endured much. The cycle of life and death is merely a part of the great Tao, and no one can escape the erosion of time. Not even I. Thus, do not grieve. Before I depart, I shall pass on some matters to you, as a final gift from master to disciple, a last boon in our shared journey." Though Gai Jiuyu appeared withered and depleted, he still emanated an aura of formidable strength that compelled Xia Jiuyu to channel her energy to maintain her composure. Gai Jiuyu, once an unparalleled powerhouse on the brink of becoming an emperor, remained a true invincible force despite his imminent demise. If he so wished, he could obliterate any faction across the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a mere flick of his wrist. Listening to Gai Jiuyu's seemingly final words, Xia Jiuyu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. However, a figure suddenly materialized in her mind, reigniting a spark of hope within her. Indeed, that enigmatic individual, steeped in mystery, must possess a solution. In a moment of determination, Xia Jiuyu summoned a mask radiating an ancient and mysterious aura from her storage ring. Gai Jiuyu, whose eyes had long lost their luster, was taken aback upon seeing the mask and exclaimed, "The divine face, Jiuyu, you possess the golden mask." He had never anticipated that Xia Jiuyu would truly uncover this artifact. Upon hearing the term divine face, Xia Jiuyu felt a jolt of surprise. Previously, she had only regarded the golden mask as just that, unaware of any alternate names. During her time in the Divine Vault, she had heard that individual refer to it as the divine face, and at the time, she thought him merely enigmatic. But upon hearing her master refer to it the same way, she was struck with astonishment. The divine face. This meant that he had not deceived her. He truly held a method to save her master. A smile of barely contained joy blossomed on Xia Jiuyu's face, her voice tinged with excitement as she declared, "Master, you will not perish. I have found a way. You shall not fade into eternity." She repeated her conviction multiple times, as all her hopes now rested upon Zhou Xian. Seeing Xia Jiuyu's fervor, Gai Jiuyu could only shake his head in resignation and softly replied, "It is futile. The divine face is insufficient to sustain my essence." However, Xia Jiuyu firmly believed otherwise. She proceeded to recount in detail everything that had transpired within the Divine Vault. After listening, Gai Jiuyu expressed his deep confusion. "Zhuyang sect? Saint Zhou Xian? I have never heard of such a figure. I remember that the founder of the Juyang sect, Juyang Zhenren, was merely at the void-breaking realm, still a step away from the source realm. I once guided him, and with some fortunate circumstances, he established the Juyang sect. Yet, given his experiences and status, he could not have encountered the secrets of the divine face. His disciples could not possibly know either. Guy Juyu found it utterly perplexing. In his view, those who could comprehend the divine face were exceedingly few in the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon hearing her master's confusion, Xia Juyu pouted in exasperation. I do not know either. He merely said to ask you. That individual is always shrouded in mystery. Guy Juyu was left bewildered. Despite his countless years of existence, he had never encountered such a person. The master and disciple exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Guy Juyu's once dim eyes sharpened, and mysterious fluctuations radiated from his being. Xia Juyu, sensing this enigmatic aura, felt a stir of intrigue within her. Her master was about to invoke his grand powers to deduce the laws of time in an instant. Xia Juyu felt time itself stagnate. As if everything had slowed down, Guy Juyu's aura grew increasingly formidable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the mysterious energy began to dissipate. Observing Guy Juyu's grave demeanor, Xia Juyu was filled with curiosity. Since she could remember, she had never witnessed her master exhibit such a profound and inscrutable intensity. What did you discern, master? Xia Juyu inquired eagerly, her curiosity about the ever-mysterious Zhou Xian intensifying. Guy Juyu's subsequent words struck her like thunder, leaving her in a stupor. I gaze into the future, and it is but chaos. Upon looking back, behind him lies an abyss of nothingness. For a long moment, Guy Juyu solemnly articulated this revelation. Hearing it left Xia Juyu utterly speechless, her mind reeling from the implications. It was crucial to note that Guy Juyu was a quasi-emperor, an entity terrifyingly close to the realm of emperors. In the vast expanses of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, few things eluded his knowledge. Moreover, Guy Juyu had employed his grand powers to predict the future of one who was merely at the void-breaking realm. Yet, the conclusion he reached was this. I gaze into the future, and it is but chaos. Upon looking back, behind him lies an abyss of nothingness. What kind of terror must exist for Guy Juyu to make such a declaration? What had Zhou Xian experienced that even a quasi-emperor could not comprehend? Guy Juyu's inability to foresee Zhou Xian's future suggested that he had directly obscured the heavenly secrets. Overwhelmed by shock, Xia Juyu could think of nothing but the astonishment that gripped her. The moment Guy Juyu began his deduction, she believed she would uncover everything about Zhou Xian. Yet, the outcome was beyond anyone's imagination. If one day the cosmos were to shatter, and the universe were to topple, where countless old friends and beloved ones turned white-haired and returned to the earth, he would stand invincible, ultimately alone at the river of time. Reflecting on eternity, accompanied solely by the great path, Guy Juyu deciphered the heavenly secrets and, after a long pause, simply uttered this phrase. Upon hearing her master's words, Xia Juyu's astonishment deepened. Standing alone at the river of time. Reflecting on eternity, accompanied solely by the great path. What kind of strength and what trials through the river of time must one endure to reach such heights? In an instant, what she had thought would unveil her curiosity only heightened it further. Was Zhou Xian truly just an ordinary saint from the Juyang sect? Had these words come from anyone else's lips, Xia Juyu would have scoffed, dismissing them as mere folly. Yet, these were uttered by her master. Guy Juyu, a quasi-emperor, could not offer such a high evaluation lightly. Even supreme beings might struggle to achieve such recognition. Moreover, Guy Juyu had previously deduced her own fate, and his conclusion had been but a few fleeting words. The river of time shall cleanse. The future is promising. Upon hearing that evaluation, Xia Juyu had rejoiced for several days. Such praise from Guy Juyu was exceedingly rare, yet now, his assessment of Zhou Xian seemed unprecedented. Master, after a long while, Xia Juyu, forcing herself to regain her composure, spoke softly. Guy Juyu, having returned to his usual frail demeanor, gazed at Xia Juyu and sighed. This individual is no mere saint of the Juyang sect. Perhaps many of the things he has spoken of are beyond my own knowledge. Juyu, should I ever fade away, if you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, you may seek him for guidance. Before I depart into eternity, I shall personally seek him out. Despite my lengthy existence, I believe a quasi-emperor's face will earn me a favor. In response, Xia Jiuyu felt no sorrow upon hearing her master's words. Previously, she had harbored doubts about that individual's claims of having a method to save her master, but now she was resolute. That individual surely possessed a means of salvation. Rather than despairing, Xia Jiuyu smiled brightly and said, "Master, what are you saying? From now on, you shall be my sole guide. Moreover, you will not fade away." Guide Jiuyu, upon hearing this, thought Xia Jiuyu was merely offering words of consolation and chuckled. "Jiuyu, your talent is extraordinary. Your future achievements will undoubtedly rival mine. However, the power of the River of Time is something no one can resist. I can only accompany you for a distance, but I cannot walk the entire path with you. Thus, facing these truths with equanimity is not without merit. Master, truly, you will not fade away. After all, this golden mask was voluntarily given to me by you. Otherwise, I would never have obtained it." As Xia Jiuyu spoke, memories of her time at Reverse Mirror Mountain flooded her mind. During the moment she gazed into the reverse mirror, that fellow had thoroughly examined her from head to toe. Had she not realized in time, he could have easily spent the entire day scrutinizing her. After all, this pertained to matters of intimacy between men and women. Even Xia Jiuyu, who was usually as cold and silent as ice, could not help but feel her cheeks flush at the thought of being so openly observed, especially after he had even dared to strike her. Xia Jiuyu felt that this person owed her something on an unspoken level. However, she swiftly regained her composure and continued, "Back in the Divine Vault world, that fellow also referred to my golden mask as the Divine Face Skin. Yet, this divine skin merely grants the flesh immortality. It bears similarity to the uncorrupted grass, yet it cannot prevent the depletion of the original source. This aligns perfectly with what you just mentioned, Master. However, there is one distinction. He claimed to possess other methods that could enable you to reconnect with your original source, granting you prolonged life. Since you cannot deduce his future, it stands to reason that he is far more complex than he appears. Perhaps he truly possesses a means for you to restore your source. He also instructed me to return and deliver the Divine Face Skin to you, after which I should seek him out at the Nine Yang sect, where he will naturally reveal the method of reconnection." Xia Jiuyu rambled on, and upon hearing her words, Guide Jiuyu fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps that individual named Zhou Xian indeed held the key to reconnection. Yet, what puzzled Guide Jiuyu was how a mere saint son of the Nine Yang sect could be privy to such profound secrets. This was rather extraordinary. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged in Guide Jiuyu's mind. Could that fellow be a reincarnation of a great emperor? An emperor who gazes down upon the mortal realm, having transcended the river of time, achieving true longevity? And when such an emperor reincarnates, they reach a certain stage where they may regain memories of their past life, endowed with the ability to shape destiny. Many powerful emperors, weary of the passage of time, opt for rebirth and reincarnation as a means of cultivation. To Guide Jiuyu, it seemed that only an emperor could evade the deductions of one's own Tao. It appeared imperative for her to pay a personal visit. Chapter 64. Junior Disciple, is what you said truly the case? Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun stared at the golden scroll before him, lost in thought. How could she have encountered such a predicament? After perusing the diary's contents, Jiang Yun found it hard to believe. Du Ling Fei had already ascended to become the Supreme Bliss Empress, the pinnacle of existence across the heavens and the earth. Who would have thought that Si Wuya would dare to threaten Du Ling Fei? Yet, speaking of Si Wuya, he was indeed an extraordinary individual. Although the Jiang family did not align with any particular force, they could draw a comparison with the Qingyu dynasty. While the Qingyu dynasty was a formidable entity, it was merely relative. For above it existed the ancient dynasties. In comparison to these ancient dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty was but a vassal. Above the ancient dynasties, entities like Si Wuya wielded unassailable power, able to manipulate others at will. While those manipulated were mere puppets, unable to provoke even the Qingyu dynasty, it was evident what position Si Wuya held in the grand scheme of things. The Bliss Palace, in contrast to such supreme forces, ultimately fell short by a considerable degree. Should Du Ling Fei refuse, according to the supreme rules revered by Si Wuya, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Bliss Palace. The repercussions of an attack from a supreme force were far from a mere child's play. The cost could very well result in the complete obliteration of the sect from the annals of history. Such a price was one that neither the Supreme Bliss Empress nor anyone else could bear. After dispatching Si Wuya's envoy, the renowned Supreme Bliss Empress remained in a state of disarray, her gaze contemplative, as if she were pondering some profound matter. Junior disciple, is what you said truly the case? The mention of the starry sky sea, a place she had not heard discussed in quite some time, left her wondering what the future might hold. Du Ling Fei's expression turned pensive, her exquisite visage marked by a hint of confusion. Indeed, a woman whose heart was usually steadfast now found herself engulfed in uncertainty regarding Zhou Xian's words, or rather, the events that lay ahead. On one hand, there was the looming threat of Si Wuya, and on the other, the celestial realm that her junior disciple had mentioned, embroiled in a battle across the heavens. Normally decisive in her dealings, Du Ling Fei found herself at a loss for what to do. At the Nine-Yang sect, atop Qing Xian Peak, observing the meager trust value from Du Ling Fei, Zhou Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed to align perfectly with his prior expectations. The senior sister was indeed a paragon of rationality, her analytical prowess always eclipsing emotional impulses. Even after he had revealed the matters concerning the starry sky sea, her trust value still hovered at a mere 9. A full point shy of a single star. Had it been his third sister Jiang Yun or Qing Ningyao, their trust values would likely have soared to the highest levels by now. It appeared that a personal visit to the Bliss Palace was necessary in due time. As he stored away his diary, Zhou Xian sighed, realizing that traditional methods were proving ineffective with his senior sister. Of course, the gradual increase in trust value was a source of dissatisfaction for him. After all, the prerequisite for triggering system rewards was the elevation of trust value. With such a paltry trust value from his senior sister, he would be fortunate to avoid a figurative slap from the system as a consequence. Furthermore, he was confident that as the number of diary holders increased, the subsequent rewards would also rise. Zhou Xian eagerly anticipated what the next reward might entail. Since he could not make headway through writing in the diary, he resolved to stir things up within the territory of the Bliss Palace. The Bliss Palace lay millions of miles away from the Nine-Yang sect. Even with the aid of a teleportation array, it would take approximately a month to reach. Calculating the time, he realized that in just a couple of days, Xia Jiu would ascend the mountain to seek him out, spending roughly 10 days with her. This timing coincided perfectly with the events that would unfold in about 2 months. Thus, he would arrive just in time. The impending siege by the 8 great sacred lands would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar, likely elevating his senior sister's trust in him. With a plan in mind, Zhou Xian decided against continuing with the diary. Stretching lazily, he began to formulate a strategy for mentoring Xia Jiu. Utilizing the investment function, he noted that Xia Jiu was indeed a prime candidate for destiny investment. Such a valuable opportunity was not to be squandered. Thus, Zhou Xian meticulously planned how to maximize his gains from her in the shortest possible time. Just imagining the princess of the great Xia dynasty being used by him for endless benefits was enough to fuel his pride for quite some time. In the Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan, the Ji family, little sister, I have returned, Ji Zi, also known as Ji Haoyu, entered the clan, eager to find his younger sister. He pushed open the door to a quaint courtyard adorned with elegance. At that moment, a captivating young girl was leisurely wandering about with her hands clasped behind her back. The girl appeared to be around 17 years old, her eyes sparkling like water, her hair flowing like clouds, and her purple attire dancing lightly, as if she were about to take flight. A celestial being, ethereal and radiant, with brows that conveyed poetic grace, untouched by the mundane world. Her skin glimmered like ivory, smooth and fair, her hair billowing, and her large eyes, akin to black gemstones, exuded an enchanting allure. Upon witnessing such a resplendent maiden, any man would find it difficult to resist stealing a few glances. It was no wonder that Ji Haoyu rushed to this place upon his return. With such a lovely sister at his side, how could he not dote on her? The enchanting girl before him was none other than Ji Ziyu, whom Ji Haoyu had previously mentioned to Zhou Xian. Upon seeing Ji Haoyu, Ji Ziyu instinctively wanted to rush forward. However, she quickly pouted her lips and turned her back, feigning anger. Observing Ji Ziyu's demeanor, Ji Haoyu felt a sense of helplessness. There was no need to think. The girl was undoubtedly sulking. Little sister, guess what I brought you this time? Ji Haoyu approached Ji Ziyu cautiously, as if any noise might further upset her. Once beside her, He retrieved a beautifully carved rattle drum from his pocket. Upon seeing the rattle drum, Ji Ziyu seemed even less pleased. Her sparkling eyes glared at Ji Haoyu, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. Witnessing Ji Ziyu's pitiful expression nearly caused Ji Haoyu's heart to melt. Then, with an air of mystery, he declared, "Little sister, I encountered an intriguing fellow during my travels. He claimed to have admired you for a long time and wishes to meet you. I have no interest." Ji Ziyu interrupted Ji Haoyu mid-sentence, tilting her head defiantly. Unfazed, Ji Haoyu remained composed, fully understanding his little sister's disposition. "Let me tell you, that fellow is just like the type you secretly spoke to me about before." Chapter 65. A greater upheaval in the 9 heavens and 10 earths is yet to come. Time has passed slowly. It has been nearly a month since the emergence of the deity's throne order and the final curtain of the divine repository world. Although time moves forward and the divine repository world has reached its conclusion, the fervor surrounding the deity's throne order shows no signs of waning. The sons of the great ancient sects and the imperial dynasties of yore, who have gained tremendous fortunes in the divine repository world, naturally evoke envy among many. This is particularly true for the major sects and empires that have suffered losses, their holy sons having perished within. Thus, while the 9 heavens and 10 earths appear to be experiencing a temporary tranquility on the surface, beneath this placid facade lurks a tide of turmoil and dread. Notably, the Divine Phoenix clan and the Starry River, who had anticipated being the greatest victors, instead suffered the most grievous losses. The Divine Phoenix Maiden, Hong Huang, and the Starry River's holy son, Luo Shi, who had both dedicated immense effort in their training, ultimately met their demise within the divine repository world. Moreover, several other holy sons, while not emerging victorious, certainly reaped significant gains from their ventures in the divine repository world, yet they too, like Hong Huang and Luo Shi, faded into oblivion. Consequently, the seemingly tranquil waters of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are, in reality, rife with undercurrents of contention for opportunities, and the burgeoning animosities among various factions are slowly unfolding. A greater upheaval looms over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Presently, beneath the auspices of the Zhuang sect, a considerable stir has been stirred today, owing to the arrival of Princess Xia Juyo from the Daxia dynasty. It is worth noting that the Daxia dynasty is a veritable ancient empire. Although the Zhuang sect is also a significant holy ground, the princess's visit here cannot be viewed as an extraordinary event. Yet, one must concede that Princess Xia Juyo is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. From afar, a stunning woman with lustrous black hair, snow-white skin, crimson lips, pearly teeth, and eyes like black crystals approaches, exuding an almost otherworldly allure. The male disciples, upon catching sight of Xia Juyo, find it impossible to divert their gaze. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, sporadic applause can be heard, clearly indicating some female disciples are incensed by their partner's unwavering attention. Such a resplendent beauty, even without the title of a princess, would undoubtedly be a dazzling presence wherever she goes. Moreover, it remains uncertain who leaked the information, but it is rumored that Xia Juyo has traversed great distances to seek out Holy Son Zhou. The mere notion of a princess from the Daxia dynasty in pursuit of Zhou is enough to drive many to madness. It is no wonder that numerous disciples today have chosen to forego their training to bask in the excitement of the occasion. The pairing of Xia Juyo and Zhou Xin promises to ignite countless sparks. Moreover, they are keenly curious as to why a princess from an ancient dynasty would venture to Zhuang sect in search of Zhou. One must acknowledge that with Princess Juyo's arrival, there have now been 2 princesses journeying great distances to seek out Holy Son Zhou. Truly, Princess Juyo is a vision of unparalleled beauty. The might of the ancient dynasty backing her is indeed formidable, and who would have thought she would grace Zhuang sect with her presence? Alas, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards our holy son. Spending his days on Qingxian Peak, he never imagined he would attract such admirers from afar, and they even come seeking him out. What a jest it is, after all, Zhou is no ordinary figure. Such individuals emerge only once in millennia. Do they truly believe that Princess Juyo would seek him out without reason? Furthermore, I have heard that during the Ascension Conference, Princess Juyo was disguised as a male, and it was only when Zhou playfully slapped her backside that her true identity was revealed. The arrival of Xia Juyo has undoubtedly sparked a considerable commotion. Naturally, tales concerning her and Holy Son Zhou abound. Initially, Xia Jiuyo had no intention of engaging with such gossip, but the more she listened, the more absurd it became. The incident of Zhou's playful slap was already mortifying enough. But now rumors circulate that she had willingly embraced him, a notion that is patently ridiculous. Though this is Jiang sect's territory, Xia Jiuyo has always been aloof and proud. Upon hearing such outrageous chatter, her patience wore thin. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she released her pressure before several elders, causing many disciples to falter in their steps. Indeed, it rings true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she attracts. On Qingxian Peak, Zhou Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding events below. He had anticipated that Xia Jiuyo would arrive later, yet to his surprise, she had taken the initiative to seek him out within just half a month. You little rascal, in just a few days, you've managed to attract her attention. At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly interrupted Zhou's musings. Turning around, he found his master, Wu Ding, had appeared beside him without his notice. Hearing his master's jest, Zhou Xian rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, "Not at all. I merely invited her to discuss the principles of the Tao." In response, Wu Ding's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, a mutual exploration of the Tao. Wu Ding has always been free-spirited and never put on airs, even with his own disciples. Were it not for his long tenure on Qingxian Peak, others might mistake him for a madman. Zhou Xian had grown accustomed to his master's eccentricities. He recalls that when he was still a child, his master had encouraged him to play in the rooms of his senior sisters. Thus, Zhou had developed a method of dealing with Wu Ding. "Master, I've noticed you've been frequently visiting Hongya Peak lately. Are you and Master Song often engaging in discussions about the Tao?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ding's gaze immediately averted. Zhou Xian had no intention of letting his unscrupulous master off the hook. "That I heard. Mind you, I said I heard that the relationship between Master Song and her disciple, Jian Xianya, is not merely that of a teacher and student. It seems that during the second year of your arrival at Jiang sect, Master Song secretly sequestered herself for nearly a year. Shortly after emerging, she took in a baby girl as her personal disciple, which caused quite a stir at the time." "All right, enough. You go cool off somewhere else." Wu Ding, feeling cornered by Zhou Xian's words, quickly excused himself, attempting to make a hasty retreat. Seeing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Not long after, a striking figure entered Zhou Xian's line of sight. Upon seeing Xia Jiuyo, Zhou Xian smiled and remarked, "You are quite proactive. Have you come to serve me tea and water so soon?" Chapter 66, Xia Jiuyo? Isn't this supposed to be a package deal? From a distance, Xia Jiuyo heard Zhou Xian's teasing tone. Initially, she felt a flicker of anticipation, especially given her master, Gai Jiuyo's high regard for this individual. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a mix of reluctance and eagerness on her journey to Jiang sect. Having finished speaking, Zhou Xian turned on his heel and walked in another direction. Witnessing this, Xia Jiuyu stamped her foot in frustration. "You should have mentioned that we were going the wrong way earlier. This is rather awkward." Before long, following Xia Jiuyu's steps, a row of bamboo houses came into view. Upon seeing this scene, Xia Jiuyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. After all, the Jiuyang sect was a renowned sacred ground. The architecture had been grand and imposing as they journeyed up from the foot of the mountain. However, now that they had arrived at Qingxian Peak, everything seemed somewhat off. There was an undeniable peculiarity about Qingxian Peak. "Here we are. From now on, you will reside here. This is my senior sister's house, and the one behind it belongs to my second senior sister. Further down are the residences of my other senior sisters. The last one is mine. Although it is a bit small, I've lived in it for a while, and it has a certain warmth to it. My master used to live right next door, but he would sleep wherever he got drunk, so I repurposed his bamboo house for firewood and feasting." Before them stood 6 or 7 bamboo houses, and Zhou Xian gestured to introduce them to Xia Jiuyu. Xia Jiuyu's lips moved slightly, evidently counting the number of bamboo houses. Upon finishing her count, she was left dumbstruck. Goodness, there are precisely 7 small bamboo houses. This means, aside from Zhou Xian's, there are 6 others. In other words, this fellow has 6 senior sisters. At this moment, Xia Jiuyu was genuinely taken aback. Among Zhou Xian's 6 senior sisters, 2 were familiar to her. One was the Empress of Ultimate Joy, the formidable senior sister Du Ling Fei, whose imperial might suppress the heavens. The other was the 3rd senior sister Jiang Yun, who had begged for mercy after being defeated by the Red Phoenix at the Ascension platform. Now, Jiang Yun bore another title, the white-clad Divine King. Having encountered these two, each more terrifying than the last, Xia Jiu could scarcely imagine how fearsome the remaining four must be, gazing upon the row of bamboo houses. Xia Jiu felt as though she was beholding looming figures of terror that would one day stand high above the heavens. Prior to her arrival, she had made a point to gather information about the Jiuyang sect, and Qingxian Peak had particularly caught her attention. After all, within the vast expanse of the Jiuyang sect, the Qingxian Peak lineage was woefully desolate. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Could it truly be this decrepit? 7 disciples, and yet each one more formidable than the last. What are you dawdling for? Let's go. Zhou Xian called out, noticing Xia Jiu lagging behind. He guessed that this princess of an ancient dynasty might be taken aback by the dilapidated state of Qingxian Peak. As they approached the bamboo houses, Xia Jiu noticed that each had its own fence. Akin to a small courtyard, in front of the first house stood a robust peach tree, its blossoms radiant and breathtaking. However, she could sense a vast energy pulsing beneath its roots. Before the second bamboo house was a wooden sword thrust into the ground. Though the sword had begun to decay, Xia Jiu could still perceive the lingering sharpness of its sword intent. The third bamboo house held a piece of raw stone, engraved with the character Yun. With her keen perception, Xia Jiu could see that within the stone, a verdant hue pulsed, containing an exceptionally pure energy. The fourth bamboo house featured a severed willow tree, its trunk appearing as though it had been scorched by fierce flames. Nevertheless, tender shoots were still emerging, and Xia Jiu could sense boundless vitality within each leaf. After a cursory glance, Xia Jiu realized that while these items might appear merely decorative, upon closer inspection, they were anything but ordinary. Even in the Dixia dynasty or among certain ancient sects, acquiring such treasures would be nearly impossible. Where on earth did these come from? After walking a few paces, Xia Jiu could no longer suppress her curiosity and couldn't help but inquire. Where did all this come from? These were given by my master during the apprenticeship ceremony, Zhou Xian replied as they arrived at his bamboo house. Looking up, Xia Jiu noticed that Zhou Xian's courtyard was empty, devoid of any furnishings, prompting her to ask curiously, "And what about yours? Why is there nothing here?" My master said he had given everything away, so there's nothing left. I didn't need anything, so he didn't provide me with anything either. Zhou Xian replied casually. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiu fell silent, realizing the truth in the saying, boys are raised in poverty, while girls are raised in luxury. Zhou Xian had evidently been raised with a carefree attitude. As they reached Zhou Xian's courtyard, Xia Jiu surveyed her surroundings, even contemplating which room she might choose to occupy. Although Zhou Xian's bamboo house appeared small, it had 2 rooms for entering and exiting. Noticing her contemplation, Zhou Xian remarked, "What are you staring at? Night is approaching. Shouldn't you hurry up and build your own house?" Xia Jiu was taken aback by his suggestion. Isn't it supposed to be move-in ready? Chapter 67. Wait a moment. Have I been spied on by this fellow? Zhou Xian's words left Xia Jiu momentarily speechless. I in the vast Jiuyang sect. There isn't even a place for me to stay? This seems rather unreasonable. Seeing the incredulity on Xia Jiu's face, Zhou Xian replied lazily, "What did you think? I built this house myself when I was 3 years old after coming to the mountain. There are bamboo groves in the back mountain. You can go chop some down. There is also an empty plot next to mine. You can build your house there. This way, it's convenient for me to send you on errands." Zhou Xian, seemingly unfazed, began issuing orders. Xia Jiu's expression darkened. She hadn't even settled in yet, and he was already starting to boss her around. Standing there, she was at a loss for words. Ever since she laid eyes on Zhou Xian, she had found herself unconsciously glancing at his face, sensing that her state of mind was somewhat askew. Resolutely, Xia Jiu steadied her thoughts. No, I cannot continue like this. The last time I was thoroughly scrutinized. Who knows what might happen this time? Once her demeanor was composed, Xia Jiu stated seriously, "You need to tell me how to save my master." In response, Zhou Xian smiled. "Do you think I would divulge the method to you when you haven't even done anything for me yet? To put it bluntly, if I tell you now, you might just run off, and where would I go to seek justice? You may be a princess of an ancient dynasty, but I'm merely a humble disciple. I certainly cannot provoke the Dixia dynasty." Zhou Xian's smile was rather bland, yet Xia Jiu couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow was harboring some ill intentions. However, seeing that Zhou Xian made no move to speak, She let out a cold snort and headed straight for the back mountain. Upon witnessing Xia Jiuyu's departure, Zhou Xian wore a satisfied expression. He did have a method to save Gai Jiuyu, but given Xia Jiuyu's current abilities, she was incapable of achieving it, which was why he had her take the golden mask back, hoping that it would preserve Gai Jiuyu's physical form indefinitely in the future. Now, he was set to delve into the transcendent skill of divine thought that Xia Jiuyu had comprehended. Xia Jiuyu was his destined investor. If he could guide her to unlock the profound technique of divine thought, the rewards he would gain would undoubtedly please Zhou Xian. Last time, with a modest investment in the golden mask, he had received the sealed ultimate technique, Divine Sai. Even now, he was unable to wield Divine Sai, yet Zhou Xian firmly believed it was an invaluable trump card, rivaling the treasures of the divine storage world. He understood well that in the vast realms, numerous ancient beings lurked in the shadows, yet these individuals would only stir with the promise of profit. He would inevitably encounter those ancient figures in the future. So Zhou Xian needed to accumulate more trump cards during this interval. After Gai Jiuyu returned from cutting bamboo, she briefly exhibited her divine abilities, and a delicate bamboo house materialized beside Zhou Xian's dwelling. However, when she sought Zhou Xian, she discovered he was absent from the courtyard. Indifferent, Xia Jiuyu returned to her own quarters, immersing herself in her cultivation. Although her only gain from the divine storage world was the golden mask, the experience had bestowed upon her significant insights. Not to mention, the performances of Zhou Xian and Xia Jiuyu had shattered her previous worldview, revealing to her the profound truth that there were always beings beyond mortals and realms beyond the heavens. Thus, if Xia Jiuyu aspired to reach the pinnacle, a lengthy journey lay ahead. Thereafter, Xia Jiuyu settled on Qingxian Peak, while Zhou Xian astonishingly did not once emerge to meet her. Before arriving at the Jiuyang sect, Xia Jiuyu had anticipated that Zhou Xian would undoubtedly present her with various challenges, as she was, after all, in need of assistance. However, what she did not expect was that her arrival would be as inconspicuous as air. Completely overlooked by Zhou Xian, during this period, Zhou Xian remained confined within his room, not stepping out even once. This piqued Xia Jiuyu's curiosity about what this individual was up to, making him rather inscrutable. Were it not for Zhou Xian guiding her up Qingxian Peak, Xia Jiuyu would have suspected he was entirely oblivious to her presence. This state of affairs persisted for a full half-month. After one or two instances, Xia Jiuyu had grown accustomed to it. In her view, Zhou Xian was a peculiar individual. He did not acknowledge her, and as a girl, she felt it inappropriate to knock on his door uninvited. During this time, Xia Jiuyu had also experienced some insights. A rather peculiar thought began to take shape in her mind, initially vague, yet growing clearer with the passage of time. Xia Jiuyu sensed that amidst her mental exercises, she might be able to manipulate something out of thin air. Within this, there seemed to be an immense energy that could guide her, yet every time she sought to grasp that feeling, the vast energy would vanish as if it had never existed. It remained elusive, always just beyond her reach point. One day, while sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Xia Jiuyu took a few deep breaths. Intending to enter a state of cultivation, that moment, an untimely voice interrupted her. With your method of cultivation, even a century would yield no results. Hearing the voice, Xia Jiuyu, on the verge of entering her meditative state, raised her brow, clearly taken aback by the inopportune interruption. Turning her head, she saw Zhou Xian, whose chin was adorned with sparse stubble, standing nearby. Noting his appearance, it was evident that he had indeed been confined to his room for days. Ah, finally willing to show yourself, Xia Jiuyu scoffed, a mocking smile playing at her lips, though it seemed more a display of displeasure towards Zhou Xian. She had been here for several days. Yet this fellow had made no effort to seek her out. Wasn't this a bit too rude? What, have you missed me after just a few days? Zhou Xian pushed open the gate, walking inside with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Xia Jiuyu shot him an irritated glare. Zhou Xian, unfazed, continued as if he were merely conversing with himself. You could plead with me. Perhaps I might assist you. In response, Xia Jiuyu retorted coldly. With you? What could I possibly need your help with? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. After all, why had she come to the Jiuyang sect? It certainly wasn't he to seek assistance from Zhou Xian. She was the one in need, and indeed, she required his aid. That's a separate matter. Saving your master was an agreement we had made beforehand. The assistance I speak of pertains to your own self. Zhou Xian seemed to have discerned Xia Jiuyu's inner thoughts and spoke up. Noticing that her expression remained largely unchanged, he began to articulate with precision, causing Xiaojiyu's spirit to stir. Wait, am I being spied upon by this guy? Divine thought is immensely powerful but consumes a great deal of energy. Its sole flaw is that you cannot learn it, Zhou Xian said gently. Upon hearing the term divine thought, Xiaojiu felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. The concept of divine thought had surfaced in her mind countless times, although she hadn't yet mastered it. She initially intended to name this technique divine thought. Now, she had never mentioned anything to him, nor had they spoken much since her arrival at the Jiuyang sect. Throughout, Zhou Xian had kept himself locked away, and she had been preoccupied with her cultivation, hardly interacting with him. Yet here he was, uttering her innermost thoughts as if they were common knowledge. It would be an understatement to say she wasn't shocked. Gazing at Zhou Xian beside her, Xiaojiu found herself at a loss for words. Who on earth is this person, and how does he know all this? Had she truly been under his scrutiny? But how could he possibly invade her mental realm? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xiaojiu, regaining some composure, incredulously asked, "How do you know that?" "I know every mole on your chest, let alone this." Zhou Xian replied with a grin. "Your current state is likely just a veil away from breakthrough. The final crucial point remains unyielding. As a cultivator, you should understand that the thin membrane you see is worlds apart from actually breaking through. If, and I emphasize if, you were to rely solely on yourself, that membrane might remain unbroken for your entire life. Of course, you may choose to disbelieve, but time will reveal the truth." Zhou Xian chuckled. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. He truly seemed to know about the moles on her chest. After all, during their time in the divine storage world, he had observed her closely. Still, why did he have to vocalize it? With an exasperated glare at Zhou Xian, Xiaojiu remarked, "Time will tell, but I'm afraid you might not live to see that day." The words slipped out instinctively, granting her a slight sense of relief. For reasons unknown, in the presence of this infuriating individual, even when he spoke the truth, Xiaojiu felt an innate urge to retort. As for why this was the case, she couldn't articulate it. It was simply that this fellow was exceedingly vexing. Youthful arrogance. "Take your time to ponder," Zhou Xian replied, stretching lazily, unperturbed by Xiaojiu's words. After all, he held the initiative and was unconcerned that Xiaojiu could truly suppress her curiosity. Sure enough, after exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Xian turned to leave. However, before he could take a step, Xiaojiu called out, "Wait!" Hearing her, Zhou Xian halted, glancing back at her with a feigned look of confusion. "What is it?" He was fully aware that she had called him for a specific reason, yet he insisted on adopting an innocent demeanor. Witnessing Zhou Xian's antics, Xiaojiu felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet she found herself powerless to act against him. With a pent-up breath, she decided to feign defiance. "Why did you bring me to the Jiuyang sect? I've not seen a trace of you these days," asked the host. "Don't you think it necessary to help me familiarize myself with your Jiuyang sect?" Though she spoke defiantly, it mirrored her genuine feelings of confusion over the past few days. She couldn't shake the impression that Zhou Xian's reactions were excessively dismissive. Setting aside everything else, in terms of appearance, Xiaojiu had unwavering confidence in her beauty. Did Zhou Xian truly have no thoughts regarding her presence? Even in the face of unrequited desire, one cannot help but admire the allure of those legs. Is it not a natural inclination for any ordinary man? Yet, this fellow seems remarkably indifferent, almost as if he has chosen to cast himself aside. Unperturbed by the world, upon hearing Xiaojiu's inquiry, Zhou Xian shrugged and chuckled, saying, "I did not summon you to Jiuyang sect merely to serve tea and water. I have mentioned this before. However, do you genuinely believe that you would be able to serve me tea and water in this manner? Besides, you are merely here for a few days. You are not marrying into Jiuyang sect." The awkwardness of a bride meeting her in-laws certainly calls for some restraint. You are, after all, the esteemed princess of the great Xia dynasty, and as long as you do not venture into Jiuyang sect's forbidden areas, who would dare to impede your path? Let us not forget, should you simply stand at the foot of the mountain, countless male disciples would eagerly come forward to guide you. Zhou Xian's words left Xiaojiu momentarily speechless. Each point resonated with undeniable truth. Yet, even if it were reasonable, it did not sit well with her. Infuriated, she stamped her foot and pouted her exquisite face, declaring, "You are such a blockhead. You understand nothing. Xia Jiuyu, who had always regarded men with disdain, found that only her father and her master, Guy Jiuyu, were worthy of her sincere feelings. All other men were merely seen as objects of disdain, as they seemed to desire her for her physical form. Even if that were not the case, their minds were undoubtedly filled with frivolous thoughts. Thus, Xia Jiuyu held little interest in men, often finding their presence offensive to her senses. However, since encountering Zhou Xian, she felt as though everything had changed. The typical subservient male figures that had once surrounded her were nowhere to be found in his demeanor. Instead, it was he who seemed to have a firm grasp over her, leading her emotions and gaze from the very beginning. This sensation perplexed Xia Jiuyu. In her world, no man had the power to dictate her feelings. Yet, with Zhou Xian, the previous norms appeared to be an exception. Seeing Xia Jiuyu fuming, Zhou Xian could not help but find amusement in her fury. Xia Jiuyu, the epitome of cold beauty. Displaying such an expression was indeed a sight to behold, that I say. Seeking assistance is not something to be so troubled over. Moreover, you are not asking just anyone. With that, Xia Jiuyu stepped out of her meticulously arranged courtyard. At that moment, mustering her courage, she finally uttered, "I beg you." Her words escaped, and her cheeks flushed with warmth, a tacit admission of her plea. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Zhou Xian's face. "If you wish to beg me, then come to my room." Xia Jiuyu, characterized by her haughty and aloof demeanor, found herself momentarily stunned by Zhou Xian's response. "Go to his room." For a moment. She was at a loss for words, taken aback by the audacity of the request. All she sought was guidance for her breakthrough, and she firmly believed that Zhou Xian would not speak without substance. Yet, the price seemed exorbitant. If such a trivial matter required her to visit his room, what would be the cost if she needed to extract guidance for her master? As Xia Jiuyu pondered, Zhou Xian had already made his way to his courtyard. Strangely compelled, she glanced at Zhou Xian's tall figure, and an odd thought crossed her mind, prompting her to step toward his quarters. Upon reaching his courtyard, Xia Jiuyu kept her head down, too shy to meet his gaze. When she reached the entrance, she suddenly halted, turning back to see Zhou Xian casually lounging in the courtyard. Frowning, she asked, "Aren't you going in?" Zhou Xian, momentarily dumbfounded, replied, "Why would I go in? What would I do in there?" His mind raced with various thoughts until he finally retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? If you seek my help, surely some cost must be paid." "Indeed, a cost must be paid," she replied, "but how can I pay it when you are outside? I cannot possibly provide my payment out here." As Zhou Xian attempted to articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Xia Jiuyu's defiance. Standing at the entrance, she was clearly unwilling to yield. Observing the incredulous look Zhou Xian cast her way only fueled her indignation. "I am indeed begging you, and prepared to pay the price. But in broad daylight, such payment cannot be made here. Moreover, it was you who invited me into your room. How can you look at me in such a manner?" Xia Jiuyu was evidently displeased, and Zhou Xian could only shake his head in bemusement. With an exasperated glance, he finally explained, "The cost I mentioned is for you to wash the clothes in my room. What on earth were you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jiuyu finally grasped the situation. Turning around, she noticed the pile of dirty clothes stacked upon the table within the room. At that moment, her previously defiant demeanor crumbled, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Unable to meet Zhou Xian's gaze. How utterly mortifying! How could she, the illustrious princess of the Nine Nether, have entertained such thoughts? Realizing how embarrassing the situation was, she hurriedly entered the room, striving to remain out of Zhou Xian's sight. It was indeed a matter of great shame. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian could only smile wryly, reflecting on how, in his previous life, most of his classmates had an affinity for contrasts, with a notable few favoring lowly and mature women. Truly, one must experience such sensations personally to understand their depth. Xia Jiuyu's earlier display was beyond anything he had dared to imagine. Yet, it was clear that her reaction did not indicate a refusal to him. From a human perspective, it was evident that she had been thinking of him in a manner that was far from chaste. Despite her willingness, Zhou Xian found himself both intrigued and apprehensive. After all, Guy Jiuyu, a formidable quasi-emperor, was still her guardian. Zhou Xian's intentions in inviting Xia Jiuyu to Zhiyang sect were twofold. Firstly, as her destined investor, any investment in her would yield substantial returns. Secondly, he hoped to establish a connection with the quasi-emperor Gai Juyu through her. Such quasi-emperors were rare, and it was unlikely that more than a few existed in the entire world. These ancient beings typically secluded themselves, devoting their lives to comprehending the Tao in hopes of attaining true emperor status. Thus, even with ample resources and remarkable talents, meeting such a figure was an unattainable dream. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was well acquainted with the unfolding narrative. By providing guidance to Xia Juyu, he could not only gain her favor but also attract Gai Juyu's attention. With Xia Juyu as a bridge, he might forge a connection with Gai Juyu, a relationship that could be worth more than any superlative sacred land. Before long, Xia Juyu emerged, her face flushed and her expression reluctant as she clutched a pile of clothes. As a cultivator, she could easily wash clothes with her abilities, yet she understood that if she could do it, so could Zhou Xian. The reason behind this was clearly to wash them by hand, lest Zhou Xian find fault with her. Thus, she squatted down and began to wash the clothes herself. Zhou Xian looked on with satisfaction, noting her understanding. As Zhou Xian sipped his tea, he recounted to Xia Juyu the insights he had gathered on spiritual consciousness over the past few days. Although he had not undergone any formal training, Zhou Xian had observed various demonstrations and practices of spiritual consciousness, and with his innate understanding, guiding Xia Juyu was not a daunting task. Xia Juyu, possessing remarkable perception, had been deeply immersed in her studies. Thus, with just a few pointers from Zhou Xian, she experienced a sudden epiphany. After approximately half a stick of incense, the atmosphere around Xia Juyu shifted dramatically. As if the very fabric of space had warped, the entire Qing Xian peak resonated with a low hum. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly captured the attention of the high-ranking members of the Jiuyang sect. Such a formidable fluctuation of mental power had never been witnessed before. After 3 sticks of incense, Xia Juyu, who had been diligently washing clothes with her head bowed, suddenly lifted her gaze towards Zhou Xian. Her eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit. "A duel?" she inquired softly. Zhou Xian was initially inclined to decline. The power of spiritual consciousness was too overwhelming, and even though he had just achieved a breakthrough, he lacked absolute confidence in accepting the challenge. Moreover, Xia Juyu possessed several formidable techniques from the depths of the 9 hells. However, at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Zhou Xian's mind. Upon seeing the reward for his investment, a look of uncontrollable astonishment crossed his face. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Let us proceed." Chapter 70. The Divine Art of Spiritual Consciousness. Spiritual consciousness, which Xia Juyu had struggled to comprehend, was merely hindered by a thin veil that she could not penetrate. Now, with Zhou Xian's guidance and her extraordinary talent, she swiftly conceived an unparalleled divine technique that would shake the heavens. Zhou Xian had intended to refuse. He was acutely aware that, although his understanding of spiritual consciousness was nascent, Xia Juyu was exceptional. Maximizing the power of spiritual consciousness would not pose a challenge for her. Thus, Zhou Xian was reluctant to accept her challenge, knowing he could easily find a reason to decline. Yet, in that moment, the system's voice resounded in his mind again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in a fated investor, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine art of spiritual consciousness reversal." Spiritual consciousness reversal. Beyond spiritual consciousness, an infinite divine art that can disregard all mental and spiritual attacks, allowing the user to absorb and assimilate the opponent's mental assaults. Upon hearing this description, Zhou Xian's breath quickened, and astonishment washed over his features. He could not deny the greatness of the fated investor. He had expected to receive a grand ancient divine technique, but instead, he was granted an immunity skill. Immunity to all mental attacks and, moreover, the ability to absorb the opponent's assaults. The terror of this divine art was profound. In the realm of cultivation, some chose the path of physical sanctification, while others refined their spiritual energy. However, few dared to tread the path of spiritual and mental cultivation. The reason was simple. The ethereal nature of the mind made such practices exceedingly rare. And even the most exceptional techniques were scant. Many formidable practitioners only resorted to cultivating their spiritual essence after exhausting all other avenues, yet even then, achieving any significant advancement proved elusive. Many powerful individuals found themselves significantly disconnected between their physical and spiritual realms, primarily due to the arduous nature of spiritual cultivation. However, where there are drawbacks, there are also advantages, and without a doubt, The power of the spiritual path was awe-inspiring. Moreover, this form of attack was inherently difficult to predict, making it challenging to ascertain when and how one would be struck. Top-tier practitioners could only rely on their instincts to respond. This was precisely why Zhou Xian had initially hesitated to engage Xia Zhiyu. Even he harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding her capabilities. What surprised Zhou Xian most was that not only had he successfully invested, but his reward was also a divine skill that granted immunity to mental attacks. Even the profound technique of spiritual consciousness held no sway against him. His astonishment was thus entirely justified. Furthermore, Xia Zhiyu keenly observed the subtle change in Zhou Xian's expression, which decisively influenced her assessment of him. In her eyes, Zhou Xian was unable to suppress his inner tumult in the face of her divine art of spiritual consciousness. It seemed that she had firmly secured the upper hand over him. After Zhou Xian nodded in agreement, a delightful smile graced Xia Zhiyu's lips, and unable to contain her excitement, she sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Clearly, she was keen to unleash her pin-up energy upon Zhou Xian. However, just as she was about to soar into the air, Zhou Xian interjected, "Wait, this duel lacks excitement." Xia Zhiyu furrowed her brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" She was brimming with confidence for this battle. Otherwise, all her efforts would have been in vain. Had she discovered this technique during her ascent to the immortal platform, Xia Zhiyu believed she could even stand toe-to-toe with the white-clad divine king, Jiang Yun, without a hint of fear, perhaps even claiming victory. Thus, Zhou Xian's actions left her questioning his sanity. The outcome of this duel was already determined. Yet Zhou Xian had a different perspective. Having successfully reaped rewards from Xia Zhiyu previously, he had now gained the spiritual consciousness reversal. After his recent successes, Zhou Xian had initially intended for Xia Zhiyu to return to the Great Xia dynasty. However, after experiencing such sweet gains, he reconsidered. His plan to visit the Supreme Happiness Palace for an engagement was definite, and within the sacred land of Supreme Happiness lay a little-known hidden treasure that rivaled ancient divine repositories. It was the perfect opportunity for Zhou Xian to bring Xia Zhiyu along. What is a true boon? It is something that is readily available and obediently serves one's needs. Resolving this in his mind, Zhou Xian smiled at Xia Zhiyu, saying, "The terms are simple. Let us add some stakes to this duel." Xia Zhiyu could hardly contain her anticipation. "I'm all in. Feel free to propose anything." "Very well. If I lose, for a year, wherever I go and whatever I ask you to do, you cannot refuse. Additionally, at all times and in all places, you must address me as master. Conversely, if I win, these conditions will apply to you. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, you may propose your own terms." Zhou Xian spoke slowly, but Xia Zhiyu could hardly wait. Her mind was already envisioning the scene of her thoroughly overpowering Zhou Xian. Ah, the thrill of knowledge. Should either party fail to uphold their oath, the consequences would be dire. Severing their paths, as both figures ascended into the air, the atmosphere around Jiuyang sect erupted in commotion. The princess of the Great Xia dynasty, Xia Zhiyu, was about to spar with the Holy Sun Zhou. Sensing the extraordinary energy radiating from Xia Zhiyu, the average disciples remained unfazed, having already developed a blind admiration for Zhou Xian. However, many high-ranking members of the Jiuyang sect wore solemn expressions. This confrontation promised to be a fierce battle. The aura emanating from Xia Zhiyu was far from ordinary. Even some elders might not be guaranteed victory against her. Yet, when they felt Zhou Xian's presence, they nearly leaped with excitement. While disciples might harbor blind admiration, it would be unacceptable for their elders to do the same. Chapter 71. Has this already ended in defeat? The commotion stirred by Xia Zhiyu and Zhou Xian instantly drew the attention of everyone in the Jiuyang sect. The anticipated intensity of this duel rivaled that of the previous showdown involving 6 prodigies against Holy Sun Zhou. Though that bout was a one-sided domination, to the disciples of Jiuyang sect, it had undeniably elevated the sect's reputation. If new disciples had flocked to the sect after that encounter, the number of applicants for the entrance examination would undoubtedly have increased 5-fold. Recently, many had traveled great distances to kneel at the gates of the Jiuyang sect, desperately seeking acceptance. Consequently, the sect had to make an exception and add another entrance examination. It could be said that Holy Sun Zhou had become the very emblem of the Jiuyang sect. Likewise, Xia Zhiyu was not to be underestimated. As a princess of an ancient dynasty and a figure on the ascension rankings, her status was at least equal to that of Holy Sun Zhou. Thus, The duel between the two drew the attention of all present. The two stood in opposition, with Zhou Shengzi standing resolutely, hands clasped behind him, embodying the demeanor of an emperor. Some eager disciples began placing their bets. While some wagered on Zhou Shengzi, others, undeterred, staked vast sums on Xia Zhuyu's victory. Before a beauty, rationality is a luxury. Humph! In a battle of fists and feet, one must tread carefully. The two faced each other in the void, with Xia Zhuyu coldly reminding him. Zhou Xian, however, smiled slightly and replied softly, "This time, fists and feet may not be necessary." As soon as he spoke, Xia Zhuyu launched her attack. Instantly, the space around her trembled, and under the gaze of the onlookers, it twisted into a surreal form. Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck with awe, as if merely observing it from afar caused their minds to reverberate, akin to ancient divine beasts rampaging within their consciousness. The elders of the Jiuyang sect also wore solemn expressions, clearly perceiving an uncommon sense of threat emanating from Xia Zhuyu, even at this initial stage. Finally, Xia Zhuyu, who had remained stationary, lifted her hands slightly. In the next moment, the space within 100 feet grew significantly heavier, threatening to collapse at any moment. At that moment, she resembled a descending deity. Wherever her gaze fell, time seemed to freeze in anticipation of her arrival. All disciples retreated 100 feet, and none were permitted to employ their spiritual perception or gaze directly at the sky. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from the direction of the Jiuyang sect's great hall. Upon hearing this voice, every disciple turned pale. They had not anticipated that this contest would draw the attention of the sect's master. Terrifying indeed. At the command of the master, the disciples swiftly retreated like a receding tide. Yet, some disciples found it too late, standing dazed and seemingly having their souls extracted. Seeing this, some elders had no choice but to bravely step into the divine realm to protect the disciples. However, from the gravity etched on their faces, it was evident that they had significantly underestimated the might of Xia Zhuyu's attack. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian was already enveloped by this fierce aura, with every movement of his closely observed by Xia Zhuyu. What has happened to Zhou Shengzi? With the sect master personally issuing commands, the disciples snapped back to reality, realizing that this battle was far more complex than it appeared. As they witnessed Zhou Shengzi's continued inaction, concern began to ripple among them. They had never seen him in such a state before. Go! At that moment, Xia Zhuyu shouted coldly, her jade finger pointing slightly, as if an invisible force surged like a roaring river towards Zhou Xian. The distance between them instantly reduced the grand structures to mere ashes and ruins. Such a simple gesture unleashed immense power, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, though they could not fully comprehend the extent of that power. The elders, with their acute senses, clearly discerned that should this force strike Zhou Shengzi, the undefeated saint would be reduced to dust in an instant. This terrifying energy was beyond comprehension. Mental upheaval and spiritual disarray ensued. What manner of horrifying technique is this? No one dared to imagine its implications. Even as several elders exchanged glances, they had already silently resolved that, even at the cost of their own lives, they would save Zhou Shengzi. Losing him would undoubtedly spell the end of the Jiuyang sect's fortunes for the next millennium. Yet, the next moment stunned everyone. Zhou Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, utterly unmoved by the impending calamity. Just as the terrifying energy was about to strike him, it inexplicably vanished. Yes, it simply vanished. Had it not been for the ruins strewn about, no one would believe such an unfathomable force had ever existed. What on earth is happening? Everyone was left in shock. Xia Zhuyu was equally astonished, though she had just begun to master her spiritual consciousness that had been her full-force strike. Not to mention Zhou Xian. Even some deeply rooted elders of the Jiuyang sect would not withstand it, yet her full-powered strike had vanished before her very eyes. Even she felt not the slightest trace of it. As Xia Zhuyu pondered in confusion, Zhou Xian gently raised two fingers, without any grand gesture, merely pointing them toward her in mid-air. In the next moment, Xia Zhuyu felt a prickling sensation at the back of her head, her beautiful face displaying an indescribable shock, because her familiar full-force strike reappeared. But this time it did not rush towards Zhou Xian. Instead, it unfolded above her like a tempestuous storm, offering her no chance to react before crashing down upon her. Moreover, Xia Zhuyu sensed that within this pure spiritual energy lay an even more terrifyingly pure force, one that completely overshadowed her own. Before this divine might, her spiritual consciousness was utterly inadequate. This sudden reversal caught everyone off guard. By the time Xia Zhuyu sought to retaliate, she discovered it was already too late. Her body, even her spiritual consciousness, was no longer under her control, completely manipulated by an otherworldly force. However, at this moment, Zhou Xian slowly withdrew his fingers, gazing at Xia Zhuyu with a placid smile. You've lost. Does that not warrant acknowledgement? Indeed, she had lost. Just one round. And Xia Zhuyu had succumbed to Zhou Xian. The technique she had proudly regarded as her ultimate skill, her spiritual consciousness, had unexpectedly faltered against Zhou Xian without warning. Staring blankly, Xia Zhuyu could scarcely believe this was true. After much contemplation, she gradually lowered her head, and a voice powerful enough to stir the blood of all disciples reverberated through the skies of the Jiuyang sect. Master. Chapter 72 He.S. coming to the Qingyu dynasty? Xia Zhuyu, blushing, addressed him with a title that sent the entire Jiuyang sect into a frenzy. Master. The princess of the great Xia dynasty had actually referred to their saint as Master. This was unbelievable, utterly unfathomable. Even some elders felt their blood surge, unable to comprehend what they had heard. What the heck? At this moment, only the elegant sea language could articulate their inner turmoil. The haughty and proud Princess Zhuyu had only been at the Jiuyang sect for a short time. Yet she had been completely conquered by Zhou Shengzi. On a mountain peak atop Red Leaf Peak, amidst the clouds, two figures observed the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Xia Zhuyu's address to Zhou Xian, Song Xiangjun shot a cold glance at the languid man beside her. You two, one more extravagant than the other. Song Xiangjun remarked with a hint of mockery in her tone. The man beside her, having taken a sip from his gourd and burped, replied softly, What? Did calling him daddy hurt your feelings? Humph, so unserious. On Qingxian Peak, Xia Zhuyu returned to her small courtyard with a disgruntled demeanor. Her slender jade hand resting against her exquisite chin, appearing utterly indifferent. Upon witnessing Xia Zhuyu's despondent state, Zhou Xian approached to offer consolation. There is nothing to be perplexed about. Your loss was not unjust. As he spoke, Zhou Xian stepped into Xia Zhuyu's courtyard, making his way toward her. Seeing Zhou Xian approach, Xia Zhuyu's expression remained largely unchanged. It was clear that this setback had deeply affected her. Before you acted, did you not consider that I could guide you in cultivating spiritual consciousness? Naturally, I have studied this. It just so happens that I am also training in this art, but you were unaware. I must say, your spiritual consciousness technique, with a little refinement, could easily increase its power tenfold. This technique will undoubtedly help you defeat many formidable foes in the future. What I practice just happens to counter your spiritual consciousness. So, do not be disheartened. These are mere trifles. As he spoke, Zhou Xian had already reached Xia Zhuyu's side. Yet, she remained unamused, pondering why she consistently lost to this man. Her spiritual consciousness, she was confident that even against a formidable opponent at the 10th level of the Tongyu realm, she could hold her ground without falling behind. Yet, after unleashing her full power, it had no impact on him whatsoever. She understood that Zhou Xian was simply trying to comfort her, and indeed, his words held truth. Her spiritual consciousness was undoubtedly powerful. In time, it would become one of her signature techniques. Still, Xia Zhuyu stubbornly raised her head and asked, In the future, will I be able to contend with your technique? To this, Zhou Xian shrugged and replied candidly, That would be in vain. It's impossible, not even in the next life. A joke? Immunity to enhanced control skills, how could she compare? Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Xia Zhuyu immediately felt deflated. She had intended to wallow in her sorrow a little longer, but suddenly, something felt amiss. With a crisp sound, she felt a distinct slap on her posterior. Startled, Xia Zhuyu widened her eyes in disbelief as she turned to look at Zhou Xian, who was retracting his palm. This rascal had the audacity to slap her again. His expression, as if he savored the act, suggested he was not quite finished. Just a moment ago, he had been offering her comfort. And now he had delivered a resounding smack to her behind. Xia Zhuyu was dying to ask him if such behavior was truly that of a human. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Zhou Xian remarked, Being sorrowful is detrimental to one's physical and mental well-being. This sensation, however, lacks the vigor of the last time. I wish you dead. Xia Juyu exploded with fury upon hearing Zhou Xian's earnest critique. Her temper flared, but Zhou Xian, with a cheerful demeanor, continued, "That's more like you, Xia Juyu. But do not forget our earlier agreement. The backlash of the great Tao is something even a quasi-emperor cannot contend with." Xia Juyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Zhou Xian with exasperation. He patted her head and insisted, "Address me as master." "You, master." Eventually, Xia Juyu deflated completely, yielding to his demand. Yet her tightly clenched fists and gritted teeth betrayed her reluctance, suggesting her concession was far from genuine. "Well done. In a couple of days, I shall take you somewhere special," Zhou Xian praised, turning away as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Meanwhile, the tingling sensation in her behind left Xia Juyu's face ablaze with embarrassment. "Where are we going?" "To the paradise of supreme bliss." Upon hearing this, Xia Juyu momentarily froze before quickly processing the information. Wasn't that the place where his senior sister resided? What was he planning to do there? Tilting her head, she countered, "I want to go." However, when she turned to look again, Zhou Xian had mysteriously vanished from sight. "Zhou Xian, could you not wait for me to finish my sentence?" Furious, she began to stomp her feet in frustration. This man was truly infuriating. Nevertheless, she noted that his slap had not been as forceful as the last time. Sigh, it had been a while since I last wrote in my journal. Over the past few days, I have sorted through my thoughts, feeling as though I had forgotten everything. Yet, it seems I have forgotten nothing. The memories of the past remain vivid in my mind. I must ultimately make a journey there. Although Ling Fei is unaware of what transpired in my previous life, she is still my senior sister and, more importantly, my wife. I must visit the Palace of Supreme Bliss. I cannot allow Ling Fei to face everything alone. However, if she truly wishes to change her mind, I will not obstruct her. In my past life, she was my wife, but in this life, I choose to respect her every thought. The ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, the Qingyu Imperial Palace, and the Palace of Supreme Bliss. At these three locations, three exquisite women felt a surge of joy. After waiting for so many days, that fellow finally deemed it worthwhile to update his journal. One wonders what he has been up to during this time, having shown no response whatsoever. The Palace of Supreme Bliss. Du Ling Fei furrowed her brows. "Junior brother, is he coming to the Palace of Supreme Bliss?" For a moment, Du Ling Fei appeared somewhat flustered. Why would her junior brother come to the palace? What could he possibly want here? However, before going to the Palace of Supreme Bliss, I must first visit the Qingyu Empire to deliver the essence blood of the Red Phoenix to Xiao Yao in a timely manner. The journal entries continue to unfold. Within the Qingyu Empire, as Qing Ningyao was attending a court session with the Qing Emperor, her excitement and joy surged upon reading the new journal entry. In front of the assembled ministers and officials, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, he's coming to the Qingyu Empire?" The previously solemn court meeting was interrupted by Qing Ningyao's unexpected outburst. Realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, her face flushed, and she buried her head in embarrassment. Though her delicate features were concealed, the slight tremor of her body betrayed her inner excitement. Witnessing this scene, the ministers were puzzled. What had happened to the usually composed princess? He is coming to the Qingyu Empire. Who is the she that the princess refers to? The Qing Emperor's gaze subtly shifted towards the blushing Qing Ningyao, prompting him to clear his throat gently, a reminder for her to regain her composure. Atop Qing Xian Peak of the Zhuyang sect, I begin to write my journal, planning for the future. Even without the matter concerning Du Ling Fei, Zhou Xian would indeed make a trip to the paradise of supreme bliss. The reason is simple. The allure of the Bronze Immortal Palace is utterly irresistible. The Bronze Immortal Palace, the embodiment of immortality. Some treasures cannot be acquired swiftly through the system, and the increase in trustworthiness requires time. In this fantastical world, strength remains paramount. Thus, Zhou Xian resolved to visit the Bronze Immortal Palace. 3 days passed in a blink. I've had enough. Spending the entire day cultivating is less fulfilling than taking a stroll, Zhou Xian remarked as he glanced at Xia Juyu, who was still engrossed in her cultivation beside the courtyard. Interrupted by Zhou Xian, Xia Juyu shot him an annoyed glare. Perhaps too lazy to engage in conversation, she silently followed behind him. The two figures soared from Qing Xian Peak, prompting exclamations of surprise from the disciples of Zhuyang sect. Has the Holy Sun taken the princess on a honeymoon after just a few days? Not long after Zhou Xian and Xia Jiyu departed Zhiyang sect, at the edge of its territory, several figures were stealthily moving. Young master, that boy has made his move. Before them stood a man with a delicate, almost feminine appearance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Upon hearing the report, the handsome man clad in black coldly snorted. Children, the time for vengeance against the Red Phoenix has come. As his words fell, numerous black crows inexplicably took flight around him. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. The Divine Crow Clan, a race of divine beasts on par with the Divine Phoenix Clan. However, unlike the pure and noble bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, the Divine Crow Clan is often scorned by people across the realms. The reason is simple. The Divine Crow Clan is known for their cunning and treachery, always willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their ends. Yet, this world is fraught with deceit. Where the strong thrive at the expense of the weak die in private, many are even more duplicitous than the Divine Crow Clan. The disdain for the Divine Crow Clan primarily stems from their potent bloodline. A natural conduit for cultivation. To say they are unloved would be more accurately described as envy. Moreover, the Divine Crow Clan's inherent darkness stands in stark contrast to the revered yellow of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Naturally, some may believe that associating with the Divine Crow Clan could tarnish their moral standing. As an ancient clan, the Divine Crow Clan has seldom revealed themselves in the realms. Their most recent appearance was a century ago when the last Holy Sun, Tuya, ventured out for training, leading to a series of retaliatory killings against various Holy Sons across the realms, culminating in the slaughter of over 10 before he returned, exhilarated. Tuya's audacity stemmed not only from his formidable strength, but also from the presence of 2 formidable guardian elders protecting each Holy Son of the Divine Crow Clan. These guardian elders, handpicked for their might, ensured that the Holy Son could traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths without concern for his safety. Thus, each Holy Son of the Divine Crow Clan is accustomed to behaving arrogantly. Dismissing others entirely. In fact, they often annihilate entire sects or empires without a second thought, regarding them as mere trifles. Young master, that boy seems to be headed towards the Qingyu Empire. Himph, let him go wherever he pleases. For now, we shall leave Zhuyang's sect alone. However, any forces linked to that boy shall be obliterated. This Holy Son demands they accompany the Red Phoenix to the grave. The current Holy Son of the Divine Crow Clan, Imoya, had eyes as dark as a serpent's, filled with malice. He had pursued the Red Phoenix for years, and just as she seemed poised to accept him, she unexpectedly fell to another's hand. The instigator of it all was a certain Zhou Xian. Imoya had no desire to traverse the continent, yet he could not find peace of mind without eliminating Zhou Xian. Within the Qingyu Empire, after the morning court session, Qing Ningyao could no longer contain her delight. From the grand hall to the imperial palace, she skipped joyfully, exuding vibrant energy. Seeing this, the Qing emperor, intrigued, inquired, "Yao heir, what has gotten into you? Who is it that is coming?" He had always been curious. It seemed he had never witnessed Qing Ningyao so genuinely elated before. Wait, when I sent this girl to Zhiyang sect, she was also quite happy. Though not to this extent. Father, please have the palace thoroughly cleaned, and the more antiquated structures can be refurbished. I want the palace to appear grander and more majestic. Furthermore, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to tend to your palace. The flowers and plants require a change, perhaps replacing them with some ethereal blooms. The Qing Emperor merely inquired, yet he did not anticipate Qing Ningyao's lengthy response. Observing her earnestness, the Qing Emperor felt he could gauge the situation. The visitor arriving in a few days was undoubtedly a young man. This thought struck the Qing Emperor with a pang of heartache. His little girl had finally reached that age of vulnerability. As time passed, 7 days later, 2 figures descended into the Qingyu Imperial Palace. The moment they landed, a multitude of deathly guards materialized at once. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The guards of the Qingyu Imperial Palace were indeed quite diligent. However, just as the 2 arrived, the skies above the palace suddenly transformed. Ominous clouds swirling with fierce energy descended upon them. Observing this phenomenon, Zhou Xian remarked, "After following us for so many days, you have finally deemed it necessary to reveal yourselves." Chapter 74. Let those who desire to fight step forward. I shall withdraw. As Zhou Xian and Xia Jiyu touched down, the atmosphere above the Qingyu dynasty darkened dramatically. The deathly guards stationed within the palace were instantly gripped by fear at the sight. Who could provoke such a bizarre celestial phenomenon upon their arrival? Above the heavens, dark thunder loomed, and within the shadows, several figures seemed to emerge. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue dancing within them. Beside him, Xia Jiuyu felt an urge to prove herself. Having faced setbacks at Zhou Xian's hands, she began to doubt her status as a prodigy of the great Xia dynasty. Throughout their journey, she too sensed the strange energies, yet Zhou Xian showed no intention of engaging, so she refrained from addressing it. Little did they know, they had arrived at the Qingyu Imperial Palace, and now they dared to reveal themselves here. Who dares to trespass upon my Qingyu Imperial Palace? At that moment, within a grand hall of the Qingyu dynasty, several imposing figures strode forth. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a stately man, resplendent in his presence, stepping through the air. With each stride, it seemed as if the very dragons roared in accompaniment. Such an extraordinary sight could only belong to a sovereign of the mortal realm, the Qing Emperor. Accompanying him was a woman clad in azure, her countenance cold yet exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Qing Ningyao was certainly not exhibiting this aloof demeanor when she was in his presence. The Qing Emperor and Qing Ningyao appeared, and instantly, the elite of the Qingyu dynasty emerged. To dare act with such audacity here was truly an affront to their patience. Beside the Qing Emperor, an elder, whose composure resembled that of a mountain, surveyed the surroundings before abruptly advancing towards Zhou Xian. Who dares to act so presumptuously here? He bellowed, launching a deadly attack. Qing Ningyao, standing beside the Qing Emperor, was caught off guard, for in her subconscious, she had only perceived the threat emanating from those above the heavens. The elder moved with astonishing speed, winds howling in his wake, the very space vibrating with resonance. However, just as he was about to strike Zhou Xian, the breathtaking woman in black beside him made her move, intercepting him with a powerful strike. The clash resounded throughout the Qingyu Palace, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. The elder was forced to retreat swiftly. As he prepared to attack again, Qing Ningyao called out, "Elder, do not be disrespectful to young Master Zhou." Her voice resonated with the authority of an emperor, compelling the elder to pause and reconsider. "Pray tell, is this young Master Zhou?" he inquired solemnly. Beside him, Qing Ningyao's voice softened. "If it isn't him, then who could it possibly be?" At this juncture, Zhou Xian interjected, "Elder, you misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. It is merely the troubles above that have indeed caused you distress." With that, he glanced at Xia Jiuyu and said, "Xiao Jiuyu, it is your turn." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's command, Xia Jiuyu's delicate features were devoid of warmth, glaring at him in protest, instinctively wanting to resist. Yet, bound by their prior commitment and her pent-up frustrations from the past few days, she ascended into the air, charging towards the ominous cloud. Within that cloud, an ancient figure suddenly surged forth to confront her. Witnessing this spectacle, all eyes turned incredulously towards Zhou Xian. That woman appeared to be none other than the princess of the great Xia dynasty. Xia Jiuyu, previously glimpsed by the elders of the Qingyu dynasty from a distance during the Ascension tournament. The great Xia dynasty, an ancient dynasty that overshadowed the Qingyu dynasty, had bestowed upon Xia Jiuyu a status that would likely see her ascend to the position of the next empress in the future. Such a remarkable standing demanded utmost respect, even within the Qingyu dynasty, where the Qing emperor would treat her with the highest courtesy. Yet now, at merely a command from young Master Zhou, the princess charged forth with fervor. This was indeed the Princess Jiuyu. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, who could have believed it? Even the Qing emperor found himself taken aback. He had been mindful of the ancient Great Xia dynasty and had previously met Princess Jiuyu. Yet he never anticipated her would acquiesce to this individual's command so readily. "Princess Ningyao, it has been far too long. Last time you visited my Zhuyang sect, I was remiss in my hospitality due to pressing matters. This small token of goodwill is my way of apologizing for my previous oversight." Zhou Xian disregarded Xia Jiuyu for the moment, not intending to slay them, yet wishing only to ensure his self-preservation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he aimed to refine her skills. With a flick of his fingers, a radiant red light surged forth from his storage ring towards Qing Ningyao. Upon receiving the small porcelain vial glowing with red hues, The Qing Emperor sensed its pure energy resonating with the formidable essence within Qing Ningyao, leaving him momentarily aghast. Source blood of the Divine Phoenix clan. This is of utmost significance to Qing Ningyao. The Qing Emperor realized the rarity of such a treasure, understanding that even emptying the royal treasury would yield no second drop possessing such profound energy. Moreover, Zhou Xian treated this precious item as if it were inconsequential. Merely a gesture of apology. As thoughts raced through his mind, the Qing Emperor finally comprehended why Qing Ningyao had been so joyous these past few days. By all accounts, a golden son-in-law had arrived. And he, the old Qing, could not help but feel elated. The Qing Emperor exchanged a glance with Qing Ningyao, signaling her to approach Zhou Xian. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he exclaimed, "Elder, hasten your retreat. This emperor shall confront the intruders." With that declaration, the Qing Emperor surged forward, his presence commanding the very skies, his aura overwhelming the surroundings. "Thank you, young Master Zhou." Qing Ningyao approached Zhou Xian, accepting his offering, for she had long been aware of his intentions. However, she could not comprehend why her heart raced so fiercely each time she laid eyes upon him. After much hesitation, Qing Ningyao produced a delicate azure talisman from her sleeve. Lifting her gaze to Zhou Xian, her cheeks flushed as she said, "This is a safety talisman I crafted myself. I know you will face many dangers, and I hope this talisman can keep you safe." With that, she took a deep breath and gently clasped Zhou Xian's hand to adorn him with the talisman. Meanwhile, the Qing Emperor, engaged in fierce combat, could hardly contain his joy upon witnessing this scene. Yes, this was how one should secure a golden son-in-law. However, in the heat of battle, Xia Juyu suddenly withdrew from the fray. "Enough! Let those who wish to fight do so. I shall no longer partake." Having fought valiantly, she was now feeling sidelined, nearly on the verge of stepping into the fray herself. Chapter 75. Do not panic. Little brother-in-law, this saint shall come. Observing Zhou Xian and Qing Ningyao's intimate exchange, though it did not deeply affect her, Xia Juyu still felt a sense of discomfort. Withdrawing, she distanced herself from the chaotic battlefield. "Just a few days ago, you were itching for a fight. Why not continue?" Zhou Xian teased, noticing her silence as she stood aside. Seeing the graceful and alluring Xia Juyu, Qing Ningyao's instincts flared with alertness. This woman's constant presence beside Zhou Xian stirred an unsettling feeling within her, and it appeared as though jealousy was creeping in. Yet, knowing that a woman who could charm would also be embraced by her brother, Qing Ningyao understood that if she were to throw a tantrum now, her image in Zhou Xian's eyes might plummet. "You must be Princess Xia Juyu. If you are weary, you may take a moment to rest." Qing Ningyao sweetly opened her mouth, appearing quite reasonable. However, upon hearing her voice, Xia Juyu couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. With a cold snort, she turned away and said, "Why does she sound like such a green tea type right from the start? This princess certainly won't learn from her in front of Zhou Xian." Xia Juyu showed no regard for niceties. Already feeling irked, her anger only intensified at the sight of the two standing so close together. Zhou Xian paid no mind to the two women. Instead, his gaze shifted to the slender figure in the sky above. This fellow seems to be quite extraordinary. Not to mention, the several personal guards beside him are able to engage in a fierce battle with the Green Emperor. Furthermore, Zhou Xian could distinctly sense that the Green Emperor might not necessarily be their match. It was only a matter of time before he fell into a disadvantage. Therefore, Zhou Xian needed to take action quickly to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. With a swift leap, he soared forward, finally facing Emoya in a true battle. "Zhou Xian, today is your day of demise." Seeing Zhou Xian approach him, Emoya not only did not retreat but rather welcomed this moment eagerly. He had long desired to personally slay Zhou Xian and turn him to ashes. "Emoya, I truly did not expect you would come out for that woman, Hong Huang," Zhou Xian said with a slight smile. As if he had already seen through Emoya's identity. Indeed, with absolute knowledge of the future plot, Zhou Xian could easily guess Emoya's background. After all, Zhou Xian had a deep impression of this Emoya. His talent was beyond question. If he were to appear on the Immortal Ascension platform, Zhou Xian would admit that he would gain another formidable adversary. However, while this fellow had many commendable traits, he was unfortunately a sycophant. He had fawned over the enchanting woman, Hong Huang, for so many years, yet never even touched her hand. When Jiang Yun killed Hong Huang, he ultimately handed over the opportunity to Zhou Xian. And naturally, Imoya would come chasing after him. Zhou Xian had refrained from taking action earlier due to some apprehension regarding the guards beside Imoya in the Divine Harmony realm. Despite Zhou Xian's extraordinary prowess, he was still not a match for those old fellows. Thus, he could only bring them to the Qingyu dynasty, where with the Green Emperor's restraint, Zhou Xian would be able to act against this person. Otherwise, if this fellow managed to seize an opportunity to summon the ancestral beings of the Divine Crow clan with secret arts, it would truly be a predicament. Humph, to know my identity, you possess some insight. To die at my hands, you can consider it a worthy journey through this world. Imoya's voice was icy, laced with boundless killing intent. With that, Imoya ceased to speak further. In the next instant, he surged towards Zhou Xian. That woman was quite something. Once I have stripped you of all your cultivation, I shall enjoy her in front of you, he taunted, a crow aspiring to pair with a phoenix. No wonder you have never even touched Hong Huang's hand, Zhou Xian retorted with a cold smile, his eyes also filled with murderous intent. The moment when Imoya aimed to pierce Zhou Xian's chest with his palm. Zhou Xian shifted, darting directly behind Imoya. How swift! Imoya was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Xian's speed to be so astonishing. In the next moment, he sensed an overwhelming sword intent surging from behind him. Without turning back or having time to ponder, Imoya relied on his combat instincts, forcibly channeling all his strength to his back in an attempt to withstand this lethal strike. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, striving to distance himself from Zhou Xian as much as possible. At this juncture, Zhou Xian held a small blade of grass, which fell, carrying an unrelenting torrent of violent sword intent. Feeling the terrifying energy, Imoya felt as if his body were about to be violently torn apart. Realizing the peril, he let out a bellow and transformed into a divine crow wreathed in flames. Meanwhile, the Green Emperor involuntarily halted his actions. Having only used a single move, Zhou Xian had already forced Imoya to reveal his divine beast form. This formidable energy, even he, could scarcely achieve in just one move. The elders guarding Imoya were equally astonished. Having followed him for so many years, they were more aware than anyone of Imoya's strength. Even the alluring Hong Huang, whom Imoya had admired for so long, had not been able to best him. Yet now, Zhou Xian, with effortless ease, had compelled Imoya's true form to surface. However, the terrifying energy made even them change countenance. They wished to rush forward to protect him, but were utterly unable to extricate themselves. In the next moment, that violent energy swept through, causing feathers to fall like when Hong Huang had been attacked. Imoya's wings were stripped bare, blood flowing forth like a gushing spring. Just when Imoya thought Zhou Xian's assault had concluded, he was unprepared for the fact that an insurmountable thunder pool had appeared above him, unknown to him until now. Within the thunder pool was contained an incomprehensibly overwhelming and terrifying energy. The power no less than that of the previous fearsome sword. Imoya's expression changed drastically. He had thought this fellow merely held a terrifying killing move. He never anticipated that this individual's methods were increasingly horrifying. Ancestral Grandmaster, save me! At this moment, Imoya cried out in despair, his voice echoing as if something around him were shattering in layers. In just a breath's time, the thunder pool dissipated, and the space behind Imoya shattered with a crackling sound. As a figure stepped forth. The appearance of this figure caused both the Green Emperor and the others to freeze in place, unable to move, a group of children playing at petty games. Why trouble the true self to intervene? Upon this utterance, everyone present, including Zhou Xian, was sent tumbling backward, blood spurting forth as Zhou Xian felt an ominous premonition. A true master of the 10,000 Laws realm. A deathly aura enveloped everyone, yet in the next moment, this aura vanished completely. From the opposite end of the heavens, a figure strode forward. Little brother, do not panic, this saint is here. Chapter 76, The Lord of Baidi City. Baidi Shengwang. In the final moment, when it seemed Imoya would be consumed by the thunder pool, he, without hesitation, expended his own bloodline to forcibly activate the spatial array left behind by the ancestral beings of the Divine Crow clan. The figure that emerged was not the elderly man everyone had imagined, but rather a young man with white hair who appeared to be only in his 20s. Upon seeing this person, the Green Emperor's eyes widened in recognition. The visitor was an old acquaintance, the previous Divine Crow clan's holy son, Tuya. It could be said that Tuya was a powerful figure from the same era as the Green Emperor. When Tuya once set up the Divine Crow platform, the Green Emperor had even challenged him. However, he ultimately fell short by a hair's breadth, losing to the Divine Crow. The Green Emperor had not anticipated that in just 100 years, Tuya would have broken through to the true mastery realm. In the Divine Harmony realm, there were distinctions between true and false. Within the mastery realm, there existed the notion of true mastery. Achieving this realm allowed one to communicate with the myriad laws of heaven and earth. With a mere gesture, one could manifest their will into reality, rendering their methods exceedingly difficult to fathom. Contemplating this, the Green Emperor felt a bitter pang as he struck the ground heavily. His previous talent had been no less than Tuya's, yet in merely a century, an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. However, this could hardly be blamed on the Green Emperor. The positions of the two were fundamentally different. After the Green Emperor ascended to the throne, he became embroiled in state affairs and seldom had time to cultivate. Coupled with the need to expend his origin power to maintain the formation and suppress the great evil for Qing Ningyao, it was commendable enough that he had not regressed in his cultivation. In contrast, Emoya, being the previous Holy Son, had dedicated guardians and abundant resources, not to mention that upon becoming the ancestor of the Divine Crow clan, the resources available to him were unimaginable. Otherwise, had he progressed steadily, one could hardly say the Green Emperor would have fallen behind by much. Yet in this world where strength reigned supreme, any excuses would only serve to render one weaker. The feeling in Zhou Xian's chest was akin to being struck by lightning, a profound heaviness weighing upon him. Above in the heavens, Emoya stepped forward. With each stride, a magnificent structure within the Qinyu Imperial Palace crumbled to ruins. This overwhelming presence caused every individual present to turn pale with fear, and Zhou Xian, at this moment, wore a bitter expression. Emoya was undoubtedly a ruthless character. Did this mean he truly had to forcibly utilize the world within the divine store? Equivalent to a full-force strike from an emperor-level powerhouse, while Zhou Xian could not fully deploy it, he was confident that even using a mere fraction could certainly slay Tuya. However, doing so would likely result in his own demise due to the terrifying power unleashed. The aura of death enveloped him, making even breathing a monumental challenge. Green Emperor, how many years has it been, and you have grown increasingly pathetic? Have you not been spending your days with 3,000 in the harem? Neglecting morning court? I recall a woman who used to follow you closely, never leaving your side. Is it possible that you have been drained by her? As Tuya descended from a height, it was as though he were gazing down at a pitiful ant. Observing the Azure Emperor, subsequently, with a swift motion, Tuya brought his foot crashing down, causing the Azure Emperor to spit forth blood. Tuya mercilessly mocked the Azure Emperor, who, even in his desire to resist, found himself utterly immobilized. The woman Tuya spoke of was none other than the Azure Emperor's betrothed, the mother of Qing Ningyao, the one and only love of his life. Yet, in Tuya's words, she was reduced to a wanton being. I want you dead. Upon hearing her parents' humiliation, Qing Ningyao let out a cold cry and seized the moment when Tuya was distracted to launch herself into the air. Oh, what a stunning beauty! How delightful it would be to have you at my disposal. You shall become my slave. Tuya extended his hand slightly, and a colossal force enveloped Qing Ningyao completely as she was uncontrollably drawn toward Tuya. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort, and an eerie interplay of black and white emerged around him. The intertwining of these colors enabled him to break free from Tuya's oppressive grasp. Then, Zhou Xian surged forward, the black and white energies continuing to intertwine. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Tuya's with the ferocity of a tiger. In the next moment, Tuya felt a tremendous jolt within his mind. As if time itself were reversing and all paths of fate had come to a standstill in the span of a breath, Zhou Xian grasped Qing Ningyao's slender waist and swiftly retreated. A mere moment between powerful beings could determine life and death. Had it been in the past, Zhou Xian would have already slain him. However, before him stood the formidable Tuya of the true imperial realm. And with Qing Ningyao also at stake, Zhou Xian dared not act recklessly. Tuya lingered in a moment of stupor, but quickly regained his composure. A mental attack, is it? Sensing something amiss, Tuya focused his thoughts, unleashing a vast mental assault akin to a mountain crashing down. Yet, in the next second, Tuya's expression shifted, and with a disdainful snort, he staggered back more than 10 steps. The onlookers were left in a state of shock and horror. After all, Tuya was merely at the Void Realm, yet Zhou Xian had managed to gain the upper hand in their clash of souls. What kind of terrifying soul did this fellow possess? Reincarnation technique, innate Dao fetus. No wonder Imoya was no match for you with even a single blow. It seems he is not the inept one, but rather you are too powerful, despite having suffered a setback in this minor contest. Tuya felt no anger. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. This soul attack, perhaps, rivaled that of a void-breaking expert. The secrets you possess intrigue me far more than that woman. Tuya's eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, fixated on Zhou Xian, as murderous intent and a desire for treasure surged within him. Zhou Xian, you have truly surprised me. Do not act rashly. Zhou Xian stepped forward, shielding Qing Ningyao and Xia Jiuyo behind him. This small gesture left the two women staring at him in astonishment. Tuya, if you seek to kill and plunder, you are not worthy. Zhou Xian remained unafraid, though a hint of shock lingered within him. He had not anticipated that his earlier technique would be completely seen through by this man. Sharp-tongued, Tuya snorted coldly and fiercely launched his attack. A colossal energy reverberated through the space, and just as everyone believed Zhou Xian would be annihilated, a figure clad in white descended from the sky. If you wish to move against him, you must first summon Gueya. The thunderous voice rang out, causing Tuya to spit blood. The figure in white landed before Zhou Xian, resembling a mountain, shielding him from harm. The man, donned in white, exuded an imposing aura, wielding a long white dragon spear that hinted at a terrifying presence. Upon seeing the man, the Azure Emperor, Tuya, Zhou Xian, and nearly all present were rendered speechless. His attire was unmistakable, making it difficult not to recognize his identity. The Lord of White Emperor City, the White Emperor Saint King, a peerless figure who had emerged from the void. Chapter 77, Could this be the strength of the sixth senior sister? Chuyu, you may not have heard of the tales of White Emperor City, but you have certainly heard of the White Emperor Saint King. No one knows how long he has lived. He appears to be in his 20s or 30s. Yet he may well have existed for thousands of years. The age of the White Emperor Saint King remains an enduring mystery. However, these details are not of paramount importance. What you must understand is that White Emperor City was once merely a mundane settlement, devoid of any spiritual energy for cultivation. Naturally, such a place, regarded as a backwater by practitioners, would lack any remnants of Dao inheritance. Yet one day, a man claiming to be the White Emperor Saint King emerged from White Emperor City, brandishing a white spear. This spear was no miraculous artifact. It was simply an ordinary weapon from the mortal realm. Yet, with that spear in hand, the White Emperor Saint King defeated all the so-called masters in White Emperor City. And thereafter, he rode out alone from the city. He vanquished every renowned figure of the time, and then, with a single thrust of his spear, he toppled the so-called invulnerable mortal empire from its mythical throne. With no rival left in the mortal realm, the White Emperor Saint King thrust his spear, forcibly tearing apart the barrier between the cultivation world and the mortal empire. He entered the realm of cultivation, clad in white, and faced every adversary with naught but a single strike. From that day forth, a true white-clad spear saint emerged in the heavens and earth. Rising from humble beginnings, the White Emperor Saint King forged an unparalleled power. White Emperor City, that has remained unshakable to this day. He alone presides over White Emperor City, gazing down upon all who dare to challenge him. No one knows how he began his journey of cultivation. Yet what instills fear in the hearts of all is that the White Emperor Saint King has never known defeat. Before White Emperor City, even ancient sects and bygone empires tremble in fear. And now, that figure, once a mere legend, has appeared in the Azure U Imperial Palace. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the White Emperor Saint King, it seems he stands on the side of Zhou Shengzi. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped for breath, their minds buzzing with disbelief. The White Emperor Saint King, how could Zhou Xian possibly know him? Such a person would be beyond the reach of even the Azure Emperor. Yet now, the White Emperor Saint King stood right beside Zhou Xian. On the other side, the previous holy son of the Divine Crow clan felt a sense of foreboding. There was no need to ponder whether the White Emperor Saint King was friend or foe, for the words spoken by the White Emperor Saint King had already made everything clear. Guaya was a true giant of the divine Crow clan. In the realms of heaven and earth, there were few who could rival him, yet the ancestor Guaya had been in seclusion for countless years. Unless the divine Crow clan faced an existential crisis, such a formidable figure would never be roused from his contemplation of the Tao for mere trifles. The arrival of the White Emperor Saint King threw Tuya into a state of disarray. He distinctly remembered that when he first ventured into the realms of heaven and earth, it was precisely when the White Emperor Saint King's fame was on the rise. Tuya had even sought out the White Emperor Saint King himself. To put it bluntly, had it not been for the protective elders of his clan sacrificing themselves to fend off danger, he would likely have met his end at around the age of 17 or 18. Of course, had he been born a bit earlier, he might have been 50 or 60 by now. In any case, upon seeing the White Emperor Saint King, Tuya trembled to his very bones. He simply could not contend with him. However, upon reflection, the White Emperor Saint King was proud and arrogant. He would hardly spare a glance for a junior like Zhou Xian. If there was any connection between them, Tuya would not believe it even if he were killed. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope. At the very least, he could bide his time and later seize the opportunity to acquire the treasures and secrets from Zhou Xian. Yet, the moment he witnessed the actions of the White Emperor Saint King, despair welled up within Tuya. The White Emperor Saint King placed a hand on Zhou Xian's shoulder, leaning down with a warm smile, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation. However, at this moment, the content of their exchange became entirely irrelevant, for this brotherly gesture made it abundantly clear that any intention to assassinate Zhou Xian had become utterly impossible. Saint King, it has been many years. I trust you have been well. Tuya forcibly suppressed the terror within him and proactively clasped his hands in greeting. Tuya, it has been a long time since you last met with the Azure Emperor. Why do I not see you inquiring after his well-being? The White Emperor Saint King stretched his arms and chuckled. Upon hearing the words of the White Emperor Saint King, Tuya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Saint King, this is merely a private matter between my divine Crow clan and the Azure Yu Imperial dynasty. I believe it unnecessary to trouble your esteemed self. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tuya realized he had misspoken. He quickly turned to Zhou Xian, smiling as he continued, of course, any misunderstandings with this young friend Zhou Xian can be clarified. I am certain there will be no issues. Understanding the intricacies of human relationships, Tuya knew that when others were stronger than you, one must navigate social dynamics with care. Thus, with just a few sentences, he deftly downplayed the conflict between the Divine Crow clan and Zhou Xian. However, the White Emperor Saint King seemed disinterested in Tuya's social finesse. What misunderstandings exist between you and the Azure Yu Imperial dynasty is of no concern to me. However, between my brother and myself, I believe that even the greatest misunderstandings cannot be resolved. Moreover, you have also made a move against my sister-in-law, Tuya. A century ago, I could have left you searching for your teeth on the ground. A century later, I, the Holy King of the White Emperor, can make you kneel and call me Grandpa and Grandma. As the words fell, the long spear in the hands of the Holy King of the White Emperor sang fiercely. Old ancestor, just kill him. Offending my divine Crow clan is nothing but a death sentence. Emoya snorted coldly, showing no regard for the Holy King of the White Emperor. However, the ever-smiling Tuya's expression suddenly changed upon hearing Emoya's words. Just as he was about to reprimand to quell the Holy King's fury, before he could react, a spear had already pierced through Emoya's throat. Along with Emoya, several of his protecting elders were also impaled and killed by a single thrust of the Holy King's spear. Their deaths were of no consequence. Tuya did not even glance at the corpses of the fallen. With a thought, a blazing sun-like mirror appeared before him. Simultaneously, Tuya's complexion rapidly paled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He coldly addressed the Holy King of the White Emperor, White Emperor, I, Tuya, shall remember this grudge. As the words fell, Tuya's figure vanished into the mirror, which shattered, and his presence dissipated entirely. With one move, all battles were resolved. Everyone stood rooted in place, dumbfounded. Could this truly be the might of the Holy King of the White Emperor? And Zhou Xian was equally astonished. Could this really be the strength of his sixth senior sister? Chu Yao, the Holy King of the White Emperor has even become entangled with you? Chapter 78. Why be a sycophant when you could be a holy king? The moment the Holy King of the White Emperor made his move, he instantly turned the tide of the battle. The holy son Imoya and those protecting elders were all dispatched by a single thrust of the holy king's spear. The former holy son Tuya, lacking confidence, was so frightened that he immediately employed a secret technique and fled in disarray. Of course, killing Imoya was of little consequence, considering that fellow couldn't withstand even a single strike from Zhou Xian. However, Tuya, a true master of the UFA realm, unexpectedly fled at the first sight of confrontation, which was somewhat terrifying. While everyone was still curious about why the Holy King of the White Emperor chose to intervene, Zhou Xian had already deduced something. He knew he and the Holy King were worlds apart. True masters of the UFA realm regarded him with trepidation. Zhou Xian was self-aware enough to understand that such a formidable figure would never take notice of him. If he was willing to assist, there could only be one reason. It was all due to his sixth senior sister, Chu Yao. Having left the Jiuyang sect for many years, she may have been infatuated. Yet it seemed no man had truly entered her heart. Ironically, it was precisely because of Chu Yao's lofty standards and stunning beauty that she had garnered numerous admirers. During her time in the Jiuyang sect, her followers were the most numerous. As for what transpired after leaving, Zhou Xian was less informed. According to the original narrative, Chu Yao had many suitors in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet none stirred significant turmoil, as they were ultimately all slain by the male protagonist. The likes of the Holy King of the White Emperor were even less likely to become involved. Thus, it could be summarized that due to his transmigration, certain storylines had indeed changed. Not to mention, during his time in the Divine Vault world, the original text did not mention that the Divine Vault was formed from the bones of a great emperor. It was only after acquiring the Divine Vault that he learned of this, and within its temporal currents, it seemed another terrifying power awaited him. This was one aspect. The second was the White Emperor Sage, who was merely mentioned briefly in the original text, with little introduction. Yet now, the narrative surrounding the Holy King of the White Emperor was undoubtedly expanding. Therefore, the only conclusion was that his transmigration had altered the original plot. Of course, this only pertained to specific character emotional arcs and similar details. As for ancient secrets, fortuitous encounters, and major story trajectories, they would likely remain true to the original. Thus, it would not affect Zhou Xian's judgment regarding the future plot or temporal structure. The Holy King of the White Emperor resolved all adversaries with a single thrust and then returned to Zhou Xian's side. Without the Holy King, this battle would have likely led to the annihilation of the Qingyu dynasty, and the aftermath would have been unimaginable. The Qing Emperor and several others hurriedly approached, wanting to express their gratitude to the Holy King in person, hoping to leave a positive impression. Unfortunately, even with the Qing Emperor stepping forward, a single cold glance from the Holy King halted everyone in their tracks. That frigid gaze seemed to warn the Qing Emperor and his companions. I am here not because of you, but because of the person beside me. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Should anything occur to displease me, the consequences are beyond your ability to bear. Noticing the warning in the Holy King's gaze, the Qing Emperor and his companions wisely refrained from advancing further. Although the glance was somewhat uncomfortable, they bore no ill will in a world where strength reigns supreme. The pride of the strong is not easily provoked. Instead, the Qing Emperor and his companions looked at Zhou Xian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes, their expressions filled with envy. The Holy King of the White Emperor, such a figure. Typically, one wouldn't even have the privilege to meet him, let alone gaze upon him from afar. Yet here was Zhou Xian, casually linking arms with the Holy King, their relationship seemingly extraordinarily close. At this moment, the Qing Emperor could not help but wonder, could Zhou Xian truly be just the holy son of the Jiuyang sect? Such a character would surely not be someone even the sect master could easily meet. Beside Zhou Xian, Qing Ningyao and Xia Juyu stared at him in disbelief. Especially Qing Ningyao, for in her understanding, the Holy King of the White Emperor was akin to a divine being. Yet Zhou Xian was able to associate with such a person. It was simply unimaginable. In contrast, Xia Juyu maintained a calm demeanor. Coming from the great Xia dynasty, her master, Gai Juyu, was a figure of imperial caliber. Thus, she perceived the Holy King of the White Emperor as not an insurmountable figure.